Chapter 1. Crystal Lake, Deadly Bend. Some elements are inspired by Friday the 13th Part 3 and Deadly Bend 3, with personal interpretations and slight crossovers. Future segments will explore distinct worlds. Shouldn't we be arriving soon? Xia Yi'an paused at a fork in the road, surveying the desolate surroundings. The road was overgrown with weeds, and the trees stood tall and lush. Despite the midday sun blazing in the sky, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. He shivered involuntarily, instinctively touching the coolness at the nape of his neck. Ugh, why does it feel so eerie? Haha, it's just an illusion, right? Trust in science. There are no ghosts in this world, none at all. Don't spook yourself. Xia Yi'an felt a twinge of regret. It was his own weakness to temptation that led him here. The idyllic description of the countryside retreat and the picturesque views of Crystal Lake by Chris had utterly captivated his attention. Well, since he was already here, he silently retrieved the map, glancing at the destination he was nearing. Ignoring the frantic warnings of his sixth sense, he turned right, started the car, and ascended the slope. As the rear of the vehicle gradually vanished at the end of the road, a towering figure emerged from behind a stout tree, clad in a burlap sack that obscured all but one eye. He wielded a long knife, droplets of blood trickling from its tip, emanating an aura of menace. As he tilted his head, watching the car depart with a somewhat comical demeanor. Having crossed a wooden bridge, a two-story wooden cabin, weathered by time, came into view. Just as he parked, before he could turn off the engine, several young men and women suddenly rushed forward. They leaned against the car window, their expressions animated as they chattered excitedly. Andy, clad in a blue jacket with a gray vest, cradled his girlfriend, Debbie, in his arms. "Hey man, thank goodness you finally made it. We thought something had happened to you. Felix, are you all right? Did you encounter anyone on the way?" Chris asked, concern etched on her face. "I'm perfectly fine. I haven't seen anyone since leaving town. What's going on?" Xia Yi'an replied, stepping out of the car, confusion evident. "Shirley is missing," Chris said urgently. "Shirley? The friend you told me about who loves to play pranks? Have you looked everywhere? Could it be a prank? We've searched everywhere and still can't find her. We realize that Crystal Lake is quite close. Wasn't there a mass murder case nearby recently? Shirley must have been killed by Jason." "The Crystal Lake murder case? Jason?" Xia Yi'an leaned against the car, twirling the keys in his fingers, his gaze pensive. "I feel like I've heard that somewhere before." Wait, he recalled hearing a news report while buying fruit at a grocery store on the edge of town yesterday evening. A mass murder had occurred at a remote resort near Crystal Lake. 8 victims had perished, with only one girl, named Jenny, miraculously surviving, though she was left severely traumatized. The perpetrator was still at large, and the police were in pursuit. Could the murderer be a brute named Jason? Are you familiar with the curse of the Crystal Lake campsite? Jason, full name Jason Voorhees, attended summer camp at 11, where he was bullied by classmates due to his facial deformities and was deliberately pushed into the water. At that moment, 2 counselors were preoccupied with their romance, neglecting their duties, which led to Jason drowning in the lake, having lost his strength. His mother, a camp cook, was in the kitchen preparing food and was too late to save him upon receiving the news. After the tragedy, the counselors and the camp organizers evaded responsibility. His mother, Ms. Voorhees, was consumed by grief and sought vengeance for her son. The following year, she killed the negligent counselors and set the camp ablaze. 11 years later, she murdered Steve, the owner who attempted to revive Crystal Lake, along with several counselors he had hired. When she attempted to kill the last counselor, she was fatally wounded, a scene witnessed by her son Jason. Wait a minute, Jason drowned at 11, didn't he? How could anyone come back to life? Don't joke around, okay? Rubbing his arm to soothe the goosebumps that had involuntarily risen, Xia Yi'an regarded them skeptically. "You're not all conspiring to prank me, are you?" "Ha." The group erupted in laughter at his words. Wow, you all lost. I bet's a bet, haha. All these smokes are mine now." Chuck, sporting glasses and a scruffy beard, danced about, exhilarated. "I mean, who would believe in the curse of Crystal Lake or that people could rise from the dead? It's just a tale concocted by adults to keep misbehaving children in line. Like, if you don't behave, the boogeyman will come for you. Who hasn't been frightened by their mother as a child, haha." Chuck's girlfriend, Julie, playfully swatted him, signaling him to tone it down, considering it was their first meeting and they didn't want to leave a bad impression. "Sorry, they could be a bit tiresome, but they mean no harm, so..." Chris shrugged, a hint of exasperation on her face, and stepped forward to introduce the group. This is Julie, and this is her boyfriend Chuck. The one in the blue jacket is Andy, and his girlfriend is Debbie. As for this one, Chris hesitated, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Standing beside her, arm linked with hers, was a man in a red plaid shirt and blue jeans, his amiable smile shining brightly as he stepped forward and introduced himself. Hi, Felix. I'm Ray, Chris's, male friend. Male friend? A male friend who was both hugging and linking arms with her? Xia Yi'an had seen it all from the car. He felt a bit exasperated. As long as they were happy, that was fine. Observing the couples around him, he felt a bit overwhelmed and regretted his decision to come. He couldn't help but wonder if he was here for camping adventures or just to witness others' affection, mustering a cheerful greeting. Hi there, thank you for the invitation. I hope I won't be a bother these next few days. Not at all. We're genuinely thrilled you can make it. After saying this, Ray opened the trunk, assisting Xia Yi'an with his luggage as they made their way into the cabin. Although the cabin appeared somewhat antiquated, it was remarkably clean, likely having been tidied up beforehand. The walls were adorned with numerous frames depicting landscapes and portraits, and even showcase specimens crafted from animal skulls. Having lived in America for 15 years since accompanying his mother at the age of 5, Xia Yi'an still found it difficult to acclimate to certain customs prevalent in parts of the country. The display of hunted animals as trophies in the living room was a symbol of pride and status for some. Following behind Chris, Xia Yi'an paused mid-step, captivated by the mounted deer head on the wall. Chris noticed his distraction and approached him with a smile. This is the prey my grandfather hunted. He even went to great lengths to have it processed into a specimen, proudly showcasing it to neighbors and friends for quite some time. I recall my grandfather wishing for my father to personally hunt a deer to continue the family tradition. But alas, my father preferred raising horses over hunting, which greatly displeased my grandfather. Standing at the top of the staircase, Leek peered down. Indeed, Chris also informed me that her father annually plans to acquire horses, and the hay in the barn is piling up to the point of overflowing. Yet the horses have yet to arrive. It remains uncertain when they will be put to use. Chris shot him a glance, and the two exchanged smiles, bursting into laughter. Chapter 2. Crystal Lake, the Deadly Bend 2. This is your room, Chris said as she ascended to the second floor, opening the door near the staircase and gesturing. Next door are Andy and Debbie's rooms, and directly across from you are Charlie and Vera's rooms. At the end of the hallway is the bathroom. My room, along with Leek and Chuck's, is on the first floor. Feel free to come find us if you need anything. The view by the lake is truly stunning, perfect for a vacation. I hope you enjoy your stay. All right, once I finish unpacking, I'll take a stroll, Summer replied with a nod. Then inquired, by the way, I haven't seen Charlie, is he not here? He is here. He and Vera went to the supermarket. Did you happen to cross paths with him on the way? Pulling back the curtains, Summer inadvertently glanced at the barn directly opposite the window, its door slightly ajar. His gaze drifted past it, but then suddenly sharpened. Is that a bright yellow beetle? Leek pushed the suitcase beside the wardrobe opposite the single bed. Indeed, that's the one I just purchased. Did you encounter them on the road? No. Summer pointed at the vehicle parked downstairs, its windshield and side windows shattered. Indicating to the others to look down, it seems they might be in serious trouble. Leek froze, an expletive escaping his lips as he rushed downstairs. Chris's mouth dropped open in surprise, her expression one of astonishment as she hurried after him. Oh my God, what happened? Summer followed at a leisurely pace. Standing in front of the car was Charlie, dressed in a striped shirt, slightly rounded, with a wild curly mane, recounting to the others how they had encountered a gang at the supermarket, who had deliberately provoked them. Occasionally interjecting, Vera noticed the handsome young man standing at the back of the group, her eyes lighting up as she approached him. Hey, handsome. Hello. I'm Vera, and this is Charlie. Charlie appeared somewhat shy, handing the shopping bag to Chuck, softly murmuring, Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Felix, Summer responded, glancing at Leek, who clearly wore an unhappy expression, sharing a moment of empathy. If it were his own car that had been taken and returned in such disarray, he too would feel discontented, especially considering it was newly acquired. Leek stood to the side, hands on his hips, his demeanor unfriendly, creating an awkward atmosphere. Chuck, sporting a scruffy beard, shared a glance with his girlfriend Julie, both clutching shopping bags, before swiftly making their exit. Vera hesitated, opening her mouth, We're really sorry, but it's not our fault. A little repair, and it'll be as good as new. Charlie handed the keys to Leek, patted his arm, and turned to leave with Vera, seemingly unfazed, leaving Summer in a state of disbelief. Shy. Wow. Is this how one apologizes without adding fuel to the fire? Upon hearing this, Leek let out a frustrated laugh. I thought this weekend would be enjoyable, but clearly, I was mistaken. I'll take my leave. Summer, indifferent to the situation, was about to raise his hand to say goodbye when he saw Chris approach, effortlessly soothing her boyfriend with a few words. The two departed together to the car, intending to head to town to repair the vehicle, while also indulging in a sweet moment together. Summer? Seriously, dude, what's going on here? At that moment, a bright female voice called out, Hey, Felix, we're going swimming. Do you want to join? No, I need to go back and tidy up first. Summer politely declined, not wishing to be a third wheel, watching the young couple leave. He planned to swim alone in Crystal Lake after they returned to their room. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of the barn door, which had been slightly ajar, now slowly closing. Summer swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Had someone just entered? He strained to listen, trying to capture the sounds in the air. Inside the cabin, 3 individuals were praising Charlie, commending his efforts, while the young couple by the lake exchanged flirtatious banter. Chris and her companion had driven to town. He was acutely aware of everyone's movements, thus concluding that no one was inside the barn. Surely it wasn't just the wind. Observing the still leaves on the surrounding trees, Summer quietly dismissed that notion. After a moment of contemplation, he shrugged it off, thinking it might just be a small animal. Moreover, there was nothing of significant value in the barn. He could inform Chris upon her return, and they could all check together. He certainly would not venture inside alone. What if it were a killer like those depicted in the news? Though, if a killer were clever, they would have long since vanished and wouldn't linger near Crystal Lake waiting to be apprehended. Still, one must acknowledge that many criminals have a penchant for returning to the scene of their crimes, whether in film or reality. Before long, the barn door creaked open once more, almost soundlessly. Jason Voorhees stood behind the door, watching the young man's silhouette gradually fade from view, disappearing from sight. He placed a hand over his chest, feeling the once steady heartbeat, akin to the eternally tranquil Crystal Lake, shift once more. It quickened, grew intense, a thunderous drumbeat, echoing thump, 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 completely beyond his control. This was the 3rd instance now. The initial encounter last night at the grocery store, the subsequent meeting on the mountain, and now this reunion. Each encounter left him feeling profoundly alienated from himself. He should be enraged at the intrusion into the territory he shared with his mother, ought to eliminate all unstable elements near Crystal Lake, yet he felt only a muddled haze. Anxiety, restlessness, suffocation, panic, a desire to reach out, yet a simultaneous urge to hide, to remain undetected. He tilted his head, his face obscured by a rough burlap sack, confusion so palpable it could almost be touched. This sensation was unprecedented. Had he fallen ill again? But his mother was gone. In the next moment, distant voices of men and women reached his ears, jolting Jason back to reality, igniting a surge of murderous intent. He turned his gaze, spotting 2 men and a woman, stealthily approaching the 2 vehicles parked beneath the trees, carrying several portable fuel cans and a red hose. Unscrewing the gas cap, he inserted one end of the red hose, taking the other end into his mouth. After a gentle sip, he placed it into a portable fuel container, patiently waiting for the gasoline to flow in. If Xiali had seen the trio, he would undoubtedly recognize them as the troublemaking motorcycle gang he and Vera had encountered at the supermarket. Adorned in punk attire, they sported black leather jackets, studded belts, and an array of jangling metallic accessories. Unaware that they had trespassed into a realm of death, the 3 continued their light-hearted banter, while the hunter lay in wait, prepared for the unsuspecting prey. Chapter 3. Crystal Lake, the Deadly Bend 3. Grasping the bag filled with prepared clothing, Xia Yi'an deliberately chose a vantage point from which the vacation cabin was clearly visible, yet maintained a respectful distance. Entering the forest, he followed a well-defined path, whether of natural formation or human construction, as he ventured forward. As he passed through the increasingly sparse trees and navigated low shrubs, it wasn't long before Xia Yi'an found himself standing by the shore of the lake, the stunning scenery unfolding before him. He instinctively held his breath. Could this truly be Crystal Lake? It was breathtakingly beautiful, living up to its reputation. As a gentle breeze caressed the expansive lake, the surface shimmered, clear as glass. In the distance, the mountains rose in lush green layers, resembling a colossal blue-green emerald embedded in the earth. Stepping onto a wooden plank bridge, he placed his removed shirt and pants into the bag, draping it over the railing. Clad only in black swim trunks, Xia Yi'an performed a simple warm-up before leaping into the lake with a splash. Throughout the entire episode, he remained oblivious to a figure that had stealthily departed from the barn, concealing his robust form in the shadows of the trees. Jason, who had been methodically claiming the lives of the punk trio, gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake. Despite the warmth of his youth being negligible against the lake's temperature, Jason felt as if he were engulfed in the flames of a roaring hearth. His throat parched, he felt his Adam's apple bob, and his body involuntarily stepped out of the shadows. As sunlight touched him, he instinctively raised a hand to feel the coarse burlap atop his head, only to retract it immediately. Crouched behind a tree, he watched the lake intently, appearing imposing, yet somehow evoking a sense of pity. In the next moment, a luminous figure emerged from the water, as Xia Yi'an shook his head, sending droplets flying. He casually swept back his damp hair, revealing his finely sculpted features. His body swayed gently with the rippling water, and at times, the hint of a soft pink hue adorned his chest. With a radiant smile, he exuded vitality, his form appearing ethereal in the warm embrace of the sun, almost as if he might vanish at any moment. A sudden wave of panic surged through Jason. His gaze deepened, revealing an unprecedented determination. Seizing the moment when Xia Yi'an submerged once more, he decisively left the cover of the trees and approached the lakeshore. Surprisingly, his robust frame moved with unexpected grace as he gradually entered the water. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Yi'an, having taken a deep breath, dove beneath the surface. With keen interest, he swam along the lake bed, his arms moving naturally, allowing the current to guide him without a specific direction in mind. When he resurfaced for air, a strange sensation washed over him, an inkling that something was amiss. Logically, in a pristine wilderness lake, surrounded by an untainted ecological environment with no human pollution, one would expect an abundance of fish. Why could he only discern a few swift-moving shadows from a distance? Was it possible that the absence of the fishermen had led to their demise? Glancing around, Xia Yi'an realized, somewhat unwittingly, that he had drifted to the center of the lake. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting a desire to return to the shore for rest. Just as he was about to swim back, a sudden heat grazed his ankle. Instinctively, he kicked out, feeling as though he had stepped upon something, rough and warmly pulsating. Could it be that Xia Li and the others were playing pranks on him again? Was this farce never ending? Frowning, Xia Yi'an splashed the lake's surface, impatiently calling out, "Hey, stop messing around. Come out already, or you'll drown." Minutes passed, yet the crystalline lake remained eerily silent, save for the rippling circles expanding across its placid surface. Gradually, an unsettling awareness began to creep over Xia Yi'an, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. His complexion paled as panic set in, though he silently rejoiced that his warm-up exercises had been thorough enough to prevent any cramping. Time was of the essence. Lingering any longer could lead to hypothermia. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yi'an plunged into the lake, embracing the frigid depths with a resolve akin to facing death. Beneath the surface, the water remained clear and desolate. Unsure whether to feel relieved or increasingly anxious about the unknown entity that had just brushed against him, he swam toward the wooden pier. Upon grasping the support post, he exerted himself forcefully, splashing in place. Fortunately, no one was there. He felt a bit embarrassed. For that fleeting moment, his legs had gone weak, his body felt feeble, and his arms lacked strength. In the next instant, a powerful force surged from below. Before Xia Yi'an could react, he found himself seated at the edge of the pier. His legs dangled naturally, droplets cascading down his smooth, elongated calves to his toes, splattering upon the water's surface and creating ripples. Xia Yi'an could no longer convince himself that his earlier experience in the lake had been merely an illusion. This time, the sensation was unmistakably vivid. One ankle was enveloped by a warm hand, while the sole of his other foot was lifted by a coarse palm, provoking a tingling sensation. The good news was that the hand was warm. It was human. The bad news was that the grip was too strong, likely beyond his ability to resist. After a brief wait, expecting the other party to reveal themselves, Xia Yi'an sensed the underwater stillness and decided to initiate a greeting. "Hi, hello, I am Felix. Thank you for earlier." Receiving no response, Xia Yi'an shrugged and stood up, donning his clothes and preparing to return to the wooden cabin for rest. Their absence suited him just fine. Had he not suspected he might be outmatched, his first instinct would have been to scold them for their foolishness rather than express gratitude. If this person hadn't intentionally startled him in the lake, he wouldn't have felt so weak-kneed. Thus, gratitude seemed entirely unwarranted. However, after some contemplation, he thought better of it. One who knows how to adapt is indeed wise. Suddenly, a splash erupted. Xia Yi'an turned his gaze and beheld a man clad in a brown jacket. His head enveloped by a white burlap sack that revealed only one eye, emerging from the water and landing behind him. The man was tall and robust, his drenched garments clinging to his form, accentuating his well-defined muscles, which appeared both solid and substantial, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. His attire seemed ill-fitting, as though it might burst at any moment. He stood there, staring at Xia Yi'an without moving, allowing droplets to cascade from the edges of his clothing, pooling on the bridge before seeping through the crevices of the wooden planks into the lake below. Despite this, Xia Yi'an felt no sense of intimidation. Instead, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Had the man refrained from appearing due to shyness, waiting for him to don his attire before surfacing? How curious. Indeed, with such a formidable physique, standing 15 centimeters taller than himself, it was unexpected that he possessed a rather bashful demeanor. Concerned that this young man might react like others he had encountered in the past, fleeing or screaming at the sight of him, Jason hesitated to make any sudden movements. It was only when he discerned the unmistakable glimmer of amusement in the young man's expression that he found the courage to extend his hand in a gesture of friendship. Mimicking the actions of strangers meeting for the first time, a scene etched in his memory. Xia Yi'an was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Shaking the offered hand. "Hello, I am Felix," he introduced himself, releasing the grip swiftly, feeling a warmth creep to his ears, uncertain if that broad, rough palm had once grasped his ankle or supported the soles of his feet. Jason fell silent for a moment, caught in indecision. Earlier, in the barn, he had overheard someone introducing the young man to others, their tone condescending, as if the mother and son were merely a source of amusement, a topic for idle chatter. Such thoughts angered him, yet they were matters to ponder later. Presently, the only concern was how to introduce himself to this young man. Chapter 4. Crystal Lake. The fatal bend. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, the air steeped in a brief stillness. Xia Yi'an furrowed his brow, disinterested in playing a game of 1, 2, 3. Wooden man with a stranger. He broke the silence first. "If it's inconvenient, there's no need to speak." Before his words could settle, the other swiftly grasped Xia Yi'an's hand, tugging it toward his own throat, then lowered his head, an expression of profound disappointment etched upon his features, his entire demeanor radiating a sense of grievance. This shattered Xia Yi'an's preconceived notions of a towering, muscular figure, typically associated with clumsiness and sluggishness. Taken aback, Xia Yi'an found himself at a loss for words. "Are you feeling aggrieved?" Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt little anger. Perhaps it was the man's fragile and pitiful demeanor that piqued his interest, creating a stark contrast to his imposing exterior. Xia Yi'an hesitated, his expression laced with caution. "Are you unable to speak?" His tone was gentle, fearing he might inadvertently harm this man, whose delicate and sensitive inner self starkly contrasted with his formidable physique. Jason nodded, tugging at Xia Yi'an's hand as he reached for the burlap covering his face. His eyes, a deep emerald reminiscent of tranquil lake waters, gazed intently, wary of evoking thoughts of his facial deformity in Xia Yi'an, yet equally apprehensive of appearing indifferent. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Yi'an had long dismissed the prior impressions he had of Jason. In an instant, he comprehended the unspoken truth. The other man must bear scars, birthmarks, or some other affliction marring his visage. He withdrew his hand and patted Jason's shoulder, attempting to offer some comfort. "Though God has closed one door, he has simultaneously opened a window. Not being able to speak and having flaws on your face, what does it matter? Your stature is imposing and your strength formidable. You could take on 10 men. Jason's muscles were taut and powerful, akin to striking a wall. The impact of the pat left Xia Yi'an's hand stinging. Slightly flushed and tender, yet he bore the discomfort for the sake of pride, merely shaking it off. Jason tilted his head and once more grasped Xia Yi'an's hand. Gently caressing it, the rough pads of his fingers sent a tingling sensation through Xia Yi'an's palm. Subsequently, Xia Yi'an noticed Jason lifting his hand to his lips, softly exhaling. As a cool breeze enveloped them, the pain gradually subsided. Xia Yi'an opened his mouth, a torrent of words trapped within, ultimately coalescing into a singular thought. Brother. I sense we are becoming somewhat ambiguous. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yi'an forcefully retracted his hand, offering an awkward smile. While he held no particular preference regarding the gender of his future partner, he undeniably had a penchant for aesthetics. Or perhaps he was overthinking it. Was Jason merely being helpful? Dismissing further contemplation, Xia Yi'an felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yearning to retreat to the wooden cabin for rest. Suddenly, the thought of potential outsiders lurking in the barn struck him. Coincidentally, encountering a stranger here heightened his suspicions. May I ask you a few questions? You can respond with a nod or shake of your head. Jason obediently nodded, though his actions were anything but compliant, once again clasping Xia Yi'an's hand firmly. Xia Yi'an furrowed his brow, shaking his hand a few times before finally freeing it, quickly stepping back several paces. Leaning against the railing, he regarded the man who seemed intent on following him, his voice carrying a note of seriousness. Stay still. Jason tilted his head, appearing entirely oblivious to the situation. His green eyes shimmering with confusion. He crouched down, looking up at Xia Yi'an, his expression clearly one of bewilderment. Xia Yi'an thought, oh no, have I become the bully? Cradling his head, feeling a slight headache, he sighed and decided to be straightforward, asking, do you live nearby? Jason nodded affirmatively. Yes. Crystal Lake is my home with my mother. I have lived here with her for as long as I can remember. I will not allow any outsiders to intrude and disturb the tranquility of Crystal Lake, disrupting my mother's eternal rest. The only individual he could accept was the one across from him, a person who ignited a sense of joy within him at mere sight. Was it you who stirred in the barn? Jason shook his head. It was not he. He had remained utterly silent during his time in the barn, never making a sound. Are you aware of the Crystal Lake massacre that occurred a couple of days ago? Jason again shook his head honestly, having never attended school. The naive Jason was utterly bewildered by the concept of a massacre. After posing a few questions, Xia Yi'an felt a mix of delight and concern. The joy stemmed from the realization that this man before him was oblivious to the recent events at Crystal Lake, suggesting a 90% chance he was not the perpetrator. The remaining 10% left the possibility that he was merely playing a role. However, if he truly were a murderer, the solitude surrounding them would have provided ample opportunity to strike. He could have easily drowned him in the lake moments ago. Why bother with such elaborate deception? What was his motive? The worry lingered. If the person in the barn that afternoon was not him, then who was it? Could it possibly be an animal that had inadvertently wandered in from the woods? I plan to camp in the forest tonight. Would you like to join me? After the unsettling events in the barn, Xia Yi'an had initially dismissed the idea of camping that evening. He did not wish to tempt fate, for he felt he had not yet exhausted his time on this earth. Yet, the prospect of having company ignited a desire to camp, especially given this remarkably tall figure that instilled an overwhelming sense of safety. Jason nodded vigorously, his eagerness palpable, as if fearing Xia Yi'an might change his mind. All right, let us not part ways. I must return to rest. Xia Yi'an chuckled, stifling a yawn, and waved goodbye. See you tonight. As he turned to leave, he felt his hand grasped once more, an occurrence that elicited no surprise, only a hint of amusement. He felt no embarrassment, merely a sense of numbness. Brother, are you a hand-holding enthusiast? Never mind, I cannot strike back, nor can I run away. Fortunately, he would be departing the next day. Regardless of whether the other truly harbored affection or was simply being friendly, it mattered not. The dual distance of time and space indicated that this individual was merely a transient presence in his life. Nothing more. His original destination for camping was West Virginia, located in the southern United States, often referred to as the Mountain State, with a forest coverage rate of 75%. However, while passing through Pennsylvania, he fortuitously encountered Chris, whose car had broken down and left her stranded by the roadside. She mentioned having waited all day without a single passerby, having exhausted her water supply and prepared to abandon her vehicle to seek help on foot. Later, upon learning of his intended destination, Chris graciously invited him to her rural home, a quaint two-story cabin near Crystal Lake for a vacation, as it was not far away and the scenery sounded delightful. Xia Yi'an accepted the invitation without a second thought, unaware of the recent murder that had taken place there. He raised his arm, signaling for her to release him. I truly must return. I shall see you later this evening. Jason obediently nodded, yet his actions belied his words, as his rough, calloused hand firmly clasped Xia Yi'an's, warm and reluctant to part. Just as Xia Yi'an was about to speak, a sudden chill swept through, causing her to shiver and sneeze. Jason's expression shifted. He raised his hand to check her forehead, relieved to find her temperature normal, before gently nudging her to depart. Then, I shall see you tonight. Farewell. Xia Yi'an exhaled in relief, waved her hand, and left without looking back. Had it been his own domain, he would have invited her to return with him. Yet he was merely a guest. He could not bring himself to impose upon the homeowner by inviting someone unknown to them. Chapter 5. Crystal Lake. The perilous curve. Did you go swimming? The young man entering the cabin had hair, dark as ink, damp and glistening, droplets cascading from the tips onto his shoulders, dampening his collar. He appeared particularly appealing, causing Vera to feel a spark of interest and prompting her to strike up a conversation. Yes, I took a short nap. I'm a bit weary. Please don't bother calling me for dinner. Thank you. With that, Xia Yi'an retreated to her room to fetch a change of clothes, heading straight to the bathroom for a hot shower. After drying her hair, just as she was about to surrender to slumber, the events of the afternoon resurfaced in her mind. Struggling against her drowsiness, she hurried downstairs to inform Chuck, his girlfriend Julie, and others, including Vera and Debbie, of her discovery regarding the barn and the unfamiliar individual encountered while swimming. She urged everyone not to wander off alone. If she were merely overthinking, then all would be well. If there were indeed someone with ill intentions, at least they would be prepared, preventing any surprises. Hey, buddy, are you overthinking this? Debbie and I swam in the lake this afternoon, and on our way back, we passed by the barn and saw nothing amiss. Andy, with his arm around his girlfriend, sported a mocking glint in his eyes, as if to say that with such timidity, one should not dare to camp alone in the woods. Debbie frowned, elbowing Andy sharply to signal him to silence. Felix is looking out for us. Let us go take a look together. With so many of us, even if we do encounter someone, we need not fear. Xia Yi'an remained calm. She never regarded strangers with trepidation. Her concern this time was solely because they were friends of Chris. Regardless, she had voiced her concerns, whether they believed her was their choice. Should anything untoward occur, she would be guiltless in her conscience. Vera chimed in. Indeed, it is well if nothing is amiss. If something does happen, it would be too late. Chuck, Julie, and Charlie nodded along, following the group toward the barn, indifferent yet compliant. The barn was eerily quiet, divided into small compartments by wooden planks, each filled with various odds and ends: broken chairs, wooden crates, bicycles, chains hanging from racks, large machetes, old saddles, metal canteens, and a plethora of farming tools. At this moment, Xia Yi'an gazed at the few individuals who had scattered upon entering, her expression one of bewilderment. Wasn't this merely isolating herself and granting the villains a one-on-one opportunity? A shiver coursed through her, the thought creeping in that she might be left alone in this predicament. Hey everyone, come here, she called out, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and Xia Yi'an turned to see Xia Li beckoning the group from the farthest compartment. Fortunately, her worst fears had not materialized. The scattered individuals had reassembled, all eyes fixated on the portable fuel canister that Xia Li had uncovered. Look, it's gasoline, Xia Li exclaimed angrily, gesturing toward the canister brimming with fuel. Damn it, those bikers must have stashed it here. Andy interjected. Could it have been in the barn all along? Impossible. I was at the barn this morning, scouring every corner, and I can assure you that this red fuel canister was not present, Xia Li replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into her demeanor. We should descend and notify the authorities. What if they plan to wait until we fall asleep tonight and set us ablaze? Vera countered. How could that be? There's no such deep-seated animosity. It was merely a minor altercation. Come on, relax. Are you joking? Chuck stepped forward, placing an arm on Xia Li's shoulder, his expression one of skepticism. What will you report? That they placed gasoline in the barn? And besides, if the police arrive, who do you think they would apprehend? Let us not forget what we left in the car. Indeed, this was not a matter the police would entertain. Suddenly, a thought struck Xia Yi'an, who had been silent up until now. Furrowing her brow, she mused. Could it be that they siphoned it from our vehicle? Do you have Chris's car keys? Let's start the engine and check the fuel level. I know where her keys are, Vera remarked, dashing toward the cabin. I'll give it a try. I'll go check as well. Xia Yi'an followed suit, leaving the barn to head toward the parking area. She entered the vehicle, started the engine, and scrutinized the fuel gauge, which pointed to insufficient fuel. She then turned to Vera, who had just emerged from the nearby van, and inquired, "What is the verdict?" Vera shrugged. "You guessed correctly, Felix. We're out of gas. It seems they siphoned it from the tank." Chuck procured a funnel, and together with Xiali, they carefully transferred the contents of the canisters back into the 2 fuel tanks, securing the caps. "So where might they be now?" he pondered. Vera flicked the car keys in her hand, deep in thought. "They might have already departed. Perhaps this was merely a lesson for us. A way to ensure we realize the car is out of fuel only when we attempt to drive down the mountain on foot." Julie, linking her arm with Chuck's, nodded in agreement. "I think you're right. If they truly intended to confront us, they wouldn't have left the gasoline in the barn. They would have taken it with them." Xiali pinched his fingers, swallowed hard, and spoke with a parched voice. "Let us search once more. Perhaps they are concealed somewhere." "Has the attic of the barn been inspected recently?" "I have already examined the attic," Andy replied, shaking his head with a hint of impatience, outright dismissing the notion. "I believe there is no need for further searches. The barn is rather small, and we have thoroughly scoured it. It is simply impossible for a living person to be hidden here." Debbie hesitated, glancing at Andy. She had witnessed him ascend the stairs to the attic, only to return holding his nose moments later. Andy wrapped an arm around Debbie, squinted mischievously, and smirked, seemingly unconcerned. The left side of the attic was open and could be viewed unobstructed from below. The right side was cluttered with stacks of hay and scattered, grimy iron farming tools, the pungent scent of rust pervading the air. While he had not closely inspected the area behind the hay, the presence of gasoline in the barn and the opening and closing of the barn doors clearly indicated the involvement of those ruffians on motorcycles. What more was there to investigate? It was merely a waste of time. Wouldn't it be far more enjoyable to spend this time reveling with his girlfriend? Vera, Chuck, and others exchanged glances, all in agreement. Observing this, Xiali also chose to remain silent, stifling a yawn. All he desired was sleep. In the barn, at the corner behind the haystacks, 3 corpses lay haphazardly piled together, their eyes wide open in eternal horror. The small pool of blood that had dripped down had dried and solidified, exuding a strong, metallic, iron-like odor. These were the motorcyclists that Xiali and his companions had been unable to locate, with bloodied rakes and shovels carelessly discarded nearby, regrettably unnoticed. Chapter 6. Crystal Lake. Deadly Curve 6. Upon awakening, the sun had already begun its descent. The sounds of laughter and merriment from the living room wafted through the walls into the room. Xiali fumbled to turn on the lamp, the warm yellow light instantly illuminating his surroundings. He casually slipped on a black t-shirt, proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face, ridding himself of the lingering drowsiness. Seeing Xiali descend the stairs, Vera and Debbie, seated on the sofa, turned to him. "Hi, Felix, you have finally awakened. Did you not rest well last night? You have slept for quite some time. There is food in the kitchen." "Yes, I was awake all night. The noise isolation at the inn in the town is atrocious. I slept through the afternoon and finally feel well rested. Just woke up. I do not feel like eating. I will grab a snack later when I am hungry." He casually glanced over, reclining in a nearby armchair, his mouth slightly ajar as he drifted back into slumber. His demeanor relaxed. Clearly, Chuck and Julie had indulged excessively, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. He settled into the adjacent armchair, grasped a can of cola, took a sip, and casually inquired, "Have Chris and Rex returned yet?" "Not yet. 2 people who are fond of each other, reunited after a long separation. Surely wish to enjoy their time together," Debbie replied, blinking and smiling knowingly. "Indeed," Xia Yi'an shrugged, feeling that there was nothing amiss. After all, it was quite natural for young couples to indulge in each other's company. After speaking, he took a sip of cola, and suddenly feeling a pang of hunger, he prepared to rise and fetch a bag of chips, only to halt mid-motion as he noticed Vera had changed into a striking red top paired with apricot-hue trousers. The first thought that crossed his mind was that in Huagua, wearing red could be associated with death, invoking lingering grievances, and posthumously transforming one into a vengeful spirit. In the next moment, he chided himself for overthinking. Such notions were non-existent in America. Moreover, it was implausible for anyone to perish without reason. This was reality, not a film like Final Destination, where misfortune abounds. Dismissing the thought entirely, Xia Yi'an stood up and retrieved several bags of assorted flavored chips, offering them to the 2. But after a polite refusal, he placed them on the coffee table. He then selected a bag of spicy chips for himself, savoring them as he watched Xia Li and Andy perform their juggling act in front of the crackling fireplace, relishing the delightful crunch of the chips. Andy tossed 3 oranges in the air, while Xia Li juggled 3 apples, maintaining the fruit's airborne dance without letting them fall. Their hands never ceased moving as they exchanged playful banter. With a raised eyebrow, Andy teased, "Are you ready to concede?" Xia Li retorted, "No? Give it up. You're bound to lose." In the presence of an enchanting girl, Xia Li was determined not to falter, his voice resolute. "Absolutely not." Once Xia Yi'an finished his chips and wiped his fingers clean with a wet napkin, he noticed that the duo was still at it. Propping his chin on his hand, he tilted his head and inquired, "How long have they been at this?" Vera reflected for a moment. "They started right after dinner. It's been about half an hour. By the way, I must thank you for the fruits, beer, snacks, and desserts. I'm genuinely delighted to meet you." Xia Yi'an blinked, a smile gracing his face. "You're welcome. The atmosphere here is truly wonderful, and I'm thrilled to be on vacation." "So, do you have a girlfriend? Why didn't she join you on this holiday?" Vera casually asked. "I don't have a girlfriend," he replied. "May I ask why?" "It's hard to imagine someone as handsome as you is still single. Because I have yet to encounter someone who makes my heart race at first sight." His tone seemed nonchalant, yet there was an unmistakable sincerity woven into his words. He would rather be alone than settle for less. He had witnessed too many similar tragedies, including that of his own parents. At the age for marriage, 2 individuals from suitable backgrounds were pushed together, both exceptional in character and integrity. They never quarreled, and in the face of temptation, they remained faithful, striving to uphold their marriage with loyalty to one another. Yet, the absence of chemistry was undeniable. They simply did not connect. His father was a romantic, yearning for love and passion, while his mother was career-oriented, aspiring to reach new heights in her professional life. The 2 individuals did not share the peculiar intimacy characteristic of romantic relationships, nor did their connection resemble the blandness of plain water. Instead, it was a profound bond, rich in unspoken understanding, yet marked by a lack of communication. It was merely a matter of words not finding their mark. At the tender age of 5, he observed that his parents seldom spoke to one another, exchanging only fragmented sentences when they were in his presence. The silence in their home was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have echoed. During the new year, when relatives gathered, whispers flitted through the air. He realized that, were it not for his existence, his parents might have divorced long ago. This sudden understanding filled him with a sense of melancholy and depression, as if he were a burden to them. Before long, he had lost a noticeable amount of weight. Most parents love their children deeply, and he was fortunate to be one of them. Noticing the change in their child, the 3 of them sat together, opening their hearts to one another in a familial dialogue. The couple amicably finalized their divorce, parting ways with dignity from beginning to end. Vela smiled quietly, refraining from further comment, casually flipping through the pages of a book while her gaze subtly flickered towards the young man lounging on the sofa. His charming, almond-shaped eyes, with slightly upturned edges, were partially concealed by thick, curled lashes, obscuring the emotions beneath. All that was visible was the prominent bridge of his nose and his lips, neither too thin nor too full, appearing slightly flushed. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, and his long legs crossed comfortably, exuding a sense of languid ease. She could sense the young man's attitude toward her was no different from that toward others in the room, which left her with a vague sense of disappointment. She had hoped for a romance that would not end. It was a rare encounter with someone who perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences, whether it was his stunning appearance that quickened her heartbeat or his appropriately aloof demeanor. Both left her feeling a deep-seated regret. Silent, merely sitting to one side and listening to the conversation, Debbie let out a quiet sigh. 2 emotionally detached individuals, even if they forced themselves to be together, would struggle to endure. Knowing when to cut losses is the wisest choice, lest one become further ensnared. She gently patted Vela's shoulder, attempting to shift her focus. "You know, in the presence of a woman he admires, a man is often driven by a competitive spirit. Once the game begins, it's hard to stop. However, I have a plan." Debbie rose and approached Andy, whispering softly with an air of flirtation, "Andy, I believe your hands could be employed for more delightful pursuits, such as bringing joy to both of us." With that, she ascended the stairs. Andy hesitated momentarily, scattering oranges as he laughed and tossed a casual remark to Xia Li, "You win," before eagerly pursuing her. Xia Yi'an pinched his warm earlobe, his gaze wandering. Feeling a bit shy? Was this something he was meant to overhear? He hurried back to his room, grabbed a change of clothes, and dashed downstairs, preparing to escape into the forest for a camping trip, hoping to avoid hearing any inappropriate sounds like those from the previous night in the hotel. Yet, a few crude and lewd remarks still managed to penetrate his ears. What should he do? The initial step is to disrobe, followed by you positioning yourself atop me. Or I could take my place above you. I am well versed in the intricacies of such matters, particularly in the context of a hammock. I trust you will devise a suitable approach. Xia Yi'an. He is still quite juvenile, at times genuinely yearning to cry for help. Chapter 7. Crystal Lake. The perilous bend having declined Xia Li's confession under the pretense of needing solitude, Vera settled at the forefront of the wooden bridge, her hands propping her body as she gazed up at the starry sky, her legs gently dangling above the water's surface. Upon hearing the sound of the cabin door opening and closing, she turned to see Xia Yi'an leisurely ambling towards the parking area. She inquired, "Hey, Felix, where are you headed at this late hour?" "Going camping," Xia Yi'an replied, glancing at the wooden bridge devoid of any safety railing. With a slight furrow in his brow, he cautioned, "Stay away from the water's edge at night. Be careful." "All right. See you tomorrow." Xia Yi'an waved his hand, offering no further comment as he treaded the weed-laden path towards his vehicle. The nearby street lamp, standing quietly, appeared somewhat dilapidated, casting a dim yellow glow. Xia Yi'an opened the trunk, shouldering the travel bag containing the tent, giving it a slight shake. Disregarding the weight, he turned in place before striding purposefully towards a spot he had noticed during daylight. It was near Crystal Lake, with a flat and open terrain, conveniently distanced from the woods, making it easy to gather firewood without the risk of igniting an accident. To his surprise, upon arrival, he discovered a small mound constructed from neatly stacked firewood, a fire pit already assembled and awaiting ignition, accompanied by several tree stumps suitable for seating. Xia Yi'an paused, placing his backpack atop a stump, a smile curving his lips as he sighed in resignation. Wow, who created this? It's truly hard to guess. It seemed he had not encountered the Lady of the Snails, but rather met a gentleman of the snails first. However, where was he? "Hey, Mr. Snail, are you around?" Xia Yi'an surveyed the dark surroundings, finding no trace of a figure. Surely he had not retreated shyly. Not wishing to wait for the bashful giant any longer, Xia Yi'an unzipped his bag and deftly set up the tent with practiced ease. Subsequently, he seated himself on the stump and kindled the fire, its flickering flames providing warmth and illuminating the night. The relentless chorus of crickets and birds intertwined melodiously, while the distant waves of Crystal Lake lapped against the shore with a soothing sound, instilling within him an inexplicable tranquility. The comforting campfire radiated warmth, leading the recently awakened Xia Yi'an to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over him once more. Unlike the serene slumber he enjoyed in the forest, the holiday cabin now lay beneath a darkened sky, shrouded in thick clouds. The stars that once adorned the canvas of night had vanished behind the dense cover, leaving no trace of their light. The cicada's song gradually ceased, and the rustling of insects fell silent, enveloping the surroundings in stillness. As the chill of the wind began to rise, the leaves that ought to rustle remained eerily still, enveloped in an oppressive silence that seemed to foretell an impending storm of blood and chaos. Watching the young man depart until he vanished from sight, Vera remained seated, her mind adrift. She was not contemplating Xia Yi'an. Having realized that he harbored no romantic feelings for her, she had wisely let go. After all, it was merely a fleeting infatuation, and she herself did not truly believe in the depth of her emotions. Instead, her thoughts lingered on Xia Li's confession within the confines of the house, where she sensed his genuine affection for her. Although their initial interactions were far from pleasant, especially when he had pretended to be a victim of an axe to frighten her, an utterly despicable act, she could not dismiss the courage he displayed when confronting trouble from a gang of bikers, daring to retaliate by overturning their motorcycles. Such audacity was indeed impressive, and perhaps engaging with a partner like him could prove quite delightful. Suddenly, her ankle, adorned in red sandals, was yanked forcefully. Startled from her reverie, Vera screamed, scrambling backward on the wooden planks, her legs flailing in a frenzy until she finally broke free. She crawled a few steps backward before rising to her feet, disheveled and standing in the center of the bridge, her face marked by terror as she scanned her surroundings. To her astonishment, the next moment, Xia Li emerged from the water, clad in a one-piece swimsuit, brandishing a water gun and donning a hockey mask. He lifted the mask, bursting into laughter. You should understand now. A girl as beautiful as you should not wander out alone at night. Still trembling from the shock, Vera's face was etched with anger. Why must you engage in such foolish antics? I merely hoped you could like me. I do have some feelings for you. But you incessantly act like a jerk. Being a jerk is far superior to being an inconsequential nobody. I never said that, he retorted. True, you did not say it. But I can see that your attention is always elsewhere. With that, Xia Li stormed off in a huff and took a seat on the swing bench beneath the eaves of the house, casting secretive glances at Vera, who had returned to her position on the bridge, his gaze softening. In the barn, atop the loft, Jason, with his keen eyesight, observed the exchange from the small door used for transporting hay. He placed a hand on his chest and tilted his head, feeling his erratic heartbeat gradually return to normal as the young man's figure faded into the forest. Yet, an unsettling discomfort lingered. His eyes felt warm, and his nose tinged with a hint of acidity. The next moment, as the evening breeze wafted through, that gentle and warm voice of the young man floated back to him. Hello, Mr. Snail, are you there? This filled his heart with renewed joy, sweeping away the sourness. He thought to himself, he is thinking of me. He likes me even more. The longing to meet could no longer be suppressed. Jason, unwilling to waste any more time, decided to take the initiative rather than passively waiting for his prey to become isolated. He descended the staircase and stood before the barn's large door, pushing it open with force. The creaking sound echoed in the stillness of the night, resonating with clarity. Seated on a bench, Sherry turned his head at the sound. Curiosity etched on his face. Entering the barn, he jested. Hey Chuck, Julie, is that you inside? You're not up to anything scandalous, are you? Should I take my leave? After saying this, he turned to close the barn door. However, when he looked back, an axe descended from above, striking Sherry's head with lethal precision. In that instant of excruciating pain, Sherry's body crumpled to the ground, his expression frozen in a smile. Jason gazed at the hockey mask that had fallen to the ground, lost in contemplation. He touched the coarse burlap hood on his head, casting another glance at the hockey mask, which bore faint red marks at the forehead and sides of the nose. Gently reaching out, he felt its icy, smooth surface. He picked up the mask, hanging it from his hand, and retrieved the harpoon, politely closing the door behind him as he exited the barn. Approaching the wooden bridge, he aimed at the sound of footsteps and turned to face Vera, squeezing the trigger. The harpoon shot forth in a fleeting motion, striking its target with precision, piercing through Vera's eye socket and into her brain. She fell backward into the water before even a scream could escape her lips. Casually tossing the harpoon aside, Jason turned to look at the lights illuminating the second floor of the cabin, along with the faint echoes of low murmurs lingering in the air, his expression indifferent, showing no sign of emotion. 4 remain. Chapter 8. Crystal Lake. Fatal Bend 8. Jason entered the cabin as if stepping into a realm devoid of life. He made his way to the living room, casually picking up a fruit knife to swing it a couple of times, acclimating to its feel. Inside the room, Andy and Debbie remained blissfully unaware, wrapped in each other's embrace, basking in the warmth of their post-pleasure intimacy. So far, I feel this has been the best one yet. What do you think it is? Me, you, or the hammock? Andy laughed heartily, declaring, I vote for myself. Then I'll vote for the hammock. After exchanging playful banter, feeling a bit sweaty and uncomfortable, Debbie rose to wrap herself in a towel, intending to wash up in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Andy dressed in his pants, preparing to head downstairs for some ice-cold beer. As he descended, Andy, accustomed to walking on his hands, failed to notice a figure standing silently beside the decorative cabinet near the refrigerator, a knife held in its right hand, making not a single sound. Who are you? Andy inquired, confusion etched across his face as he spotted the stranger blocking his path. In that instant, his body lost its balance, and as he fell, a knife pierced through his abdomen. Cold sweat enveloped him instantly, crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, as waves of intense pain forced him to cry out in agony. Soon after, the blade swept across his throat. The piercing scream faded, blood gushed forth, and a hissing sound echoed as if air were escaping from a leaky bellows. Weak and feeble, Andy exerted the last remnants of his strength to clutch at his throat, unwilling to succumb to death. His eyes were wide with terror, and in his thrashing, he suddenly noticed a familiar piece of straw adhering to the killer's leather boot. The acrid and familiar scent of rust enveloped his nostrils. That scent was blood. An overwhelming sense of regret flooded his heart. If only he had taken the situation more seriously in the barn. Moments later, the spark of life gradually faded from his gaze, and silence enveloped the space, leaving nothing but stillness. With a series of thuds, Jason dragged the lifeless body, ascending the staircase step by step to the second floor. As he approached the target's room, he turned to glance at the door behind him. The air was as crisp as a crystal-clear lake, tinged with an inexplicable sweetness. This was the young man's room. He instinctively moved to reach out, only to be reminded of Andy's corpse beneath his feet. Jason halted, unwilling to allow the stench of blood to taint the pleasant aroma of the youth's chamber, and instead turned to enter the adjacent room. Positioned in the corner formed by the wall and a hammock, Jason awaited in silence. Debbie, having just entered the room and noticing Andy's absence, paid it no mind. She casually picked up a travel magazine from the cabinet by the door and reclined on the hammock. As she flipped through the pages of the magazine absent-mindedly, a stream of red liquid began to drip onto the pages. Frowning in confusion, she reached out to touch it, feeling a warmth on her fingertips, belatedly registering the rich scent of blood wafting through her nostrils. She looked up, bewildered, to find a contorted corpse wedged against the beam, its face smeared with blood. Eyes wide open, fixated on her, it was Andy. In an instant, her mind went blank, and she instinctively let out a scream. In the next moment, a knife emerged from behind the hammock, plunging into her chest, the blade piercing through, blood flowing profusely, and the sound abruptly ceased. Two remain. As he prepared to leave the second floor, Jason entered the bathroom, rinsing the hockey mask under running water. Without hesitation, he discarded the burlap sack on the floor and donned the mask. Standing before the mirror, he examined his reflection, unable to suppress the bubbling excitement within him. Would he enjoy this? Meanwhile, the now-awake Chuck and Julie were in the kitchen, preparing to make some popcorn. Chuck ignited the gas stove, placing a pot over the flame, while Julie cooperatively poured in the kernels. Soon, the pot crackled with popping sounds. At that moment, they faintly heard a chilling scream. "Did you hear something?" Chuck asked. It sounded like Debbie. "Maybe it's Debbie," he suggested, squeezing his eyes in a knowing glance, adding with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why is it that you never make a sound when we have sex?" Julie shot him a scrutinizing look, her eyes implying, "What do you think? Is it possible that someone lacks the ability?" Chuck turned around to lift the pot lid, wishing to divert the conversation. Suddenly, the kitchen lights flickered off. Before he could react, a piercing scream erupted from behind him, prompting Chuck to whirl around. "What happened?" "Nothing. I was merely rehearsing," Julie shrugged, handing a flashlight to Chuck. "Go check the basement. Perhaps the circuit breaker tripped." Chuck hesitated, inexplicably gripped by a sense of unease, possibly stemming from Felix's tales of strangers. "Am I going alone?" "Why not? Do you want me to accompany you?" "Be brave, all right?" Without a moment's thought, Chuck nodded affirmatively. Julie rolled her eyes, grasped the lantern, and boldly led the way. Okay, I won't let anyone harm you." In the shadows, Jason, who had pulled the circuit breaker, watched the two descend into the basement. He shifted silently, trailing behind them. In a swift motion, he covered the man's mouth, executing a precise cut across his throat. When the man fell silent, he let him crumple to the ground. Oblivious to the unfolding horror, Julie illuminated the distribution box, observing the circuit switch. She pushed it upward, and the lights flickered back to life. "See, Chuck? I told you it was just a trip." She clapped her hands, beaming with satisfaction. But her smile froze as she turned around. "Who are you? What have you done to Chuck?" The towering figure before her exuded an overwhelming presence, nearly suffocating. The glistening blade in his hand dripped crimson droplets, sending shivers of terror down Julie's spine. She swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her limbs weakening. She collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably, inching toward Chuck's side. Her fingers curled as she drew a deep breath, flipping his body over. A glaring gash marred Chuck's neck, blood spurting forth, soaking his collar. The pungent scent of iron filled her nostrils, and she could not suppress a retch. "Oh my God, Chuck! Chuck!" In the next heartbeat, the knife slipped from Jason's grasp, slicing through the air with blinding speed. Before Julie could comprehend, her head was pierced, her consciousness fading as she collapsed atop Chuck's lifeless form. At that moment, Chris and her boyfriend, Ray, were traversing the familiar path back from the small town, their gazes intertwined with burgeoning affection. Chapter 9. Crystal Lake, the deadly bend crack. The sound of a branch snapping echoed. Summer Ian jolted awake. swiftly grabbing the flashlight beside her. The beam illuminated a familiar hulking figure. What was unfamiliar was the absence of the white sack on his head, replaced instead by a hockey mask. Numerous ventilation holes dotted the mask, with crimson streaks adorning the forehead and sides of the nose, vibrant as blood, exuding a faint aura of menace. A striking detail indeed. Wow! A spark ignited in Xia Yi'an's eyes as he whistled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend. The masked one is truly a legend." After lingering in the nearby thicket for quite some time, Jason finally summoned the courage to approach the young figure he had been observing from afar. His sturdy chest instinctively puffed up, and his heavy footsteps transformed into a light-hearted stride. He halted before Xia Yi'an, who was attempting to rise, and gazed at him with an unmistakable fondness that brought immense joy to his heart. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the waves lapped softly against the lakeshore, producing a crisp sound, while the chorus of chirping insects and melodious birdsong harmonized in a delightful symphony. The enchanting melody filled the atmosphere with a sense of euphoria. Jason was the first to crouch down, positioning himself face-to-face with Xia Yi'an. His broad hands rested lightly on the edge of the wooden stump where Xia Yi'an sat, leaning forward, motionless, presenting himself as a subject for admiration. Xia Yi'an, believing that the man had finally grasped the essence of personal boundaries, did not dwell on the thought, instead focusing entirely on the striking mask that had captivated his heart. He remained blissfully unaware of Jason's dominating presence, contrasting sharply with the seemingly docile posture he exhibited. Jason's wide shoulders enveloped Xia Yi'an completely, concealing him from view. To an onlooker from a distance, the second figure would be entirely obscured. A satisfied smile subtly graced Jason's face behind the mask, but it vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a surge of emptiness and anxiety that coursed through his veins, quickening his heartbeat as if urging him to act. Jason tilted his head, feeling a mix of confusion and agitation. "Don't move." Seeing the mask he adored slightly askew, Xia Yi'an bit his lip, attempting to suppress his urge, but ultimately, he leaned forward without hesitation. Cradling the man's face, or rather the hockey mask, he examined it closely, contemplating acquiring one for himself upon returning home. Allowing the other to act freely, Jason lowered his eyelids, feeling Xia Yi'an's intense gaze lingering on the mask, imbued with warmth and focus, alongside the subtle warmth emanating from his breath. In a moment of daze, Jason was reminded of the suffocating sensation that had once tormented him to the brink of despair. Yet this time, as he swallowed hard, he discreetly opened his eyes, only to quickly shut them again, his gaze inadvertently drifting over the person before him. Xia Yi'an's slightly widened, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a childlike yearning, his long, thick lashes unable to conceal his desire. Beneath his prominent nose, his rosy lips parted slightly, revealing faint white marks on the lower lip. The delicate curve of his collarbone was exquisite, with a shy red mole nestled in its hollow. So close, within reach, Jason gripped the wooden stump beneath him tightly, exerting all his strength to restrain himself from drawing nearer. The broad back of his hand revealed prominent veins, as his fingertips sank deeply into the tree stump, with wooden shavings quietly drifting down to rest at their feet. The cool sensation beneath his hand had, unbeknownst to him, been supplanted by warmth, as if the mask adorning his face had been softened by the man's body heat. Enraptured in thought, Xia Yi'an's fingers trembled slightly, and he abruptly came to his senses, gazing at the man before him who was scarcely a fist's distance away. Instinctively, his body leaned backward, and due to the suddenness of the movement, he nearly toppled over. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the fabric of the man's sleeve, using it for support. The sound of tearing fabric caught his attention, revealing the man's muscular arm, which was now exposed due to the ripped sleeve. The man, alerted by the commotion, opened his eyes and regarded Xia Yi'an with a puzzled expression. Xia Yi'an froze momentarily, awkwardly retracting his hand and rubbing his nose. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ironically, he was the one who disliked others encroaching on his personal space, yet this time, it was he who had initiated the contact. Xia Yi'an pondered, "Am I the rogue here?" His gaze faltered, drifting toward the crescent moon, partially obscured by towering trees and verdant canopies, casting faint glimmers of light. As he involuntarily fell into contemplation, the arm, the muscles, the physique, one could easily discern the strength. Ah, yes, he had already experienced this in Crystal Lake. Oh no! Could he possibly be in for a beating? Was it too late to apologize? Lost in his disheartening thoughts, Xia Yi'an suddenly felt his arm tighten and his body lifted. Sitting upright. Inevitably, the distance between them once again diminished. Sensing Xia Yi'an's palpable tension, Jason, who had intended to draw closer, hesitated, his expression dimming. Dejected. He moved to sit approximately 50 centimeters away on a nearby wooden stump, casually tossing a couple of dry twigs onto the dwindling campfire. His drooping demeanor exuded a sense of grievance. Realizing that the other had no intention of striking him, Xia Yi'an breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, buddy. He expressed his gratitude, quickly adding, I'm really sorry, I'll buy you something new tomorrow. Jason, who had scarcely acknowledged the self-service attire he wore from the base, instantly brightened at his words. The previously stagnant air began to stir, and even the once silent chirping of insects resumed its lively chorus. So that's how it is. I thought I was being disliked. The sound of water droplets splattering onto the leaves pulled Xia Yi'an from his embarrassment. Curious, he turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover that the man across from him appeared as though he had just emerged from the lake. Water dripped from the hem of his clothes, falling to the ground and soaking the dry leaves, forming small puddles. His gaze instantly shifted between suspicion and uncertainty, instinctively scanning the ground before him for any traces of moisture left by the flowing water. Lowering his eyes to his own palm, he found it dry and warm, devoid of any dampness. Oh my God, it seemed he had encountered something supernatural. Xia Yi'an felt a shiver run down his spine, the hairs on his neck standing on end, as he inhaled sharply, the air suddenly choking him, prompting a fit of uncontrollable coughing. Jason, who had deliberately kept the moisture contained within his body, worried that the damp evening air might affect the other and cause illness, was perplexed by Xia Yi'an's sudden bout of coughing. Was he unwell again? Jason stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, gently patting Xia Yi'an's back. His eyes filled with an unquenchable concern. It seemed his health was not optimal. Had he been bullied outside frequently? Just like the former version of himself. Such things would never happen again. Feeling the warmth radiating from the broad palm behind him, Xia Yi'an initially stiffened but soon relaxed, his coughing gradually subsiding. There was warmth. He could feel it. He could touch it. As long as it wasn't something invisible and intangible, some unknown specter, he had little fear of the rest, even if it did not align with materialist beliefs. Nevertheless, he did not behave like the reckless characters in films, bombarding the man with questions such as, "What are you? Are you even human? Are you alive or dead?" Instead, he acted as if completely unaware of the situation, pushing the man back onto the wooden stump he had been sitting on. While expressing his gratitude, he casually explained, "Thank you. I'm fine now. Just choked on the wind a bit." He then swiftly changed the topic, asking, "Did you just go for a night swim in Crystal Lake?" Chapter 10, Crystal Lake. Deadly Bend at Crystal Lake. Jason, who had thoroughly rid himself of any lingering scent of blood, nodded without hesitation. "Impressive, buddy. I wouldn't dare," Xia Yi'an said, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "During the day it's manageable, but knowing that someone drowned in the lake, I absolutely wouldn't swim at night. I genuinely fear that a water ghost might drag me down, making me its scapegoat. I'm not afraid of dying, but drowning is another matter. That kind of death is acceptable if pulled up right away. However, if no one discovers it for a long time, and I float up looking like a giant, I truly couldn't bear it." Speaking of water ghosts, if there truly were any in Crystal Lake, one might wonder whether that ghost was formidable or if this mysterious individual before him was even more so. Gazing into the flickering flames of the bonfire, Xia Yi'an propped his chin on his hand, pondering curiously. The drowned water ghost and the ghostly Jason, Abba, he mused, unaware that his own recklessness surpassed that of the most reckless of characters, as he continued to chatter away. "Hey, do you know about the 11-year-old child who drowned in Crystal Lake, Jason? Swimming in the lake at night is truly inadvisable. It poses significant dangers. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Speaking of which, if little Jason truly exists, I wonder if the two non-humans residing near Crystal Lake ever engage in conversation when they cross paths? Or do they adhere to the notion that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, leading to a fierce conflict? Would that be considered bullying a child? After all, once a person has passed away, their body can no longer develop, so little Jason must remain a frail child. In a contest between a delicate sprout and a robust figure, the outcome seems rather predictable. Little sprout child, Jason, ABA. By the way, I must thank you for accompanying me on this camping trip. Without you, I would have had to cancel my plans. Recently, many have perished here. So please exercise caution if you reside in this vicinity. What if that murderous maniac returns? Many deranged criminals have a penchant for revisiting crime scenes, seeking the thrill of adrenaline and excitement. Nevertheless, one can never tell who might meet their demise next. If the adversary were indeed slain, would that not be considered an act of bravery by the robust figure? This individual appears to be undocumented. Can a person without legal status claim a bounty? If it weren't for my imminent departure tomorrow, I could indeed assist in claiming it. The deranged killer, maniac Jason, ABA. As the conversation unfolded, Xia Yi'an gradually fell silent. His gaze lowered, fixated on the crackling bonfire before him, the flames dancing wildly upon the wood, accompanied by gentle pops and snaps. The warmth enveloped him, shielding him from the night's chill, and the natural white noise made it impossible for Xia Yi'an to stifle a yawn. Drowsiness washed over him once more. However, he did not wish to succumb to sleep. In a fleeting moment, as he contemplated his departure the following day, a subtle pang of reluctance tugged at his heart. For reasons unknown, being in Crystal Lake, in the presence of this enigmatic entity, imbued him with an indescribable sense of security. It felt as though, even if the sky were to collapse, the towering figure would shield him, preventing anyone from inflicting harm. Perhaps the moonlight over Crystal Lake was overly hazy, and the gentle evening breeze was soothing. Though he typically disregarded the strangers encountered during his travels, a hint of melancholy regarding parting began to surface. He detested farewells, always believing that those destined to meet again would do so, while those without such destiny could simply be forgotten without lingering sentiment. Yet this time, feeling the intense and ardent gaze directed at him, he suddenly yearned to utter a goodbye. Having made his decision, Xia Yi'an resolved to no longer hesitate. He turned, and a hockey mask pressed tightly against his face, his clear, emerald eyes shimmering with an eerie glow beneath the night as firelight. Goodness! Xia Yi'an's heart seized suddenly, and the hairs on his body bristled in an instant. As eloquent Chinese words escaped his lips, the reflexive arching of his body, coupled with a tremendous force emanating from his arms, spared him from repeating the earlier misstep in pursuit of the moonlit figure. Rising to his feet, he took a few deep breaths, gently patting his chest to soothe himself. His heart, which had nearly leapt from his throat, gradually settled back into place, and the fine, damp hairs that had stood on end relaxed once more. He noticed a tall figure stealthily inching closer, seemingly aware of its misdeed. The figure, abandoning its perch on the tree stump, crouched down on the ground, gazing up at him with an appearance of pitiable fragility and helplessness. Xia Yi'an was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow in a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Oh, how amusing it was that the one who frightened him was also the one who prevented his fall. With a chuckle, he thought, what a savior amidst peril. As for how the peril came to be, that is of no concern. Xia Yi'an, somewhat irked, poked at the mask, observing how the figure swayed comically with his movements, which ultimately lightened his mood, prompting him to sit down. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a lingering thread of fear that had resided deep within him had vanished without a trace. He initially intended to push the figure back onto the stump, but after a few attempts with no response, he resigned himself to the futility of the endeavor. If you wish to squat, then squat you shall. It is not I who grows weary. A sigh escaped him. You cannot speak, and I do not understand sign language. How shall I call you? Do you have a name? Can you write? You could write it for me. When it comes time to part, calling out a name seems more formal. If we never meet again, at the very least, I ought to know your name for a keepsake. I cannot merely recall you as the big fellow or the masked man. Upon hearing this, Jason gently leaned his head against Xia Yi'an's shoulder, nuzzling like a large bird seeking comfort. Internally torn, his body maintained a respectful distance, not even brushing against a corner of Xia Yi'an's clothing. Two conflicting thoughts battled within him. One urged him to continue the deception, convincing himself that if he maintained the ruse for a lifetime, it would cease to be a deception. The other fretted over the possibility of being discovered, fearing that Xia Yi'an might sever all ties in anger. He remembered overhearing his mother recite a poem. I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the sun. In his youthful innocence, he had thought the poem entirely misguided. After all, the happiest moments were spent at home with his mother during the night. He would even sneak out once she fell asleep, lying by the crystalline lake, quietly counting the stars above. The gentle moonlight enveloped him, reminiscent of the warmth in his mother's embrace during infancy, a time of peace and carefree existence. By day, however, his mother was preoccupied with work, leaving him at a campsite where he often faced bullying from children attending summer and winter camps. Each moment of daylight felt interminably long, with the sun hanging high in the sky, embodying both love and equality. It bestowed its radiance upon each individual, warming all, save for him. Even though the hearts of those around him were filled with the dark, fetid mire of disdain, that day's sunlight felt achingly cold, and the gentle breeze, instead of bringing warmth, enveloped him in a winter's chill, piercing to the bone. Beneath the sun, he shivered, quietly sinking to the bottom of the crystal lake, accompanied by the gentle ripples of the water. In the final second of his life, it felt as if his mind, wrapped in a gossamer veil, was washed clean by the flowing waters. A blurred world slowly unfolded before his eyes, awakening from a dreamlike state. Would his mother grieve? Would she feel lonely? Would she think of him? He believed he would descend into an eternal slumber, yet unexpectedly, 12 years later, he returned to the world. Chapter 11. Crystal Lake. The fatal turn parting is a form of farewell. After her head was severed, his mother, at the cost of her life, bound by blood and cursed with immortality, brought him back to life. He was born from the Crystal Lake, grew there, was submerged in its waters, and was reborn within it. From now on, as long as the Crystal Lake remains unyielding, he shall not perish, for the lake is a living source. He was acutely aware of what this meant. The Crystal Lake is his dominion. He is the essence of the lake itself, and may also serve as its guardian. He desired to remain inconspicuous, to protect the tranquility of the lake from external disturbances. Thus he lived here in a routine manner. He was unaware of the passage of time, recognizing only that 5 cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had elapsed since his awakening, until that day when the once tranquil heartbeat suddenly surged, reverberating like thunder, deafening in its intensity, with the blood coursing through his veins boiling incessantly. A searing warmth enveloped him, dispelling the lingering chill that had settled deep within. In a moment of clarity, like a moth drawn to a flame, his gaze followed with fervor. So this is the sun. Xia Yi'an was utterly bewildered. Wait, were they truly this close? If not for the intactness of his memories, he might have believed he had lost a part of them without realizing it. Xia Yi'an pushed against the figure before him with all his might, but the result was evident. He could not budge him. The other seemed like a languid yet affable giant bear, assertive and unyielding. He rolled his eyes in exasperation, retreating to another wooden stump, watching as the figure attempted to follow, hastily rejecting, "Do not move." Wait, didn't this conversation feel eerily familiar? Jason, resolute in his decision, did not comply this time. Xia Yi'an briefly reflected, and before he could fully recollect, he found the other crouching beside him once more. With a sigh, he expressed his frustration. "Can't you just move the stump over?" Jason, seemingly deaf to his words, recognized the distance between the stumps but chose to remain close while crouching. With one hand, he gently unfolded the clenched fist of Xia Yi'an, then discreetly secured her delicate, fair wrist within the coarse palm of his own, calloused hand. His fingertips, slightly calloused, softly grazed the palm of Xia Yi'an as he inscribed a single letter, J, followed by another, A, each stroke deliberate and slow. Following the motion with her gaze, Xia Yi'an instinctively murmured, "Jason?" "Yes," came a low, gravelly voice, tinged with a faint rasp, revealing a clear disuse of speech over an extended period. Xia Yi'an was taken aback, her mind racing. What the devil? The atmosphere thickened into an eerie silence, as if the very air had solidified. Jason's body tensed, his downcast gaze cloaked in profound darkness, his fingers trembling slightly. The palpable tension he typically concealed began to seep through, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive stillness. After what felt like an eternity, Xia Yi'an finally emerged from her embarrassment. "How coincidental. You share the name Jason too." The name Jason, derived from ancient Greek mythology, belonged to the hero who seized the golden fleece, symbolizing courage and resilience. To bestow such a name upon one's child surely indicated deep affection. "I have numerous classmates named Jason." As for Jason, he faltered, his face hidden behind a mask of anxiety, mouth agape, but lost for words. His response diverged sharply from the anger, fear, or nervousness she had anticipated. In a flurry of disjointed chatter, Xia Yi'an sought to divert Jason's attention from her previous remarks about him being a water ghost and searching for a scapegoat, an affront akin to a slap in the face. Stealing a furtive glance at Jason, still ensnared in confusion, she deemed her first step a success. Now, it was time to turn the tables. Xia Yi'an furrowed her brow, adopting a distant demeanor, her voice icy as she questioned, "Was your declaration of silence by the lake this afternoon a deliberate deception? I considered you a friend. Yet you treat me this way? I even worried about your feelings, wondering if you were mocking me." Jason could hardly muster a response, his eyes reddening as tears swiftly accumulated, threatening to overflow. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, unconsciously tightening his grip on her delicate wrist. Struggling to regain his composure, stifling the uncontrollable sobs, his voice became hoarse and choked. "And no, don't be angry." Seeing Xia Yi'an remain unresponsive, Jason's restraint shattered, and an overwhelming sense of suffocating panic surged forth, threatening to engulf him entirely. He forcefully removed the mask and cast it onto the ground. He then lunged into Xia Yi'an's embrace, clinging tightly and burying his head in the crook of his neck, emitting a sound of muffled sobs from his throat. Feeling the dampness at his nape, Xia Yi'an instinctively shuddered, as if tumultuous waves were surging within him. Xia Yi'an thought, "Help! Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of guilt for making the ghost cry? I'm not angry anymore. Please let go of me. Be good." He helplessly patted his back, caressing the smooth and rounded back of his head, finding the sensation quite pleasant, and continued to stroke it, unexpectedly enjoying the feel. "Really?" Jason's voice, still tinged with tears, queried, "You're not lying to me?" "Indeed," Xia Yi'an affirmed, hesitatingly picking up the mask beside him to wipe it clean. Then asked, "Would you like to wear the mask? I heard Jason has a facial deformity." Although he believed he could regard him with the same eyes as an ordinary person, he couldn't help but worry that his gaze might inadvertently betray something. What if he made him cry again? It wasn't that no one had cried in front of him before. It was just that no one had so boldly flung themselves into his arms to weep, allowing him to see and feel it so clearly. Was he someone who responded better to strength and softness? As his thoughts wandered, suddenly, a surprisingly gentle-looking man unexpectedly caught his eye. The man's features were soft, his facial structure pronounced, with a high nose and clear, bright green eyes that shimmered with moisture. The slightly reddened corners of his eyes drooped gently, and in the blink of an eye, tears rolled down his cheeks, making him appear pitiful, coupled with the man's tall and robust physique. Xia Yi'an felt a dissonance, yet an unexpected harmony. "Oh, aren't you that one?" After a moment of astonishment, Xia Yi'an felt both puzzled and curious. I was buried in Crystal Lake, and then I reformed my body, so I can maintain one appearance indefinitely or change with the passage of time. I can decide for myself." He merely wished to grow up slowly. "I see," Xia Yi'an realized, caressing the mask in his hand with reluctance. Though this visage was quite handsome, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jason looked most striking while donning the mask. Jason hesitated, his words caught between desire and restraint, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. He would not leave Crystal Lake, so this appearance could only exist within its domain. Perhaps there was nothing to it after all. "Well, let us officially introduce ourselves." After finally settling the oversized bear onto another wooden stump, Xia Yi'an extended his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Hello, Jason. I am Xia Yi'an. My English name is Felix." This marked the first time Xia Yi'an introduced his Chinese name to a stranger. It was as if he hadn't even realized that upon discovering that this Jason was the very Jason he thought of. His initial reaction was not fear, but rather an awkwardness akin to facing a cricket. It came out naturally. Jason's eyes brightened, and for reasons unknown, his mood suddenly lifted. "Hello, Xia Yi'an." Jason murmured a few phrases, diligently practicing his intonation. After several repetitions, his diction became remarkably precise, and his pronunciation exceptionally standard. Chapter 12. Crystal Lake. The Fatal Curve. 12. Do not call me Anin. You may address me directly as Felix. Xia Yi'an felt a slight flush, as this was his childhood nickname, used only when his parents were still together in his early years. After their separation and subsequent remarriages, his father referred to him as Yi'an, while his mother called him by the name Felix that she had chosen. Jason obediently nodded, his agreement swift and resolute. But in Anne's innocent gaze bore an inexplicable stubbornness. Xia Yi'an placed a hand on his forehead, sighing with a hint of resignation. If he were not mindful of the time he had calculated, he would not have been so easily softened. Although Jason had lived for 27 years, in essence, he had only truly existed for 16. After enduring a series of shocks and a candid revelation, Xia Yi'an felt utterly exhausted, yearning for rest. He stifled a yawn and wiped away the mist forming at the corners of his eyes, casually remarking, "If only it would rain now." The thought of listening to the soothing white noise of rain while sleeping in the tent felt both healing and comforting. Before Xia Yi'an could fully comprehend Jason's intentions, he was abruptly pulled into the tent. A cool breeze swept in from outside, causing the moisture in the air to condense rapidly. Xia Yi'an looked up at Jason in confusion, about to speak when he heard the sound of droplets pattering against the tent's top. It was the sound of rain falling. Soon, a gentle rain began to pour, extinguishing the campfire and softly drumming against the tent, the rhythmic sound resembling a dense cadence, resonating thunderously in Xia Yi'an's ears. He blinked, his eyes suddenly brightening. With a leap, he threw himself onto the soft mat, collapsing onto the large figure that had remained still and uneasy, fearful of damaging the tent. "Wow, amazing. Coach, I want to learn this," Xia Yi'an exclaimed, his excitement evident as the most familiar Chinese words escaped his lips subconsciously. "My goodness, to summon the wind and rain, how incredibly cool." As he fell back with the force, Jason's large hand securely grasped Xia Yi'an's waist, ensuring his safety. With a smile, he gazed at Xia Yi'an, who lay atop him, clutching his shoulders and occasionally shaking him while babbling in a melodious tone, oblivious to the words he was uttering. Jason felt a flicker of curiosity about why he had suddenly started singing. As he watched, Jason suddenly felt a dryness in his throat, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. His gaze deepened, fixating intently on the opening and closing of Xia Yi'an's lips, while his hand, resting at his side, unknowingly shifted position. The air within the tent seemed to freeze in an instant, the temperature steadily rising. The searing breath cascaded upon Xia Yi'an's neck, a tingling sensation coursing through his limbs, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. As he regained his composure, he gazed at the man beneath him, his body stiffening as he belatedly realized the precariousness of their position. Their bodies were intimately entwined. Xia Yi'an could feel the tautness of muscle beneath him, as hard as steel, yet seemingly tempered by flames, exuding a faint softness that ignited a rush of warmth, flushing his cheeks with heat. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to rise, only to find a large hand firmly gripping the nape of his neck, pressing him down with strength, while another arm encircled his waist, preventing his escape. As their faces drew closer, Xia Yi'an's throat involuntarily moved, and he swallowed nervously. Jason's chest heaved violently, his breath rapid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat disrupting the silence. Observing the heightened tension in Jason, Xia Yi'an couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Yet, when he caught sight of the flickering fire within Jason's verdant eyes, he instinctively averted his gaze, as if scalded. Just as their lips were about to meet, Xia Yi'an, having surrendered his struggle, felt Jason suddenly halt, seemingly waiting for something. Without overthinking, he instinctively turned his head away. In the next moment, warm, damp tears suddenly soaked his neck, accompanied by soft, pitiful sobs that echoed like a wounded creature's whimper, intermittent and heart-wrenching. The crying sent a jolt through Xia Yi'an's scalp. Crying, always crying. Are you a spirit of Crystal Lake, shedding so many tears? Wait, he truly was. Xia Yi'an's irritation morphed into laughter. Fine, it's just a kiss, he conceded, recognizing the allure of the beautiful yet tragic figure before him. In that breathtaking moment, his heartbeat seemed to falter, confirming it was no mere illusion. With lips full, neither too thin nor too thick, slightly moist, they complemented Jason's face, which exuded a gentle warmth. Xia Yi'an hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and leaned in for a kiss, his actions somewhat awkward. Unbeknownst to him, a tear, possibly from overwhelming joy, fell precisely onto their lips as they met. Xia Yi'an instinctively licked it away. The tear was neither salty nor bitter, but rather refreshing and pure, reminiscent of the crystal-clear waters of the lake. The genuine joy emanating from Jason only intensified his tears, which flowed down his cheeks as he gazed at Xia Yi'an, who was kissing him with an infatuated expression. So cute, so endearing. Despite his shyness, his curled lashes trembled uncontrollably, yet he endeavored to appear composed. His cheeks were flushed, akin to the evening glow of a sunset, while his earlobes blushed a deep crimson, resembling rubies. However, Jason's gaze darkened as he observed the one who had merely kissed him now wanting to push him away. This is unacceptable. With a sudden force, the kiss was flipped upside down. It was starkly different from the previously gentle embrace, now dominated by an overwhelming aggression and an unconscious sense of oppression. The rhythm abruptly shifted, leaving one breathless, as Xia Yi'an found himself completely enveloped beneath his partner. Instinctively, he parted his lips, yearning for more oxygen, only to be met by the wolf who had been waiting for this opportunity. Inside the sturdy tent, the atmosphere thickened with heat, gradually succumbing to the fervor. Xia Yi'an found his hands exploring the contours of the man's clothing. The well-defined muscles were a testament to explosive strength, clear and distinct. Help, help. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror pierced through the tent, reaching Xia Yi'an's ears. He jolted awake. Wait, that voice. Chris? Is anyone there? We need help. Our companion has been killed. Rake, hurry. There's a tent here. Felix, is that you? Are you in the tent? Chapter 13. Crystal Lake. The deadly curve. The rain had quietly ceased at some point. Inside the tent, the temperature soared, leaving Xia Yi'an feeling dizzy, as if his mind were overloaded. Sharp, urgent cries echoed in his ears, each growing louder than the last. He pushed the person beside him away, the warmth gradually receding, and the sweat lingering in his palms evaporated into the air, replaced by a chilling sensation. Fully aware now, Xia Yi'an took several deep breaths, his rapid panting beginning to subside. Chris, it's me. Wait a moment, he called out, raising his voice. He then glanced down at Jason, who had propped himself up on the soft cushion, clinging to his clothing with a reluctant gaze. Recalling Chris's words, a wave of intense unease washed over him. Strangely, he felt no excessive surprise, as if he had anticipated this all along. His heart, once suspended in uncertainty, settled into an eerie calm. After a moment of silence, he sighed. At the sound of his sigh, Jason trembled violently, his expression anxious, lips quivering, unable to speak. Be quiet, don't make a sound. The corner of his clothing was tugged forcefully. Xia Yi'an crouched down, cradling Jason's face, kissing the dampness lingering in his eyes, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Wait for me. I'll settle the score when I return. Chris? Rake? With that, Xia Yi'an unzipped the tent and stepped outside, pulling the fabric closed behind him, shutting the searing gaze within. It's Felix. Rake, look, it's Felix. He is still alive. Standing at the edge of the grove, Chris, spotting the familiar figure while embracing her boyfriend for warmth, hurriedly beckoned Rake to follow her. She trembled uncontrollably, her expression fraught with emotion. Her voice choked with a pronounced sob, quivering with each utterance. Oh my God, Felix, this is wonderful. I just saw the flashlight thrown outside, and I thought something had happened to you. Thank goodness you're safe. As the two stumbled closer, the fresh scent of rain-soaked grass and earth dissipated, replaced by a faint metallic tang in the air. Xia Yi'an paused, his brow slightly furrowing. The scent of blood lingered. They appeared utterly disheveled, hair clinging to their faces, droplets cascading down. Their shoes and rolled-up pant legs bore the markings of a long trek through muddy paths, caked with filth. Their completely soaked clothing was similarly stained, revealing irregular patches of red that had spread from where the rainwater had mingled. Sit down, he urged, as he, along with Lei Ku, helped the shivering, unsteady Chris onto a wooden stump. What happened, Chris? I thought I heard you say someone was killed. Who is it? They're all gone. They're all dead. Vera, Andy, Debbie, Julie, Chuck, Harry, they're all dead. The sheer terror left her paralyzed, as if grief had yet to catch up with her. Reciting the names, memories of shared laughter flooded back, and tears cascaded down Chris's cheeks as she finally succumbed to sobs. Leica wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back in comfort. He recalled the harrowing scene he and Chris had encountered upon returning to the cabin. A tableau of bodies strewn about that drained the color from his face and brought forth cold sweat. Just after crossing the bridge, the battery of their beetle had inexplicably died. The tempest had arrived with such ferocity, torrential rain pouring down, that he and Chris sought refuge in the barn. To their horror, upon entering, they found Harry lying on the ground, eyes wide open, as lifeless as the prank he had played that morning, an axe embedded in his skull. Perhaps having learned from being unmasked earlier, this time, Harry had gone so far as to paint a gaping wound at the base of the axe, its edges smeared with what appeared to be blood, creating a disturbingly realistic effect. Harry, have you had your fun? Is your makeup satisfactory? Chris's brow furrowed in irritation. She detested such jokes. Lei Ku, harboring no fondness for Chris's particularly rude friend, retorted coldly, "Hey, buddy, making such jokes with a lady repeatedly is far from gentlemanly." Seeing Harry remain motionless in his act, Chris stepped forward and pushed him forcefully. "Stop joking, Harry. Get up. This isn't funny." The moment her fingers made contact, a bone-chilling cold shot through her, freezing her in place. A piercing scream shattered the darkness. Chris, taken aback, stepped forward to scrutinize the scene, only to discover that Charlie had already perished. He enveloped Chris in his arms, kissing her hair gently, and reassured her, "It's all right, Chris, stay calm. We must now check on the others." To his astonishment, the barn, the water's edge, the rooms, and the basement were all awash in blood, with bodies strewn about. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi'an was momentarily rendered speechless. He found it hard to believe and instinctively pressed for confirmation. "Is that true? You're not joking, are you?" Deep down, however, Xia Yi'an had already accepted the grim reality. The state of utter despair was not something one could feign. Perhaps some could, but those individuals would certainly not be found on a remote lakeside in Pennsylvania merely for the sake of deceiving him for amusement. They were more likely to be strutting down red carpets in far-off California, clutching their little golden statuettes. Yet, this truth was incredibly hard to digest. Had it truly been 2 hours since he left the vacation cabin? It was akin to the Grim Reaper methodically calling out names in Final Destination, where the victims would not meet their demise so swiftly. Rex's expression remained relatively composed, though his countenance was heavy with gravity as he nodded slowly. Although he had little fondness for Chris's friends, it was merely a matter of personal dislike, not to the extent of wishing for their demise. It was indeed true. Have the authorities been notified? Could it have been those bikers? Xia Yi'an suggested casually. He believed the most suspicious individual was currently in the tent behind him. Since those bikers had already siphoned gasoline from their vehicle's tank, it was unlikely they would resort to murder. Wouldn't it be redundant? The optimal choice would be to kill and drive away without drawing attention. Not yet, Rex shook his head, explaining, "The phone lines have been severed, and we were preparing to walk to town. Seeing a light here, Chris suggested we investigate, thinking you might be nearby. As for the bikers, they too have fallen victim. Chris and I discovered their bodies on the second floor of the barn. He and Chris had scoured the premises, and not only did they find Felix missing, but also 3 unfamiliar corpses on the barn's upper level, each adorned in punk attire, the classic garb of bikers. It was evident they had come seeking trouble with Charlie and Vera, only to meet their end at the hands of a killer. To be frank, his initial reaction was to presume these individuals had been slain by Felix. Yet, the very next moment, he dismissed this absurd notion. Firstly, there was no motive. Felix was meeting everyone except Chris for the first time. Although Felix was absent from the house, his vehicle and belongings were still there. He had heard from Chris that Felix had come to the lakeside for camping, perhaps fortunate enough to evade this calamity. Furthermore, recent television news reports about the massacre near Crystal Lake bore a striking resemblance to the current events. The perpetrator remained at large, and in his view, it appeared to be the same individual. At that time, Felix had not yet departed from New York and had not encountered Chris. The rain had arrived abruptly, leaving him without a flashlight. Fortunately, this allowed you to find me. Otherwise, I might have perished unknowingly in my slumber. Xia Yi'an inhaled deeply, astonished that even the biker gang had perished. How many lives had he claimed? Wait, walking? Although the distance to the town was not far, it was still considerable. Why not drive? What if they encountered the murderer on the road? Rex's car battery is dead, and my car is out of gas. Gradually regaining her composure, Chris wiped her tears and explained, "We don't have the keys to your car, so we can only walk." Out of gas? Xia Yi'an questioned in confusion. How could that be? The gasoline siphoned by Xia Li and the others had been returned to the tank. The tank has a crack, and it must have leaked completely. So that was it. Wait a moment, I will fetch the car keys. Chapter 14. Crystal Lake. The fatal turn as he turned to re-enter the tent. The heavy expression Xia Yi'an had deliberately worn in front of Chris and Rex instantly vanished. He did not possess a great deal of empathy. Faced with individuals whose total time spent in conversation barely exceeded an hour and whose lives had been extinguished, he could only lament the unpredictability of fate. His own suspicion loomed large. Remaining indifferent might lead to a hasty resolution by the police, and he certainly did not desire a day at the precinct, only to be fished out by his mother. Such a humiliation. Pocketing the car keys that had been discarded, Xia Yi'an's gaze fell upon the large figure huddled in the corner, seemingly striving to diminish his presence. Astonishment washed over him. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The ancients did not deceive me. Yet, something was amiss. What had clouded his vision? Despite being tall and robust, with a powerful physique that made embracing him a challenge, why did he consistently perceive Jason as pitiful, frail, and helpless? He was indeed of formidable size. There were others waiting outside, and the tent was far from soundproof. Xia Yi'an, who despised inconvenience above all else, remained silent. Instead, he approached and crouched beside Jason, tenderly cradling his face in his hands. Jason's eyes were red-rimmed, his gaze anxious and trembling, his lashes quivering uncontrollably, and his eyes glistened with tears. Looking at him with a pitiable expression, he resembled a famished bear, drenched by an unexpected downpour, standing helplessly in the rain, lost and unsure. Xia Yi'an was taken aback, a subtle smile unconsciously flickering in his eyes. What was there to fear? Why be so tense? Having shared kisses and caresses, could one still wish to return such affection? Alas, how vexing it is to have fallen into such a trap. Since antiquity, heroes have found it arduous to navigate the allure of beauty. Thus, it is only natural for an ordinary man to succumb to the charms of a handsome figure, is it not? As Xia Yi'an's silhouette gradually approached, Jason's body suddenly stiffened. His heart felt as if ensnared by an invisible hand, the fingertips trembling uncontrollably, as he discreetly turned his head to gauge Xia Yi'an's response. Upon witnessing the unmistakable mirth in her eyes, he finally relaxed. He then extended his robust arms, intent on embracing her, entirely disregarding the two individuals outside the tent. Seeing his smooth and audacious advance, Xia Yi'an was both amused and exasperated by this audacious scoundrel. She raised her hand and firmly pressed it against Jason's bulging muscles, halting his advance. With her other hand, she curled her index finger and playfully flicked his forehead. Watching Jason clutch his brow, looking pitiful, Xia Yi'an could not help but affectionately ruffle his hair and plant a kiss on him before leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "We must go to town to report this. Do not feign ignorance. Return to your place and wait for me to be alone before you come to find me. I know you can manage." He urged me to seek him. He would not abandon me. The unease hidden deep within her heart finally dissipated, and her tense body relaxed quietly. Jason nodded obediently, watching as Xia Yi'an retrieved a few garments and left the tent. The warmth in his gaze vanished, as if he had transformed into another person in the blink of an eye. His expression became impassive, devoid of superfluous emotion, resembling a lurking creature in the forest, exuding an unsettling, inhuman aura. "Here, put on this jacket. Don't catch a cold," Xia Yi'an said, handing the clothing to Chris and the others, all brand new. "Just purchased in town." "Thank you." The trio trudged through the muddy terrain, struggling to navigate the woods until they reached the parking area. Seated in the car, she turned the key, feeling the subtle vibration of the vehicle. Just as Xia Yi'an was about to steer the wheel, her gaze fell upon the nearby barn. Recalling what Lake had mentioned earlier about the discovery of the bodies of the three bikers in the barn's loft, had their demise occurred before or after her inspection of the barn with Andy? Charlie and the others? It must have been after, right? Hadn't Andy claimed he had already searched the attic? Fortunately, the thought of their wandering in the barn's lower level lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, on the second floor, three grotesque corpses lay pale, their eyes bloodshot and fixated on the figures below, unrelentingly tracking their movements. Unbeknownst to them, a rich tapestry of imagination caused every hair on Xia Yi'an's body to stand on end as fear crept into his heart. He inhaled gently, and under the covert urging of Lei Ku and Chris, the car started, traversing the wooden bridge, leaving the vacation cabin far behind. "What just happened?" Xia Yi'an inquired, glancing through the rearview mirror at the two seated in the back, confusion evident in his voice. Chris swallowed hard, her voice quivering slightly. She clutched Lei Ku's arm tightly, her eyes darting around the vehicle as if a murderer could spring forth at any moment. "I think I saw someone watching us from behind the trees." "Where?" At her words, Xia Yi'an instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. As if sensing something, a tall figure emerged from behind the trees, standing squarely in the middle of the road, watching the car as it drove away. Disobedient. "There. Right there. Look quickly." Chris suddenly shot upright, pressing her face against the rear windshield, her expression frantic. "That's him. I just saw him. He is the murderer. It must be him." Lei Ku embraced Chris, his gaze fixed on the furious eyes behind them, as tangible as a physical presence. "Chris, calm down. The police will apprehend him. Yes, right here. He cannot escape. Xia Yi'an nodded in agreement, though his mind wandered to unrelated thoughts. A conspicuous bag. At the police station, shortly after filing the report, the sound of sirens crescendoed and then abruptly ceased at the station's entrance. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a police uniform, slightly portly, hurried inside. His hair was graying, and he wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, with dark circles under his eyes and noticeable bags. Clearly fatigued by the recent harrowing cases that had kept him awake for many nights. I hear you have information about a murderer? The middle-aged sheriff asked directly, eyeing the three seated on the reception bench. Leiku rose and nodded, replying, Yes, our friends have been murdered. We are the only 3 survivors. Location? Number of victims? There is a Dairy Queen on Old North Road. Proceed straight, and at the foot of the mountain, there is a grocery store. Climb the slope along the dirt road for about 5 miles. Then take a left, cross the wooden bridge, and it's right there. Chris clenched her fists tightly as tears streamed down her face once more. There were 9 of us in total. 6 friends were killed, and 3 gang members who sought to trouble our friends also died there. Holy shit. The middle-aged sheriff gasped, placing his hands on his hips, taking a deep breath as he pounded the table with force. It must be the same perpetrator as that case. Leiku added, when we came to report, we saw an exceptionally tall figure appear at the roadside. What? The middle-aged sheriff's expression shifted to one of urgency. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Ella, hastily instructing everyone to drop their current tasks, urged them to rush to the crime scene, arming themselves in the process. Understood, she said, immediately commencing the coordination while recording the details of the report. The middle-aged sheriff, awaiting the arrival of his team, took a seat and glanced at the young man with dark hair who had remained silent on the bench. An Asian? Is there a problem? Raised an eyebrow. Xia Yi'an responded, No, you may take a moment to rest here. There is hot water nearby. Thank you, Xia Yi'an replied politely. After a brief silence, the sheriff fixed his gaze on Xia Yi'an, inquiring, What are you worried about? I fear for my life, Xia Yi'an answered without hesitation, then countered. Have you discovered anything during this lengthy investigation? Does this murderer have obsessive tendencies? Will he relentlessly pursue those who have visited Crystal Lake but still live? The sheriff, harboring doubts, pressed further. How do you know the killer will target individuals who have been to Crystal Lake? The commonality between the last case and this one is their proximity to Crystal Lake. Is such a deduction difficult? You haven't uncovered anything, have you? Chapter 15. Crystal Lake. The fatal Ben. Chris, are you and Ray going to follow the police back for another look? Yes, Chris nodded, knowing she couldn't simply wait here. I shall take my leave then. I have an arrangement with a friend to meet at Green Rose tomorrow. As for the tent, I will pack it up myself later. Concerning the luggage in the room, you can retrieve it from the police station during the day, the middle-aged sheriff remarked. Understood. Besides some recently purchased simple clothing, there is little else. Bringing it back would be pointless. At the inn, Xia Yi'an lay in bed, tossing and turning. Closing his eyes felt as if he were witnessing the gruesome sight of corpses firsthand. I cannot sleep. Not at all. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. There are no ghosts in this world. Ah, no, that is not right. Xia Yi'an paused, quickly altering his words, muttering, Every grievance has its source. Those who have been slain should seek their slayers. They are all ghosts. None is more noble than the other. Do not seek me. After finishing his chant, feeling a sense of relief, Xia Yi'an opened his eyes to find a colossal shadow looming at the edge of his bed. What the hell? He jolted upright, heart racing, instinctively hurling whatever was within reach. Just as he regained his balance, he was met with a pillow gently hitting his face, causing Jason, who had been wronged, to embrace the lightly sweetened pillow, rubbing it against himself. He returned the lamp that had fallen upon him to the bedside table and crouched beside the bed. His previously anxious heart now calmed. Jason, who could not bear to be apart for even a moment, since the young man was alone, devoid of any other presence, and instantly transported from the forest to the room, silent as a whisper. Unin. The deep, slightly hoarse voice echoed in his ears, startling the disoriented Xia Yi'an back to reality. He turned to see the large figure snuggling up to him on the bed, rolling his eyes. Pressing a hand against his heart, which was racing from the shock, he retorted, I'm not uneasy. One day, you will frighten me to death. Though it was a double bed, the imposing stature of the man made it seem quite cramped. Jason, only able to lie on his side, wrapped his arms around the young man's waist, burying his head in Xia Yi'an's embrace. Unin, master, stop chanting. Xia Yi'an surrendered, Leaning against the headboard and gazing at the ceiling, he wore an expression of resignation. He poked the cool hockey mask covering the man's face with his finger, curiosity in his eyes. "Why are you wearing the mask again?" Upon hearing this, Jason pressed his head further into Xia Yi'an's embrace, remaining silent. Xia Yi'an, growing more curious, gently tugged at the exposed ear of the man. "Stop pretending, speak." Jason's voice was muffled, tinged with a hint of a sob. "Promise me first, Anin. You won't abandon me." Xia Yi'an felt a familiar tingle run down his spine. Tilting his head, he noticed the lack of familiar moisture in Jason's eyes and felt relieved as he replied, "You go first." Jason fell silent once more. Xia Yi'an took a deep breath, his tone growing impatient. "If you don't speak, then leave. If you were to stray, would I still want to be with garbage? Ugh. Not returning home to seek a master for your exorcism would count as my kindness and magnanimity." The air in the room seemed to freeze. Jason's body suddenly tensed, his heart feeling as if pierced by a dagger, coldness coursing through his limbs, his gaze lost in thought. Suddenly, Xia Yi'an felt a warmth on his chest, a wetness seeping through the thin fabric of his sleepwear. It was scorching, searing, and he instinctively looked down. Tears streamed silently down Jason's face, escaping from the junction of the mask and his skin, soaking into Xia Yi'an's nightclothes. He struggled to breathe, his voice choked with emotion, his expression concealed behind the mask, yet eerily calm. "Anin, if you want me to leave, who do you wish to accompany you? That woman in red, or the original owner of this mask? Do you like me because you have affection for this mask, or do you like the mask because of me? If someone else were wearing this mask, would you still find him appealing?" For Jason, killing was merely a means to eliminate the unstable elements within the crystal lake, nothing more. As for who perished, he never cared. In this moment, Jason felt an unprecedented sense of relief at his swift actions, which had prevented the enigmatic figure from donning a mask and revealing themselves before Xia Yi'an. The mere thought of the young man cradling the stranger's face, his gaze intensely focused, sent a wave of torment through Jason's heart, akin to it being submerged in sulfuric acid, the pain gradually corroding it and radiating to his limbs. The voice was soft and airy, yet the words penetrated Xia Yi'an's ears with remarkable clarity. "Be good, just keep quiet for now." Xia Yi'an's immediate reaction was to stealthily tuck his feet beneath the covers and begin contemplating. The brevity of the statement belied its profound implications. Having already surmised the underlying message, Xia Yi'an was not overly surprised and felt little inclination to elaborate further, merely questioning, "What exactly are you talking about? They are just irrelevant strangers. Why bring them up now?" The previously tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered, and the air flowed quietly, a gentle warmth enveloping the two of them. As if comforted by this newfound warmth, Jason summoned his courage, his voice trembling unwittingly. "I thought you might develop feelings for someone simply because they wear a mask." "Well, I'm not mentally unstable," Xia Yi'an retorted, immediately rendered speechless, his disdainful gaze unmistakable. "I do not have a fetish, thank you very much." He then affectionately patted the back of Jason's well-rounded head and reassured him, "It's all right. I forgive you for your earlier lapse in judgment." With a light chuckle, Xia Yi'an teased, "How dare you huff? Who was the one acting irrationally jealous?" Jason obediently nodded, "It was me." "So, are you going to tell me why you insist on wearing a mask even though you dislike doing so in my presence?" After a lengthy silence, Xia Yi'an patiently awaited a response, gently patting Jason's back, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. He realized that since meeting Jason, he had devoted all his remaining patience, reserved for others only, exclusively to him. Is this what it means to have feelings? I am only my true self within the realm of Crystal Lake. Oh, so that's how it is, Xia Yi'an mused, recalling the rumors of Jason's distorted visage, and he offered comfort. It's all right. No one can be perfect in every way. The fact that you can teleport beyond Crystal Lake is already quite impressive. Having said this, he playfully shook Jason, asking, "How far can you teleport? Is there a distance limit? Can you take me with you? I want to teleport too." Chapter 16. Crystal Lake. The deadly Ben 16. Upon hearing this, Jason, now entirely relaxed, held Xia Yi'an tightly in his embrace, inseparable. "I've never tried it before, but we can give it a go. I'm unsure of the distance. I've only traveled back and forth between Crystal Lake and the town." This marked his second visit to the town. The first was driven by a desire for vengeance. He had slain the woman who had taken his mother's life within their home. As drowsiness washed over him, Xia Yi'an stifled a yawn and buried his head into the comforting embrace of the killer, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. Like a small boat finding refuge in a sheltered harbor, he swayed gently with the rise and fall of Jason's chest, drifting upon the surface of the near sea. As the taut nerves gradually relaxed, the lingering fear within Xia Yi'an quietly dissipated, soothing all his anxieties. In a dreamy state of drowsiness, he impulsively uttered the thoughts that had been swirling in his mind for an indeterminate time. I am leaving tomorrow. Would you like to join me? Jason was momentarily taken aback. He was not foolish and understood that Xia Yi'an's stay was merely temporary. He had already planned to stealthily follow the young man, but unexpectedly, he found himself compelled to answer. Upon hearing his own words, Xia Yi'an was also stunned, clearly taken aback by his own audacity. Yet, since he had spoken, there was no turning back. Xia Yi'an felt his ears inexplicably warm. He poked Jason's chest, somewhat petulantly asserting, I am going to sleep. Your heartbeat is too loud and disturbing me. In the next moment, Jason's heartbeat gradually slowed, almost imperceptibly. Xia Yi'an buried his head in the man's embrace, reluctantly closing his eyes. You are not human. You are remarkable. Humph. The following day, I need to go to the police station. You stay here and wait for me. After sleeping until 10, Xia Yi'an quickly freshened up and tore himself away from the clingy teddy bear, handing the keys to Jason. Here, take the car keys. I won't run away, so behave and don't follow me. Jason obediently nodded, gripping the car keys tightly. Stepping out of the inn, Xia Yi'an raised his hand to shield his forehead, gazing up at the azure sky. The heavens were clear and bright, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by. The sun shone radiantly, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, wrapping him in its warm embrace. Upon entering the police station, it felt as though he had stepped into a dreary, rain-soaked autumn. Chris and Ray sat in the reception area, holding paper cups, their faces pale and visibly fatigued. Xia Yi'an took a seat beside them and inquired, Have you found any clues? No. Chris shook her head, setting her paper cup aside and vigorously rubbing her face. We followed the police and searched all night, but found nothing. Ray, looking somewhat unwell and anxious, remarked, Do you think it could really be Jason? A young officer, Vincent, passing by, chimed in, Hey, buddy, the culprit is exceptionally tall. Even if the curse of Crystal Lake is real and Jason has risen from the dead, he could not possibly become a hulking figure. That makes sense. Xia Yi'an nodded in total agreement, affirming that he was not the only one with such thoughts. Just then, a middle-aged police captain entered through the station's door, patting the young officer on the shoulder and saying, Vincent, take those documents to my office. He then settled into a chair in the reception area. I believe we need to adhere to science. Jason? The curse of Crystal Lake? That is merely superstition. The fact that we cannot capture the murderer only indicates that this criminal is exceptionally clever and cunning. What we must do is outsmart this criminal, with greater cunning and meticulousness, to seize upon his vulnerabilities and leave no trace unexamined, ultimately ensuring his capture, nothing more. Xia Yi'an shrugged, non-committal. Go ahead, catch him, catch him. Everyone will be silenced. The criminal can teleport. Indeed, there is no strategy against that. May I take my luggage? I'm afraid not. Not yet, replied the middle-aged sheriff with an apologetic expression. Then please donate it for me. Thank you, Xia Yi'an said indifferently. The clothes in the suitcase were mostly purchased in town and have yet to be worn. Thank you for your generosity. The sheriff nodded appreciatively. He continued, I made a special visit this morning to speak with the survivor of the first case. They were there attending training at the new counselor training center. That night, some stayed behind at the center while others went to the tavern in town for drinks. Only those who remained in the house encountered misfortune. The youths drinking in town and the rescued victims are all alive and well to this day. So do not worry. As long as you avoid the vicinity of Crystal Lake, safety is assured. All right, then I can rest easy and leave, Xia Yi'an replied, seemingly relieved. She turned to say, Chris, Ray, take care, safety first. It's best to avoid the area near Crystal Lake. Your lives are precious. Do not tempt fate. Chris and Ray nodded. After experiencing such harrowing events, she never wished to return to that hometown again. She closed her eyes, and in her mind's eye, she envisioned the joyful laughter shared with Vera and others. In a fleeting moment, dark memories surfaced, her friend's lifeless eyes, staring intently at her. Goodbye, Felix, I am truly sorry. It is all right. Xia Yi'an waved her hand dismissively and turned away. Let go of the apologies. Though it was somewhat exhilarating, ultimately, I do not regret coming here. On the desolate interstate, only the occasional truck sped past, creating a whistling sound. Observing the tall man in the back seat, occupying 2 spaces, with his head nearly touching the roof, Xia Yi'an felt a twinge of annoyance. Should he consider changing to a larger truck? The space inside was too cramped. Jason leaned over the driver's seat, his large hand reaching back to encircle Xia Yi'an's slender waist. Xia Yi'an adeptly ignored his advances, maintaining her composure. What is it? Are you hungry? There are chips, bread, jelly, and chocolate in the bag beside you. Take a look and see what you fancy. It was meant to be a meal during their camping trip in the forest last night, but one event after another had left them without food. And as they packed up the tent, they had taken it to the car. No. Are you hungry? Let me feed you. No. Before Xia Yi'an could finish speaking, a piece of soft candy, lemon-flavored and tart, was suddenly thrust into my mouth. Be good. Eat it yourself. Out of Xia Yi'an's sight, Jason licked his slightly moist fingers. Lingering in desire, I want to taste what's in your mouth. Get lost. Xia Yi'an's face instantly flushed crimson. Help. Do these foreigners truly lack an understanding of subtlety? Chapter 17. Crystal Lake. The deadly band having derived ample security from Xia Yi'an, Jason had learned to boldly express his thoughts. I don't, I want to hug you, hold your hand. How much longer until we arrive? Xia Yi'an helplessly shook his head, resigning himself to the fact that after so many years in America, he had somewhat grown accustomed to it. We should still have about 4 hours. It will likely be evening by the time we arrive. Jason tentatively inquired. Who was going camping with? Males or females? Will I be included? I want to go too. You should have this lemon candy. Xia Yi'an teased with a smile through the rearview mirror. Of course, you're coming along. It will be 2 guys and 2 girls. They are a couple, so don't worry. To avoid any awkwardness, Xia Yi'an had planned to set up their tents at a location not too far, yet not too close. After all, it was quite common for affectionate couples to indulge in the outdoors. To be candid, had he known he would encounter Jason, his boyfriend and camping companion, Xia Yi'an would not have agreed to their invitation. Green Rose County, with its unparalleled forest coverage, boasted towering ancient trees and a lush landscape, a veritable haven for camping. However, the remoteness of the area raised concerns. Upon deciding to camp here, Xia Yi'an had specifically arranged for an investigation. The investigator revealed that this locale had once been plagued by mountain cannibals, who had claimed many lives. After the incidents, the police scoured the mountains. But aside from discovering the fragmented remains of the cannibals killed by survivors, no further targets were found. Before long, the warning tape was removed as the police concluded the cannibals were all deceased. Xia Yi'an was skeptical. The forest was too vast, and what if there was an oversight? He had nearly resolved to abandon the idea. At that moment, Terry and Alice invited him to join their camping trip. Considering that a few people camping would provide mutual support, he agreed. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand, a smile gracing his features, he reached back to touch Jason's cool mask. I'll take you for a solo ride on the inflatable kayak. It will be delightful. Great. Arriving at the destination in Green Rose County, the clock neared 9. The desolate streets were devoid of life, save for the occasional bark of a dog echoing from a distant neighborhood, met with its owner's reprimands. The streetlights silently stood by the roadside, emitting a faint glow as they dutifully illuminated the surroundings. Parking the car in the designated area in front of the inn, Xia Yi'an stiffly exited the vehicle, his expression somewhat weary. Standing before the car, he stretched his limbs exuberantly, indulging in a delightful yawn. Are you tired, Shall I carry you? No. I do not wish to enter the police station just yet, Xia Yi'an replied, shaking his head in resolute refusal as he handed over the suitcase he had repurchased upon leaving the small town near Crystal Lake. You take this. In contemporary America, homosexuality remains largely unaccepted. Even consensual intimate relationships can lead to arrest and imprisonment. The pervasive societal discrimination is palpable. Xia Yi'an, averse to complications, preferred to keep their affections private, favoring secluded moments over public displays. Let us rest for the night, Terry suggested, explaining that they would spend 2 days drifting on the Blue Fish River, simultaneously scouting for a suitable camping site. We shall join them tomorrow. Upon entering the inn, Xia Yi'an accompanied Jason to the front desk, where the blonde receptionist's trembling gaze lingered as they completed the check-in process and proceeded to their room. After placing their luggage, he bent down to observe the gentle giant before him, whose eyes radiated tenderness and affection. For a fleeting moment, Xia Yi'an's gaze dimmed, betraying a barely perceptible pang of sorrow. He leapt into Jason's embrace, clinging tightly to his neck, his warm face pressing against the cool mask. Feeling a lump in his throat, Jason's imposing stature often drew curious glances from others. At the tender age of 11, he had battled hydrocephalus, leaving him with a distorted appearance and a frail physique. How immense must have been the malice he encountered during those formative years. Indeed, it must have been an overwhelming torrent of animosity that nearly extinguished Jason's spirit. Those with their heartless cruelty, those so-called innocent children, surely deserved their fate. Suddenly, Jason, who had been peacefully dozing with Xia Yi'an in his arms, jolted awake, instinctively shielding Xia Yi'an beneath him as he peered cautiously out the window. Awakened by the suffocating embrace of love, Xia Yi'an struggled to catch his breath. "Brother, do you have any idea how heavy you are? What is it?" He pushed Jason away slightly, exhaling in relief, albeit perplexed, and moved to the window to look outside. The street beyond remained serene and tranquil, enveloped in silence. Jason pulled Xia Yi'an back into his arms, preventing him from standing too close to the window, his eyes filled with unease. It was a gunshot again. Xia Yi'an's expression hardened, his brows knitting together. He did not hesitate, but directly inquired, "Where? How far?" "Southwest, approximately 10 miles away." Xia Yi'an's gaze sparkled with admiration as he marveled. "Impressive. Over 16,000 meters. No wonder I heard nothing at all. Truly remarkable. What is happening? Can you hear anything?" Nestled back on the bed in Jason's embrace, Xia Yi'an rested his head against him, his fingers idly tugging at the buttons of Jason's shirt, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, tinged with a sense of eager anticipation. A group of prisoners and several police officers encountered an armored vehicle from over 50 years ago, filled with money. As they divided the bags, one officer was shot in the head. Jason, who seemed to witness it all with an indifferent gaze, only revealed warmth in his eyes when looking at the person in his arms. "God, it's an armored cash truck," exclaimed Xia Yi'an, his eyes suddenly brightening. Heaven does not bestow without consequence. He was now amidst inanimate objects, with security soaring to unimaginable heights. As he heard them dividing the money, he abruptly sat up, fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury as he struck the bed in anger. "How dare they divide my money?" Noticing the redness around Xia Yi'an's knuckles, Jason's fingers trembled. He gently unfolded Xia Yi'an's clenched fist, placing it within his own large, calloused palm, carefully blowing on it. "Do not be angry, they will meet their end." His tone was flat, devoid of any inflection. At Jason's words, Xia Yi'an's gaze cleared instantly, his mouth seemingly rendered mute, utterly at a loss for words. He was aware of Jason's past. The mask he wore was a clear testament to his transgressions. Yet, in this moment, he seemed to finally grasp what the name Jason represented: slaughter and bloodshed. Chapter 18. Crystal Lake, Deadly Curve 18. "Do not fear me," Jason said, wrapping his arm around Xia Yi'an's waist, imprisoning him within his embrace, his eyes reddening. "Please, no, I am merely concerned." Before Xia Yi'an could finish, Jason, unable to contain his urgency, pressed on. "Concerned about what? That I might harm you? I would never." "No," Xia Yi'an replied, touching his head. "I am merely worried that I might exploit you to eliminate those who have wronged me. When an ordinary person possesses a weapon capable of determining life and death, they lose all reverence for life, especially when that weapon is immensely powerful and obedient to its master. Initially, it may be those who bully him, but it could later extend to those he dislikes or blocks his path. Perhaps one day, when he finds someone intolerable, I would willingly do so." Jason tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes, rubbing his shoulder against Xia Yi'an's, his tone firm and sincere. "No one can bully you. I will protect you, and you may use me as you see fit." Xia Yi'an thought to himself, how infuriating, this is utterly unfair. An innate love for adventure and a thirst for freedom suddenly made him feel an unsettling willingness to be ensnared by the other. It was frightening. Sensing that he might unwittingly surrender himself completely, Xia Yi'an decisively shifted the conversation. "Shall we leave now? Transport me to a distance of 500 meters from their location. Let us join the fray." As Jason prepared to pack up the tent near Crystal Lake, he recalled their previous experiment, which had revealed his ability to teleport with him. However, after the trial, Xia Yi'an felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a sensation akin to flying at lightning speed. To his surprise, he found himself instantly transported from the forest to the inn without any real experience of the journey. Holding a firearm made the situation perilous, and Jason hesitated. He was reluctant to let Xia Yi'an take risks, yet he would not restrict his movements. Instead, he could eliminate any potential dangers that might threaten the young man. Just wait for me a few minutes. I'll be quick. Although Xia Yi'an was unsure what he was to wait for, he instinctively responded, "Quick? Are you sure?" Jason nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. Trust me." Xia Yi'an opened his mouth, his expression complex. Although he himself was a pure-hearted boy, he often felt a sense of unease when he was with Jason. Feeling the need to calm himself, Xia Yi'an casually grabbed a can of cola from the bedside table, pulling the tab with a crisp sound. As the tiny bubbles surged forth, bursting gently, the slightest irritation dissipated. The cool liquid slid down his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing, and his restless heart seemed to settle. It was natural to have desires for someone one liked. After all, Xia Yi'an stole a glance at Jason, whose tall and robust frame sent a shiver down his spine. With such a physique, he hoped Jason would not prove to be overly passionate. A wave of relief washed over him. How fortunate it was that Jason was not driven by desire. Discarding the empty can into the trash bin, Xia Yi'an felt a surge of confidence in his conclusions. He crossed his arms, fingers gripping the hem of his nightwear, and lifted his arms to remove it. Tossing the garment onto the bed, the bedside lamp cast a soft glow, illuminating the room. In the hazy light, his skin appeared smooth and delicate, akin to white jade, radiating a warm luster. He then picked up a fitted, pure white t-shirt adorned with black graffiti that read "Have a nice day," slipping it on to conceal his graceful, trim waist. The air felt almost thick, yet Xia Yi'an remained oblivious. His lake green eyes, now seemingly tinted by the night, held a mysterious depth. Since encountering Jason, a strange yet familiar warmth had begun to rise from his lower abdomen, firm and resolute. As Jason rose, the spacious, soft double bed slowly yielded to his form, creating an indentation that expanded. He faced away from Xia Yi'an, his silhouette momentarily blurring as the chilly humidity enveloped him, skillfully suppressing all his reactions. In the next moment, he fixed his gaze intently on Xia Yi'an's figure, unable to look away. Regarding Jason's heavy, almost tangible gaze, which seemed to sear into him like a brand, Xia Yi'an found himself entirely indifferent. He swiftly donned a black work jacket, laced up his hiking boots, and jumped lightly on the spot. Xia Yi'an now comprehended the meaning behind Jason's earlier words. For Jason, killing was merely a means to eliminate all potential threats. He felt neither thrill nor anguish from the act of slaughter. Much like an ordinary person's life, governed by routine, 3 meals a day and peaceful slumber at night, there occasionally arose glitches. Many disregarded breakfast, stayed awake all night, and indulged in revelry. For Jason, safeguarding Crystal Lake and exterminating all intruders was once part of his established, unchanging routine. Yet, the glitches had manifested too unexpectedly, and the program had broken down entirely. The task of guarding Crystal Lake had vanished, replaced instead by the imperative to protect Xia Yi'an. An immense pressure suddenly emerged. All Xia Yi'an could do was remain true to his heart and follow his desires. Jason tilted his head, bending down to come closer to Xia Yi'an. "Without my permission, do not take the initiative to kill," Xia Yi'an stated solemnly, cradling Jason's cool mask, enunciating each word. "However, if attacked, prioritize your own safety, regardless of who it is. Kill. Do you understand?" "No." Jason resolutely shook his head, his gaze stubborn. "Except you." In the presence of Xia Yi'an, Jason would not resist. He would merely surrender, ready to meet his fate. Observing the particularly obstinate look in Jason's eyes, Xia Yi'an felt a mix of exasperation and delight. "All right, I'm the exception, you must obey." He nuzzled against Jason's neck, his warm breath brushing against the side of his neck, followed closely by the coolness of the mask. The contrasting sensations sent shivers through Xia Yi'an's body. Where were they now? What was the situation? Jason lifted his gaze toward the horizon. "We killed a child and severed his head." Xia Yi'an furrowed his brows, instinctively inquiring, "What child?" He harbored no fondness for children, particularly since encountering Jason. His disdain for all children did not stem from a sense of righteousness. After all, some children appeared angelic while others were so troublesome that Xia Yi'an would gladly assist them in reincarnation. The words night, forest, child, prisoner, and police grouped together felt disjointed, with the mention of a child seeming particularly out of place and suspicious. Jason remained silent for a long while, his mind tumultuous with thoughts. For the first time, he chose not to respond to Xia Yi'an's inquiries. If he possessed sufficient knowledge of the matter at hand, a mere phrase could convey his current sentiments. Alas, the situation had taken a turn for the worse, directed toward him. In Chapter 19, titled Crystal Lake, the Deadly Bend, a young mountain ogre was present. Jason lowered his head, pressing the mask against Xia Yi'an's shoulder, his words deliberately evasive. The grotesque appearance of the ogre child, with its deformed features and three-toed feet, was left unmentioned. He found it perplexing that a group of individuals would recklessly spring a trap upon a vigilant gathering armed for the night within the forest. Jason expressed his inability to comprehend such folly. He had always attacked lone or unsuspecting individuals, never daring to act recklessly amidst a crowd, even if he possessed the capability. He held no contempt for anyone, regardless of gender, age, or strength. As for children, perhaps it was a shared empathy stemming from his own past circumstances. Or perhaps a deliberate avoidance, or even a lingering compassion for the vulnerable. Thus, Jason never turned his aggression towards children. "Oh, is that so?" Xia Yi'an perceptively noted, letting out a light laugh. "Do you wish for me to praise you?" "Yes." Jason's eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded. Xia Yi'an stepped closer, cradling Jason's face in his hands, their gazes locking through the mask. His peach blossom eyes sparkled with sincerity, devoid of pretense. Goodness! How could someone as intelligent and capable as Jason exist in this world? It's simply perfection. Jason tilted his head, warmth blossoming within him. Coursing through his veins to every extremity, an uncontrollable smile radiating from his eyes. After offering ample praise to the great bear, Xia Yi'an gazed towards the distant forest. Worry etched upon his features. "I wonder how Terry and the others are faring? Where are the prisoners now?" It seemed there truly were ogres in the mountains. Regardless of whether Terry and his companions encountered the ogres or the merciless prisoners, neither scenario boded well. Death awaited them either way. They had now reached the riverbank, where they discovered a red, two-person inflatable raft. A police officer was attempting to patch it under duress. "Wait, an inflatable raft?" Xia Yi'an's expression shifted to one of alarm as he quickly pressed for details. "Did they find the raft? Were there 4 young people camping nearby?" "No. But among the prisoners and police, there is a young woman they call Alice," came the response. Instantly, Xia Yi'an's demeanor darkened, a veil of unease settling over his brow. Trouble was brewing. Alice shared a close bond with Terry. It was inconceivable that she would venture out alone at such a late hour. It was far too perilous. However, he would not allow Jason's unique qualities to be revealed to anyone, unless that person was deceased, for it was widely acknowledged that only the dead keep secrets. While saving lives is certainly commendable, sacrificing oneself and Jason is out of the question. Therefore, Jason, lead me to the nearest public telephone devoid of any onlookers. Moments later, as the night enveloped the surroundings, a sudden shift in temperature sent a shiver coursing through my sensitive form. "Wait for me here," I instructed, before slipping into the public phone booth by the roadside. Just as I lifted the receiver to my ear, I sensed the glass door behind me slowly creak open. Turning around, I beheld a large, clingy bear-like creature entering, causing the glass door to gently close behind it. The booth, once spacious, now felt constricted and claustrophobic. With a resigned expression, I poked the mask on the creature's face and promptly pressed the 0 key. Currently, the 911 system was in its promotional phase, and West Virginia, being remote with a sparse population, had not yet implemented it. The call connected swiftly, and I spoke in a calm, yet trembling voice. "Please connect me to the police department as quickly as possible. The situation is dire, multiple casualties, and the perpetrator has fled." "Okay. This is Deputy Lanny in the sheriff's office. Please go ahead," came the reply. "Hello, officer. I have discovered an exploded transport vehicle near the marker for Old Mill Road 37. It bears the name Grafton Prison." "What?" "One moment," Lanny exclaimed, hastily calling out to Sheriff Carver, who was preparing to leave for the night. "Sheriff, we have news regarding Gardnett Wilson." Sheriff Carver, with an exaggerated belly, was diligent in his duties, having remained at the station past his shift without returning home. He had been waiting by the phone for Nat to call and confirm his safe arrival at Hazleton Prison after escorting the transport vehicle. Yet, an unsettling premonition had lingered in his mind, prompting him to investigate the transport route. Now, it seemed that his fears had been validated. "Please continue," he urged. "The transport vehicle shows signs of having been struck, and there are clear bloodstains nearby. Numerous footprints are scattered about, varying in size and depth, leading into the forest. Additionally, there are distinct drag marks on the ground, suggestive of chains once worn by a prisoner." "Thank you. And your name is?" "Apologies, I must remain anonymous." "Understood." Should a powerful crime lord learn of the report, the timely arrival of the police that thwarted their escape could lead to retaliation against the informant. Officer, I faintly heard a woman scream and an unsettling, maniacal laughter. Please expedite your arrival. Certainly, we will be there soon, rest assured. Lanny set down the microphone and gazed at Sheriff Carver, who stood beside the table, his hands firmly planted on its surface, a serious expression etched on his face. Worry flickered in her eyes as she spoke. Sheriff, I fear that those university students playing with the inflatable boat by the river may have been taken hostage by the prisoners. Lanny, assemble the team and call for aerial support. Yes. After meticulously wiping the receiver, the number 0 key, and the doorknob with a handkerchief, Xia Yi'an turned to embrace Jason. All right, we shall return. The comings and goings were shrouded in mystery, a perfect alibi for their criminal endeavors. Fortunately, Xia Yi'an's moral compass remained intact. What is this? Upon returning from the restroom, Xia Yi'an opened the door to find a pile of several cloth bags on the floor, still dusted with remnants of dirt, grass, and flecks of blood. Instinctively, he shut the door with a decisive clap and stepped forward. Through the openings of the bags, he glimpsed them filled to the brim with coins, the rich scent of ink wafting through the air, intoxicatingly delightful. Xia Yi'an stood in awe, his eyes sparkling with surprise and disbelief. Oh my God! He crouched down, examining the coins that were distinctly different from present-day currency, yet devoid of any worry. After all, it is well known that all paper money issued by the U.S. government, regardless of its series or age, retains its face value and remains legal tender. Though not usable in everyday transactions, exchanging them at a bank for cash or selling them to collectors would yield a profit without fail. Chapter 20. Crystal Lake. The deadly Ben Jason sat at the edge of the bed, watching in silence as Xia Yi'an stepped into the room, his expression a mix of astonishment and joy. Fixated on the coins without sparing him a glance. The corners of his lips slightly pressed together, an undercurrent of bitterness filled the room. He moved closer to Xia Yi'an, enveloping him in a warm embrace, resting his chin gently on his shoulder. These days, it seems my voice has become more fluid, yet I feel aggrieved. Is money more important than me, and Upon hearing this, Xia Yi'an burst into laughter, turning to leap into Jason's arms, wrapping his arms around his neck and affectionately nuzzling against his cool mask. With a tender gaze, he replied, Darling, of course, you are what matters most. Xia Yi'an was never in want of money. His mother was an exceptionally capable and strong woman who, upon her arrival in America, was preoccupied with her career, leaving little time to spend with her son. Her way of expressing love was to multiply his allowance over and over again. Xia Yi'an understood this completely. Even after his mother's career stabilized, the limited time she had for family was devoted to his stepfather and their subsequent son, yet he never held it against her. Throughout his life, he had never worried about finances. Compared to his peers, it felt as though he had lived in a honeypot. He was truly content. However, the string of numbers on the bankbook pales in comparison to the visual impact of the stacked coins, which is truly challenging to remain composed in the presence of. Merely gazing at the coins instead of diving into them demonstrates remarkable self-restraint. Allowing Jason to carry him back to the bed, Xia Yi'an observed as Jason knelt beside him, meticulously cleaning his fingers, which had inadvertently collected a bit of dust, with a wet wipe. The gentle motion elicited a slight tickle. Since leaving Crystal Lake, a thought had gradually crystallized in his mind, to purchase Crystal Lake and the surrounding land, designating it as his private domain. Xia Yi'an firmly believed that life is meant for freedom, and each individual is an independent entity. He would neither compel nor wish for Jason to ignore those who ventured into Crystal Lake, even if some were genuinely innocent. Not everyone is captivated by past news. Countless rumors abound in every locale, their veracity often indistinguishable. Who would research a place as history before visiting? Once he had delineated Crystal Lake and its vicinity as private property, he would encircle the boundaries with prison-style barbed wire and erect multiple warning signs indicating the presence of fierce dogs within. Should anyone dare to intrude, it would likely herald their impending doom. A deafening rumble erupted, causing Jason to abruptly lift his head, his gaze alert as he focused on the source of the sound. Discarding the wet wipe into the trash, he swiftly covered Xia Yi'an's ears with his hand. It's nothing. It's too far away. I can only hear a faint buzzing. It must be air support summoned by the police. Alice and the others will be rescued soon. Xia Yi'an gently pulled Jason's hand away, directing him back towards himself with a subtle tug. The force was negligible, Yet Jason seemed as if he were pulled down with immense strength. Landing atop Xia Yi'an on the bed, Jason was indifferent to Alice or any semblance of her name. He gazed at Xia Yi'an, who had unexpectedly fallen onto the bed. His lips slightly parted and eyes filled with surprise, yet his expression conveyed an invitation without words. Jason's gaze darkened, his throat tightening as he could no longer contain himself. In the next moment, he placed a broad palm firmly over Xia Yi'an's eyes, removed his mask, carelessly setting it beside the pillow, and pressed his lips against Xia Yi'an's. The kiss was fervent and passionate. The warmth of Jason's breath enveloped Xia Yi'an's face, akin to a feather brushing lightly against his skin. Instinctively, Xia Yi'an licked his lips, unexpectedly encountering a bit of warmth and moisture. His body stiffened for a moment, and the eyelashes concealed beneath Jason's hand trembled uncontrollably, fluttering like frightened butterfly wings. A torrent of kisses descended upon him, overwhelming him to the point of breathlessness, causing his fingertips to instinctively clutch Jason's clothing tightly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a broken groan stirred Xia Yi'an's thoughts back to the present, causing his cheeks to flush instantly. The unbearable, yearning sound had originated from him. The crimson hue on his face swiftly spread to his neck. Xia Yi'an tightened his embrace around the person beside him, burying his face in Jason's neck. Feeling the rise and fall of his chest along with an unconscious sense of emptiness and longing. His body seemed to have been pressed on pause, motionless, quietly escaping reality. The following day, Xia Yi'an lay soundly asleep against Jason's warm, firm chest, drowsily hearing a murmur of conversation from outside the room. As he attempted to rise, he found himself utterly immobilized. Two strong arms encircled his waist, securely holding him in place. Turning his head, he noticed that the man's mask had somehow adhered to his face while his eyes were closed, seemingly still lost in slumber. Rather than struggle to awaken him, he remained still, continuing to listen to the whispers beyond the door. "Hey, have you heard? Something major happened last night. The police are combing the mountains. And even helicopters were deployed, rescuing several individuals, prisoners, police officers, and a female college student. I heard there was a prison riot during a transfer, and they escaped into the mountains, taking a college student who was rafting as a hostage." "Wait, that's not right. The college student wasn't taken hostage by the prisoners. My aunt's neighbor's daughter's husband's brother participated in the rescue and heard the rescued student say that there was a cannibal in the mountains who killed her companions. She encountered the prisoners while fleeing." "A cannibal? There's still a cannibal in the mountains? Do you remember what happened over a decade ago?" "What incident?" "Many years back. The watchtower was burned down, destroyed by the cannibal in the mountains. The police conducted a search then, but aside from discovering numerous victim remains and abandoned vehicles, they found nothing. Who would have thought that even after all these years, the cannibal still lives?" The voice of the speaker trembled slightly, infused with palpable fear. "Could they come down and eat people? Rest assured, after this incident, there will be no more." A girl with long, wavy hair in a work uniform looked skeptical. "What makes you so certain?" "Exactly. Last time, the police also said there was no cannibal. My son mentioned it. He was part of the search. This time, authorities will come and collaborate with the local police to meticulously inspect the surrounding forests, leaving no suspicious area unchecked." Xia Yi'an sighed in relief. Alice had been rescued. Suddenly, he recalled that last night, as sleepiness washed over him and consciousness drifted in and out, Jason had whispered something in his ear. Only a few faint words reached her. Alice, save, police, money, and so forth, but she could not make them out clearly before she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 21. Crystal Lake, Deadly Bend. 21. In hindsight, Jason must have informed himself of Alice's rescue the very moment it transpired. But wait for what? "Anin, good morning." Jason tightened his embrace, playfully nuzzling against her neck. The coolness of the mask contrasted with the warmth of his breath, sending shivers down her spine. "Good morning." Xia Yi'an pushed away the clingy bear, her gaze imbued with a hint of annoyance. "Are you not going to let me go?" "Not a chance. Anin wants a proper hug." "Stop calling me that." Xia Yi'an turned, facing him, resting against Jason's relaxed yet robust arms, which were comfortably firm. She felt enveloped in his warmth. With one arm around his lean waist, Jason savored the fullness before him. The tension that had gripped him throughout the night finally eased as he exhaled a contented sigh. Even his back, feeling the cool emptiness, was shielded by a broad hand. The warmth radiating from him lulled Xia Yi'an into drowsiness, and she unknowingly drifted back to sleep. When she awoke again, it was already dusk. Blinking sleepily, Xia Yi'an freed herself from the bear's embrace and turned on the room's light. As her gaze lifted, the remnants of her drowsiness vanished without a trace. Oh my God! Coins in the corner of the room had piled up like a small mountain, gleaming under the light, a dazzling display of wealth. Xia Yi'an sat up abruptly, rubbing her eyes vigorously, unable to believe the sight of the mountain of banknotes. Her astonished eyes widened, brimming with disbelief. I can't be dreaming, can I? Jason, now sitting up, draped himself over her shoulder, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. Are you happy, Inan? Happy, Xia Yi'an instinctively replied, then abruptly turned to face Jason, asking, Did you do this? Jason nodded vigorously, his verdant eyes sparkling with anticipation, brimming with an eagerness for praise. Wonderful, darling, you are incredible. Xia Yi'an's words were laced with sincerity, her astonishment evident. I never imagined there would be so much money left in the armored truck. How has it gone unnoticed all these years? Could it be that the truck's radio signal was limited? In remote areas, the signal could be particularly weak or even completely cut off, rendering contact impossible. Perhaps the forest canopy was so dense that it completely concealed the armored truck below, making it difficult to locate even with low-flying aircraft. Or might it be that insiders had conspired to steal, purposely parking the truck here, only to be targeted by cannibals? The reasons remained shrouded in mystery. After all, both the escort and the driver have fallen victim to the cannibal, rendering this a riddle forever lost to the annals of history. Wait, has American history only spanned a mere 2 centuries? Never mind, let us disregard that. Upon hearing the praise, an overwhelming joy surged from Jason, as if an invisible tail behind him was wagging, leaving a faint trace. Inan, are you surprised? Utterly astonished, after the initial excitement, Xia Yi'an regained his composure, a hint of tension etched upon his face as he inquired softly, Have you been discovered? No, rest assured. Inan. The chilling mask brushed against his shoulder, the voice laced with a hint of coaxing, as if to say that Inan was alone in the room. Filled with worry. Whom can I blame? Xia Yi'an turned his face away, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his expression, cheeks puffed in indignation. How could you go off on your own without me? Was it wrong? How unfortunate that I missed out on such an exhilarating experience. Blame me, it was my fault. Jason nodded obediently, yet there was no trace of regret visible behind his hockey mask. The mere thought that the one in his embrace might be harmed gripped Jason's heart like an invisible hand, squeezing the breath from his lungs. Even if that possibility were but a millionth or billionth, he wished to avert his gaze from it. That is more like it. Xia Yi'an let out a satisfied hum, nodding approvingly. Suddenly, the conversation he had overheard outside the room that morning echoed in his mind. The nearby forest is being meticulously searched. No suspicious spot shall be overlooked. Could it be that the police have discovered the missing money? It seems many were saved, and with so many voices, secrets have inevitably leaked. Indeed, only the dead can keep a secret. Now, Xia Yi'an's sole concern was how to safely transfer the $5 million. What a blissful dilemma for both him and Jason. The safest haven in the world was none other than Crystal Lake. Yet, Crystal Lake was quite a distance away, approximately 400 miles, or 640,000 meters. That would exhaust Jason, and he couldn't teleport that far. Perhaps it was best to lay it flat in the trunk and drive back to Crystal Lake. The most sophisticated transport methods often employ the simplest techniques. As long as he moved swiftly enough, even if the police caught on and sought to inspect the vehicles, they would be unable to catch him. Jason, come here, let us discuss something. Jason tilted his head. As long as it's your decision, I'm fine with it. Including transforming Crystal Lake? Huh. Jason froze, a hint of shyness reflected in his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. Are you planning to transform me? Inan. The blush hidden beneath the mask had unknowingly spread to his neck, yet his movements remained swift. No sooner had the words left his lips than he began to deftly unbutton his shirt, quickly undoing 3 buttons in no time. Initially, due to Jason's reaction, Xia Yi'an momentarily doubted whether the other party was unwilling. Before the unease in his heart could arise, he was astonished into silence by the scene before him. Instinctively, he raised his hand and grasped Jason's collar, resolutely concealing the pale, sickly skin beneath the fabric. Inan? Xia Yi'an, speechless, couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly, gritting his teeth and articulating each word. What I meant was, the place where you live, Crystal Lake, is not you. Oh, very well, came the somewhat self-aware, regretful reply. I shall heed Inan's words. You need not inquire about my thoughts. This is my way of respecting you. However, Jason slowly embraced Xia Yi'an, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Anin, I do not wish for your respect. I desire you to treat me as you wish. You need not consult me about your desires. I will fulfill whatever you wish, as you know you are of utmost importance to me. I am yours. I merely hope that Anin can cherish me a little more. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi'an felt a wave of grievance surge within him, tears instantly filling his eyes, as if his throat were choked with a damp mass of cotton, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. He seemed to be transported back to his high school office, recalling the homeroom teacher's inquiry into why his parents could not spare even 10 to 30 minutes for him. In silence, he remembered the teacher's gaze, tinged with sympathy. He recalled that his mother and stepfather had taken his younger brother to the hospital due to a sudden cough. This was not the first instance. In his mother's eyes, he would forever be the last option. The last vestige of hope he held for her dissipated like clouds scattered by the wind. Chapter 22. Crystal Lake, the fatal bend at midday. Xia Yi'an emerged from the county clerk's office, dressed in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, his slender, fair hands tightly gripping several original land deed documents, which had been filed with the institution behind him. The midday sun blazed intensely, causing Xia Yi'an to involuntarily squint, his long, thick eyelashes casting a delicate shadow on his eyelids. Standing before the door, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his expression tinged with an inescapable weariness. Even a faint layer of dark circles forming beneath his eyes. A warm breeze brushed against his face, the sound of rustling paper accompanied it. And the fatigue accumulated from meeting various individuals over the past few days seemed to dissipate, leaving his body feeling unexpectedly light. Finally, it was finished. Anin. At the sound of his name, Xia Yi'an turned to see Jason standing in the shade of a tree. Resplendently dressed in a black baseball cap and a black t-shirt of a different shade, mirroring his own attire, and smiling brightly while waving at him. The intense sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Jason. The man stood at an impressive 2 meters tall, with a robust and statuesque physique, exuding the aura of a model, drawing the attention of passers-by who frequently paused to admire him. Xia Yi'an raised her hand in response, the delicate silver chain around her collarbone swaying gently, a lake green pendant subtly glimmering at her neck. The corners of her eyes and brows had unknowingly blossomed into a smile. As she hummed an unknown melodious tune, her steps light as she walked toward her future. Transforming Crystal Lake and constructing a villa would be a monumental undertaking, undoubtedly requiring a substantial workforce on site. Without my explicit consent, no one is permitted to lay a hand on anyone. Do you understand? Xia Yi'an initially intended to firmly state that no one should be harmed, but suddenly recalled the possibility of encountering unscrupulous individuals who might exploit her youth and naivety, opting for shortcuts and half-hearted efforts. While it may not escalate to murder, a lesson must certainly be taught. With Jason providing security, it would be unacceptable for her to feel constrained. Where would the reputation of Jason, the terror of Crystal Lake, stand? Turning down a deserted street, her arms swayed gently at her sides with each step, the backs of their hands brushing together momentarily, a fleeting warmth passing between them. Jason's index finger casually curled, seemingly inadvertently catching Xia Yi'an's pinky, and at the instant their knuckles touched, a faint electric current seemed to surge through, warmth silently radiating from their connection. He let out a soft hum, his voice deep and tinged with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. Be good. Oversee the construction diligently during this period. I have opted for a concrete structure rather than wood for the villa, Xia Yi'an remarked, her gaze profound and laden with meaning. After all, a wooden structure can easily be cleaved through by someone strong. It offers little sense of security, wouldn't you agree? Jason tilted his head, his expression innocent yet fully supportive, nodding emphatically, yes, and in his right. Xia Yi'an raised an eyebrow, letting out an ambiguous chuckle. Since returning here and learning of her intention to purchase Crystal Lake and its surrounding lands, the townsfolk had not hesitated to recount the exploits of certain individuals and Madame Wohais, detailing their remarkable achievements at Crystal Lake. The campfire incident, targeting couples, the leader of the FFF group, the head of the anti-vice squad, TSK, both mother and son are formidable figures. With the backing of wealth and the vigilant oversight of the true Crystal Lake, a 3-story villa rose from the ground within a mere year. Crystal Lake and its vicinity had been tightly encircled by iron wire fencing, impenetrable, with 2 warning signs regarding guard dogs erected in each compass direction of the private territory. Bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting patches of varying sizes on the floor, illuminating the entire room. As if disturbed from a pleasant dream by the intrusive light, Xia Yi'an furrowed her brow slightly and slowly opened her eyes. In her hazy state of waking, she surveyed the room that felt both familiar and strange, suddenly recalling that this marked the 8th day since she and Jason had moved into their new home. Feeling the familiar constriction around his waist, Xia Yi'an turned slowly, his movements imbued with a touch of caution, as if a complete act had been deconstructed into a series of deliberate slow motions. Once his body had changed direction, he exhaled with relief, burying his head into the warm embrace, preparing to drift back into slumber. However, an enormous, calloused hand slipped into his sleepwear, gently kneading his waist with a pressure that was neither too light nor too heavy. This sensation, while soothing, seemed to awaken the lingering aches deep within his body, radiating through his limbs. "Ah, it hurts. Be gentle," he murmured. The remnants of sleep dissipated, and Xia Yi'an felt as clear-headed as he had 7 days prior. Upon first awakening, "Anin, drink some water," Jason urged, propping Xia Yi'an up in a half-embrace, offering a cup of warm water to his lips. The soothing liquid slid down his parched throat, akin to a long-awaited rain nurturing the cracked earth, allowing the withered seedlings to eagerly unfurl their curled leaves. Each swallow was infused with a sweet, moist sensation, alleviating all discomforts gently. "No more," Xia Yi'an declared, draining the remaining water in one go. Jason cradled him closer, burying his head in the crook of Xia Yi'an's neck, nuzzling softly. The crystalline sweetness of Jason's essence enveloped him, prompting a satisfied sigh. I know. I like you too." Ignoring the warmth of Jason's breath and the sultry touch against his neck, Xia Yi'an lazily yawned, his expression calm and composed, tinged with an inexplicable numbness. Anyone subjected to a night of relentless affection, with repeated declarations of love whispered in their ear, would likely react similarly. Xia Yi'an playfully nudged against Jason's warm neck, sensing a hint of discontent in Jason's voice. Yes, I'm bad. I'm perfunctory," he replied nonchalantly. But his next words halted Jason's roaming hands at his waist. "Are you going to cry for 3 days again?" 7 days prior, on the first night in their new home, marked their initial encounter. Both Jason and he were novices, one pretending to understand, the other feigning comprehension. The aftermath left the room resembling a crime scene untouched by blood. Despite the specially ordered 2-meter by 3-meter bed, it lay unoccupied, with only crumpled sheets and blankets piled haphazardly. A fluffy goose down pillow lay forlornly at the edge of the bed, blanketing the entire room while gently cascading onto the intertwined bodies resting on the carpet, as if 2 souls inseparably bonded. When Xia Yi'an finally awoke, his body felt as heavy as if it were laden with frigid lead, rendering him incapable of even lifting a single finger, his voice hoarse, unable to produce coherent sound. "Anin, when will you awaken? Why are you crying?" With great effort, Xia Yi'an turned his head, only to see Jason gazing at him intently, his striking features marred by reddened eyes, tears cascading down his handsome face. Perhaps having wept excessively, the corners of his eyes bore a lingering blush that evoked profound sympathy. "Anin, you have finally awakened. You have been asleep for 3 days." Jason's voice trembled, unmistakably choked with emotion, yet imbued with intense joy. He sensed that the young man's body was gradually recovering, even enhancing its functions. However, as long as Xia Yi'an remained unconscious, his heart would perpetually hover in uncertainty, unanchored. "Wait, I lay in bed for 3 whole days." Xia Yi'an, oblivious to hunger's pangs, initially attributed his condition to mere fatigue. Little did he know that in the ensuing days, his body underwent remarkable transformations, as if it had been fundamentally reborn, and this metamorphosis persisted with the passage of time. His senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, grew increasingly acute, surpassing that of ordinary mortals. The world appeared as if polished to a gleam, akin to a lens filtering reality, revealing a landscape resplendent with clarity. From the balcony, the distant crystal lake seemed almost within reach, sunlight dancing upon its surface, creating a shimmering tapestry of ripples. He could hear the tireless water lapping gently against the shore, producing a soothing symphony. Towering sequoias stood majestically at the water's edge, their dense canopies revealing intricate leaf veins. The air felt refreshingly invigorating, imbued with the moist scents of grass and earth, each breath invigorating his spirit. Perhaps the only aspect he found difficult to accept was that what once delighted his palate now proved nearly inedible, laden with excessive additives. Fortunately, his physiological needs as a human had been significantly diminished. He no longer felt hunger, entirely unburdened by the necessity of sustenance. When curiosity struck, he would either prepare something himself or seek out bespoke creations. Perhaps this was a silver lining amidst adversity. Nonetheless, even so, he truly wished to avoid intimacy with Jason the previous night. The pain had been overwhelming, marking Xia Yi'an's first encounter with such discomfort. The strength and rigidity of a being not of this world felt utterly alien. How then did he find himself softening and acquiescing? "Anin, you disdain me," Jason lamented as tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks like pearls untethered from a broken string, leaving glistening trails of sorrow. A muffled sob, laden with deep-seated grievances, escaped from Jason's throat, resonating in Xia Yi'an's ears. Feeling the warm wetness of tears upon his forehead, he tenderly kissed Jason, his gaze rising to behold the obsidian pendant swaying gently at Jason's neck, eliciting an involuntary smile at the corners of his lips. Perhaps it was the sight of someone so pitiful yet endearing, merely holding his hand and planting soft kisses, even as perspiration rolled down his forehead. He harbored no regrets. Even if his time with Jason were fleeting, he would not lament it. Yet, Xia Yi'an began to grasp why Jason never removed his mask after leaving Crystal Lake. It was out of concern. Fortunately, it seemed that fate, perhaps too fond of both himself and little Jason, could not bear to let him remain alone, sleeping in the future of Crystal Lake, granting them the promise of eternal togetherness until the world's end. Small interlude. The distant sound of sirens drew closer, halting abruptly before the ornate gate. Suppressing his impatience, Xia Yi'an approached with a somewhat displeased expression, pointing to a building on the eastern side. "That over there is the former site of the Crystal Lake Counselor Training Center." Still standing, where several young lives were tragically lost. For those who stubbornly sought their demise, Xia Yi'an felt no sympathy. Only anger that they had sullied his private realm with their demise, internally muttering about their misfortune. "Why have you been here for so long without incident?" The middle-aged sheriff, whom he had met twice before, regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Perhaps it was because Jason knew of his benevolence. Xia Yi'an, somewhat perturbed, gestured towards a newly constructed two-story cabin visible in the distance, alongside an old, decaying house that bore the marks of time. The small courtyard was overrun with weeds, and the wooden fence surrounding it leaned precariously, with loose boards scattered about. A sign, once askew, was now firmly nailed in place, reading Mrs. Vors. "Do you see that? That was where little Jason once lived with his mother. I built them a new home nearby." The sheriff retorted sharply, "Jason has been dead for 11 years. He cannot return to life." Xia Yi'an remained composed, his words piercingly direct. "If God exists, why is it inconceivable for Jason to exist? Are you questioning the veracity of God?" Feeling the unfriendly glares directed at him from behind, the middle-aged sheriff found himself momentarily speechless. Christianity was the predominant faith in the area, with nearly 80% of the town's populace believing in God. To openly declare that God does not exist could lead to dire consequences, perhaps meeting an untimely end due to a misfired weapon. As the fading wail of sirens receded, the once cacophonous Crystal Lake regained its tranquil ambience. Anin, Summer Ian turned her head, seeking the source of the voice, and leaped into Jason's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Her radiant smile was vibrant and alive, and her brows were adorned with an abundance of affection. Chapter 1. A Fatal Prank Note. This narrative is not a standalone story, but features the same protagonist throughout. Due to the character not being Chinese or Asian, he is solely referred to by the English name Felix, with varying personalities across different realms. Additionally, certain elements are inspired by the 13 installments of Fatal Prank, with significant personal modifications. A minor crossover exists. I was drawn to Fatal Prank 2019 by its title, only to discover it bore no resemblance to the original tale, which I found to be a jumbled waste of time. Completing it made me feel rather foolish. The male lead, Rusty Nail, is acceptable in the third installment, standing at 199 centimeters, whereas the first installment depicts him as somewhat portly, with appearance and physique subject to personal interpretation. "Hello, is anyone there? Is anyone there? I am the black sheep, driving a two-door car with my companion, the good baby." We are traversing Interstate 80 East, seeking to inquire with a westward traveler if anyone has seen the police ahead. If you hear this, please respond. Over. Seated in a car, cruising along the interstate, Fleur was feeling the tedium of their journey. He fiddled with the civilian radio station that he had just had installed at the interstate truck stop. The radio signal fluctuated, echoing intermittently. Received, there are no police within 40 kilometers of Jamestown. You can proceed with ease. There is a police speed trap at 185 miles. Listening to the dialogue on the radio, Felix, driving a Dodge Viper, slammed down the brakes. The sound was sharp and piercing as the car lurched forward. The Viper's wide tires screeching against the asphalt, leaving several varying shades of black marks on the road. He decelerated, the vehicle gliding as if slowed by an unseen hand, steadily navigating the broad highway. After a moment, he observed the police officer, radar gun in hand, gradually fade from the rearview mirror. Felix's tense form relaxed instantly, his left hand resting on the steering wheel while the other grasped the walkie-talkie, pressing the talk button. "Oh, thanks, friend. I was almost pulled over. Thank God." A lively, exuberant voice emanated from the radio, the pitch slightly rising at the end of sentences, imbuing the damp, oppressive air with newfound vitality. "You're welcome. I believe I see you. Is that a Dodge Viper?" "Yes. When we reach the next rest area, I'll treat you to a meal." While it may not have been a significant gesture for the other party, it truly alleviated a burden for Felix. A fine would have been minor. Yet he wished to avoid the suspension of his driving license and the necessity of attending driving education courses. He shuddered at the thought of being teased about it by his friends for all eternity. On a refrigerated truck labeled ICE, transporting blocks of ice, there was a man with a thick mustache and a stern demeanor, his hair tied back in a small braid, exuding an air of intimidation. However, upon hearing a voice over the radio, his face instantly brightened with a warm smile, transforming him into a congenial middle-aged gentleman. Holding a walkie-talkie, he responded to what sounded like a young child on the other end, saying, "Haha, I'm in a hurry. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Goodbye, kid. Drive safe." "Fine, take care." Felix set down the walkie-talkie and sighed, reflecting on the goodness of people. A Dodge Viper? Wow, I wonder if we might encounter one. It seems to be ahead. Listening intently to the radio chatter, Fuller turned up the volume, grumbling in dissatisfaction. I asked first, why didn't he offer to treat me to a meal? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly straightened in his seat, his gaze magnetically drawn to a vehicle gliding smoothly about 100 meters ahead, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Lewis, look ahead. It's absolutely amazing. Accelerate, accelerate. Get closer." Lewis nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring the wonder and admiration as he subtly pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. As the distance between the two vehicles diminished, the contours of a red and black sports car became increasingly distinct. The sleek lines of the car were wrapped in a fiery red, with a pure black center stretching from the hood to the rear. The fixed large rear wing boldly proclaimed its presence, capturing attention effortlessly. "Cool, bro, I see you too. Is this the new model released this year?" Another voice emerged from the radio, sounding remarkably like the one who had previously inquired about police movements. "Black Sheep. Thanks." Felix glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed the silver-gray car approaching behind him. He picked up the walkie-talkie. "Black Sheep, is that you in the car behind me?" "Yes." "Brother, where are you headed?" "My little buddy and I are off to Colorado. If it's on your way, we could go together." Fuller eagerly chimed in, his tone exceedingly warm. He was keen to befriend what was evidently a wealthy young man, hoping to become familiar enough to borrow his car. Just the thought of cruising in that stunning vehicle to impress the ladies sent exhilarating shivers down his spine. Just as Felix was about to casually suggest a place that was completely out of the way to brush off the invitation, a brief crackling noise interrupted their conversation over the radio. Then, a rich, magnetic voice, reminiscent of the red wine he had secretly sipped at home, floated through the airwaves, laced with a hint of raspiness. "Does anyone enjoy the rain? There will be a torrential downpour tonight. Everyone will be staying indoors." Felix was pleasantly surprised. He particularly enjoyed falling asleep to the sound of rain, a natural white noise that enveloped him in a deep slumber, free of dreams. And his sleep quality far exceeded the ordinary. Grasping the walkie-talkie, he inquired absent-mindedly, completely forgetting his earlier thoughts. "Really? Wow. Does anyone know how many miles ahead there might be a motel?" Accompanied by an indistinct crackle from the radio, as if an electric current had inadvertently surged through. The voice returned, that of the same man. Yes, approximately 120 miles to Rollins. There are many motels there, the ambience is decent. And it's not overly crowded. Most of them have vacancies. Okay, thank you, sir. The youthful, vibrant voice, seemingly inexhaustible, emanated from the radio, instantly transforming into a silent blade that pierced through the dense clouds, illuminating the aimless wanderer on the interstate with a shower of fragmented sunlight. It audaciously penetrated the man's ears, dancing upon his eardrums, leaving an indelible mark. Though the radio had fallen silent, the boy's voice lingered in his ears, refusing to fade. The man in the driver's seat fell into a contemplative silence, his fingers gripping the walkie-talkie, trembling slightly, and his taut thigh muscles involuntarily shifted. What once felt like a spacious driver's seat now inexplicably felt constricted. The man was driving a Peterbilt 389 truck, a quintessential American muscle heavy-duty long-nosed vehicle. A dominant presence on the highways, akin to a moving steel behemoth. Its towering, robust frame with a rugged, metallic aesthetic and steampunk-styled headlights commanded absolute visual authority. Sure. This is Rusty Nail. You can call me that directly. Okay, Felix casually replied, tossing the walkie-talkie aside, no longer responding to the radio calls. He lightly pressed the accelerator, intent on reaching the motel before nightfall. Hey, brother, are you still there? Hey, Viper brother? The radio remained unresponsive for an extended period, and the black rear of the Dodge Viper gradually vanished from their sight. Damn, that cursed Rain Man, Rusty Nail, shit. Fuller abruptly slumped back into his seat, brow furrowed. Gripping the walkie-talkie, Rusty Nail, where are you? The radio crackled to life, Rusty Nail's voice emerging, but rather than addressing his previous inquiry, he pursued the earlier mention of the Dodge Viper. Suddenly, a spark of mischief ignited in Fuller's mind, and he quickly sat up straighter, turning to Lewis, asking, "Can you mimic a woman's voice?" Lewis's face expressed surprise. Huh? Are you joking? Come now, were you not once masquerading as a girl, playfully teasing that fellow? Mr. Schramm. I was merely 9 years old at the time, and my voice was quite akin to that of a young girl. It was reminiscent of the prehistoric era of online conversations, much like jesting with others in a chat room, simply imparting a minor lesson. When he was aflame with desire that evening, I might have told him, "Hey, brother, do you know? I am a man." Upon hearing this, Lewis burst into laughter but shook his head in refusal, saying, "No, come on, I can't do that." "No worries, I'll handle it," I assured him. "Come on, man." Fuller playfully thumped Lewis on the shoulder, half in jest, half in earnest, urging, "It would be rather amusing, come on." Lewis, resigned, nodded, dismissing it as trivial. Though it indeed sounded entertaining to him, he perceived it merely as a jest to pass the time on our journey. He picked up the walkie-talkie, lowered his voice, and said softly, "Hey, Black Sheep, it's Candy Candy. I've been searching for you for quite some time. Hey, Candy Candy, Black Sheep will be there on time tonight. Shall we meet later then?" "No problem. I'm about to park. See you tonight, beautiful." Rusty Nail completely ignored the flirtation on the radio, clutching the walkie-talkie, persistently calling out to the seemingly unresponsive boy, Child, drive safely, slow down a bit. Child, are you still there?" Observing the inexplicable silence on the boy's end, the man listened to the banter on the radio, the signal strength and distance identical, clearly two individuals relishing in his amusement. A dark shadow descended upon his stern brow. If they wished to play, he would engage them. As for the manner of play, that was his prerogative. "Candy Candy, please respond." "Ha ha. I knew those lecherous fools would take the bait," Fuller laughed derisively. Lewis picked up the walkie-talkie. "Good afternoon, Rusty Nail. This road seems endless. Driving long distances alone is rather lonely. Sometimes I pretend I have company beside me." There was no reply from the other end. Lewis furrowed his brow slightly and continued, "If I were sitting beside you right now, with only the two of us and the scenery ahead, what would you do?" Still, there was no response. Fuller, seated in the passenger seat, urged his brother with a firm shove. "Hurry, Lewis, tell him what you look like. If he isn't speaking, he must be imagining your appearance, huh?" The moment Lewis heard this, the girl he secretly admired flashed in his mind, and he instinctively replied, "I stand at 177 centimeters. With shoulder-length, golden brown hair, possessing a pair of blue eyes, and my skin is fair and smooth." The opposite side remained unresponsive. "Hey, Rusty Nail, are you still there?" Lewis shrugged, placing the walkie-talkie down, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. The fellow had fallen silent. Fleur cradled his head in his hands, his expression one of incredulity. God, Is this guy incapable of responding? I can't believe he has nothing to say, no reaction at all. The radio crackled, a faint static buzzing through, and before long, a deep, resonant voice filled the air. Rusty Nail isn't here, Candy, but I'm here to chat with you. Instantly, disappointment evaporated, and Fleur, now thoroughly entertained, forgot all about Rusty Nail. He had no concern for the identity on the other end, urging Lewis, hurry, another rogue is on the line, come on. A smile adorned Lewis's face as he grasped the walkie-talkie, responding, okay, what's your name? Breaking the ice. Hello, breaking the ice. If I were beside you, do you know what I would do? Pray tell. I would make you feel incredible. Are you serious? Of course. Would you be willing to unbutton my shirt? I would be more than willing. Then I shall remove it. What would you like to do next? I've never encountered such a delightful scenario. I can hardly believe it. Fleur watched his brother with astonishment. His sibling appeared innocent, genuinely so, even hesitant to pursue the girl he secretly admired. Who would have imagined he could be so bold? Fleur couldn't help but exclaim, that's impressive. I want to take off your bra. Okay, then go ahead. Just as Lewis was about to say more, the second-hand radio, purchased at a bargain and bearing the marks of time, seemed to falter, emitting a sharp crackle followed by a blend of static noises before falling utterly silent. Clearly, Lewis was left wanting more, but seeing Fleur fiddling with the civilian radio's buttons, tapping and knocking it, it was evident that they were at the mercy of this second-hand device. With a dejected expression, he set the walkie-talkie down and focused intently on driving. Ah, is that it? Why has everyone gone silent? Felix's voice was light, yet tinged with regret, equally unsatisfied. He picked up the walkie-talkie and queried with curiosity, Kid? Yeah, Rusty Nail? Why did you say one thing and then fall silent? Candy has called you several times. And you ignored him. I called you many times, and you didn't respond, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. Felix blinked, chuckling nervously as he replied. I was evading the police. Evading the police? Uh-huh, Felix affirmed, choosing not to elaborate further. One must always remain vigilant. He was merely youthful and inexperienced, but certainly not foolish. Chapter 2. A fatal jest. Drive a little slower, safety first. Very slow indeed. I am cruising at a snail's pace, Felix casually replied, casting aside the walkie-talkie as he pressed the accelerator with fervor. The vehicle's body sank slightly before it surged forward, thrusting him firmly against the seat, the wind howling fiercely in his ears. The audaciously colored sports car darted down the highway like a crimson and ebony bullet, seemingly in pursuit of the sun, which was gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the youth's golden hair, illuminating it with a hazy glow, while his lake-like, crystalline green eyes remained fixed ahead. Stray locks danced wildly in the rushing wind, playfully brushing against his forehead and around his eyes, imparting a hint of rosy hue to his cheeks, as he watched the sports car race along the highway, disappearing from sight in an instant. The man's chest rose and fell gently, a soft chuckle escaping his throat. Skillfully shifting gears, he accelerated to catch up, only easing off the throttle when he finally caught a glimpse of the black rear of a Dodge Viper in the distance. Grasping the walkie-talkie, he announced, There's a mobile speed trap ahead. Oh my God, I'm on the interstate, not in the city. Why are there so many cops monitoring speed? Upon hearing the familiar voice crackling through the radio, Felix puffed out his cheeks, a look of exasperation crossing his face. He eased off the accelerator, manually shifting down, allowing the wheels that had been flying along the expansive road to gradually decelerate. The roar of the engine softened, and the speedometer's needle steadied at the limit indicated by the sign. After a considerable wait, with no sign of law enforcement in sight, Felix pressed the switch on the walkie-talkie, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Hey, sir, you're not pulling my leg, are you? I don't see any cops around. Certainly not, baby. They're just ahead, came a low chuckle from the radio. Okay, fine, Felix nodded, half convinced. So gullible. It should be easy to trick him back home. Child. Looking at the radio that had emitted a brief sound before falling silent, Felix twisted the dial. Still unable to hear anything, tilting his head in confusion. Was it broken? He had intended to inquire about the child's name. But the Rusty Nail did not wish for insignificant strangers to overhear it, turning the child into fodder for idle chatter. I'll ask face to face. Resolute. The Rusty Nail pressed down on the accelerator, the truck gradually gaining speed, soon surpassing the sports car. In fact, to avoid giving the impression that overtaking was a provocation, he remained perfectly still in the driver's seat, his back straight, his gaze unwaveringly focused ahead. The truck roared past in a flash, and the upright figure of a man collided with Felix's line of sight. His eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. How remarkable was this driver's stamina? Seemingly unfazed by fatigue, Rusty Nail arrived ahead of schedule at the Lone Star Motel, parking the vehicle in a secluded corner of the lot. This was the place he surmised the child was most likely to choose. Although Rollins had numerous motels, the Lone Star Motel was the closest to the highway, and given the child's nature, he would not venture to search for another lodging. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the button, saying, "Sorry, kid. The signal was poor earlier." Felix, indifferent, offered a casual response. Only when he spotted the sign of the Lone Star Motel hanging in the air, emblazoned with the words vacancy, did his voice lift with enthusiasm. "I've arrived at my destination. Thanks, sir. Take care. Goodbye." Felix let out a long sigh, thinking how dependable this driver named Rusty Nail was, despite the peculiar name. He regretted having taken off alone, leaving his brother behind. Driving alone was quite exhausting. "Thank you. Stay safe at the motel. Don't open the door for strangers. Goodbye." "Ha, okay. As he set down the walkie-talkie, Felix's lips curled into a smile, accompanied by a few light-hearted complaints, his tone laced with evident amusement. A good person, indeed, albeit likely nearing 50, more loquacious than even his father. The radio emitted a crackling sound, as if there were a momentary connection issue. Felix glanced at it without concern, dismissing it entirely. Meanwhile, the man on the other end of the radio pressed his forehead with one hand and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. The atmosphere in the cabin seemingly stagnant for a fleeting moment. After a while, Rusty Nail regained his composure, smoothing his palm over his chest, attributing the sudden tightness he felt to having overeaten at lunch. Before long, a sleek sports car pulled into the parking space. The frameless door opened slowly, and a tall, slender youth with golden hair and blue eyes emerged, though he did not appear particularly robust. It was as if the world had pressed the mute button. Silence enveloped the scene for an instant before the thunderous beating of his heart echoed in his chest, pulsating with a deafening intensity. The air in the cabin felt thick and oppressive, compelling him to take several heavy breaths, while his blood surged fervently through his veins. Even the air he exhaled felt heated. Rusty Nail rolled down the window, and the world outside became more vivid. A cool, slightly damp breeze brushed against his face, dispelling the irritating restlessness within the car, yet failing to alleviate the unmistakable flutter in his heart. The youth, brimming with vivacity, glanced around and, upon discovering the absence of onlookers, clasped his hands together with palms facing upward, stretching his body with abandon. His waist naturally taut. The snug black t-shirt he wore rode up slightly with his movements, revealing a flash of pale, mesmerizing skin along his midriff. The man, seated silently in the car, instinctively lowered his gaze, observing his own large hands, calloused and roughened from years of driving. The child's slender waist appeared as though it could be easily encircled by a single hand. Was he not being fed at home? He looked so frail, as if a mere gust of wind could carry him away. Perhaps he should not be surprised at the thought of bringing the child home and nurturing him properly. Far away in a villa district of San Francisco, California, a man with a full beard sat despondently at the dining table, his once vibrant golden hair now seemingly dulled. He stared at the sumptuous spread before him, devoid of any appetite. Sighing, he pondered the whereabouts of young Felix. Had Bobby, the elder brother, taken good care of him? Did he indulge in his meals outside, or was he still a picky eater at home? After stretching languidly, Felix hopped in place for a moment, then briskly made his way past the parking lot towards the hotel reception. As the boy's figure vanished from sight, Rusty Nail descended from the truck and followed at a leisurely pace. As he passed the red and black Dodge Viper, he recalled the boy entering the hotel empty-handed and instinctively leaned in to glance through the fully opened car window. There, the car keys gleamed prominently, while the passenger seat was cluttered with a backpack, wallet, driver's license, and a flip phone, all readily accessible. Rusty Nail mused. Crow Felix 071911985. Felix? 16? No wonder he was avoiding the police. In the United States, one can obtain a driver's license at 16, yet is prohibited from driving alone without an adult present. But did this child even realize that motels do not permit minors to stay unaccompanied? Chapter 3. A deadly joke as anticipated. Not long after, the tall, broad-shouldered Rusty Nail spotted a drenched little kitten, its fur soaked from the rain, trudging over with a dejected demeanor, its ears drooping. as though it had failed to scrounge for food. He crossed his arms and looked at the boy with a twinkling eye. When Felix noticed some small stones at least 3 meters ahead, he deliberately veered around them and kicked one aside with enthusiasm. How endearing! The stone collided with his leather boot, producing a crisp sound. Instinctively, Felix looked up, his listless eyes suddenly brightening like headlights before a car. God, could that be my daddy? Captivated by Felix's focused and eager gaze, Rusty Nail felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine, the evening breeze brushing against him, sending a shiver down his back. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His body felt as though it were ensnared by invisible threads, rendering even his breath instinctively slow and shallow, immobilized in place. 10 minutes prior, Felix had confidently pushed open the door, leaving the inn's reception area with an air of nonchalance. As the last glimpse of the receptionist faded from his peripheral vision, he thrust his hands into his thick golden locks, raking through them in a fit of despair. Oh my God! Who decreed that those under 18 were forbidden from checking into hotels and inns, with some places even mandating that guests be at least 21? What was he to do now? Should he take the opportunity to slip away unnoticed and seek out an unregulated lodging? Or should he find a daddy to accompany him in completing the check-in process? Recalling the receptionist's dubious expression and her gaze drifting toward the phone as if contemplating a call to the police, he blurted out that he had come with his daddy, who was parking the car outside. The thought made Felix's head throb with frustration. Where could he possibly find a daddy for the staff? How irritating, truly irritating. He couldn't possibly sleep in the car, could he? Or should he call daddy to send someone for him? The ground was littered with unsightly, dirty pebbles that hurt his feet when stepped on, an eyesore in every sense. Felix strode forward, kicking one of the stones away with a vigorous motion. Is this your dad? Yes. The receptionist scrutinized the man, who appeared to be no older than 30, her expression laced with skepticism. Felix remained unfazed, blinking innocently. My daddy and my mother had me when they were quite young. You see. May I ask why the surnames differ? Upon hearing this, Felix wiped at his eyes, feigning sorrow. Daddy doesn't love me. Sorry. My mother and he divorced long ago. The child often claims I don't care for him. His mother specifically sent him to visit me during the holidays. Rusty. The man beside him pulled Felix into an embrace, silencing him with a gentle smile filled with affection. I would like to book a room with a king-sized bed for 2 nights. Please ensure it is a non-smoking room. In one moment, Felix attempted to resist, but in the next, he surrendered to the man's strength. How infuriating! His grip was so strong. Observing the undeniable tenderness in the man's gaze, the receptionist instantly relaxed. All right, here are your identification documents and the key. Please keep them safe and enjoy your stay. Once outside, Felix snatched the metal key from the man's hand. Shaking it playfully, he gazed at the numbers displayed on the plastic tag, his steps light and buoyant as he made his way to the designated room. Twisting the doorknob and entering first, Rusty approached the distinctive Dodge Viper, straining to reach inside, rolling down the window and removing the car key. Once again, the youth casually tossed his flip phone, wallet, and jacket into the passenger seat, all of which were now hastily stuffed into a backpack. After scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was left behind, he picked up the bag, closed the car door, and pressed the lock button on the remote key before returning to the entrance of room 116. Knock, knock, please come in. After washing his face at the sink to remove the grime, he felt considerably refreshed. Felix, hearing the commotion, looked up to see the familiar backpack. A hint of embarrassment washed over him as he approached to accept it, expressing his gratitude. Wow, thanks, sir. In the blink of an eye, tiny droplets clinging to his eyelashes gently fell onto his cheeks. The rusty iron-fingered figure twitched inexplicably, instinctively wanting to wipe the child's face clean. In the next moment, Felix raised his hand, vigorously rubbing his face with the back of his hand, leaving a faint red mark. Taking a deep breath, the figure sensed the stifling air in the room and strolled over to the window, pulling back the curtains. Unbeknownst to him, fine rain had begun to fall, the soft patter quickly dampening the ground. He closed the window to prevent moisture from seeping in. Child, just call me Rusty Nail. No need to address me as sir. Felix touched his nose. Oh, is that so? But we're not well acquainted. Not well acquainted. Rusty Nail paused, raising an eyebrow slightly, letting out a cryptic chuckle. He settled onto the sofa, leisurely observing Felix with a playful smile. Is it not a sign of familiarity to utter daddy upon our first encounter? No one could fathom the depths of his psychological scars, how profound and expansive they were, infinitely vast. Just a moment ago, the adorable child had enthusiastically lunged at him. And the next, the word daddy slipped from the child's lips, pulling him along to check in. Do not dwell on such trivialities. You are not at a loss. Clearly, it is I who am at a loss. Felix puffed out his cheeks, his expression one of discontent as he muttered softly, such a petty adult. Rusty Nail pointed at himself, incredulous. Me? Petty? Why not get 2 rooms? I am not taking advantage of you. I will pay. How can 2 people share one bed? Is that not the definition of being petty? Felix's voice grew louder as he felt increasingly wronged. What was supposed to be a restful night had turned into a restless ordeal. The rain, which should have been soothing, now only served to disturb his peace of mind. Yes, I am petty. Rusty Nail was momentarily speechless, taking a deep breath and begrudgingly conceding. He would never admit that he did not wish to be separated from the child, did not want to sleep in 2 beds, and certainly did not want to occupy 2 rooms. He worried for the child's safety alone in a room. What if a nefarious individual stealthily entered? Rather than spend an anxious night fretting, unable to sleep, it seemed far better for him to vigilantly guard the child all night, without closing his eyes. Chapter 4. A deadly joke. A flash of silver lightning suddenly tore through the sky, like a blade slicing through the veil of darkness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the window panes to tremble as if they were buzzing. Large raindrops descended relentlessly, striking the ground with a crackling sound, akin to an army charging into battle. Surging forward without pause, the oppressive heat of the day vanished in an instant, replaced by a noticeable drop in the night's temperature. A chill quietly permeated the darkness, attempting to seep indoors and envelop the warmth, yet it seemed thwarted by an invisible barrier. A vintage table lamp, adorned with golden leaf patterns, quietly illuminated the room. The warm yellow light filtered through the thin lampshade, enveloping the entire space in a soft, gossamer glow, exuding a comforting warmth. Brother, I'm at Mike's place. You didn't call Daddy to tell on me, did you? Good, love you. Rest assured, I'm truly fine, safe and sound. I know I can't stay in a hotel alone before turning 21. How could I not know that? Felix reclined on the burgundy velvet sofa he had claimed, scratching it absent-mindedly, chuckling nervously, and gritting his teeth as he spoke. Huh, talking to Mike? Felix straightened up abruptly, his voice stiffening, but Mike just went to the bathroom. He just went in. Do you want to wait? It'll take a while. Reluctant, Felix bit his lower lip, his gaze drifting, until he noticed the man who had been squeezed onto a small chair, appearing somewhat constrained. A spark of inspiration struck him, but then he recalled that his daddy was home. Wait a moment. Felix set down his phone, clasped his hands together, and gently pressed his fingertips against his lower lip. His clear, bright eyes gazing pitifully at the man, as a misty haze quietly enveloped them, silently uttering one word. Please. Rusty Nail chuckled softly, a hint of exasperation in his expression, and with a sigh, beckoned him closer. Felix blinked, the moisture in his eyes vanishing suddenly, and he joyfully approached Rusty Nail, handing over his phone. The compact flip phone appeared like a child's toy in the man's hands. He raised it to his ear, his voice steady and assertive. Yes, it's me. Felix placed his palm on the man's broad shoulder, leaning down to the phone to catch the dialogue between them. The delicate profile of the youth before him, with its smooth neckline so close, made Rusty Nail's throat involuntarily swallow, and with a swift motion, he wrapped an arm around the boy, pulling him onto his lap, his large hand firmly securing his waist. Fuck. The intense heat radiated through Rusty Nail's sturdy thigh, causing Felix's body to involuntarily shudder. He struggled fiercely, his hands gripping Rusty Nail's neck tightly, fury flickering in his eyes like a small flame. It's fine. Little Felix is just playing around with Mike. A sense of suffocation surged within him like a tidal wave, as the visage of the rusted nail flushed with a vibrant hue, yet his voice remained unchanged, steady and composed. He embraced the youth around the waist, feeling the warmth of their bodies pressed together, his heart swelling with satisfaction, a smile blossoming in his eyes, the tenderness of his gaze seemingly capable of drawing forth tears. The heat radiating from his neck was intense, causing Felix to tremble slightly as he gripped the man's neck, sensing the man's large hand resting firmly on his lower back. Felix regained his composure and listened to their conversation. It's no trouble. I'm delighted he could come. Please don't mention it. I will take good care of him. All right, just leave it to me. You want to play with Mike in the room? Should I call him? Yes, please. As soon as the rusted nail hung up the phone, Felix began to struggle fiercely. "Let go of me, you bastard." Suddenly, his body stiffened. Feeling the unyielding hardness beneath him, his face flushing crimson. "You scoundrel, I'll have you imprisoned." His expression mixed with anger and a hint of shame. He abruptly ceased his movements, sensing the softness beneath him. He looked at the rusted nail with a glimmer of sympathy, astonished that such a tall, imposing figure, standing like a wall, could be a PE. The rusted nail remarked, "Baby, do you realize that your thoughts are written all over your face?" Felix covered his face. His voice muffled, "I won't judge you, just let me down." The rusted nail rubbed his forehead, feeling perplexed, as he often found himself making this gesture after encountering a child. "I'm not PE." He gritted his teeth, nearly forcing the words through clenched jaws. Felix understood immediately. If he was not PE, then he must be ED. The rusted nail lamented, worrying that the child might be scared. "I foolishly stimulated my own body with a faint current, causing it to soften instantly. I should have known that, with a child so carefree. As long as I didn't truly act upon anything, he wouldn't be frightened, or even if he were momentarily, he would soon forget it." The room fell into silence, the air seemingly suspended. Gurgle. Felix held his stomach, pouting in a pitiful manner, "I'm hungry." The concern for the child's hunger ultimately prevailed, and he soothingly stroked the boy's silky hair, then lifted him in a princess carry. Before Felix could react and struggle, he was gently placed on the sofa. He watched, wide-eyed, as the man ventured out into the rain. Before long, drenched and with wet hair plastered to his head, the rusted nail returned, bearing a bag of snacks, which he placed on the small table beside Felix, and filled a cup with hot water from the already prepared coffee machine. "Why not put in the coffee bag? Isn't it just fatigue that makes one want to sleep? Avoid coffee in the evening, all right?" "Yes, fine." With a nonchalant nod, Felix selected a ham sandwich and began to eat. While indulging, he incessantly chattered, "Your hair is dripping. There are towels in the bathroom. Are you concerned about me? You're too close. I'm afraid a flick of your head might splatter those droplets onto my sandwich." Observing the carefree and oblivious little cat before him, Rusty couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. He took a sizable bite of his burger, chewing vigorously, his gaze fierce as if he intended to devour the child whole. "Hey, Bobby, have you contacted your brother?" "Yes." "That's good. You can rest easy now, right?" "MHM. Come on, everyone is waiting for you." "Okay." Bobby, dressed in a black hoodie, returned his phone to his pocket, rubbing his face, his expression tinged with unease. Chapter 5. A Deadly Jest. Would you like another one? As Felix finished the sandwich and prepared to rise, Rusty, momentarily setting aside his own simmering frustration, seized him firmly. As he spoke, he rummaged through a bag, presenting an array of sandwiches, chips, and cookies, stacking them on the table. "No. How about some chips? Cookies? I don't want to eat right now." Felix shook his head, his face reflecting clear refusal as he broke free from the man's grasp and dashed into the bathroom. No wonder he is so thin. Rusty pondered, troubled. The boy's frame seemed so fragile that a mere gust could topple him. When perched on his lap, he felt weightless, nearly imperceptible, easily lifted and spun around with one hand, absently gnawing on his burger. He remained oblivious to the hushed sounds in the corridor and the faint conversation of two men. His mind was solely occupied with one thought: how to encourage the child to eat more and grow stronger. Before long, Felix emerged from the bathroom, his hair dried and clad in an oversized bathrobe, wrapped snugly. His bare feet touched the carpeted floor, toes instinctively curling slightly, arches taut, revealing faint, pale blue veins. Supporting himself against the bathroom doorframe, he cautiously lifted a foot to inspect it. Sure enough, the damp soles were coated with a fine layer of dust and lint. How infuriating! This hotel lacked slippers. Irritated, Felix climbed onto the bed, deliberately resting his ankles on the edge, wary of dirtying the pristine sheets with his dusty feet. From the sofa, Rusty observed the entire scene, a smile playing on his lips, shaking his head in amusement at the delicate little cat. He then retrieved a fresh towel from the bathroom, slightly dampened it, and sat down at the edge of the bed. With a soft creak, the bed dipped slightly. He gently grasped the slender ankle, resting it upon his thigh, and tenderly began to wipe it clean. Felix's breath caught in his throat as the heat radiating from the taut thigh contrasted sharply with the icy, damp sensation of the foot, sending an involuntary shiver coursing through his body. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, watching intently as the other person meticulously attended to him. even tending to the spaces between his toes. It was only when both feet had been thoroughly dried and placed back on the bed that Felix finally regained his composure, letting out a small gasp of surprise. Wow, a man overflowing with paternal affection? I've always been single, with neither partner nor child. Rusty Nail's throat bobbed, his rough palm gently encircling the delicate ankle, the warmth of his touch causing a faint blush to rise on the pale skin. Oh, Felix nodded dismissively, then curiously inquired, "Is this a rehearsal? Are you treating me like your own child?" Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Rusty Nail's eyes, his voice low and gravelly. "Would your dad treat you this way?" "Of course," Felix replied resolutely, and before Rusty Nail could unleash his indignation, the child added, "At least before I turned 10. Rusty Nail fell silent for a moment, pretending he had neither asked nor heard, reverting back to the previous topic. "No, I don't like children. It's just that a demanding little kitten requires hands-on care." Felix puffed out his cheeks, retorting, "That's not true. It's your overflowing compassion. You're more of a daddy than I am." "Fine," Rusty Nail chuckled softly, a hint of exasperation mingling with affection in his gaze. Shaking his head as he turned towards the bathroom, he tossed the towel into the hamper, and as the faint sound of running water accompanied him, he lathered his hands with soap, washing them with deliberate slowness, as if cleansing not just his hands, but also the underlying heat within him. In the mirror's reflection stood the figure of a man. Rusty Nail casually swept back his damp hair, revealing a face that was strikingly recognizable. His features were chiseled, with sharp brows and deep-set eyes that glinted like steel, a high nose, and thin lips that, when devoid of expression, radiated an aura that discouraged approach. "Oh my God, so cool," Felix exclaimed, watching the man emerge from the bathroom, lifting a glass of water and gulping down the now lukewarm liquid. A flicker of awe passed through Felix's eyes, and after a moment of admiration, he curiously asked, "Why do you hide your face with a hat? Clearly, you're quite handsome." "For convenience," came the reply. To him, the accolades from others held no worth. Rather, they were a source of discomfort. He detested the way people gazed at him with that nauseating, covetous look, wishing he could gouge out their eyes, though it was true that he had indeed acted on such impulses. However, there are indeed too many repugnant individuals. For convenience, he opted to grow out the front of his hair and simply donned a baseball cap, lowering its brim so that others would find it difficult to discern his visage. Felix blinked in surprise, emitting an inconsequential exclamation, his expression somewhat perplexed. He was well aware of his own attractiveness and relished the admiration reflected in the gazes of others. Thus the logic behind their behavior eluded him. Enough of this, it is time to rest. Rusty Nail approached the bedside, pulling the fluffy blanket up to the child's chin, gently stroking the boy's soft hair as he whispered, "Good night." Whether from the child's toy car or his comportment, it was evident that he came from a privileged background, clearly indulged since childhood. In his small world, the people around him were naturally kind. He remained unaware of the brutality and complexity that lay beyond. Yet, it mattered not. He would safeguard the child, ensuring that no one could cross him to bully the boy. "Good night." Felix nestled into his pillow, on the verge of closing his eyes, when he suddenly noticed the man still standing motionless in place. He jolted upright, clutching the blanket tightly, his eyes widening in alarm. A sense of unease quietly spreading within him. "Why haven't you left?" Rusty Nail pressed his lips together, clearing his throat as he struggled to suppress a chuckle. Yet, upon seeing the child huddled at the edge of the bed like a startled quail, he could not help but lower his head and laugh. His formerly sharp and imposing features now radiated warmth and kindness, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes, his gaze soft and astonishingly tender. "Hey, baby, isn't your concern a tad late?" "Humph, I know karate, so you can't do anything to me." Felix cleared his throat, feigning bravado with a mock gesture. The man regarded the child, as if envisioning a tiny kitten pawing at him in a playful threat, and teased, "Baby, shall I use just one hand?" Felix found himself at a loss for words. He had witnessed the man's strength during their check-in and had encountered it once more while speaking with his brother on the phone. Just one hand could render him utterly immobile. Yet, he would never concede this. He pouted defiantly, retorting, "Don't underestimate me, humph. I was wrong. Baby is simply too above me to bother with." "Well, that's more like it." Felix nodded in satisfaction, reclining back against his pillow, captivated by the man's eyes, which glimmered with concealed mirth, his expression gentle and relaxed. Unable to resist, he remarked, "You look truly handsome when you smile." "Only for you, shall I?" Really? Rusty Nail nodded without hesitation. Of course. Felix pressed his lips together, sensing the room was somewhat stifling. His gaze flitted about the space, avoiding the man's eyes that burned with unspoken intensity. He opened his mouth, hesitating for a few moments before finally whispering, "All right. If you insist on showing me to someone, this is not something I requested." "Yes, darling, good night. Would you like a goodnight kiss?" Chapter 6. A deadly joke. After braving the heavy rain to check in, Felix and Louis lay on their single beds, idly gazing at the antiquated television, engaging in casual conversation. Louis recalled the unmistakable tremor and slight choking in his mother's voice when she mentioned Felix on the phone, prompting him to ask, "Do you miss home?" "Of course, I miss my mother's chocolate chip cookies and playing football with Dad on Sundays." "Wait, that seems like someone else's childhood." Felix's lips curled downward as he gruffly replied, "I don't miss home at all." Sensing the contradiction in his words, Louis turned to him. "Don't only call home when you need help with bail. You should reach out more often." "I'm serious. Your mother worries about you." "It's nothing significant. I've called." "I know what Dad says every time he hangs up the phone. Felix is the most useless person in the world. He.S. just an irredeemable coward. He.S. just a plumber, wearing his orange-green overalls to work every day, working himself to the bone. Who is he to judge me? They don't need me. And I don't need them," Felix said indignantly, repeating this mantra in his mind as if saying it enough would make him truly indifferent. Not wanting to dwell on these troubling thoughts, Felix shifted the conversation. "I wonder which room the wealthy kid with the Dodge Viper is in. What a pity that we are staying at the same inn and yet have no chance to get to know each other." He looked quite regretful as he said this. As he drifted off to sleep, Felix felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Completely unaware that someone was murmuring about him, he suddenly opened his eyes and discovered a strong arm sprawled across his chest, the owner of which, with chocolate-colored hair, had buried his head deep in Felix's neck, breathing warmly against his skin, causing a tingling sensation. "You rascal," Felix chuckled, reaching to tug at the ear hidden within the tousled hair, applying just the right amount of pressure. "Stop pretending to sleep. How did you find out, darling?" Rusty, like a playful child, rubbed his neck, his voice somewhat muffled and slightly nasal. Each syllable felt like a faint current coursing through Felix's veins, electrifying him, making every hair stand on end. "Wow, there's static electricity. Get off, stay away from me." Rusty was abruptly pushed away with unexpected force. "Fine." As Felix felt the fine hairs on his body return to their soft, relaxed state, he let out a satisfied hum, his tone laced with a touch of pride as he revisited the earlier topic. "Humph, your acting is utterly pathetic." He was no fool. Who could possibly be asleep while their muscles were so taut and rigid? The man's body, pressed closely against his, thudded with a heartbeat akin to a rapid-fire machine gun, heavy, fierce, and urgent. Even through the soft, fluffy blanket, Felix could feel it acutely. Yet, a sly smile crept upon his lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. He would not divulge the truth. Let this rogue ponder how he had discerned it. The torment of uncertainty was far more delightful. After all, it was this scoundrel who had awakened him. Louis offered a comforting remark. "There will be another opportunity. When we leave tomorrow morning, we can leave our contact information at the front desk. If he wishes to reach out, he will do so. If not, we must refrain from bothering him further." "Very well," Frere nodded in agreement, deep in thought. Children of the affluent are not easily trifled with. It would be best to forge a friendship. If that proves impossible, it is prudent not to pursue, lest he find himself incarcerated once more shortly after his recent release. Earlier, while parking, they had unexpectedly spotted the Dodge Viper they had encountered on the interstate. Frere had contemplated reaching out through the front desk to see if they could connect with the owner. However, upon entering the reception area, he was met with the sight of a tall, robust middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, pounding the table in a fit of rage. From his complaints, it seemed he had not slept in 2 days and had hoped to rest at the inn, only to be incessantly disturbed by staff knocking at his door. This foul-mouthed individual, whose words dripped with racial prejudice, even threatened that if there were any further disturbances, he would lodge a complaint with the owner and demand the night manager's dismissal. In his exit, he forcefully shoved Frere against the wall, igniting a blaze of fury within him, causing him to completely forget what he had intended to say. Reflecting on this, Frere glanced at the overlapping hands of the clock, excitement illuminating his face as he eagerly remarked, "It's almost midnight. I hope the icebreaker keeps his word and arrives on time." Louis hesitated, replying, Perhaps the icebreaker won't show up at all. Oh, he certainly will, Frere replied, his brows raised and a knowing smile gracing his face. For a truck driver, this was a rare romantic opportunity, indeed. Louis managed a slight smirk, though it failed to reach his eyes. He felt a sense of shame for his earlier impulsiveness. Recalling how he had inexplicably agreed to Frere's request in the car, they actively lured an innocent truck driver, whom they had been mocking, to the Lone Star Motel, misleading him with erroneous room numbers to exact a petty revenge on the tall, middle-aged man. Lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the room as if it were day, while the thunder roared ominously, as though to rend the heavens asunder. As the clock's hands inched closer to midnight, the rain outside intensified, its relentless patter growing ever louder, further unsettling Louis. Suddenly, Louis froze, as if he had heard something, his form becoming rigid. Listen. Fleur quickly leapt from the bed, cautiously approaching the window, and stealthily pulled aside the curtain to peer out. A truck slowly rolled into the parking lot, its engine emitting a deep, resonant growl. Brilliant beams from the headlights pierced the darkness, casting fleeting shadows upon the walls of the room. He has arrived. Fleur caught sight of a figure clad in a raincoat. Its features obscured, yet the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the man next door, perhaps even surpassing him in stature. Appearing robust and formidable as he traversed through the downpour, Fleur hastily drew the curtain shut, swiftly retreating from the window to position himself at the peephole of the door, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. No sign of the man could be discerned through the peephole, but he could faintly hear the sound of someone knocking on the door of room 17 next door. Who could it be? Candy, I have arrived. What nonsense is this? I have warned you solemnly not to come knocking. Are you deaf? The knocking resumed, soft yet unhurried. I have brought your favorite pink champagne. Candy, are you playing a fool with me? Listening to the absurd exchange coming from next door, Fleur clutched his belly, stifling silent laughter, gasping for breath. He lowered his voice, barely containing his mirth. The show is about to begin. Chapter 7. The Fatal Joke. Oh, what a coincidence. Candy also resides in this motel. Felix sat, his sturdy arms resting on rusted iron nails, his bare feet dangling naturally. One arm draped loosely around the man's neck, while the other pressed against the door, his eye firmly fixed on the peephole, straining to peer outside into the empty corridor. He could see no one. He could only press his ear against the door, a flicker of excitement crossing his face, his lips curving upward unconsciously, his eyes sparkling as he endeavored to catch snippets of the conversation outside amidst the cacophony of rain. Was it the black sheep seeking Candy? The weight of the child was negligible, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. Observing the child lean forward, Rusted Nail instinctively raised his other arm to encircle the child's waist, holding him securely in his embrace to prevent the spirited child from tumbling over. He cast a casual glance at the door, a fleeting glimmer of blue and white light flickering in his eyes. No, outside was an icebreaker. Huh. The confusion in Felix's gaze seemed to solidify, and he leaned closer to the Rusty Nail, whispering in a hushed tone, almost a breath. How could it be an icebreaker? Wasn't it supposed to be Black Sheep and Candy this afternoon on the radio? Even more perplexing was the fact that a man's voice was emanating from the adjacent room. Could it be that Black Sheep in room 17 was still there? Were the two men coincidentally crossing paths? Wow, would they end up fighting? A faint breeze brushed past his ears, the gentle warmth causing the Rusty Nail to instinctively tighten his arms. Too tight. Felix dared not pat the other's back to avoid making noise. Instead, he lightly kicked his leg and tugged at his ear as a warning. The Rusty Nail paid little heed to this playful gesture, merely loosening his grip slightly. His expression remained calm, tinged with an indefinable indifference, perhaps indicating a change of personnel midway. Oh, would you feel regret? After all, it seemed that Candy showed more interest in you initially. Weren't you the one who prompted him to respond? Felix listened intently to the movements in the adjacent room, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Curiosity etched on his face, and he jested casually. He was merely confirming their positions one last time before generously sharing the coordinates with a self-styled scavenger of the world, a truck driver who was equally keen on clearing societal debris while wandering along the interstate. However, the indifferent expression on the Rusty Nail's face gradually faded, his mood plummeting. He finally felt with utmost clarity that the child harbored no genuine possessiveness towards him. He did not expect the child to awaken to this realization immediately. He merely hoped that, when the time came, the child would regard him as the first choice for companionship. He silently reassured himself that the child was still young, and their time together was brief. They would take it slow. The rusty nail found it hard to believe that by lingering by the child's side, he could not foster warmth or attachment. Habit, reliance, an inescapable love, or the possessiveness over one's belongings. These two could be deemed forms of love, couldn't they? As for the possibility of the child awakening to someone other than him, that was acceptable, as long as that person vanished from this world. But the child must understand one crucial thing. Don't you know better than anyone who I am interested in? The rusty nail shook the child's arm gently. Candid and direct, I am only interested in you. Felix nearly gasped in shock, momentarily forgetting the events unfolding in the adjacent room. He gave a firm pat on the rusty nail's back, exclaiming, "You startled me. I'm sorry, baby, forgive me, okay?" Humph. Felix let out a soft huff, remaining silent as he gestured for the man to carry him to the wall adorned with an oil painting, where he pressed his ear against the surface, intent on listening intently. The adjacent room was number 17. A loud thud echoed from next door, as if something heavy had crashed onto the floor. In room 18, Louis, similarly leaning against the wall, attempted to discern the commotion from the neighboring room and swallowed hard, his expression grave as he uttered, "Someone is injured." Fleur shook his head. "No, that's impossible. If there was a fight, we would have heard it." Louis insisted, "I just heard heavy breathing. What if something happened to Ice?" With that, he swiftly made his way to the bedside, picked up the phone, and dialed. Fleur looked bewildered. "Hey, are you calling your mom? This is the front desk." "Hi, front desk. We heard a commotion from room 17, followed by a thud, like someone had been struck down. It's possible that someone simply fell." The brown-skinned night manager replied dismissively from his office. He was reluctant to intervene, especially after having received stern warnings against disturbing others at night. "No, it's likely someone is hurt. You should check it out," Louis insisted. "All right," the night manager conceded reluctantly, recognizing Louis's insistence. He was indifferent to the occupants' well-being. However, in the event of an incident necessitating police involvement, his inaction as a staff member could lead to his dismissal. Contemplating this, he dialed the phone in room 17 in an attempt to ascertain the situation. The phone rang for some time before being answered. The disoriented Eileen House was jolted back to a semblance of consciousness by the shrill ringing of the telephone. He clutched his head, feeling the intense pain and the warm, sticky sensation in his palm, the pungent metallic scent overwhelming his senses, almost making him retch. Struggling to rise, he shuffled to the telephone and picked up the receiver. Breathless and evidently weak, he managed to say in a fragmented voice, "Call the police. A man hit me on the head with a champagne bottle, and I'm bleeding." "What?" The night manager, startled, leapt to his feet, hurriedly reassuring, "I will call the police immediately. Please stay where you are and do not move." Felix sat on the bed, his gaze vacant as he blinked in disbelief, feeling dazed. Clutching his head, he could hardly comprehend the situation. Thinking it was merely a comedic skit of two men vying for a woman, only to find himself entangled in a suspenseful crime drama. The wailing sirens of police and ambulance vehicles crescendoed in the distance, intertwining and shattering the tranquility of the rainy night. Moments later, an ambulance and police car arrived in succession, screeching into the parking lot, their red and blue lights flashing urgently. Louis stood by the window, watching as paramedics emerged from the ambulance, hastily wheeling a stretcher out of his sight. Before long, another figure was seen being carried out on a stretcher. Subsequently, the sound of sirens pierced the night as the ambulance swiftly turned around, merging into the darkness. Something had indeed happened to Fry. Someone was injured. Louis rubbed his face, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Anxiety, regret, worry, shame, and fear all surged within him. "Don't worry," Fry spoke, his expression grave, lacking the previous ease. A series of urgent knocks echoed, heavy and insistent. Louis and Fry turned abruptly, their gazes fixed upon the door, which loomed before them like a monstrous beast with gaping jaws, ready to devour them whole. Heart racing uncontrollably, Louis took a deep breath, poised to approach the door. Yet Fry, standing closer to it, blocked his path, seizing the doorknob with urgency. Chapter 8. A deadly joke. "Oh my God, the police have arrived. We are in the adjacent room, and they will undoubtedly come to inquire about us. What if the suspect is still at large? The police might have dispatched officers to patrol the interstate, checking passing vehicles, and inadvertently discover me driving alone, without an adult accompanying me." Felix buried his hands in his thick hair, his expression bordering on frantic. He collapsed onto the bed, tossing and turning restlessly. What to do? What to do? What to do? Rusty, leaning against the headboard, wore a gentle yet focused expression, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. His long legs casually draped over the bed, fortuitously preventing the child from rolling off. Come here. Huh. Felix abruptly lifted his head, anxiety etched across his face, his gaze pleading. Daddy, do you have a plan? Rusty chuckled softly, exasperated yet indulgent. Is there something Daddy can't handle? Or is it that we are not familiar? Felix scrambled up, snuggling close to the man, affectionately shaking his neck, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Daddy, please, leave it to me, trust me, okay? A broad hand rested on the nape of Felix's neck, applying gentle pressure, the rough fingertips brushing lightly. It conveyed an air of undeniable authority while harboring a nearly reverent yearning. All right, guided by the subtle pull at his neck, Felix leaned against Rusty's shoulder, wrapping his arms around the man's neck and closing his eyes in relaxation. This oddly named and peculiar man inexplicably instilled a sense of security, akin to being beside Daddy in his childhood, as if the sky could fall without cause for concern. Moments later, urgent knocks resounded once more, followed by the calm, authoritative voice of a man. Police, we need to ask you some questions. Please open the door. I don't want to go out. Then let the baby pretend to be asleep. No problem. I am far more adept at feigning sleep than you. As soon as the words left his lips, Felix quietly nestled deeper into the blankets, turning his back to the door, remaining utterly still, his breathing steady and rhythmic, as though he had succumbed to slumber. The rusty nail chuckled softly, rose, and pushed open the door, applying just enough force to leave it slightly ajar. Good evening, sir. Good evening. Observing the tall figure, nearly 2 meters in height, broad-shouldered and stout, as he stepped out of the room, the middle-aged officer's pupils imperceptibly contracted, a flicker of instinctive vigilance briefly flashing in his gaze before quickly dissipating. Through the partially opened door, he discerned the silhouette of a youth, head buried beneath the covers, seemingly lost in deep sleep. He had verified the registration records at the front desk, noting that the individual had checked in with a child, arriving in the early evening, approximately 3 hours earlier than the neighboring room, rendering suspicion nearly non-existent. I apologize for disturbing you and your family at such a late hour. A serious incident has occurred in room 17 next door, and we require some information from you. Is your child currently? I'm sorry, but you know how it is with children of this age. Once they fall asleep, they are utterly unresponsive. If you have any inquiries, please direct them at me. Very well. Around midnight, did you hear any unusual sounds? For instance, knocking, arguing, cries for help, or loud bangs? I apologize, but after a long day of driving, I was in a deep sleep, especially with the heavy rain outside. I only recall hearing the phone ringing next door for a few minutes. I cannot specify how long it lasted, and then I heard your sirens. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Here is my business card with my contact information. If you recall any details later, no matter how trivial, please do not hesitate to call the number provided. Additionally, please ensure that your doors and windows are securely locked and use the safety chain. We are actively searching for the suspect. Since you are with a child, please remain vigilant and prioritize your safety. The serious yet gentle voice gradually faded away, and the same rhythmic knocking resumed from next door. Click. The door closed softly. Did they mention anything about the car? Felix sat up, his voice filled with urgency. The rain outside was torrential, drowning out their conversation, making it difficult to hear clearly. No, baby, you are overly concerned. Your car is not parked near room 17. Right now, the police's primary focus is tracking the suspect's movements. No officer would squander time investigating the owner of a sports car parked in the lot, which bears no connection to the case. Felix exhaled in relief. Yet anxiety crept back in. What about tomorrow? Should we leave the car here? I drive a Peterbilt 389 heavy-duty truck with a 40-foot standard container trailer attached. We can secure your sports car inside. Where would you like to go? I can take you. Felix felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came forth. Rusty Nail's eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke again. In the driver's cabin, there is a bed for resting, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, allowing you to rest anytime, anywhere on the road. Felix's eyes brightened as he momentarily cast aside his earlier discomfort, exclaiming in wonder, "Wow, that's so spacious." Is it true? Indeed it is. So, darling, where are you headed? I'm going to Kansas. My brother is part of a racing team and is heading to Canada to participate in an off-road rally. So you are going to cheer him on? No, my brother is a member of the maintenance crew and won't be competing. And what about you? I'm going to watch the race. I'll tag along with my brother's team. I've heard it's going to be exhilarating, and once I turn 18, I wish to participate myself. Felix's eyes sparkled with anticipation, a hint of impatience evident. Off-road rallies come in various forms, including road rallies, mountain rallies, desert rallies, and snow rallies, each differing in duration. Some last for a few days, while others may extend to over 10 days. During the competition, drivers and navigators share meals and accommodations. Even if they do not rest in the same room, they cannot bear to be apart. Darling, may I be your navigator? Rusty Nail paused, glancing at the large figure barely fitting into the car. Felix blinked, chuckling awkwardly before swiftly changing the subject. Let us set off tomorrow. I can't stay here any longer. A subtle arch of Rusty Nail's brow revealed a playful, yet melancholic expression as he replied. Are you going to feel unfamiliar with me again? Felix puffed out his cheeks, shooting him a helpless glare. What can I do? You're just too tall. You simply won't fit in the car. Rusty Nail was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression contemplative. Having lived for over a century, it was the first time he felt somewhat troubled by his oversized physique. He could attempt to slim down, but could he truly consider amputating his legs? That would only hinder the child. Noticing the man sitting at the edge of the bed, seemingly lost in thought with his fingers stroking his chin, Felix inquired directly. What are you thinking about? Rusty Nail, caught off guard, instinctively replied, slicing off my legs. Felix froze, disbelief washing over his face as he exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? You must be joking. After a few seconds of silence, Rusty Nail suddenly laughed. The child is still young. We wouldn't want to frighten him. Yes. Darling, my apologies for alarming you. I was merely jesting. Felix sighed in relief, his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, settled slightly, yet for reasons unknown, unease still lingered within him. He opened his mouth, words swirling on the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back, finally managing to stammer out a few words. Then that's good. Chapter 9. A fatal jest. Having spent an entire night in the interrogation room, Lewis and Fleur were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. They were escorted back to the motel by police car. As soon as they stepped out, Fleur, filled with ire, demanded, Why did you inform the police that we called for the icebreaker? I nearly found myself back in prison. Our prank has left someone lying half dead in the ICU. Still unconscious. Shouldn't we bear some responsibility? Nonsense. By your logic, if you ordered 10 pizzas for your neighbor, and when the delivery person arrived, your neighbor, wielding an AK-47, opened the door and started shooting wildly, killing the delivery person, would that be your fault? Yes, of course, it's hard to absolve myself of blame. Okay, fine, you go ahead and play the martyr. Recalling the interrogation room, where the officers regarded them with contempt and harshly ordered them to vacate Wyoming before sunset, Lewis was filled with shame and discomfort. I don't wish to be a martyr. I'm merely pondering how we can leave here with a clear conscience. Won't our conscience be troubled? Fleur dismissed him, saying, I remind myself that in 100 years, you will be dead, I will be dead, everyone will be dead. So he just might have departed a bit earlier. That's my life philosophy. Lewis shook his head, realizing that communication with someone like his brother was futile. He waved his hand, extracting his keys to unlock the door, and remarked, I'll take you to Denver, and then we part ways. Okay. Fleur nodded nonchalantly, recognizing that a good boy like him and a rogue like Fleur were ultimately not on the same path. He even took the time to wander around the parking lot, spotting only a Peterbilt 389 truck parked in the corner, while the Dodge Viper he had longed for was nowhere in sight. He sighed deeply, a look of profound regret in his eyes. He had never driven such an expensive car. How exhilarating it would be to hit the road in that sports car. Just the thought of it was utterly thrilling. What is he doing, circling around like that? Felix, seated in the passenger side of the truck, leaned against the window, looking down at Fleur with a lazy yawn. Maybe he is unwell. Rusty Nail glanced over, his expression indifferent and unconcerned, then spoke in a contemplative tone. Baby, we could actually rest here for another day. You didn't get a good night's sleep last night. Okay, the sports car is all set. There's nothing to worry about. Felix nodded and added, then I'll need to switch rooms. No problem. I want to sleep alone. That's impossible. Felix pouted, his expression somewhat displeased. You're a bad guy. Rusty Nail nodded. Yes, I am. Felix choked momentarily, his eyes darting with an insidious glimmer. He then resorted to provocation. Are you particularly timid? Afraid to sleep alone, thus insisting on sharing a room with me? Yes, baby, please don't leave me. I would be frightened if left alone. Felix fell silent for a few seconds, only for a sudden thought to leap into his mind. He stroked his chin, adopting a look of dawning realization, his gaze imbued with ambiguity, his tone deliberately drawn out. Ah, so what you previously claimed about being single was a ruse. Or perhaps you are indeed single, yet it does not impede your desire for company while you sleep. TSK, is this the realm of adulthood? Wow, you're quite strong, aren't you? In an instant, Felix was astounded to find himself seated face-to-face with Rusty Nail, his legs sprawled across the man's thighs. He could distinctly feel the tautness of the man's muscular legs beneath him and the steering wheel pressing against his lower back, his expression rife with indignation. With a resounding clap, he struck Rusty Nail's shoulder, his palm vibrating from the impact. Ouch, that hurts. What do you eat to be this hard? Felix instinctively shook his hand, bringing it to his mouth to blow on it in annoyance. Rusty Nail gently took the boy's hand in his own, noting the pale, delicate palm instantly reddening. His brow furrowed slightly, eyes betraying a hint of tenderness as he pointed to his own face and said, Baby, next time. You can simply strike here. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief at this suggestion. My daddy told me that slapping someone is a serious affront, unless one is fully prepared to sever ties. Do you wish to break our bond? Of course not, baby. I am not like others. You can treat me however you please, and I shall never be angry with you. The confidence in his tone was unwavering. The cabin of the vehicle felt stiflingly warm, the heat radiating from their point of contact, causing Felix's cheeks to blush involuntarily. His eyes, bright as peach blossoms, glimmered with moisture. Though his expression bore a hint of confusion, he was genuinely taken aback, marveling internally, wow, do all mature men possess such prowess? Those who know would think they've known each other for years, while the unacquainted would assume it has been a mere day. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and raised his hand to fan himself, a refreshing breeze enveloping him. Roll down the window, it's too hot. Let me out. Suddenly, clarity dawned, his gaze bright and resolute, a spark of competitiveness igniting within him. He silently vowed that when he grew up, he too would possess such prowess. Rusty Nail complied, lowering the window, yet his other hand firmly gripped the boy's waist, rendering him immobile. Before Felix had the chance to unleash his anger, Rusty promptly apologized, saying, I was wrong, baby. I lied. I am not afraid. I simply wish to be in the same room with you. I have never shared a space with anyone else. Can you allow me to stay with you? He was determined to leave no room for misunderstanding between them. The budding love was already elusive. He would go mad if misunderstandings, which could easily be dispelled with a word, severed the roots of their affection. What if I disagree? Then I would lay a mat outside your room. Just kidding. At night, I would sneak in. Forget it, I agree. Felix, with a resigned expression, found himself at a loss. He truly had no other options. He did not want to attract the attention of onlookers. Shocking. The rebellious son locks his father out, forcing him to spend the night on the porch, sleepless. Chapter 10. A fatal prank after a restful night. Felix awoke at 11. Feeling refreshed as he stood in the driver's seat, his voice bright and cheerful, his tone slightly elevated. Wow, the truck's interior is really different. It's so spacious. This height must be around 2 meters. Yesterday, he had merely laid down to secure the sports car and hadn't paid much attention to the truck's cabin. Felix stood on his toes, stretching out his arm, his fingertips just grazing the ceiling, his expression one of astonishment. Yes, as long as baby likes it. Rusty leaned in to fasten the seatbelt for the well-behaved child in the passenger seat, casually smoothing his tousled golden hair and placing a large assortment of snacks beside him. Baby, are you really not going to have breakfast? No. Then eat snacks if you get hungry. Got it. Stop nagging, daddy, okay? Fine, baby. Are you ready? Yes, go. The engine roared with a deep rumble. The truck trembled slightly as it began to move, leaving the motel further behind. Traveling along the interstate, the bumps of the road were hardly felt. As he rolled down the window, a brisk wind swept in, carrying the dry essence of the wilderness. Felix leaned against the window, reveling in the refreshing breeze. The midday sun shone down fervently, casting a golden halo around the youth. The gentle light fell softly on his upturned profile, his long, curled eyelashes fluttering in the wind, casting delicate shadows on his eyelids, reminiscent of fluttering butterfly wings poised to take flight. Gazing in the direction of the wind, he beheld the undulating mountains meandering along the horizon, resembling a colossal dragon gracefully traversing the vast earth, a magnificent spectacle. As he continued to gaze, his focus began to waver, his fingertips idly brushing against the window ledge. Warmth coursed through his limbs, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his eyelids drooped heavily, his head resting languidly on his arm. Suddenly, Felix jolted awake, straightening his posture and lazily stretching, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. A broad hand reached out from the side, gently kneading the nape of Felix's neck. The rough palm glided over, its searing warmth mingling with a subtle sting, leaving an indelible mark upon his skin, as though asserting a silent dominion. Unconsciously, Felix tensed, instinctively retracting his neck in an attempt to evade the touch. In the next heartbeat, his evasion proved futile. With a sense of resignation, Felix could only pat the muscular arm adorned with rusted iron, urging it away, urging safety in driving. Okay? Okay, darling, rest assured, I cannot bear to part with you. You shall always be by my side. The deep, magnetic timbre of the voice lingered in his ears, rich and enduring, the elongated notes laden with meaning, inviting contemplation. Oh, all right, Felix replied dismissively, casually opening a bag of chips. The crisp sound echoed, this spicy flavor is quite delightful. Let us buy more next time. Good. Rusted Iron glanced at the packaging, committing it to memory, then seemingly nonchalantly inquired, darling, how about I teach you to drive a truck? Absolutely not. While trucks offer a broad view, overseeing most smaller vehicles, and their spaciousness can easily overshadow sports cars, the speed and exhilarating sensation of a sports car are simply unparalleled. A truck cannot soar low as a sports car can. Felix declined without hesitation. Unspoken was the fact that driving a truck necessitated considerable arm strength. It could be said that sheer strength was fundamental. He thought it best not to subject himself to ridicule. However, there was also the undeniable safety of a truck. Rusted Iron hesitated, wishing to avoid hindering the child, yet struggled with the notion of Felix sharing close quarters, both in living and intimacy, with other men or women. Why the sudden interest in this? Felix turned to gaze at Rusted Iron, who wore a pure black baseball cap, curiosity flickering across his face. Last night, after the child had fallen asleep, he had spent hours studying various off-road rally competitions. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that many rallies permitted the participation of trucks. Events such as the Dakar Rally, the Silk Road Rally, and the China Rally were among them. Rusted Iron cleared his throat, darling. I inadvertently discovered that many off-road rally events allow trucks to compete. I'm aware of that, but these competitions are generally grueling, with complex terrains, deserts, Gobi, wilderness, mountains, and so forth. I cannot endure such hardship. I merely wish to partake in a casual road rally for fun. Felix's self-awareness was commendable. He was merely intrigued, finding the idea thrilling, rather than harboring any deep passion. Oh, Rusted Iron's thin lips pressed together, the expression hidden beneath the brim of his cap failing to mask his disappointment, a shadow of melancholy clouding his eyes, enveloped by a palpable air of repression. Oh, are you upset? No, darling, you know I could never be upset with you. The Rusted Iron nail shook his head without a moment's hesitation, his voice laden with palpable disappointment. My only concern is that one day you might trust him, your navigator, more than you trust me. A fleeting thought of hostility crossed my mind. If that day were ever to come, I hope that baby will be prepared for frequent changes in navigators. Felix's brow furrowed in confusion, his expression revealing clear bewilderment as he spoke in a tone of uncertainty. You and the navigator are entirely different matters. My trust in the navigator is solely during competitions, based on his professional capabilities. What does that have to do with you? Seeing the Rusted Iron nail remain silent, enveloped in a heavy air of dejection, like a mushroom curled up by the roadside, battered by the relentless wind and rain. Felix hesitated for a few seconds before softly speaking, meeting the gaze of the Rusted Iron nail as he turned his head. The sudden brightness in those eyes, a delicate blend of faint hope and profound despair, seemed on the verge of being engulfed. There will be no one else. You are my one and only navigator. His heart softened unexpectedly. He bit his lower lip, determination washing over his features as he straightforwardly offered the man a solid reassurance. The waves of disappointment receded like the tide, the dark clouds overhead seemingly dispersed by the sunlight. An invisible joy quietly began to swell from within, his lips curving into an uncontainable smile, even his eyes sparkling with unhidden delight. To the rusted iron nail, those words were nearly akin to a confession, carrying immense emotional weight. Even though he understood that the boy's words were merely literal, devoid of any hidden meanings, he still felt his blood rush with excitement. Wow, your ears have turned red. Baby, this. The rusted iron nail's chest rose and fell slightly, a low chuckle escaping him, his leisurely tone imbued with unmistakable pleasure. It's perfectly normal. I will always be captivated by you. Damn, I still haven't T1. Felix puffed out his cheeks in frustration, angrily stuffing chips into his mouth. At the Owl Motel, lying on a spacious bed, Felix's eyes lit up when he heard the rusted iron nail mention going to the adjacent restaurant bar to fetch some food. He quickly leaped off the bed, exclaiming, I want to go with you. Baby, those under 21 are prohibited from entering bars. Shall I take you to another restaurant for steak? I know that as long as there is a guardian present, entry to a restaurant bar is permitted. Felix raised his index finger, shaking it gently in front of him, wearing an expression that clearly said, You won't fool me. The rusted iron nail gently pressed his hands on Felix's shoulders, urging him to sit back on the bed, and said earnestly, Baby, it's quite chaotic in there. And some people even smoke secretly. It's not good for your health. Felix leaned back, using the momentum to roll around, shouting at the top of his lungs, I want to go, I want to go, I must go, cough, cough. All right, let us go, but first, drink some water. The rusty iron nail supported his forehead, his expression filled with helplessness yet tinged with profound affection. Raising a child seemed to be a formidable task. Hee, Daddy, you are truly handsome. Upon hearing this, Felix sprang up, standing on the bed, and leapt directly into the arms of the rusty iron nail. His cheeks gently brushed against the man's smooth profile, warm, soft, and tender. Before the iron nail could react to the sudden tension in his body, Felix had already nimbly jumped off, donned his shoes, and dashed to the door, urging, Come on, Daddy, come on. Okay, baby. A smile broke forth, uncontrollable and wild, as a sweet sensation flowed gently within his heart like a trickling spring. Chapter 11. A fatal jest. As night descended, the traffic flowed incessantly, and a neon sign emblazoned with the word bar quietly radiated a crimson glow. With a gentle push against the heavy wooden door, it creaked open, and the air was instantly infused with the melodious strains of country music. Immediately, a wave of warmth enveloped him, carrying the fragrant blend of beer malt and the enticing aroma of fried barbecue. Felix instinctively inhaled deeply, a powerful hunger stirring within him. The sound of wind chimes echoed in his ears, while gazes, some scrutinizing, others curious, some weary, and a few kind, were cast his way. Without warning, the tall and broad silhouette of the iron nail stepped forward, shielding Felix with his presence. In the next moment, upon hearing the chimes, those who had been staring discreetly withdrew their gazes as if nothing had transpired. With his view obstructed, Felix felt his hands suddenly grasped tightly, the intense heat radiating from the palm seemingly ready to sear him. Instinctively, he attempted to pull away, but the grip was unyielding, infused with a force that brooked no resistance. Felix's expression turned to one of resignation. He decided not to struggle any longer, merely extending his head to survey the bar's surroundings, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Several vintage copper pendant lights hung in the air, casting a warm glow that enveloped the edges of the mahogany bar. Behind the bar stood a bartender clad in a deep blue denim shirt, his silver-gray hair slightly bowed as he leisurely wiped a heavy glass with a white cloth, his gaze focused. Behind him, a neatly arranged array of bottles lined the shelves, their labels blurred in the light. Perhaps chilled, the bottles glistened with tiny droplets of water, reflecting fragmented cold light under the illumination. At the bar's high stools, several men dressed in Western cowboy attire lowered their heads to drink slowly, their postures exuding profound fatigue. Even the sound of glass touching the table was muted and feeble. On the side of the bar area, a billiard hall was tucked away, where two men in work trousers were gathered around a pool table. One was bent over, cue in hand, taking aim, while the other held a beer cup, sipping as he watched the white ball roll across the green felt. Before Felix could fully comprehend the surroundings, a faint sound of footsteps approached. A uniformed attendant came over, glancing at the youthful combination of a mature man and an adolescent whose face still bore traces of boyishness. With a warm smile, she guided them to a brightly lit dining area on the side. A rugged wooden partition served as a clear demarcation, separating the bar area from the dining section. Instead of sitting down immediately, Felix chose a diagonal position that allowed him a comprehensive view of the entire bar. A server approached with a menu in hand, a flicker of understanding in her eyes as she greeted him with a friendly smile. "Hi, have you decided what you'd like to order?" "Yes. I'll have the smoked pork ribs, mildly spicy chicken wings, beef mac and cheese, fried onion rings, and a Cobb salad. Thank you." And for him, 2 glasses of non-alcoholic lemon sparkling water as well. "All right, it will be ready shortly." Felix, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Will you have enough to eat?" Restaurants of this sort, located beside motels, are known for their generous portions. "If you can't finish, you can give the leftovers to me." "Wow. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Had I known, I wouldn't have ordered so much. I can cancel a few items if they haven't been prepared yet." "No need to worry. Just order what you like. I'll take care of it." Felix opened his mouth, hesitated, and then fell silent, contemplating, "You really spoil the child." Suddenly, the chimes at the door rang repeatedly, prompting Felix to curiously glance up. He observed a man clad in a blue work shirt, exuding a somewhat unrefined demeanor, accompanied by a seemingly obedient fellow in a checkered shirt, escorting a girl with long golden hair, dressed in a blue t-shirt, as they approached the bar. Leaning over the counter, they engaged in conversation with the bartender. Once the trio moved on, a man, who kept his head down, making it difficult to discern his features, approached the bar. He was of similar height to Felix, with a medium build, donning a baseball cap and a dark denim jacket. After whispering a few words to the bartender, he settled into an inconspicuous corner against the wall. "What are you looking at?" Rusty, following the youth's gaze, caught sight of a particular figure and, seemingly casually, queried. Felix took a bite of the onion ring, slightly raising his chin to indicate the bar's direction. "That person seems a bit off." "Which one?" "The man sitting in the corner with a beer in front of him. He came in right after those 3. I initially thought it was merely a coincidence, but it seems that since he sat down, he has been glancing over toward the booth." "Really? He doesn't appear to be a bad person, just a small-frame truck driver." Upon hearing this, Felix couldn't conceal his disdain, his expression one of utter disbelief. "How have you managed to live this long? Do you not understand the meaning of not judging a book by its cover?" Foolish to the extreme, one must be cautious lest they fall victim to unseen treachery, unaware of how their demise may unfold. Moreover, in comparison to you, anyone appears diminutive. Do not cast your judgments upon others, humph. The other party lowered their head, a hint of shame evident in their demeanor. Felix then let out a soft huff, conceding, "Fine, I shall protect you from now on. When skill is lacking, brute force shall suffice." Upon hearing this, Rusty Nail's lips curled upward, a silent mirth glimmering in his eyes. In the deep brown leather booth, Fleur, Lewis, and his secret crush, Vina, reveled in carefree laughter around the small round table. A toast to Nebraska. To the state? All right. The glasses clinked together with a resounding chime. Lewis felt an unmistakable, malevolent gaze fixated on his back, causing him to stiffen momentarily. He swiftly turned his head, only to find nothing amiss. Vina also glanced toward the bar, her gaze meeting that of a man whose exhausted eyes spoke volumes. He was of unremarkable appearance, sporting a light brown mustache, exuding a sense of earnestness. Upon noticing her, he offered a friendly smile. Vina instinctively nodded in polite acknowledgement, then turned back to Lewis, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Hey, Lewis, what's the matter?" Lewis opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Instead, he rubbed his face and lifted his glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. The fiery burn of the liquor surged through his chest, as if attempting to dispel the bone-chilling cold within. "It's nothing. I must have misjudged. I drove all night yesterday, and am a bit fatigued. I'll wash my face. You all carry on." Fleur waved dismissively. "Hey, hurry back, brother. This is just getting started. Don't spoil the fun." "Okay. Hey, kid, I believe your age is better suited for somewhere else, not here." Felix turned to see the bartender he had previously noticed standing behind the bar, clad in a deep blue denim shirt, with an open collar and black undershirt. He embodied the rugged Western aesthetic of the establishment. His features were chiseled, with faint lines adorning his forehead and the corners of his eyes, his silver hair meticulously styled, akin to the neatly arranged bottles behind him. He raised a hand, pointing towards the dining area, his sharp gaze conveying a mixture of exasperation and warmth, reminiscent of a parent observing a disobedient child. Unfazed, Felix pointed at the jukebox before him. I merely wish to change the song. What would you like to hear? Don't rock the jukebox. The bartender, named Alan, exhibited a flicker of surprise before offering praise. That's quite the taste. Felix nodded without hesitation. Of course. It suits this place perfectly, doesn't it? Yes, classics never go out of style. However, a hint of amusement danced in Alan's eyes as he gestured toward a tall man standing in line at the cash register, on the verge of becoming the next customer. As the man approached, his gaze remained fixated on them, a clear indication of paternal concern. You should head back. Don't worry, the next song is just around the corner. Okay. His eyes lingered with a reluctant fondness. Chapter 12. The deadly joke, is this bitch your girlfriend? A coarse, jarring voice sliced through the air, each word dripping with malicious intent. Felix, having reached the threshold of light and shadow near the wooden screen, furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the voice. In stark contrast to the rugged western ambience, one of the trio being followed, a timid boy, was encircled by a group of apparent cohorts, the atmosphere thick with palpable tension. What? Lewis replied, frowning in disbelief. One of the men, donning a camouflage cap and a striped shirt, sneered, jabbing his finger forcefully into the boy's chest, his gaze brimming with provocation. I said, is this bitch your girlfriend? If so, it would be wise for her to keep her mouth shut. Do you understand, model student? Huh. With a scoff, he dismissed the boy, angered by his failed attempt at flirting. Felix scanned the surroundings and noticed a waiter cleaning a table. He approached and gestured towards the bar. Hey, buddy, someone is smoking over there, sorry. The waiter, noticing the situation, displayed a hint of disdain and hurriedly intervened, inadvertently shielding the boy and the blonde girl behind him. Seeing the commotion, Fleur, who was preparing to confront his own people with a tirade of apologies to defuse the conflict, quickly ushered the two away from the bar. Standing at the cash register, Rusty observed the entire scene with a flicker of darkness in his gaze. Was the child merely performing a good deed, or was it for someone specific? At the Owl Motel, Felix felt overly stuffed and took a stroll along the corridor outside his room. Growing weary, he leaned over the railing on the second floor, admiring the distant neon-lit nightscape. As he glanced down, he suddenly spotted the figure he had suspected of tailing him at the bar, now appearing in the motel parking lot before one of the guest rooms. The individual seemed to sense his scrutiny, lifting their head and locking eyes with him. Their seemingly ordinary face broke into a friendly, albeit slightly goofy, smile. Yet, a chill washed over Felix, causing his heart to constrict sharply. Instantly, his mind conjured the thoughts of Shinichi Kudo upon first encountering Jin in Detective Conan. This man's eyes glinted with a cold light, suggesting he had taken countless lives without a care. Daddy! In the next instant, Felix dashed back to his room, leaping into the arms of Rusty, who was tidying up clothes by the bed and turned at the sound, catching him tightly around the waist. The child's voice trembled slightly, a hint of fear lingering in his brow. Rusty Nail furrowed his brow, his expression darkening instantly, as a surge of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Suppressing the tempest of fury within, he endeavored to soften his tone, gently soothing the child's back as he bent down to embrace him, his steps leading them outdoors. Baby, what transpired? I saw him. The stalker, he actually followed those three to the inn. What did he do to you? Felix loosened his grip around Rusty Nail's neck, his face tinged with embarrassment. He did nothing, just smiled at me. I could sense no malice from him, yet my instincts screamed, danger, run, stay away, hide. Observing the child's lingering terror, Rusty Nail's large hand tenderly enveloped Felix's head, applying gentle pressure as their foreheads met. He then pressed a kiss upon the child's brow, devoid of ambiguity, only filled with profound tenderness. With his eyelids lowered, shadows cast by his lashes darkened his gaze, which brimmed with barely contained wrath. Baby, with me here. He will certainly pay for his deeds. The warmth of his touch faded almost as quickly as it had come. Felix momentarily froze, his heart skipping a beat. And before he could fully process the moment, he heard the man's words, leaving him momentarily speechless. What happened? He smiled at me. That shouldn't be necessary. He gently jostled the child in his arms, his voice resolute, filled with an air of inevitability. Of course it is. Baby was frightened, wasn't he? Feeling the warmth against his cheek, Felix tightened his embrace, his lips involuntarily curving upwards, his bright eyes sparkling with light. Fine. Standing by the railing, the two scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of anyone. Rusty Nail, carrying the child back inside, remarked, Do not worry, he cannot escape. I know how to find him. Huh, you know him? Felix paused, then struggled to leap down, indignantly exclaiming, You lied to me? You scoundrel. Rusty Nail stiffened, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his features as he rubbed his nose, realizing he had misspoken. Hey, baby, I merely what? Just feared you would be concerned about the rogue and the good child, Candy. What? You only spoke a few words on the radio, and happened to stay at the same inn, yet you think I'd worry about them? Wait, are you saying Candy and the good child are the same person? Then among those three, who is the rogue? Who is the good child? The scruffy-looking one is the rogue, the other man is the good child, who spoke in a female voice on the radio. No wonder Felix experienced a sudden realization. He recalled that in the bar, the man exuding a dubious aura had struck him as somewhat familiar. It was indeed the same man who had been loitering in the parking lot of the Lone Star Motel. He was, after all, an ne'er-do-well. At last, Felix understood why room 17 had been in such disarray that night. He also grasped why, the following day, staff had informed him that 2 men from room 18 were taken away by the police, who then departed. Clearly, they had uncovered something significant. Thus, the victim in room 17 was merely an unfortunate soul? I see now. The stalker was the icebreaker. He had been compelled to confront a stranger due to an invitation, potentially facing imprisonment, seeking vengeance against Candy and the scoundrel. How astute, baby. Felix lifted his chin, a flicker of pride glimmering in his eyes, and huffed, of course. Rusty Nail chuckled softly. Well then, clever, adorable, handsome, kind-hearted, and generous baby, will you forgive me? Felix arched an eyebrow, aware of his own misstep. Observing Felix seated on the sofa, Rusty Nail crouched beside him, placing the child's hand against his own cheek, gently nodding, his expression brimming with tenderness. Baby, harboring anger is detrimental to your health. If you must be angry, then strike me. Don't keep it bottled up inside. At this, Felix secretly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, truly a mature man, playing it rather wild. He pretended not to hear and tugged at the man's ear. Dare to deceive me again? I wouldn't dream of it, Rusty Nail replied, feeling the sting in his earlobe, resting his head on Felix's lap, yet still clutching the child's hand firmly. By the way, that blonde girl accompanying the scoundrel and the good baby, she won't be targeted for revenge, will she? No, he will only go after the true culprit. Felix's eyes glimmered with approval. Without a doubt, this principle was commendable. He would not implicate the innocent. Chapter 13. A deadly joke on their way back to the motel. Louis no longer felt the chilling, piercing gaze. His taut nerves gradually relaxed. The three exchanged light banter and agreed on the departure time for the next morning before bidding each other goodnight. After watching Vina enter her room, Louis and Fleur descended the stairs and returned to their reserved ground floor accommodation. Louis casually tossed his backpack onto the bed and then collapsed backward, his body sinking heavily into the soft mattress. The delayed drowsiness and the effects of alcohol surged over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. Fleur stood before the television, perusing the program guide. Hey, look, buddy, I told you this motel was decent. They even have adult channels. Do you prefer stories with plot lines, or those that get right to the action? She bore no resemblance to a SEAL or a soldier. Heavens, she evoked no sensation whatsoever. What appeared to be a deliberate selection was, in reality, merely Fleur choosing at random, clicking play, his attention hardly on the program. Perched on the edge of the bed, he leaned back slightly, glancing sideways at Louis, who lay asleep, as though startled, quickly averting his gaze to the television screen, his face a tapestry of inner turmoil. Hey, Vina seems quite lovely, doesn't she? You two are just friends, right? Fleur swallowed hard, turning his gaze back to the slumbering Louis, as if to underscore a point. You said it yourself. You explicitly mentioned that you merely went on occasional dates, shared a conversation, and nothing more. Then, taking a deep breath, a fleeting shadow of guilt crossed his eyes as he continued. If you are more than just friends, tell me now. After a brief pause, Fleur raised his arm, palm outward in a gesture akin to a stop signal, emitting a series of beeping sounds, both a warning and a struggle. I will back off, understand? The room was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of Louis's snores echoing in the air. Perfect. Fleur seized the remote and switched off the television, then leaped off the bed. A sense of relaxation washed over him, as if he had preemptively communicated his intentions. He intended to visit a convenience store near the hotel to procure a few bottles of wine before seeking out Vina for a chat. As he exited the room, he cast one last glance at Louis, who whose chest rose and fell gently in slumber, his expression exuding confidence, a light smile gracing his lips. "Hey, brother. We can compete fairly, but I shall take the first step." Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks reverberated down the corridor. Felix awoke with a start, his heart racing. He touched his chest, glancing toward the door. The sound seemed to emanate from next door. What on earth is going on out there? He thought. He attempted to check the time, but as his fingers brushed against the clock, a fleeting tingle coursed through him, a brief flash of blue and white light. Felix paid it little mind, instinctively curling his fingers, dismissing it as mere static electricity in the air. He then grabbed the bedside clock for a look. It was 1 in the afternoon. The room was devoid of any sign of his roommate, likely off to fetch lunch. He yawned widely, burying his face into the pillow, preparing to drift back to sleep. Yet, scarcely had he closed his eyes for 2 seconds when the knocking resumed with renewed vigor, this time at his own door. Felix jolted upright, irritably tousling his hair, and leaped from the bed to wrench the door open. Candy and the blonde girl stood outside the door, their faces etched with anxiety, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, and disheveled strands of hair clinging to their cheeks. Felix leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. His voice tinged with barely contained irritation. "You better have a legitimate reason for this." Louis inhaled deeply, suppressing his heavy breaths, his youthful visage still bearing traces of innocence as he regarded the situation before him. This was their final hope. Vina struggled to quell her inner turmoil, managing to squeeze out an apologetic expression as she spoke rapidly. "Sorry, our friend is missing." Could it be the work of the icebreaker? Felix mused inwardly, though his outward demeanor remained one of puzzlement as he impatiently replied, "If he's missing, why not call the police? What do you want from me? Do you think I've hidden your friend away?" Louis licked his cracked lips, his voice dry and hoarse. "We've already reported it." Upon waking, Louis noticed that Fleur was absent from the adjacent bed, initially dismissing it. After a quick wash, he realized Fleur had yet to return, assuming he had gone ahead to Vina's room after procuring snacks for the journey. However, Vina informed him that since they had parted ways the previous evening, she had not seen Fleur again. He then wandered through the dining area, checked the vehicles in the parking lot, searched the hotel's corners, and inquired with the front desk staff. Yet, no one had seen Fleur. At that moment, Louis recalled the chilling, malevolent gaze from the bar. A wave of intense unease surged within him, prompting him to decisively contact the authorities. However, his brother Fleur was an adult. Having just been released on bail the day before after a prank in Wyoming had left someone severely injured and unconscious. The police suspected it might merely be another of his brother's antics, giving the case little attention, merely recording Fleur's basic information and physical description, and instructing nearby patrols to remain vigilant. Felix felt bewildered. "Then why are you seeking me out? Perhaps he simply wished to extricate himself from your affairs and slipped away unnoticed?" Louis swallowed hard, his parched throat nearly rendering him voiceless. Yet a hint of sardonic disbelief flickered in his gaze. Impossible. He harbored affection for Vina, a sort of love at first sight. Upon their initial encounter, he had exclaimed, "Wow, Vina is stunning." Perhaps Fleur was initially drawn by curiosity regarding the girl he secretly adored. Thus, after arriving in Denver, rather than departing immediately, he had followed Louis 40 kilometers to the University of Colorado Boulder to meet Vina. Ever since their meeting, even when Louis hinted that Fleur could hitch a ride back to Denver, Fleur had pretended not to hear, often interrupting their exchanges with Vina, whether intentionally or not. How could such a person choose to leave alone simply out of fear of disturbing others? Nevertheless, Fleur is ultimately his brother. He scoured the nearby convenience stores and bars, and only one shopkeeper mentioned having seen a shadow lingering near the Owl Motel while he was preparing to restock the shelves. Before organizing, he had noticed the figure near the motel, assuming it was merely a passerby. To his surprise, after he finished arranging the shelves, that familiar silhouette continued to wander around the motel. However, the distance was too great, and it was nighttime, making it difficult to discern clearly. Louis felt a twinge of disappointment, but fortunately, the shopkeeper provided him with another lead. There was someone who might have seen more clearly. From the shopkeeper's vantage point, he could see the second floor of the motel, where a figure had once leaned over the railing. From that perspective, it would have been possible to clearly observe the person lurking near the motel. Yet, he was uncertain about which specific room on the second floor it was. Louis had questioned everyone on that floor, and the boy before him was his last hope. Felix, upon witnessing the intense hope in Candy's eyes, did not hesitate to acknowledge it. Although the act of breaking the ice was born out of revenge, it resembled a scene from a play where the innocent sought retribution. Yet the premise was that he was indeed innocent. When Rusty heard him praise Felix for being principled and not implicating the innocent, he inexplicably began recounting Felix's past misdeeds. From the initial fury and gritted teeth upon hearing the news, to a gradual calmness after 3 hours, and a somewhat numbed expression after 4 hours, finally. After 5 hours, silence enveloped the world. Indeed, it was but I am at a loss for words to describe it. Lewis's eyes sparkled with surprise as he hastily pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, his fingers trembling as he gripped the pen. It's all right. Just do your best to describe. The man was quite ordinary in appearance, the type one might encounter on the street or in a bar, an unremarkable middle-aged man. If one were to identify a distinguishing feature, it might be his particularly cold gaze. Lewis nodded vigorously. Yes, that counts. What about his height? Do you recall? Felix lightly tapped his chin, striving to piece together fragments from the previous night. He was about my height, but more robust, with thick arms. As for any notable features on his face, I truly cannot recall. The distance wasn't close. We merely exchanged a fleeting glance. Sorry. Lewis breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The boy's height seemed comparable to his brother's, roughly around 173 centimeters. Clearly, that person was not the burly figure they had jested about on the radio. Thank you very much. I am Lewis, and this is Vina. I reside in room 6 on the first floor. If you remember anything else later, please do let me know. I'm counting on you. Okay. At that moment, a leisurely sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Moments later, a tall figure appeared in the corridor, donning a baseball cap and carrying several bags filled with the enticing aromas of barbecued and fried delicacies. Daddy. Rusty Nail approached the group with an unhurried demeanor, casually draping his free arm over Felix's shoulder, subtly shielding the child behind him. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he feigned ignorance, asking, Baby, who are they? They are here to inquire about a situation. Their friend has gone missing. Missing? Are you Lewis? A hint of barely perceptible wariness flashed in Lewis's eyes as he directly inquired, How do you know my name? I overheard that several police officers have come downstairs. They were discussing a young man named Lewis who reported that his brother has disappeared. Initially, the police thought it was just a prank, but unexpectedly, they discovered a body in a truck. What? With a clap, Lewis could no longer ignore the faint familiarity in the other's voice. His powerless hands could no longer hold onto the notebook that had just a moment ago seemed to cradle hope. He grabbed Vina and dashed towards the first floor. Baby, are you hungry? A bit. Why did you come back so late? You woke me up. After a quick wash-up, Felix settled on the sofa and picked up an onion ring to munch on. Rusty Nail's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaned in to take a bite of the onion ring, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Sorry, I was with Baby learning to do good deeds, so I got back a little late. Forgive me, okay? Felix shoved the onion ring into his hand and picked up another one, snorting disdainfully. You, good deeds? Huh, what a big liar. A lawless scoundrel. It's true, Baby. Rusty Nail's expression was innocent, tinged with a hint of naivety, though shadows lurked deep within his gaze. Baby actually found him repugnant. Someday. Let us hear it. To belittle what he once praised, this person recounted his own transgressions after discussing the misdeeds of others. It dawned on him that this Rusty Nail was no paragon of virtue. Infuriating. Angered, he attempted to leave, but Rusty Nail seized his precious car as collateral. He declared he no longer wanted the car. Yet this scoundrel clung to him, feigning pity, deliberately turning his face, marked with faint red impressions, towards him. Lips pressed together in silence, eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was he who had crashed into him. Infuriating. Despite the occasional collateral damage to innocence, he had never proactively instigated trouble. He was always the one who was bullied. Wrongs have a source and debts have an owner. For those truly innocent, even if he bore some responsibility, it was merely a fraction. Those who willingly provoked him must also bear the corresponding consequences. What can one say? The so-called icebreaker, who refrains from implicating the innocent, does so by choosing his targets and taking action, thereby rendering the notion of innocence obsolete. The icebreaker, also known as Garrick, fancies himself a societal cleanser, fervently committed to eradicating social detritus, particularly targeting women and drug users. He has roamed the interstate highways, eluding capture for years. Yet this time, due to a jest, he nearly met his downfall. The icebreaker, too fearful to exact revenge openly, harbored doubts about whether his target was a police decoy. Thus, he dared only to follow stealthily. Since the departure of Lewis and his companions from the hotel, he has trailed them in his truck for 2 to 3 days, only taking action today after ensuring their absolute safety. This cowardice, this contemptible waste of a man, is indeed a complete failure. To use him as a bargaining chip for Baby S forgiveness is a fitting repurposing of waste. I captured the icebreaker and delivered him to the police. Under my influence, he documented the times and locations of all his victims he had murdered and disposed of, which I subsequently handed over to the authorities. Chapter 14. A Deadly Jest Reformation? A hint of skepticism flickered in Felix's eyes, causing his motion of holding the fries to come to an abrupt halt. Rusty Nail nodded. Physical reform is still reform. There's no issue with that. He then leaned down, biting the child's fry, leaving only half of it exposed before placing it in his mouth. The warm breath brushed against Felix's nose, a fleeting moment of intimacy, causing him to freeze. A fry, merely the length of a pinky fingertip, remained wedged between his teeth, and he found himself unable to swallow, spitting it out. Someone's watchful gaze was fixed intently upon him, immediately followed by a pair of large hands that gripped his wrist firmly. "Baby, do you find me repulsive?" Felix maintained his posture, blinking slowly, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes as he elongated his tone. "Daddy, you always know how to soften my heart." Rusty Nail sighed softly, his gaze imbued with an ineffable satisfaction. He pressed against the back of the sofa, enveloping the child entirely beneath him, leaning in closer. Then, with utmost care, he retrieved the fry from Felix's mouth, withdrawing in a gentle manner that avoided touching the boy's slightly parted lips. Though he was the one creating challenges for the child, a thought emerged unexpectedly in his mind. It seemed indeed to be quite amiable. Could it truly possess the jelly-like texture that Mike and the others had described? A subtle restlessness stirred within him, and an overwhelming curiosity surged forth. Instinctively, he pressed down on the man's shoulder, closed his eyes, and lunged forward. Bang! In the next moment, Felix clutched his nose, tumbling back onto the sofa, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. "Damn, my nose hurts." The warm, soft sensation quickly faded, replaced by an intense, irresistible heat that ignited the blood coursing through his body, permeating every limb and leaving an indelible mark deep within his marrow. This sudden onslaught left him momentarily blank and dazed. Soon after, an instinct rooted deep in his consciousness seized control of his body. The man sat beside the boy, cautiously removing the child's hand from his nose, and gently lifted Felix's chin with his large palm. His other hand delicately traced the slightly reddened bridge of the boy's nose, examining it closely. After a long while, Rusty, barely audibly, released a sigh of relief, soothingly patting the boy's back as he softly reassured him. "Fortunately, nothing's broken, no fractures, no bleeding, just a gentle bump. Does it still hurt?" Felix gazed at the man's prominent nose, which appeared quite sturdy, faint red marks appearing on it. His eyes wandered for a moment, and in the next, he puffed out his cheeks, playfully complaining. "It hurts. Your nose is so hard. It really hurt me." Observing the child who was quick to blame, Rusty finally regained his composure, placing a hand to his forehead, a low chuckle escaping him, his chest subtly rising and falling. He shook his head helplessly, his gravelly, magnetic voice laced with tender exasperation. Now, let us be reasonable, shall we?" Felix, unfazed, pushed the man away slightly, picked up a wet wipe from the table to clean his hands, and began munching on the roasted wings from the paper bag. "It's your fault. The wings are almost cold now." Had the child really come to his senses? Rusty scrutinized the boy's expression, tentatively suggesting, "Sorry, darling. I'll take you for something hot later. May I have another kiss now?" "No." At once, Felix shook his head, his face brimming with indignation as he fiercely gnawed on the roasted wings, looking as though he might bite off someone's flesh. Mike and the others had deceived him, claiming it felt wonderful, like jelly. Ugh. Well, inevitably, Rusty let out a gentle sigh, a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment passing through his eyes, but he dismissed it. He could sense the boy's trust and affection for him steadily growing, and he was in no hurry. The Rusty Nail fixated intently on the young boy as he chewed his food, the rhythmic parting and closing of his lips causing the surrounding clamor to fade into oblivion. In his world, only a vivid hue of red remained. Suddenly, without reason, the Rusty Nail recalled the pure tequila he had once sipped in a bar. The cherry, quietly submerged at the bottom of the glass, was thoroughly soaked in the fiery liquor, sweet yet fatal. The burning sensation of the spirit lingered in his throat, causing an involuntary convulsion of his Adam's apple. A belated warmth surged forth like a wildfire, sweeping over him with fierce intensity. He instinctively crossed his legs, shifting restlessly. Yet, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, his body unwittingly leaned closer to the boy. "Daddy, I'm going to fall." The unexpected voice shattered the stillness of the air. The rusty nail's mind jolted back to alertness as he hastily gulped down the ice water on the table, striving to quell his thirst. Was he truly that parched? Felix, bewildered, glanced at the man, murmuring softly, as his hand instinctively pushed the untouched glass of water toward him. The hotel room was warm as spring, an intimate atmosphere gently enveloping Felix. In stark contrast, within the identification room of the forensic office, Lewis felt as though he had been abruptly cast into the depths of winter. A chilling sensation crept up his spine, spreading throughout his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. In the profound silence, he could even hear the rattling of his own teeth. The sound of footsteps approached, echoing nearer until a man clad in a white coat entered. Carrying 2 folders, the footsteps halted abruptly before him, and Lewis instinctively raised his head from his reverie. "Mr. Lewis?" He heard, and he nodded, dazed. Observing the young man before him, the forensic examiner's eyes held a flicker of sympathy. After a brief moment of silence, he extracted a photograph from one of the folders and extended it toward Lewis. "I'm sorry, we need you to take a look at this photo." The seemingly light photograph now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chapter 15, A Fatal Jest. Lewis clenched it with all his might, his knuckles turning pale from the strain, his gaze fixated on the image. The man in the photograph bore a grotesque, purplish-black mark around his neck, with chaotic bloodstains from a desperate struggle encircling his throat. The bulging, bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on the viewer beyond how could his brother have died? What exactly transpired? Lewis felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body, stumbling abruptly. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed him like a cold tide, constricting his throat and rendering him speechless, save for the hoarse whimpers that escaped his lips. "I am deeply sorry, Mr. Lewis." The young coroner's eyes were filled with compassion, yet he had other matters to attend to. After a brief hesitation, he gently placed a hand on the trembling shoulder of the youth. "I must intrude at this moment, but we require your confirmation that this is indeed your brother, correct?" Lewis's body began to shake more violently, as long-suppressed tears streamed down his face, his chest heaving erratically, his throat feeling as though it were choked by some unseen force. Ultimately, he could not utter a single word, merely nodding faintly. Subsequently, it seemed as if his body crumbled under the weight of his grief. However, he soon inhaled deeply, forcing himself to compose. He owed it to his parents, at the very least, to seek vengeance for Fleur. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, his eyes burned with a fierce and uncontainable hatred. "Where was my brother found? What about the murderer? Have you apprehended the culprit?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed the coroner's gaze. "The suspect has been caught." Lewis gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage. "Caught? Where is he?" "He is dead." "What? Dead?" Lewis stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief. His voice quivered. "Then what about my brother? How can you be certain he killed my brother?" "His body was found driving a truck, which crashed into the police station. A confession note was discovered on the corpse, detailing the crimes he committed, including that of your brother. Moreover," the investigator continued, "tools related to this case were found in the truck's cargo area. Oddly enough, your brother was the first man murdered by this truck driver, known as Icebreaker on the radio. Do you recognize this name?" A wave of intense regret washed over Lewis, nearly making him retch with anguish. A mere jest, just a jest. Yet it cost his brother his life, a price so heavy, so exorbitant. Lewis's expression grew numb, his gaze vacant. It was in Wyoming, at the Lone Star Motel in Rollins, room 17, where I left a man in a severe coma. The coroner retrieved a photograph from another folder and handed it to Lewis. "Is this him?" "I cannot recall his appearance, yet I vividly remember his towering stature, broad-shouldered and robust." Lewis fixated on the photograph, his eyes tightly shut, his expression serene, almost as if the lifeless form bore a hint of liberation. How dare he? How could he possibly attain such release? Inside the ice truck, aside from your brother, there were various tools of the trade, along with multiple padded canvas raincoats, tent-style ponchos, and heavy, oversized rubber raincoats. Coupled with the garments worn beneath, it was feasible to alter one's silhouette with the right lighting. How did he meet his demise? Why did you just mention that the body drove the truck into the police station? How could a corpse possibly operate a vehicle? The young forensic expert shook his head. A trace of sympathy etched upon his features. I understand your feelings, Mr. Lewis. However, the precise cause of death for the suspect remains under investigation, and I am not authorized to disclose such information. I hope you can comprehend. As the young forensic expert observed the lingering hatred in Lewis's eyes, he wrestled with his own emotions, but ultimately succumbed. He glanced quickly outside, then leaned closer to Lewis, whispering rapidly. He struggled for an excruciatingly long time before his death. Believe me, the agony he endured far surpassed that of your brother. With that, he swiftly snatched the 2 photographs from Lewis's hands, tucking them away in a folder without uttering another word, hurrying out of the identification room. Lewis dragged his heavy body, as though laden with lead, from the forensic office. Upon stepping outside, he heard Vina's voice calling for him. Lewis. He stifled the lump in his throat, his voice dry and hoarse. Vina, it's Flair. It's really him. Vina enveloped Lewis in her embrace, gently patting his back. Despite it being their first meeting in years, the sudden loss of someone they had shared laughter with just the night before weighed heavily on her heart, evoking waves of sorrow that brought tears to her eyes. The return journey was engulfed in a suffocating silence. The joyous laughter from days prior had vanished without a trace, leaving only the sound of their restrained, labored breaths. Lewis gazed at the second-hand civilian radio he had acquired at the interstate truck stop, his expression a tumultuous blend of regret and resentment. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, drawing blood. In the next moment, Lewis yanked the radio from its place and hurled it out of the car window. What the hell? Daddy, did you see that? The jerk in the car ahead just threw something out the window. Does this person have no decency? No sense of public responsibility? Felix nearly leaped from the passenger seat, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. He pointed at the silver Chrysler ahead, tapping his robust arm as if seeking confirmation, and exclaimed with irritation, "Baby, don't be angry." His large hand rested gently on the child's nape, offering a soothing squeeze. Perhaps it was due to the death of his brother that his mood was so dismal. Should I teach him a lesson? Rusty Nail gazed at the familiar vehicle ahead, now devoid of any nefarious figures, and at the radio tossed out of the window, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Are you happy? Is it fun? Why aren't you laughing now? Is that Lewis ahead? Well then, let us forgive him. Felix leaned against the window, the gentle breeze caressing his face, his gaze contemplative. Life, after all, is so ephemeral. Chapter 16. A deadly jest. Felix suddenly straightened his posture, applying a slight pressure with his thumb and index finger, snapping his fingers with a sharp sound. He then raised both hands high, exclaiming, "Why well, Rusty Nail tilted his head slightly, an expression of curiosity crossing his face. Baby? Felix, radiant with exuberance and a certain urgency in his bright eyes, declared, "You only live once. I've made up my mind. I want to get a tattoo." Rusty Nail paused, disbelief evident in his expression. "What? Baby, are you joking?" "No." Observing the faint stubbornness in the child's eyes, Rusty Nail sighed, pressing his forehead and taking several deep breaths to quell the throbbing veins at his temples. He let his arm fall, instinctively brushing against a laptop in the storage compartment. A brief arc of blue-white electricity flickered, and the laptop emitted a wisp of white smoke, signaling a CPU overload. The damp breeze wafted into the car, mingling with the dissipating smoke. Rusty Nail's eyes sparkled with electric intensity as torrents of data regarding tattoos surged into his consciousness, swirling, categorizing, and summarizing in his mind. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, he tenderly enveloped the child's hand in his, gently stroking it, his brow furrowing slightly. "Baby, tattoos are already painful. The agony of removing a tattoo is far more intense than the initial tattooing process. When the laser strikes, each beam feels like hot bacon grease incessantly splattering onto the skin, delivering a searing torment. And just when you think the pain has subsided, it feels as if a heated needle is being rapidly and repeatedly thrust into your flesh, inflicting deeper agony. Furthermore, you must prepare yourself mentally, as tattoo removal typically requires several sessions to achieve complete and thorough cleansing." A deep, resonant voice softly echoed in the air, as Rusty Nail recounted. Vivid images seemed to materialize clearly within their minds. Felix inexplicably felt a pang of phantom pain, and a hint of trepidation flickered across his expression. He took a deep breath. The tattoo was not an absolute necessity. Often, Fleeting passions can easily give way to a sense of aversion towards something. What if he suddenly found himself disliking it again? Wouldn't the pain of the tattoo be in vain? His gaze seemed to wander inadvertently, catching a glimpse of the rusted nails, lips curling slightly, a silent smile playing upon them. Baby, what kind of tattoo do you fancy? I haven't thought it through. Felix's eyes darted, betraying his evident hesitation. I just think it would be really cool. Then, baby, allow me to ink it. I already have the design in mind. The rusted nail's eyes flickered as a sudden thought emerged. Having tasted the sweetness of the moment, he felt an eager anticipation for the child to awaken to the idea. You? Felix blinked, exerting a slight force with his arm to retract his hand. You wouldn't be considering something terribly old-fashioned, would you? An anchor, a swallow, a sailboat. Though they carry lovely meanings, Felix's expression turned subtly disdainful. His father wouldn't even consider such clichés. The rusted nail chuckled in disbelief, promptly enveloping the child's hand with his broad palm, securing it firmly upon his thigh, rendering Felix unable to escape despite his vigorous struggles. At the truck stop, as night descended, a fine rain began to fall from the sky, gently tapping against the window, the water trickling down, producing a soft patter. Through the unrelenting curtain of rain, distant lights twinkled uncertainly, casting a hazy glow. In the darkness, Felix leaned against the passenger seat, his long fingers delicately pressed against the cold window, a chill seeping from his fingertips throughout his limbs, rendering them stiff and pale. Yet, he seemed unbothered, even pressing his entire palm against the glass, yearning to quell the inexplicable heat within. However, before long, that temporarily subdued warmth surged back, prompting him to retract his hand and crack the window open slightly. The damp, cool breeze rushed into the cabin, and Felix released a satisfied sigh as if he had been rescued. At that moment, the source of his restlessness and burning indignation appeared. A tall, imposing man emerged from the rain, gradually drawing closer, his figure becoming distinct and crashing into Felix's line of sight. Felix covered his swollen, heated lips, still tinged with a painful, tingling sensation, a wave of inexplicable grievance and anger rising within him. His eyes instantly flared with indignation, unconsciously puffing out his cheeks. What a scoundrel! The car door swung open, and the rusted nail, damp from the rain, settled into the driver's seat, the once spacious interior now feeling somewhat cramped. Felix reached to activate the automatic lighting, and the warm yellow glow instantly dispelled the darkness, bringing an indefinable warmth. Noticing the rain-soaked shoulder of the man beside him, he swiftly seized a towel from nearby and tossed it over the man's head, simultaneously emitting a loud grunt. Rusty Nail instinctively covered his face with the towel, striving to suppress the intense joy that surged within him. However, his chest heaved uncontrollably, and a low chuckle escaped his throat. Baby, let us reason this out, shall we? You scoundrel, taking advantage of me and still expecting reason? Felix's eyes widened, nearly fuming with anger. Yet, before he could erupt, darkness abruptly enveloped them. In the seemingly all-consuming blackness, Felix anxiously glanced around, instinctively reaching for the light switch. The next moment, a series of knocks resounded against the car window. Felix let out a brief gasp, lunging towards the driver's seat. Ah, Daddy. Rusty Nail securely cradled the child in his arms, pulling him tightly against himself, their bodies fitting seamlessly together. The rising warmth radiated through their thin clothing, creating a dizzying sensation of comfort. Rusty Nail sighed contentedly, momentarily satisfied, only for a wave of dissatisfaction to wash over him again. Hey, looking for a companion? A woman with shoulder-length, light golden hair climbed the truck steps and peered into the car window. She faintly discerned a slender figure clinging to the tall man, her beautiful face betraying a hint of embarrassment. How unfortunate, after searching for so long, to find one already accompanied. She brushed her hair back, adjusted her coat, and with a casual sorry, turned away, vanishing into the rain. Wow, that really startled me, Felix murmured, feeling his heart race. Perhaps it was the aftermath of watching too many horror films. He was easily frightened by sudden noises at night. Chapter 17. A deadly joke, which one? Knowing the answer yet feigning ignorance, Felix's expression shifted as he insisted, let me go right now. Impossible. Baby, you brought this upon yourself. By the way, did you forget about the afternoon nap? Rusty Nail leaned against Felix's shoulder, his prominent nose grazing the nape of his neck, sending a shiver down Felix's spine. As he spoke, the warmth of his breath enveloped Felix's neck, and his soft lips brushed lightly against the skin, the gentle touch slightly damp, as if it caressed the surface. The almost imperceptible contact, the intertwining of warmth and coolness, created a tingling sensation that coursed down Felix's spine uncontrollably, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Instinctively tightening his grip around the man's neck, his body trembled, limbs growing weak. After a brief moment of distraction, Felix suddenly stiffened, realizing that something felt amiss. He instinctively attempted to shift backward, only to be firmly restrained by a large hand pressing down heavily upon him, eliciting a muffled grunt. The inhuman silhouette, radiating a heat akin to that of a branding iron, pulsated gently, and the close contact sent a shiver down Felix's spine. Tilting his head slightly, he unconsciously glanced down, puzzled, and queried, "Aren't you? Well, that P or ED. Why, after all this time, are you still as hard as steel? Causing me pain? What a deceiver." He had thought the man merely indulged in adult mischief, teasing an intriguing prey, nurturing it, flirting, and professing love. Suddenly overcome by a competitive spirit, Felix felt compelled to engage in play as well. After all, the man was incapable of truly harming him. Soon enough, school would commence, and he could simply pack up and leave. The vast expanse of America meant that as long as he didn't head in this direction, the man would never find him. Moreover, he had a bodyguard arranged by Daddy to ensure his safety. To his surprise, this man was not one to play games. He feigned illness. Felix had encountered individuals who pretended to be affluent, foolish, or knowledgeable, but this was his first experience with someone feigning sickness. Humph. The rusty nail chuckled softly, echoing the exact words spoken during their initial meeting, his gaze laden with meaning. "Baby, do you realize that all you wish to express is written all over your face? Humph, you have deceived me." Felix pouted slightly, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. With an innate quality reminiscent of a small creature, he boldly accused the man. Emboldened by an abundance of affection, "I dislike you. You stole a kiss from me this afternoon, and it was particularly forceful. I still feel pain." Upon uttering this, he instinctively pouted, hoping the rusty nail would notice his swollen lips and reflect upon his actions. In the next moment, his lips were captured, and his tongue was enveloped. Sucked with fervor, the sound of water echoing in the stillness of the driver's cabin. Felix found himself breathless, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest, instinctively struggling against the sensation. Yet, as he felt the joyous rhythm intensifying, he involuntarily settled down. "Felix, fine." After a prolonged silence, the rich, magnetic timbre of the rusty nail, laced with a hint of hoarseness, whispered close to Felix's ear, "Baby, hit me, curse me, do as you please. I am more than willing to accept it, but under no circumstances, absolutely not, are you allowed to leave me." As he uttered the final words, the rusty nail unabashedly gazed into the darkness, where the child remained blissfully unaware of his impending fate, his deep-set eyes swirling with an astonishing possessiveness, his face marked by obsession. He pressed a heavy kiss behind Felix's ear, a searing sensation akin to a brand that vanished almost instantaneously, leaving him to ponder whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. "So what madness are you really indulging in? Does baby not remember?" Felix was genuinely bewildered. He had done nothing wrong, patiently waiting in the truck for Rusty Nail to return from getting a tattoo. However, upon seeing the tattoo, he exclaimed, "Wait a minute, you scoundrel. You stole a kiss from me just because I said your tattoo was unattractive." "Baby, think it over," Rusty Nail replied, exasperated yet amused. "I did not steal a kiss. I openly kissed you right in front of you." "Humph, when my back was turned, that constituted a stolen kiss." "All right then. Have you pondered it?" Felix tilted his head, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, "Is it because I dislike your name tattooed on the back of my hand? Baby, you must understand, I belong to you, and you must belong to me." He pressed a button to activate the automatic light mode, bathing them in a warm, yellow glow that dispelled the darkness. Felix turned Rusty Nail's hand over to examine the vividly depicted spider web on his skin. Radiating lines formed an intricate web-like structure, with a circular blank space at its center that served as the core node, clearly etched with the 5 letters Felix. Still somewhat stunned, he blinked and licked his lips, overwhelmed by the unexpected revelation. It felt as if he had been suddenly doused with cold water, awakening him to the reality that this man was indeed serious. It seemed he truly needed to contemplate this matter further. As they drove through the night, Felix curiously inquired. Where are we headed now? Aren't we going to a hotel to rest? Dawson County, taking you home. Your home? Yes, my true home. I was born and raised here. And it will be your home as well. Rusty Nail tightly wrapped Felix's small hand in his own, resting it on his thigh and gently stroking it. Felix opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Rusty Nail's lips curled slightly upward. Baby, it's all right if you don't like it. I have residences in many states. Some are in remote areas, while others are more convenient. Each house is uniquely decorated. Choose whichever one you prefer to stay in. Felix sighed softly, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. At that moment, he felt like a scoundrel who had consumed everything but denied responsibility, now pursued by the aggrieved party demanding accountability. Help me. The pressure is immense. He was still a child, yet it felt as though he was stepping into the grave of marriage. Kansas, racing repair shop. Bobby, clad in a yellow hoodie, paced back and forth in an open area, phone in hand. Chapter 18, A Deadly Joke. Bluebird Motel. Having no money for drugs. The man who had exhausted all his strength to calm his drug-addicted girlfriend suddenly had a brilliant idea. Katie, I know how to make money now. Stay calm. I need you to stay calm, okay? Having been tormented to the brink of despair, Katie eagerly nodded, gazing at the walkie-talkie in her boyfriend's hands. What should we do? With this device, we can lure passing truck drivers. When they come knocking, I'll knock them out, and then we shall have our fortune. Do you understand? Just press this button. Suddenly, a crackling sound pierced the quiet of the radio, and before long, a breathless female voice emerged. Hey, this is Katie. I need some assistance. Is there a kind-hearted truck driver willing to lend a hand? From the sleeper cabin behind the truck's driver's seat, Felix's curiosity was piqued. He grasped the walkie-talkie and responded. I am indeed a benevolent soul. How may I assist you? Hey, kind-hearted stranger, do you have any parties you could attend? Felix was momentarily speechless. He had hoped to extend a gesture of goodwill, only to discover she was merely seeking a ride to a party. With a hint of impatience, he replied that he had none and tossed the walkie-talkie aside. What to do? What to do? A frantic Katie clawed at her hair, her expression crumbling as she violently hurled objects against the wall. It's all right, her boyfriend soothed, his voice calm. He speculated that the girl sounded quite young and suggested sending a provocative photo to entice her, ensuring she would bite. All right, Katie replied, quickly grasping the walkie-talkie and pressing the button. Hi, kind stranger, what is your phone number? What for? Came Felix's response. To send you a picture, one that will undoubtedly pique your interest. 555-0159. Felix's curiosity was indeed aroused, and a sly smile crept across his face as he relayed his number. After all, he wouldn't be present. He could simply delete it before returning. At that moment, a cheerful ringtone sounded, and a picture arrived. Felix casually opened it, only to be met with an image of a woman, bare from the waist up. Oh! Felix's face instantly flushed crimson. He instinctively threw his phone away, where it fortuitously landed by the feet of Rusty, who had just entered the sleeper cabin. Baby? Rusty picked up the now black-screened phone, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he inquired. And nothing, I just slipped, Felix stammered, quickly waving his hand near his flushed cheeks, attempting to cool the heat radiating from his face. This was the first time he had encountered an image of a real woman in such a state, completely unprepared for the shock. Cough, the phone. Can you pass me the phone? I need to use it. The rusty iron nail observed the child with a gaze that flickered uncertainly. His face and neck flushed crimson as if blood might seep forth. The entire figure radiated a profound embarrassment, almost as though he might spontaneously combust from within. His eyes betraying a hint of skepticism, with fleeting arcs of blue-white electricity dancing at his fingertips. In the next moment, the depths of his gaze darkened ominously, veins on his forehead bulging, while his lowered profile was obscured by strands of hair cascading from his brow, rendering his expression inscrutable. His phone was gripped with such ferocity that the knuckles turned pallid, exuding a chilling whiteness. With a series of disconcerting crackles, the cracks on the screen spread like a spider's web with alarming rapidity. Soon after, the device was utterly dismantled, shattered into a plethora of pieces, a testament to the raw strength of the rusty iron nail. Felix instinctively shuddered, fully aware of the man's considerable strength. Yet he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. Wow, Daddy, you possess immense strength. A chuckle escaped the rusty iron nail, genuinely amused this time. As he stood still, taking several deep breaths to temper the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest. He then approached the bedside, firmly grasping Felix's wrist, a grip that was impossible to escape. Suppressing the surging fury within, his voice emerged hoarse, as though forcibly extracted from the depths of his throat. "Baby, do you have something you wish to convey to me? Please let me go." "Not a chance." The rusty iron nail's body stiffened abruptly, his tone cold and resolute, radiating an undeniable authority. "Daddy, Daddy." The corners of the rusty iron nail's lips tightened into a sharp line, his grip gradually loosening. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him not only failed to dissipate, but grew even more burdensome, almost tangible in its weight. Felix's wrist trembled as he deftly extricated himself. And before the rusty iron nail could react, he leaped onto the man's thigh, affectionately wrapping his arms around his neck and playfully shaking him, as if to jostle away the unwitting fear lurking in the man's eyes. "Ah, you startled me, Daddy." "What?" Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the radio, followed by a hoarse, slightly impatient female voice resonating in their ears. "Hey, kind stranger, are you still there? Are you satisfied with that photograph? If so, come to the Bluebird Motel on Highway 17 to pick me up. I'm in room 21. The oppressive anger surged once more, filling the rusty iron nail's heart as he glared at the intercom, his eyes brimming with palpable hostility. He clenched his teeth and articulated each word with deliberate precision. "Kind stranger?" "Yes." She claimed to need assistance, but when I inquired further, it turned out she was seeking a ride to a party, which I declined. Then the person on the other end mentioned sending me a photograph that I would undoubtedly find intriguing. I initially thought it would be of a sports car. Felix nestled against the man's shoulder, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "Baby, do not take it to heart. It's evident that it's merely a prank. They will learn their lesson." Rusty Nail turned off the intercom, the silence settling into an almost indifferent calm. He then lifted the child and placed him in the passenger seat, unfolding a small table to set down the pizza he had just purchased before returning to the driver's seat and starting the vehicle, leaving the truck rest stop far behind. Tomorrow he would see his brother. Was it not customary to make a call in advance? No, 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 he wished to surprise Bobby. Swallowing a mouthful of pizza, Felix wiggled his finger, a glint of mischievous delight flashing in his eyes. He then recalled the previous night in the bedroom, where the man had pinned him down on the bed, and just as he anticipated something would unfold, the other had confessed with a serious demeanor that he was the embodiment of lightning. Witnessing Felix's bewilderment, Rusty Nail had effortlessly transformed into countless tiny spheres of plasma, floating in the air like the fireflies he had seen while camping in the summer forest, albeit in an electric blue hue. A flicker of envy crossed Felix's gaze. How he longed for such a gift. Yet, how could he, of all people, dare to call him brother? His audacity was remarkable. A bolt of lightning could hardly pierce his thick skin. After all, he himself was the embodiment of lightning. It was futile to complain. Though he originated from the great storm of January 12, 1888, and was born amidst the fierce convective thunderstorms of winter, attaching himself to a small, rusty iron nail in the American Midwest, he had existed for 113 years in consciousness. However, in terms of physical age, he was merely 23. Felix, fine. Chapter 19. A Deadly Joke. Blue Island Motel? The name bore a slight resemblance to the Bluebird Motel mentioned by that female voice on the radio. Standing outside the reception of the motel, Felix gazed at the neon sign flashing blue above him, his expression tinged with confusion. Just a coincidence, perhaps. Rusty Nail's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he casually glanced towards the Bluebird Motel, 500 meters away, a chill flickering in his eyes. Feigning indifference, Felix accepted the room key from Rusty Nail, shaking it lightly. "I'm not hungry. I think I'll rest for a while. You can go eat at a nearby restaurant without waiting for me." Although Rusty Nail could indeed forego food and sleep, he had grown accustomed to organizing his actions according to human habits. Felix found this rather agreeable and wished for no sudden changes in Rusty Nail's behavior. He genuinely feared that the other might cease to perform altogether and cling to him incessantly for 24 hours. "All right, baby, then I shall lull you to sleep." "Who needs you to lull me, you dreadful adult, humph." As the last words left his mouth, Felix swiftly darted into the room upon reaching the door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Outside the door, all thoughts were solely focused on the child. The rusty iron nail, caught off guard, touched his nose, which had nearly been struck by the door, and couldn't help but chuckle. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, leaving the inn with a lingering sense of attachment. almost turning back 3 times as he merged into the night. The night wind, laden with a chill, seeped into him as he gazed at the distant, flickering neon sign of the Bluebird Motel, where the warmth in his eyes abruptly vanished, crystallizing into a frigid void. Inside room 21 of the Bluebird Motel, chaos reigned. Curled up on the bed, Katie clutched the intercom tightly, her voice hoarse with anxiety. Why? Why is there no response from the intercom? Perhaps, apart from that kind-hearted stranger. No truck drivers had passed by. Holding her phone to her ear, her other hand raked through her hair, Justin wore a puzzled expression. Could it truly be due to that absurd rumor? During check-in, he had overheard the staff outside speaking in hushed tones, their expressions filled with fear and concern. Intrigued, he had leaned out to eavesdrop for a moment. They were discussing the nearby Highway 17, where accidents had occurred for 2 consecutive months, one each month. Long-haul truck drivers had reported discovering fragmented remains along the road, leading to its grim nickname, Slaughter Alley. Consequently, truckers had begun to deliberately avoid the now infamous Highway 17, opting for alternate interstate routes, resulting in a noticeable decline in the motel's patronage and a significant downturn in business. Damn it. It might merely be a case of passers-by being attacked by wild animals, with remains scattered by wolves along the highway, or perhaps just ordinary traffic accidents. Yet, how could such a rare occurrence, happening only once a month, instill such profound fear? A bunch of cowardly fools, damn it. The kind-hearted stranger's phone was unreachable. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks echoed from outside the door. Who? Startled, Justin quickly crouched down, frantically gathering the shattered pieces of the lamp on the floor, shoving them into a less noticeable corner behind the cabinet. He had feared it was a complaint from the neighboring room due to the noise, prompting staff to investigate. Listening to the trembling voice of a man from within, the rusty iron nail lowered his head, a flicker of cold light in his eyes, letting out a barely audible, icy laugh. His voice was subdued, starkly contrasting with the cheerful tone of the boy on the radio, the kind-hearted stranger. Upon hearing this, both Katie and Justin's faces lit up with joy, for the distortion of radio signals due to electrical interference raised no suspicion in their minds. They were wholly immersed in the ecstatic anticipation of using their soon-to-be acquired wealth to purchase illicit substances, yet overlooked a crucial question. Why did this kind-hearted stranger not express any doubt? Just moments ago, the radio had clearly transmitted Katie's voice, yet the sound emanating from the room was distinctly male. It's him. Quickly, Katie, get dressed. After casting a glance around, just picked up the metallic base of a lamp from the ground. Weighing it thoughtfully in his hands and gesturing in the air, he looked at his girlfriend, Katie, with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Katie, watch me smash his head. No sooner had the words left his lips than he swung open the door, raising the metallic base high and forcefully hurled it at the man standing outside. The rusty iron nail seized the man's arm, twisting it with a fierce motion until it snapped, hanging limply at his side. Before a scream could escape the man's lips, a powerful hand had already grasped his throat, silencing his voice within the confines of his throat. Just's eyes widened in horror as the pain caused his pupils to constrict sharply. He could only emit desperate gasps, his uninjured hand frantically attempting to pry away the constricting arm, but grasping nothing but frigid air. The sensation of suffocation was painfully palpable. Cold sweat drenched his back as he pondered the nature of the being before him. Was this towering figure truly human? The iron nail's fingers tightened suddenly, and Just's struggles came to an abrupt halt, his eyes rolling back as his body went limp. Subsequently, he was violently thrown towards the terrified woman sitting on the bed, rendering her unconscious upon impact. The memory of the child's embarrassed face flickered with a tinge of envy in his mind. Damn it. They all deserve to perish. The iron nail turned and strode toward the parking lot of the motel, randomly selecting a truck, and with a flick of his fingers, blue-white electricity surged, causing the engine to roar obediently to life. He tossed the 2 individuals into the truck's rear compartment and drove off towards the desolate and uninhabited Highway 17. The moon was shrouded by clouds, and the dense night enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible. A faint light emanated from the truck's cabin, casting a hazy glow around the front. Just regained consciousness amidst the sensation of suffocation around his neck and the excruciating pain in his arm. As he opened his eyes, he noticed Katie across from him doing the same, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings, before letting out a piercing scream. Katie! He instinctively tried to struggle, only to realize that his hands were tightly shackled behind him with iron chains. A coarse rope constricted around his neck, its other end tethered to the truck's towering rearview mirror support. His feet rested on the metallic footboard of the tires, his body nearly sprawled across the icy, unyielding hood. "Please," he rasped, his voice hoarse with desperation, "we swear we will never reveal your secret. Please let us go." With hope swelling within him, he held his breath, straining to hear a response from the other party. Instead, he was met with an overwhelming silence. No, just voice brimmed with despair. Chapter 20. A deadly joke. At that moment, the hood beneath him suddenly shook violently, erupting with a deafening roar that echoed in his ears. The sound was thunderous, akin to a colossal beast, nearly bereft of its mate, unleashing a furious bellow to the heavens. The truck accelerated relentlessly, the fierce wind howling as it lashed against him. And in mere moments, his entire face had become utterly numb. The piercing screams of his girlfriend mingled with the ominous scraping of chains behind him, amplifying the unease within, just almost suffocating him. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the rope that constricted his neck, visibly loosening on the rearview mirror's bracket, revealing itself to be a slipknot. The terror in Just's eyes reached a crescendo, nearly bursting forth. "Katie, get down. Quickly, get down. Katie." His hoarse cries were swallowed by the wind, and across from him, Katie merely looked up, her gaze vacant. As the knot completely unraveled, she, devoid of strength, lost her last support and, before uttering a sound, slipped directly from the front of the truck. "Katie." In the next instant, a chilling metallic scraping echoed from beneath the vehicle. Bang! A heavy thud reverberated as if the truck had collided with something, causing it to jolt violently. The fatal bump made Just's heart plummet. He had no time to mourn Katie's death. The same slack rope around her neck now fluttered freely in the wind. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, he desperately lowered his center of gravity, pressing himself against the hood. However, subsequent jolts rendered him unable to maintain his balance. An inertia flung him violently to one side, crashing onto the cold asphalt. As pain surged through him, he distinctly heard that familiar, chilling metallic scraping sound. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, and his vision was engulfed in crimson, Katie's blood, still fresh. In the next moment, the drive shaft spun rapidly, the iron chains binding his hands tautened, and an irresistible force yanked him towards the undercarriage. The rolling wheels crushed his body, bones splintered, and blood gushed forth. Just before consciousness succumbed to darkness, a final thought flickered in his mind: the slaughterhouse alley. As the jolting ceased, the truck gradually came to a halt by the roadside, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. Rusty Iron, with a sudden derisive laugh, restarted the engine, a blinding beam slicing through the night as he drove towards the nearest truck rest stop, leaving the suffocating darkness behind. They did not deserve to perish in the light. He casually retrieved a cigarette from the storage compartment, rolling one between his fingers without lighting it, merely inhaling deeply the scent of tobacco to quell the tumultuous rage and aggression within him. The fear and unease in his heart seemed to dissipate, carried away like ephemeral smoke in the wind. The child is his. Even when Felix grows up and becomes interested in women, he would never let go. Damn it, he would simply embrace a different persona, desiring him to relinquish his grasp, unless the earth were to shatter, the world to crumble, or his consciousness to fade. Remains an impossibility. "My dear, did I awaken you?" Rusty Nail, burdened with a hefty bag of provisions, stepped through the door to find Felix's eyes slightly ajar, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness. "No, I'm not hungry. I brought back some pizza, sandwiches, burgers, and chips. Do you see anything that piques your appetite?" Wait." As the distance between them diminished, Felix wrinkled his nose, burying his face partially in the blankets, concealing his mouth and nose, his voice muffled. "Don't move. Stay away from me." A vivid image suddenly flooded his mind. Someone, previously in the study at home, a cabinet full of uncollected cigarettes. Despite being an old smoker, he feigned innocence in front of him. Even the truck they shared bore no trace of smoke, a performance well executed. Had it not been for the unexpected nature of bringing him home, he might never have discovered that he still indulged in smoking. Today he dares to smoke outside. Tomorrow, he may well smoke within the confines of his home. Humph. Felix cast a furtive glance at the man, momentarily taken aback by his words, and thought to himself, perhaps it would be best to slip away quietly. After all, he would see Bobby tomorrow and need not remain in a motel. Cough. When they cohabitate again, it was evident that Felix's thoughts were almost transparent upon his face. In an instant, as a surge of anger surged within Rusty Nail, it dissipated upon catching sight of the boy's subtle embarrassment. He helplessly rubbed his forehead, releasing a soft sigh. His gaze softened with affection and indulgence. "My dear, it's truly not a good habit to discard things after use." Moreover, he paused, gritting his teeth, and articulated each word with precision. "I am not a lecher. I am not that impatient." "Huh, where is the evidence of that?" Felix retorted, his face completely hidden beneath the covers, defensively murmuring, "It was you who secretly smoked outside first, exposing me to secondhand smoke, showing no concern for my health. You villain. And you claim to be patient? Uft. Who is it that holds me tightly every night, with such force as if to meld me into his very being?" Ever since he had been discovered, the charade had crumbled. He may claim to be free of desires, yet he teases him with an indecipherable allure. He wishes to relieve himself, yet the other forbids it, citing age and its detrimental effects on the body. Another uneducated rogue. Wait, why did he say another? A fleeting thought darted across his mind, momentarily evading him. Felix paid it no heed, rather finding justification in his own words, his voice escalating in both volume and conviction. The veins on the rusty iron nail's forehead throbbed slightly before bursting forth, releasing ethereal, azure light points that danced and swayed throughout the room. A crisp aura quietly permeating the air. In the next moment, the luminescence abruptly vanished, coinciding with a brief exclamation of surprise emanating from within. A vague, languorous sound of water echoed in the stillness of the atmosphere. "Baby, eat more slowly. Don't choke," said the voice that placed a cup of hot water beside Felix. "Who caused this?" "I was just hungry, and now you—" Felix, with slightly swollen lips, swallowed a piece of pizza and remarked, somewhat irritably. The rusty iron nail reclined contentedly on the sofa, his arm draped over the back, subtly enveloping the child in his embrace. With a slight lift of his brow, a hint of a languid smile graced his voice. "What else?" Felix quipped, shoving a slice of pizza into the man's mouth. "Just hush." The iron nail's chest rose and fell gently as a low, rumbling chuckle escaped his throat, savoring the pizza at hand. I'm so full," Felix yawned, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He instinctively leaned back, resting all his weight against the sturdy, firm chest, warmth enveloping him as sleepiness surged. His words growing increasingly indistinct. "What is wrong with you today? Baby, forgive me." On the way back to the hotel, images of the 108 choices Felix would face as he grew flashed through the iron nail's mind. Thoughts swirled chaotically, his brain slightly overheating, completely dismissing the potential scent of tobacco and blood that might linger on him. Fortunately, the child was merely sensitive to the smell of smoke. Knowing it was one thing, but truly experiencing it was another, and he would not afford the child the chance to fear him. "What? I said I won't let you smell smoke on me again. You've quit smoking?" Felix turned, draping himself over the iron nail's shoulder, curiosity evident in his inquiry. "I heard from a friend that 8 out of 10 truck drivers are addicted to nicotine. They rely on it to stay alert and relieve the stress of long drives." The iron nail leaned back against the sofa armrest, pulling Felix snugly against his chest, his arms tightly encircling the slender waist. "The odds aren't as high as your friend claims, but they're close enough. As for me," he chuckled lightly, the vibrations from his chest dispersing Felix's drowsiness considerably. "I have no addiction to cigarettes. Being a truck driver is merely a passion. It allows me the freedom to roam the interstates, providing a plausible excuse when questioned by the police, and nothing more. It's only natural to be among truck drivers, cigarette in hand, and over time, I learned to do the same." However, from the day he encountered the child, he has not touched a single cigarette since, discarding the remnants once left in the truck's cabin. The craving for smoke naturally dissipated, or perhaps he had never truly been addicted to anything except Felix. It was best that the child remain unaware of this. He certainly did not wish to be reprimanded by the child, who might scold him for lacking decorum and civic responsibility by throwing things out of the window. "What is the matter with you? You seem utterly distracted. I thought after all these days of resisting the urge to smoke, you would finally give in?" Felix's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, as if he believed the child could sense the turmoil within him. Was it about to rain? Would there be thunder? Were they to meet his brothers in the heavens? As the conversation progressed, Felix nodded in apparent agreement, convinced he had guessed correctly. Zink, taken aback, could not suppress a chuckle, laughter bubbling forth from his throat. Observing Felix's earnest yet naive expression only made him laugh harder, his body trembling with mirth. And the affection in his gaze surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. "Baby, you are simply adorable. Don't call me cute, you insufferable adult. Call me cool." Felix puffed out his cheeks, tugging at the man's ear, and huffed. "Am I not asking seriously? Oh, so you were never serious with me before?" Zinc feigned disappointment, his voice laced with mock sorrow. "Say that again." Felix tightened his grip slightly. "I dare not," Zinc replied, pulling Felix closer into his embrace. Feeling the weight of the child, as light as a feather that could be whisked away by the wind. Yet, he also felt the child's presence pressing down on his chest, like an anchor that steadied him in a tranquil harbor, preventing him from drifting aimlessly. He gently rested his chin atop the child's head, tenderly stroking it, while his arms silently tightened around him. "I am afraid." "Afraid? Of what?" "Afraid that you might come to like someone else. With you here, how could I dare?" Felix rolled his eyes secretly, his tone tinged with playful sarcasm. "You think you're so powerful that a single strike of lightning could end someone." His words dripped with unmasked jealousy, and the longing in his gaze was unmistakable. He truly envied Zinc. So cool. Zinc's eyes sparkled with electric blue and white, as if a storm raged within him, countless thoughts colliding fiercely. Would the child be happy chained to his side? The child belonged to him. Anyone who dared to touch him would face dire consequences. However, he might feel disheartened. Before a certain thought of his could prevail, Felix abruptly leapt upward, wrapping his arms around his neck and shaking him fervently. Rusty Nail, bewildered, looked down and was met by a pair of peach blossom eyes, glowing like flames. "Daddy, Daddy, I want this. I will give you anything you desire." Rusty Nail, caught off guard, instinctively nodded. In that fleeting moment of acquiescence, clarity surged within him, dispelling the shadow that had lingered between his brows. Whatever Felix wanted, he would provide. What he did not desire, he would also give. Everything useful, he would offer, and even that which was of no use. What did it matter if Felix showed interest in others? No one could cater to his whims as he did, fulfilling every request. He sought no recompense, only the happiness of the child by his side. In this world, no one could love him more than he did. Chapter 21. A deadly joke. Hendry's barbecue. The warm golden sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a patchwork of zebra-striped shadows on the ground. The interplay of light and shadow made Felix, seated by the window, feel somewhat uncomfortable, his brow furrowing slightly as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Attentively monitoring the child's movements, Rusty Nail promptly raised the blinds, then settled beside Felix, enveloping him in his embrace, allowing him to lean against his shoulder. His voice laced with deep concern. "Are you feeling better?" Felix rested his forehead against Rusty Nail's shoulder, gently nuzzling it, and in a soft, spoiled tone, he complained, "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Noticing that Felix exhibited no signs of illness and his eyes were clear, Rusty Nail's anxiety eased considerably. "I will go check on the order." Rising to his feet, he announced, "No need. The business here is quite good, so a slower pace is understandable." Felix tugged at Rusty Nail's arm, refusing, and added, "I don't want coffee, I want cola." "Okay." Just then, the sound of an engine shutting off reached Felix's ears, prompting him to curiously peer out the window. "Oh my God." Rusty Nail, who was just about to place the drink before Felix, paused mid-motion, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards the window. "Baby, what's wrong?" Entering his line of sight were several casually dressed men and women, laughing as they exited their vehicle, appearing utterly ordinary. The only peculiarity was the brown-gray Chevrolet trailer behind them, which bore a deep blue Subaru race car adorned with bright yellow stripes. The flamboyant color scheme and the large rear wing unmistakably struck a chord with the child's aesthetic. Instinctively, he shifted his gaze towards Felix, and sure enough, the child's eyes sparkled with excitement as they fixated on the race car. Rusty Nail remarked, "This coffee is a bit too sour, it must be spoiled. Your meal is ready, please enjoy." A polite voice whispered in Felix's ear, revealing that the waiter had discreetly placed the dishes on the table. Felix snapped back to reality, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. He beheld the succulent beef ribs, the once-forgotten pangs of hunger resurfacing, compelling him to lower his head and indulge without a thought to the familiar figure he had briefly glimpsed. God, she resembles Big Maggie almost to a fault. One could say she is her doppelganger. The handsome young man in a yellow hoodie observed the woman, who bore an uncanny likeness to Big Maggie, retreating, his expression animated as he turned to his companion seated across and beside him in the booth. whispering eagerly in search of validation. Who? When he saw the group shaking their heads in unison, Bobby incredulously retorted, "Are you serious? No one knows Big Maggie." An awkward silence enveloped the air as Bobby, undeterred, pressed on, "The misadventures of a mischievous scamp. Has no one seen it?" Mickey, with his short chestnut hair and chiseled features, casually draped an arm over the back of the sofa, tilting his head slightly. "What are you talking about, Bobby?" Bobby let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head in dismay, lamenting, "Today's youth truly lacks any sense of history or culture. Their knowledge is so shallow. It is a tragedy for society." Jewel, a striking girl clad in a black leather jacket with cascading golden waves of hair, blinked playfully, a mischievous expression dancing on her face as she deliberately elongated her tone. "Sorry." Suddenly, the familiar name and voice echoed in his ears, and the once fleeting image in his mind crystallized further. Felix's movements slowed to a halt and eventually ceased altogether. Bobby. My God, it's his brother. He absolutely could not let his brother know he was here. Nor could he allow him to discover that he had been so engrossed in observing the car that he had completely overlooked him. Help. If his brother found out, he would undoubtedly be reminded of it for eternity. "Baby?" Rusty, bewildered, called out. But before he could comprehend the situation, Felix's body went limp and slid down abruptly. He then squeezed through the gap beneath the table and onto Rusty's lap, placing a finger to his lips in a silent shoo, appearing quite anxious. "Bobby." As she watched Bobby tilt his head toward the space behind her, Jewel instinctively glanced back. In the booth behind, a man wearing a baseball cap and with his head bowed, obscuring his face, was leisurely enjoying his meal. She turned back, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. Was there someone else sitting behind her when she took her seat? "It's nothing. Perhaps I misheard." Bobby withdrew his gaze, shaking his head, believing he had imagined it. He pulled out his phone, staring at the familiar number in his contacts, lost in thought. Wasn't it agreed that he would find him first, and then they would go to Canada to watch the game together? They were all about to set off. Yet Phil had yet to make his appearance. "Perhaps after stepping out for a moment, I shall make a call to inquire." Jewel nodded, dismissing further thoughts, and turned his attention to Jordan and Austin. They were inquiring of a rather intimidating truck driver regarding Route 17. Felix exhaled a sigh of relief, the warmth of his breath lingering in the confined space beneath the dining table, refusing to dissipate. The muscles in Rusty Nail's legs tensed abruptly, crossing over one another in an unnatural manner. He observed the child, whose ears were perked up, fingers unconsciously fiddling with the seams of his jeans. A flicker of flame ignited in the depths of his eyes, and his throat convulsed violently. He abruptly downed the cold cup of coffee before him, striving to quell the tumultuous heat surging within. As he listened to the conversation ahead, Felix's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of confusion crossing his gaze. Why was Route 17 mentioned again? What was this about Slaughter Alley? The number of deaths or disappearances on that road surpassed all others in America. You could vanish into thin air. There was a legend of a truck driver who hunted his targets on Route 17. You know that most serial killers are truck drivers, right? That is not true. A voice, differing in tone from the previous speakers and tinged with seriousness, suddenly interjected. "Is Barry trying to scare you? To dissuade you from taking Route 17? Yes. There's nothing wrong with that road. He enjoys making a mountain out of a molehill. Just ignore him. Why don't you tell them about the case you dealt with this morning, Jenkins? There was a fatal accident. It was an accident, and we are investigating." "Police?" A flicker of apprehension coursed through Felix. He had nearly been lured to Route 17. Fortunately, he had no interest in the photographs sent by the other party. He let out a long breath, attempting to pat his chest to calm his racing heart, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, his hands had tightly wrapped around the man's waist, his chin resting on the taut thigh of the other. He froze in surprise. Chapter 22. A deadly joke. There was a certain electricity in the air. Even without deliberately paying attention to the sounds ahead, they continuously reached his ears. Rusty Nail's eyes flickered, and he seemingly nonchalantly lifted his leg. Felix, still in a daze, was propelled forward by this sudden force, colliding with the man's firm abdomen. He quickly regained his senses, rubbed his forehead, his cheeks slightly puffed, and rolled his eyes, silently cursing. Damn it! The child's warm breath brushed against his abdomen, igniting sparks that set his blood ablaze from within. The heat surged towards his chest, and Rusty Nail instinctively inhaled deeply, feeling as though the very air was imbued with a searing warmth. He looked down, observing Felix, whose eyes were filled with vexation, cheeks flushed, yet still wholly trusting as he lay upon his legs. His throat convulsed violently, and despite his efforts to restrain himself, he ultimately succumbed. Leaning down, he cradled the child's face, rubbing against the slightly reddened lips, then gently stroking and finally planting a heavy kiss. In the next moment, his body stiffened abruptly. The pain in his waist was acutely felt, prompting him to sit up straight, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a satisfied smile. A glimmer of contentment flickering in his eyes. Felix remarked, "Fine." He dismissed the overly composed adult, listening as the truck driver continued to advise those who had clearly made up their minds. What you should be most concerned about is the drug offenders. Those individuals are ruthless, and the slaughterhouse is the quickest route to their factory in Canada. The patrols on Highway 17 are quite lax. You can only pray you won't encounter them. However, it was evident that the truck driver's earnest words were falling on deaf ears. Felix watched helplessly as a few individuals laughed and departed, resolute in their decision to take Highway 17 to Austin and Jordan. The various data tested only on the data recorder seemed inaccurate, and the absence of patrols on Highway 17 provided an ideal opportunity to test the speed of their racing car at full throttle. Wow, they finally left. Felix returned to the sofa, his face flushed, and quickly fanned his hands beside his cheeks in an attempt to cool himself down. The expression on Rusty's face was one of undisguised displeasure. He disliked seeing the child so perturbed by others. "Baby, can you tell me?" Felix sipped his cola, tilting his chin slightly, gesturing towards the bustling group outside. "Did you see that handsome guy at the back, calling out to that older staff member, Maggie?" "Oh." Rusty raised an eyebrow, his gaze enigmatic. He stared intently out of the window in silence, an icy aura enveloping him, his expression dark as ink. After a moment of silence, he let out a soft laugh, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "What is handsome about him? Is it his face or his physique?" His voice was low and chilling, akin to a dark current flowing beneath a glacier, laden with unspoken danger. "He's handsome everywhere. Though perhaps not as much as I am," Felix replied cheerfully, completely oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. The sudden chill invigorated him, and as he observed Rusty still gazing out the window, he assumed the latter had not noticed. With good intentions, he leaned closer to the window, quickly peering over to spot Bobby's position, pointing it out. That one. Do you see him?" The young man by the trailer, unlocking the safety latch of that Subaru, wearing a yellow hoodie. "I see him." The gaze of the rusted iron nail remained unwavering, fixated firmly upon the young man before him, whose warm brown hair and cerulean eyes bore no resemblance to his own. The look was as sharp as a blade, slicing through the air inch by inch. "Hey, buddy," Mickey remarked, glancing at Bobby, who stood inexplicably frozen in place. He gave him a nudge and urged, "Pick up the pace, okay?" Bobby jolted with a shiver, snapping back to reality, instinctively responding as he continued to work, disengaging the safety lock of the racing car, while his peripheral vision drifted toward the direction of the barbecue shop behind him. Just moments ago, he had felt a chilling, palpable gaze, as if it were a tangible force, pinning him down with the intent to flay him alive. Was it merely an illusion? A sharp ringtone echoed, and the phone on the table vibrated insistently. Felix did not answer immediately. Instead, he held his breath, listening intently until the thunderous roar of the Subaru faded into the distance. Only then did he feel at ease enough to press the answer button. "Brother, I'm in Kansas. The race is in 3 days. No rush. You don't need to wait for me. I'm with friends, and we'll catch up with you." "Route 17? Okay, really? No need for that. Bobby, you're so chatty." I know. I'll drive slowly and safely, all right?" Bye." Felix hung up, casually shoving the phone into the pocket of the rusted iron nail. The light-hearted expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a veil of unease that clouded his eyes. He finally understood why, for some time, he had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of foreboding regarding his brother, Bobby. It must have been because Bobby's group had fortuitously crossed paths with those wretched criminals on Route 17 who had chosen to silence them. "Daddy," he said, cupping his face. Lips pressed together, eyes slightly reddened. He slowly lifted his gaze to the rusted iron nail, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Help me, please." A sudden pang gripped the iron nail's heart, as if ensnared by an invisible hand, causing his breath to falter. He furrowed his brow, nodding without hesitation, concern and affection unmasked in his gaze. "Baby, I'm here. Trust me, okay?" Felix nodded earnestly, and after settling the bill, they left the barbecue shop. Seated in the truck, As the child spoke of his brother Bobby and the handsome young man outside the barbecue shop, worry etched across his face. The rusted iron nail sat in the driver's seat, hesitating to start the engine. When the child looked at him with a puzzled expression, he shielded his face with his large hand, revealing a rare display of embarrassment on his otherwise concealed countenance. The icy chill that had lingered between his brows melted away like the winter snow in spring, replaced by the warmth of the sun, gently enveloping both of them. Moments later, the rusted iron nail finally revved the truck's engine. A low, rumbling sound enveloped the air, dispelling the inexplicable awkwardness and the relief akin to surviving a calamity. Fortunately, he was unwilling to leave the child alone at the barbecue restaurant in the truck stop, temporarily relegating his dark thoughts to a distant corner, deciding to address the matter of waste sorting later that evening. Chapter 23. A deadly prank. Route 17. The desolate highway, bleached by the sun, stretched straight toward the horizon. Sparse trees lined the roadside, while patches of golden wheat fields basked in the sunlight, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. The sweltering breeze flowed through the open window into the cabin, enveloping him like an invisible blanket, its warmth lulling Felix into a drowsy stupor. At that moment, a vividly colored shadow suddenly sprang forth from the horizon. The low rumble grew increasingly distinct as it approached, jolting Felix awake. He instinctively glanced up. As the distance rapidly closed, the outline of a deep blue Subaru adorned with bright yellow stripes became visible, racing along the highway with remarkable agility. "Wow!" Felix exclaimed in surprise. Before he could fully comprehend the sight, the car zipped past the truck with a whoosh, creating a fierce gust of wind that vanished in an instant from the rearview mirror. "Cool." Felix leaned against the window, instinctively wanting to stick his head out for a better view, only to be abruptly pulled back by a pair of large hands encircling his waist. "Baby, no peeking out." Okay, okay, Felix replied nonchalantly, his expression betraying a hint of indifference. Yet, in his eyes lingered a trace of astonishment. Indeed, this was a vehicle prepared for off-road rally racing, boasting formidable performance and a dazzling design. When he returned home, he would spray his name, Felix, on a sports car as well. That would be so cool. Wait. Felix suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes brightening as he unbuckled his seatbelt, squatting between the two seats. Leaning back against the seat, his long fingers gently resting on his legs, deliberately elongating his tone. "Daddy?" Rusty Nail felt a sudden jolt in his brow, taking a discreet, deep breath as he steered with one hand, while the other gently enveloped the child's hand, caressing it. "What is the matter, baby? Where are the car keys?" "What?" "The sports car, my Dodge Viper. Isn't it in the storage compartment of the rear cabin?" Felix abruptly withdrew his hand, playfully smacking Rusty Nail. "Stop pretending. I'm talking about the 4 anti-theft locks that secure my wheels." As he spoke, the veins on his forehead seemed to throb, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, his face a canvas of exasperation. He had been utterly astonished the first time he laid eyes on them. His Dodge Viper was tightly bound in the trunk, with each wheel adorned by a crimson U-shaped safety lock. Despite employing the most rudimentary wheel locks, chassis straps, and wheel chocks for comprehensive security, one could never guarantee absolute safety. However, with these 4 locks in place, theft was rendered impossible. Reflecting on it now, how could Rusty Nail ever worry about the car's safety? These 4 locks were, in truth, meant to ensure his protection. Cunning and scheming adults, indeed. Outmatched, completely outmatched. Rusty Nail's chest rose and fell slightly as a low, subdued chuckle escaped his throat. He held onto the child's hand, refusing to let go, gently kissing it before his lips. "Baby, what do you wish to do?" With an open road, devoid of patrols and nearly void of traffic, it was indeed an ideal place for a reckless drive. But there had to be more than just this singular reason. His child, who had just been so anxiously concerned for his brother, urging him to set off quickly, how could he suddenly find the leisure to engage in such racing? Felix leaned forward, his forehead resting against the taut muscles of the man's thigh, the corners of his lips pressed together as he softly hummed. "I merely wish to see the prowess of the Wells racing team that my brother has chosen." His brother, as he aged, seemed to lack wisdom. Simply put, he was growing older without growing wiser. Despite Daddy's assurance that he could directly form a racing team for him, he was unwilling. He insisted on learning from the mechanics he knew, aiming to establish his own maintenance team. How naive. A broad hand rested gently on the back of the child's neck, caressing it with an indescribable sense of control. Rusty nails subtly deepened the conversation. What do you think so far? Felix's index finger lightly tapped his cheek. A thoughtful expression crossing his features, aesthetically pleasing, stubborn in nature, and possesses a strong desire to win races. As for ability, one must test it to know. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and dashed into the rear lounge, intent on searching openly for the keys. Earlier, while crouching, he had discreetly observed the natural creases of Rusty Nail's jeans pocket, finding no outline of keys. As for the shirt pocket, he had previously checked it at the barbecue place, discovering it to be empty. Moreover, he had inspected the storage compartments in the driver's cabin while rummaging for snacks, uncovering no traces of keys there either. Thus, it was evident they must be in the lounge, where sleeping quarters provided small storage spaces, medium-sized boxes, ample storage areas, and even a tiny wardrobe. He was determined to find them. Where could they be? Keys, do show yourselves. As the incessant murmurs filled the air and he recalled the child's piercing gaze fixed upon his pockets, a gentle yet resigned smile blossomed in the depths of Rusty Nail's profound eyes. He seemingly nonchalantly glanced up at the storage rack above, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Naturally, matters concerning children were placed within his immediate reach, easily accessible. As for whether this was due to the area being a blind spot from a child's perspective, well, that need not be elaborated upon. Observing the data on the recorder, Jordan remarked, "This distance is sufficient. Now let's pivot and catch up with the others." Finally given the chance to grasp the steering wheel, Austin suppressed his excitement and nodded, uttering an okay before abruptly turning the wheel. With a sharp, piercing screech, the golden-rimmed tires left pronounced black marks on the road, varying in depth. The race car spun out, swiftly redirecting its front, executing a flawless drift. Subsequently, Austin slammed down on the accelerator, the low rumble of the engine erupting like thunder as the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Jordan glanced at the engine's RPM on the data recorder, which had leaped from the safe zone of 5,472 revolutions per minute directly into the red zone at 8,123 revolutions per minute, cautioning, "You've exceeded the performance limit." "I'm merely shifting gears," Austin retorted, "just a reminder not to ruin the engine before we reach our destination. I'm well aware of this car's limits, and I am unafraid to push it to the edge." Chapter 24. A deadly joke. Before Jordan could utter a word, Jewel, seated in the back with Elisa, leaned forward to defend her boyfriend, countering, "So you think Jordan is afraid? He's quite clever. He'll cross the finish line unscathed. Unlike that certain fool I know who manages to ruin everything. Hey, that wasn't my fault. It was the cylinder head gasket that blew, all right? And then what? You crashed the car into a wall. You dolt." Hearing this, Jordan turned with a smile to interject, "Baby, thanks, but I can handle it myself." Austin's face flushed slightly as he absorbed Jordan's caustic laughter, lost in thought. Elisa, who had been silent until now, couldn't resist a teasing remark. "Perhaps it's time for me to take the wheel." Austin glanced at the rearview mirror, shook his head, and chose silence. He pressed the accelerator deeply, and the car continued to accelerate. Jordan cast a glance at the heavy truck not far ahead, advising, "You'd best slow down." "Why?" "Your speed might frighten that poor driver up ahead. It's unnecessary." "To hell with that, just watch." Austin scoffed, his demeanor clearly perturbed. In an act of frustration, he floored the gas pedal, unleashing a beast-like roar from the engine. The race car darted forward, a shadow skimming the ground, rapidly closing in on the truck's rear. The vehicle swiftly maneuvered sideways, positioning itself to the left of the truck. Born amidst rain and snowstorms, with a sudden drop in temperature, rusted iron nails preferred the chill of winter over the warmth of sunlight. However, the delightful chatter of the child emanating from the rear cabin was incessantly punctuated by his complaints, even as the sweltering wind swept into the cockpit, lingering insistently around him. He felt no hint of impatience. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a gentle warmth danced in his brow. At that moment, a deafening roar surged closer, exploding abruptly in his ears. Rusty Nails casually glanced at the sports car appearing alongside the truck. Its garish colors, flamboyant design, and ostentatious flair resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, incessantly darting back and forth on the highway. Humph! Where are the keys? Felix had rummaged through every storage compartment, large and small, even inspecting beneath the bunk where the luggage lay, meticulously examining every nook. How can they be missing? Curse those cunning adults. Where could they possibly have hidden them? Felix's cheeks puffed slightly as he exhaled, scratching his face and leaving several conspicuous gray smudges. Unfazed, he leisurely circled the not-too-spacious cabin, his gaze imbued with determination. Still wandering restlessly. Wait. Felix halted, his eyes gradually shifting upwards. At the very top of the rear wall facing the cockpit, four metal-framed storage compartments were nestled closely together. Felix. He readjusted the bunk to a flat position, locking it with a click, and knelt atop it. One hand braced against the rear wall, while the other swiftly lifted the plastic cover of the storage compartment with a resounding snap. His jubilant smile instantly faltered, his brow slightly furrowing. A hint of disdain in his gaze. Before him lay an overcrowded assortment of potato chips within the compartment. Undeterred, he opened each of the 4 compartments in succession. Candy? Chocolate? Cookies and small cakes? Jelly and pudding? Felix, damn it, it's nothing but snacks. Could that scoundrel not have packed something else? Like, say, the keys. The keys. The keys. The roar of the engine grew increasingly imminent. Felix turned to glance at the side vent, where a Subaru raced alongside the truck. He withdrew his gaze, begrudgingly snatching a bag of his favorite spicy chips, preparing to return to the cockpit for a closer assessment of the rival vehicle's prowess. As his toes barely touched the ground, a sharp, prickling ache surged from the soles of his feet, freezing him in place. Once the sensation subsided slightly, he lowered his hand from the rear wall, cautiously shifting his weight, gently pressing down. In the next instant, Austin pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward once more. As the vehicle aligned parallel to the truck, at the very moment of overtaking, he abruptly turned the steering wheel, swiftly cutting in front of the truck, splashing a deluge of murky water in all directions before speeding away. Hey! Jewel furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such an act. Jordan frowned slightly, his gaze reflecting disapproval. Hey man, what you did was truly juvenile, utterly pathetic. Observing the car visibly sliding in the rearview mirror and the truck remaining stationary, Austin shrugged nonchalantly, his expression imbued with indifference, even sporting a hint of a smile. I merely aimed to rouse that truck driver. He shouldn't doze off on the road. Rusty Nail disregarded the situation, refocusing on the road ahead, prioritizing safe driving. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, that damn sports car darted sharply in front of the truck, its rapidly spinning tires recklessly churning through the puddles, sending a torrent of muddy water crashing toward the windshield. Rusty Nail's left hand gripped the steering wheel tightly, while his right instinctively rose to shield his face, his body leaning sharply to the side. He would not allow Felix to witness him drenched in filthy water, looking utterly disheveled, with a cold glint in his eyes. Fury surged within him, veins bulging on the back of his hand, knuckles whitening from the force of his grip, his gaze fixated intensely on the racing sports car. Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech of tires against the asphalt pierced the air, the cabin jolting violently as a result. In the resting compartment, Felix, who had been about to lower his other equally sore leg, was caught off guard. His body lurched heavily due to inertia, losing all sense of balance. His foot twisted, and he fell hard to the ground, momentarily stunned. In the next second, as he propped himself up with his elbow to rise, an explosive pain erupted in his left ankle, causing his eyes to well up with tears. Damn, Daddy, baby. A child's muffled cry of pain reached his ears, and Rusty Nail's heart constricted painfully, instinctively slamming on the brakes. A tsunami of panic enveloped him, akin to an invisible hand seizing his heart. He scarcely had time to unbuckle his seatbelt before his form morphed into a flash of lightning, teleporting to the resting compartment. Upon his first glance, he saw the beautiful child sprawled on the ground, covered in grime, eyes red and gazing up at him, letting out soft, gasping sobs. Daddy, it hurts. Chapter 25. A fatal prank. Rusty Nail's breath hitched, filled with heartache and guilt. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the volcanic fury surging within his chest. Gently, he crouched down, slowly extending his trembling arm, his fingertips quivering with lingering fear. Suddenly, a hand forcefully swatted his away. Instinctively, Rusty Nail looked up, only to be met with a pair of eyes ablaze with fiery anger. The clear, emerald depths of his eyes shimmered with tears born of pain, as if searing sparks were splattering amidst the ripples between his fiercely burning brows. It seemed as though flames were dancing silently, while the tips of his eyes took on a faint blush. It was only then that he suddenly awakened to the realization that the cry of Daddy was merely a figment of his imagination, a mere auditory hallucination. Oh, That despicable scoundrel, how infuriating. What kind of company does my brother keep? Felix took a deep breath and urged, what are you still doing here, dawdling? Go after them. Knock them down. Seeing Felix still so vivacious and spirited, cursing with great vigor, Rusty felt a sense of relief wash over him. Baby, is there anywhere that particularly hurts? Felix waved his hand dismissively, nudging Rusty, signaling him to hasten to the driver's seat and start the truck. I'm fine, just had a little tumble. It doesn't hurt, no need for a checkup. You should hurry and chase after them. Ignoring the child's flippant remarks and urgings, Rusty proceeded with purpose. He swiftly retrieved a first aid kit from the storage compartment and set it aside, then knelt down, meticulously examining Felix from head to toe. He cradled the boy's face, his gaze swiftly scanning the forehead, crown, and back of the head. No wounds were apparent. Gently, he touched the area, confirming there was no swelling. Rusty felt an immense sense of relief. The sleeping compartment of his truck featured a single bunk, which was indeed not high off the ground. Continuing his inspection, he noted a small patch of skin on Felix's arm faintly reddening, likely to develop into a bruise by morning. Just as he assumed it was merely a simple fall and that Felix would be perfectly fine, his gaze fell upon the child's ankle, slightly reddened after removing his shoes and socks. Rusty's expression hardened, his brow furrowing tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Baby, I need to press on it gently. Felix nonchalantly nodded. He felt no pain, assuming the initial discomfort was just from a slight twist, now already subsided. However, as Rusty's rough fingertip made contact, applying the slightest pressure, Felix reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively kicking out with his other foot. His eyes instantly glistening with tears of pain. Daddy, it hurts. This time, it was no mere hallucination. Baby, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Rusty's voice quivered slightly. It's not that dramatic, just a moment of sharp pain. Felix looked at Rusty with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes and offered him a comforting word. In that fleeting moment, a realization blossomed within him. This man truly cared for me. Rusty Nail pressed his thin lips tightly together as he rummaged through the first aid kit for an elastic bandage. He tore open the packaging, cradling Felix's heel gently with one hand while the other, albeit clumsily, mimicked the figure-8 wrapping technique he had observed from a truck driver bandaging a companion at a rest stop. With tender movements, he meticulously secured the slightly swollen ankle of the child. The faint sound of Felix's shallow breaths tugged at his heartstrings, almost suffocating him with a surge of wrath that threatened to engulf him. Yet, before he could pursue vengeance against those wretches, Rusty Nail had more pressing matters at hand. He gently cupped the child's face, their foreheads touching as he nuzzled slightly, and whispered, Baby, let us go to the hospital. They want to escape. I assure you they will pay the price, all right? Not all right. Felix's lips were tightly pressed together, his eyes reflecting stubborn defiance as he shook his head. I really think it's nothing. The bunk is just that high. How serious could a fall be? We don't need to go to the hospital. Rusty Nail inhaled deeply, the veins at his temples throbbing. He suppressed the urge to rub his forehead and endeavored to make his voice sound more serious. Baby, be good and listen. His concern was genuine. He recalled the days when he had to use ice to reduce swelling from a sprained ankle. He couldn't use his abilities to check. It would only complicate matters. There were no ice packs in the truck, and it would be best to get an X-ray at the hospital to assess the severity of the injury. Felix's eyes widened in indignation, feeling as though he had been slapped across the face. Just moments ago, he thought this man was quite fond of him, yet now he was raising his voice. You jerk, how dare you shout at me? Rusty Nail? He was certain his voice had merely been elevated slightly, perhaps by a mere 5 decibels. Baby, let us be reasonable, shall we? Humph. Ignoring him completely, Felix let out a cold huff, pushing himself off the ground, determined to rise unaided. Even when a hand reached out to lift him, he swatted it away without a glance. Rusty Nail grasped the child's shoulder, disregarding Felix's feeble resistance, and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, his eyes filled with affection and helplessness. Baby, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have raised my voice. But truly, I am deeply worried. Felix puffed out his cheeks and let out a soft huff, his expression softening slightly. He raised his arms to wrap around Rusty Nail's neck, signaling that he was now ready to be lifted. Rusty Nail paused, a gentle laugh escaping his throat, his gaze brimming with tender adoration. One large hand securely supported Felix's lower back, while the other carefully cradled the bend of his legs, cherishing the child as he lifted him into his embrace. He then turned to place him gently on the bunk. The entire process was executed with utmost gentleness, as if fearful of inflicting even the slightest pain upon Felix. Clinging to Rusty Nail's neck, Felix insisted on being taken to the driver's cabin instead of the bunk above, lamenting the dirtiness of his clothes. "It's all right, my dear. I shall change the sheets," Rusty Nail reassured him, allowing the child to rest against his shoulder while tenderly stroking his soft golden locks. "I need to tidy up. Please wait for me a moment, all right?" "Okay." Despite his words, Rusty Nail did not depart immediately, but enveloped the child in his embrace. Akin to a dragon guarding its treasure, one hand supported Felix's chin while the other retrieved a wet wipe, meticulously cleansing the dust from the child's cheeks with a focus and delicacy reminiscent of handling a priceless porcelain artifact. The warmth of his breath brushed against Felix's face, causing his hair to dance lightly in the gentle breeze, eliciting a ticklish sensation. A single strand fell directly over Felix's eye, prompting him to instinctively pout and blow upwards. Suddenly, a muffled chuckle resonated nearby, the low, gravelly voice tinged with a coarse timbre, akin to a subtle electric current brushing against his eardrum. A delightful shiver cascaded down Felix's spine, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck and nuzzle against the shoulder behind him. All of the child's endearing reactions were keenly observed by Rusty Nail. He swapped to a fresh wet wipe and began to remove the dirt from Felix's arms, playfully teasing. "Baby, with that pout, are you hoping for a kiss?" "Humph, dream on," Felix retorted, rolling his eyes. Yet his head nestled comfortably against the man's broad shoulder as he adjusted to a more relaxed position, lazily closing his eyes and yawning. Rusty Nail chuckled lightly. "Baby, are you tired? Would you like to sleep for a while?" "No." Felix instantly awoke, eyes wide as he gazed at his grimy self. The embers of anger within him flared fiercely, igniting into a blazing inferno. Rusty Nail arranged several cushions beneath the vent, gently stroking the child's soft hair before carefully relocating Felix's body, laying his legs securely on the bunk. Sitting at the edge, he retrieved a new wet wipe and began to methodically clean the dirt from the child's legs. With a slight smile, his expression softened, and his voice took on an eerily calm tone. "Baby, trust me, don't get mad." Felix blinked, inhaling deeply to quell the tempest of anger within him. He resolutely completed the phrase, his voice clear and powerful. "Get even." Having spoken, he stared blankly at the person before him, disheveled strands of hair obscuring his brow and eyes, revealing only the high bridge of his nose and the naturally upturned corners of his lips. Felix paused for a moment before exclaiming involuntarily, "Daddy, you truly resemble my daddy. I might even be starting to like you." The man's motion with the rusted nail abruptly faltered, his gaze darkening, and his chest rose and fell deeply. A slightly husky chuckle wafted through the air, tinged with fervor, as if accompanied by an inexplicable sigh. "Baby, I love you too, but I do not wish to be merely your daddy, nor just the so-called friend you mentioned during your phone calls." As those words trailed off, the final syllable faded into near silence. Felix tilted his head, unable to comprehend clearly. However, witnessing the man, who seemed suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of loss, stirred an inexplicable ache within him. Without much thought, he followed his heart's impulse and abruptly pulled the rusted nail closer. In the man's astonished gaze, one hand pressed upon his shoulder while the other arm encircled his neck, mimicking the earlier gesture of the rusted nail. Their lips met. The motion felt somewhat awkward. He first brushed against him, then gently nibbled on the man's lip, a fleeting thought flashing through his mind. It truly felt like jelly, soft and springy. Subsequently, his warm tongue slipped gently between the man's lips, teasingly withdrawing, only to find himself unexpectedly pushed away, but in the next moment, his lips were sealed and a moist, supple tongue intertwined with his fervently. The man's kiss was deep and intense, almost reaching his throat, as if he were about to swallow him whole. In that urgent motion lay a sense of panic, as though he sought to affirm Felix's existence through this means. Felix's eyes glistened with a physiological sheen, and he offered no resistance. Instead, he tightened his embrace, emitting a soft whimper from his throat. The rusted nail suddenly became aware, his movements softening abruptly, their lips merely brushing against each other, tenderly caressing, his brow filled with profound affection. The childlike kiss and trusting embrace dispelled all the insecurities that had previously dwelled within him. The atmosphere transformed from one of oppression, loss, and panic to a gentle warmth akin to the tender sunlight of spring. Just as the rusted nail intended to express his love, a dissatisfied hum interrupted his thoughts. Felix pushed him away and turned to gaze at the ventilation window behind him, pressing close to the glass, pouting slightly as he assessed the situation. Indeed, it was swollen. He turned back with a displeased glare at the rusted nail, his long fingers poking at the man's solid, full chest. "You bad person, your kiss was too heavy. Be gentler, like I was at first, do you understand?" Rusty iron nails cradled the child's face, gazing tenderly with gentle eyes. A soft kiss, laden with affection, descended upon the child's brow, followed by a delicate caress on the nose, the cheeks, and finally resting upon the crimson lips, accompanied by a sigh imbued with love. "Sorry, baby," the voice murmured, unable to contain itself. Felix's thick, curled lashes fluttered slightly, reminiscent of butterflies dancing gracefully. Suddenly, a tingling sensation pricked at his heart, causing his gaze to shyly avert. In that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of a phone nearby, leading him to recall his brother and the scoundrel behind the wheel. And that fleeting feeling was instantly cast aside. Daddy, wipe it off," he urged. The rusty iron nail chuckled softly, tenderly tousling Felix's silky hair before settling back down. With rough palms, he grasped the child's slender ankle, placing the boy's lightly muscled calves, with their smooth contours, upon his own lap, meticulously brushing away the dust that adorned them. Before long, the once dusty little cat transformed back into a resplendent and proud feline king, dressed in fresh attire. Felix reclined upon the clean bedspread, observing the bandaged ankle resting steadily atop a stack of soft cushions. The height of the cushions just surpassed his heart's position, and he unconsciously wiggled his toes, touched his nose, his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and mild embarrassment. A child who had never attended school, a being of thunder and lightning, understood more than he did? How vexing. His memory was a void. Had he perhaps skipped class during that time? Chapter 27. A deadly joke. "Hey, what's wrong?" Eliza inquired, glancing at Jewel, who was peering through the rear windshield. Jewel sighed, observing the two individuals swapping positions ahead, his expression tinged with unease. The truck had remained stationary, and he wondered if something had happened to the driver. Jordan, already seated in the driver's position, reassured his girlfriend. "Don't worry, it's quite common for trucks to skid. The road we just traversed had accumulated water from the rain, making it slippery. Skidding is entirely normal." Jewel leaned against the driver's seat, his brow slightly furrowed. "But that was also due to Austin's reckless lane change that caused the truck to skid. We should stop to check. What if the truck driver is elderly and, in a state of shock, suffers a heart attack?" Austin chuckled, his demeanor dismissive. "You underestimate truck drivers. Didn't you hear the driver we asked for directions say that most serial killers are truck drivers? Who knows, he might be one. Hey, baby." Even if that were the case, he would call for help himself. "Trucks are equipped with radios," Jordan countered, casting a disapproving glance at Austin. He then turned to his girlfriend through the rearview mirror, explaining earnestly, "We cannot proactively call the police. That would waste an entire day. We too have our faults. If Austin's driving record bears any blemish, he may be unable to compete. We are headed to Canada to participate in the off-road rally, and I require a navigator with whom I have developed a sufficient rapport. Is that clear?" Jewel cast a glance at Jordan, his expression somewhat unfamiliar. "Are you not afraid he might report us?" Jordan fell silent for a moment before responding. "Then we must take a gamble, wagering that he will not alert the authorities." Austin clapped his hands, attempting to ease the nearly frozen atmosphere within the vehicle. "Hey, guys, don't overthink it. Perhaps that truck driver is merely too timid, sitting in the cabin, calming his frightened heart. Hey, Jordan, why did it take you so long to catch up?" Observing Jordan, who had pulled alongside in the left lane, the team's technician, Mickey, picked up the intercom and pressed the button, perplexed. "It's nothing." Austin was just busy befriending the local truck driver. Jordan shot a glance at Austin and replied, "What?" Mickey frowned, clearly skeptical, as it was Austin who had been driving when they last parted, yet now it was Jordan. "Don't mind it. So, how is the vehicle performing?" "Very smoothly, quite stable, carrying 1.5 tons with ease." Mickey nodded and inquired further. "Good. Is the diagnostic result normal?" "All normal. Perfect." Mickey raised an eyebrow while gripping the intercom, jesting. "If the vehicle runs this smoothly, perhaps you should consider giving your technician a raise." Just then, a truck's horn blared suddenly, erupting like thunder and shattering the tranquility. The occupants of both vehicles turned to look back. And there it was, a monstrous steel beast with a dark front, adorned with chrome grills resembling fangs, looming in the middle of the road, tightly gripping the rear of both vehicles. Two towering exhaust pipes belched forth black smoke, emitting an enraged roar, akin to a beast incensed by the injury of its beloved mate. The deep, powerful rumble echoed in the air. The beast's speed was increasing, relentlessly closing in on the two vehicles, exuding an air of arrogance as if it intended to take on both. Suddenly, a brief yet deep honk reverberated again, striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Elisa turned to glance through the windshield at the imposing truck behind them, furrowing her brow, exclaiming with exasperation, "Goodness! What is wrong with that person?" It was the truck driver provoked by Austin, and Jordan instinctively scanned the rearview mirror, coincidentally meeting Jewel's gaze. "Good news. That driver is unharmed. You need not worry." With that, Jordan turned to Austin in the passenger seat, his tone gravely serious. "Bad news. He is indeed furious with you. By the way, have I mentioned that what you did was truly despicable?" In another Chevrolet of a brownish-gray hue, Mickey and Bobby exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Mickey picked up the walkie-talkie and inquired, "What on earth is this fellow doing?" Jewel turned to glance at the truck that was closely trailing them, hesitatingly suggesting he might be intending to overtake. Jordan, observing through the rearview mirror, nodded and replied, "All right. I shall maintain my composure and allow him to pass." With that, he gently pressed the accelerator, shifting to the right lane, placing himself ahead of the Chevrolet. To everyone's astonishment, the truck's speed began to decrease, gradually aligning alongside the Chevrolet. Mickey and Bobby once again exchanged glances, still in a state of utter perplexity. He looked up, catching only a vague outline of a figure in the truck's driver's seat, shaking his head in confusion. He was about to refocus on the road when he suddenly noticed a vent in the truck's cabin being opened. In the blink of an eye, a child, as beautiful as an angel from a church mural, poked his head out, with sun-kissed golden hair and eyes as clear as lake water. The child swiftly scanned the space between them and Jordan's Subaru ahead, before turning to say something to the driver. Their words were entirely drowned out by the roar of the engine, leaving them unable to decipher the message. Almost immediately, the child seemed to receive a response from the driver, and his face lit up with a radiant smile. Nodding in satisfaction, he then glanced down towards them, his expression transforming into one of indignation as he exclaimed, "Fuck you, Bobby," before retracting into the cabin, disappearing from sight. Wait a moment. Although Mickey was not adept at reading lips, the phrase was so iconic and the mouth movements so straightforward that he instinctively mouthed the words. Turning sharply to his companion beside him, Mickey gasped in shock, his mind a blank canvas, his face adorned with a hint of bewilderment, as if his perception had shattered into a million pieces. An angelic child? He glanced at the crucifix hanging from his neck, feeling an unprecedented assault on his faith. Bobby, utterly at a loss due to his friend's sudden outburst, was about to speak when he noticed the truck accelerating, gradually pulling ahead by half a car length. As the vehicles intertwined, Bobby nearly leaped from the passenger seat, only to be yanked back by the safety belt. "Oh my God, Phil." Chapter 28. A deadly jest. Felix tossed his phone aside, observing the figure pacing back and forth in the driver's cabin, feeling profoundly bored. He tore open a bag of chips and casually called out, "Water." In the next moment, a man suddenly appeared in the cabin, twisting the cap off a bottle of water and offering it to him. Felix blinked, a hint of envy flickering in his gaze. "Daddy, you promised me. I want that ability too. When will you teach me? Teleportation is so cool." Rusty Nail's expression was somewhat nuanced. "Baby, just wait a little longer, all right?" "Wait again." Felix puffed his cheeks in dissatisfaction. "You better not be deceiving me." "How could that be?" After speaking, Rusty Nail seemingly nonchalantly raised his hand to rub his forehead, discreetly wiping away a tiny bead of sweat that had emerged on his brow. He could transform Felix's body, ensuring the child would be forever by his side. It was instinctual, yet he was uncertain whether he could grant the child the ability to teleport. Ahem. He naturally shifted the topic, saying, "Baby, there's a hospital nearby, close to the interstate truck stop. We might encounter that car we saw earlier." Upon hearing this, Felix instantly perked up, clenching his fists tightly and waving them in the air. "Huh, that would be splendid. I want to give that driver a good beating." Rusty Nail's smile faltered slightly. Sitting beside Felix, he glanced at the ankle wrapped in white bandages, his brow furrowed with uncontainable concern. "Is that all, baby?" Of course not, Felix replied, surprised, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Do you know how to make someone genuinely regret their actions from the bottom of their heart? Rusty Nail shook his head, remaining silent, his gaze softening as he looked at the radiant child, who seemed to shine with an inner light, regarding him with an expression that conveyed a sense of naivete. He did not know how to make someone truly regret their actions. He only understood the desire to eliminate those wretched individuals. In their final moments, they would often beg for mercy, undoubtedly filled with sincere regret at that time. How foolish. Daddy, the most profound blow to their spirit is to destroy what they hold dear before their eyes. I want them to remember today every moment of their remaining lives, regretting it to the point of bleeding. Felix's voice was soft, yet the temperature of his gaze plummeted to freezing levels, and for the first time, a chilling decisiveness appeared on his youthful face, contrasting sharply with his age. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Rusty Nail, wrapping his arms around the man's neck and gently nuzzling his cheek against him, the faint warmth causing the man's heart to soften instantly. I don't care what you do afterward, but I need them to stand on the podium. Do you understand? All right. Rusty Nail remained silent for a moment, tenderly stroking the child's soft, golden hair, his face reflecting a sense of helplessness, while his eyes sparkled with a warm indulgence. In a fleeting moment, he found himself lost in thought, his gaze darkening as he spoke again, his voice tinged with a subtle chill. You place your trust in them, believing they could ascend the podium? Naturally, I still have faith in my brother's judgment. How absurd. In reality, when Bobby decided to join this team, he and his father had thoroughly investigated every aspect of it. Jordan, a native of Kansas, began competing in motocross at the tender age of 12, later venturing into karting and short-track racing, and now he embarks on his inaugural journey into off-road rally racing. Austin hails from Newport Beach, California, having participated in numerous prestigious events and collaborated with some of the industry's elite. Mickey, a childhood friend of Jordan, is a mechanical maestro and the head of the team's maintenance station, whose skills Bobby greatly admires. Jewel, the team's operations manager, meticulously coordinates suppliers, sponsorship negotiations, event arrangements, and website management, ensuring the team's affairs run smoothly. Eliza, responsible for media relations, oversees all aspects of public relations, social media, and marketing, continually enhancing the team's brand influence. In his father's eyes, despite the small size of the Wells team, every member is indeed an elite. Felix, however, vehemently disagrees with his father's perspective, believing that the performance of the team leader is a true reflection of the team's character. A person transitioning from motorcycles and karts to off-road rallying signifies a lack of stability in character, a failure to find a clear path for the future, and an indecisive nature. The upcoming Canadian off-road rally serves as a crucible for their capabilities. If Jordan and the others manage to reach the podium, Felix will feel reassured about his brother's place in the team. If they fail to even step onto the podium, he will unceremoniously send his brother back home. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself contemplating that perhaps Jordan might indeed secure a medal. Would he encounter his brothers soon, necessitating a stop to converse face-to-face? Felix's expression stiffened as he gazed at the man, whose demeanor was so natural, and he sighed, his eyes earnest yet serious. Daddy, please, refrain from calling him that in front of Bobby, all right? You might frighten him. Am I so unappealing? The man's voice revealed a hint of feigned disappointment, his gaze lowering. Is baby considering a casual fling? Don't be ridiculous. You speak as if I desire to abandon you, and you just accept it. Felix rolled his eyes, unimpressed by the ploy, lightly nudging the man and urging, drive on. Baby, you know me too well. The man chuckled lightly, a subtle rise in his chest betraying his amusement. He meticulously fastened the unique safety belt of the bunk bed for Felix, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the child's cheek, gently lifting his chin and bestowing a fervent kiss upon those slightly swollen, rosy lips. Before Felix could fully comprehend the moment, he instantly transported himself back to the driver's seat, leaving behind a low, delightful laughter that lingered in the air, echoing endlessly. Felix exclaimed, "Fine." The engine roared in his ears as the steel behemoth ruthlessly tore through the air, speeding down the interstate. The scenery outside the window rushed backward in a blur. Before long, Felix spotted the familiar Subaru racing car alongside a brownish-gray Chevrolet, both driving in tandem ahead of the truck. Unethical and uncouth, how disgraceful. Accompanied by a brief, deep honk reminiscent of a warning, Felix observed the Subaru accelerate and change lanes, yielding space for the truck. Felix opened the vent window, poked his head out for a glance, and let out a derisive snicker. So now you know to be timid? Too late. Daddy, that Subaru ahead is changing lanes to overtake us. We should stop him. Baby, with a slight furrow in his brow, hesitated. If it were just himself, he would gladly comply, but the child was still in his vehicle. Daddy, please. The tension in Baby's temples throbbed as he silently sighed, ensuring that the protective barrier surrounding the child was secure after any potential harm. He reluctantly replied, Fine, Baby, hold on tight. Okay, Daddy. Felix's eyes curved with satisfaction as he nodded, a smile spreading across his face. In the final moment before retracting his gaze, he glanced at the brownish-gray Chevrolet below, as if seeing Bobby sitting in the passenger seat through the car's body. His expression shifted abruptly. The frustrated child left a heartfelt message for his brother. Fuck you, Bobby. Chapter 29. A deadly joke, what? Phil, that little angel? Your brother? Mickey's incredulous triple inquiry reflected his utter disbelief. Yes, Bobby. Disregarding his companion's incredulous expression that seemed to scream, how could you possibly have such a beautiful brother? Simply leaned over the dashboard, his eyes eagerly fixated on the approaching heavy truck, urging, Gio, go, accelerate. Okay, Mickey nodded in a daze, gently pressing the accelerator while steering leftward. Meanwhile, inside the Subaru, Jordan, caught unawares, watched as the steel behemoth closed in, and at the very moment it was about to surpass them, it unexpectedly maneuvered with an agility that belied its massive form, slipping seamlessly in front of them before coming to a sudden halt. Jordan's pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively yanked the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to evade the impending collision. In the next instant, the piercing sound of screeching brakes filled the air, slicing through the previously tranquil atmosphere like a blade, leaving behind 3 stark fissures. He gazed in horror at the Chevrolet's front end, and inside, he saw Mikey and Bobby, both drenched in cold sweat, gulping nervously. Damn, was he losing his mind? Jordan pressed the horn with force, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and fury as he turned to glare at the imposing truck ahead, exclaiming, What an absolute jerk. Oh, you dare to label others as jerks? A bright, youthful voice suddenly chimed in, its slightly elevated tone laced with an inexplicable sarcasm. The crowd turned towards the sound, their breaths collectively hitching. They beheld a spirited, slender youth with golden hair and blue eyes, cradled carefully in the embrace of a towering, muscular figure approaching them. The stark contrast in their appearances conjured an image of a sinister dragon, its claws retracted, safeguarding its singular treasure with its immense form. The heavy footsteps reverberated with an intangible sense of oppression, causing the air to thicken. Just then, a voice laced with urgency and concern shattered the silence. Phil. Bobby dashed out of the car, his eyes immediately landing on his brother, who was seated sideways in the strong arms of the unfamiliar man. The boy casually draped one arm around the man's neck, instinctively leaning into his embrace, exuding trust and affection. As Bobby prepared to speak, his gaze was abruptly drawn to the man's other hand, which securely cradled Phil's injured leg, the bandaged ankle naturally elevated. Bobby's heart sank, tightening with anxiety as he rushed forward. Phil, what happened? Is it serious? Have you seen a doctor? What? Jewer and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Exiting the vehicle, their attention was immediately caught by the boy's injured ankle, a wave of foreboding washing over them. Felix rolled his eyes, pointing an accusing finger at Jordan, his voice crackling with indignation. What is going on? Ask him. I want to know what is happening. Bobby paused, turning to face Jordan. The icy, penetrating gaze cast upon him rendered Jordan and his companions momentarily incredulous. The normally compliant Bobby now stood as a figure of authority. Jordan, speak. Bobby's voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable weight of pressure. Jordan opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards Austin. Bobby followed Jordan's gaze and saw Austin, whose eyes were evasive, unable to meet his stare. Austin, what on earth is happening? Bobby's voice sank into a profound seriousness. Felix observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, nodding in realization and elongating his tone. Oh, so it's you. With a slight pressure from his hand resting on Rusty Nail's shoulder, he gestured towards Austin, who stood by the racing car. Rusty Nail, understanding the cue, approached the Subaru while meticulously observing and memorizing the appearances of the 2 men and 2 women who had emerged from the vehicle. Jewel glanced at the child in her arms, who appeared quite young, her complexion slightly pale, and her expression tinged with remorse. She turned to Austin and urged, "Austin, apologize quickly." Jordan noticed Bobby, who trailed closely behind his brother, his serious demeanor betraying his concern, and then looked at the formidable figure of the man, encouraging, "Austin, hurry and apologize." As the man drew nearer, the air grew thick and tense. Austin instinctively took a few steps back, swallowing hard as he gazed at the imposing stranger. Stammering, "I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to. I was just joking. Did I miss something? Who am I apologizing to? Am I invisible?" Felix clenched his teeth, his palms slamming down heavily on Rusty Nail's shoulder, fuming, "Kick him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rusty Nail propelled a fierce kick. Austin barely had time to react before he was sent sprawling to the ground, landing heavily. He curled up, the world around him dimming, his hands clutching his abdomen tightly. Unable to make a sound as his throat felt constricted, beads of cold sweat erupting on his forehead. Jordan rushed to position himself between Felix and Rusty Nail, arms crossed defensively, stating, "Hey, friend, he has already apologized." Mickey, who had been silent, leaned against the car door with a toothpick in his mouth, casting an incredulous glance at his friend, stifling the urge to roll his eyes. "Who said an apology guarantees forgiveness? Are you out of your mind? That kid came all the way from California to support you, and look what happened. He didn't even get a proper greeting before you treated him like this. A mere kick? If it were me, I'd ensure the other party regretted it entirely." Felix exhaled a long sigh, feeling that the pent-up frustration had been released with that kick. Hearing Jordan's words, he scoffed. "What are you saying? Why that expression? I was merely joking with you all. Isn't it amusing?" Chapter 30. A fatal joke. Jordan closed his eyes, remaining silent, and under the watchful gaze of the others, he turned and walked towards Austin, who had been sent flying to the roadside, lifting him up with determination. Austin lowered his head, his teeth clenched tightly, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The excruciating pain in his abdomen rendered him weak and trembling, nearly collapsing all his weight onto Jordan. In his ears, the unabashedly delighted laughter of the youth echoed. The fury in Austin's eyes was barely concealed as the two of them staggered towards the direction of the racing cars. Bobby, at this moment, was no longer curious about the circumstances. Some grievances he chose to keep to himself, planning to seek retribution later. His mind was overwhelmingly occupied with concern for his younger brother, Phil, cradled in the arms of a tall, unfamiliar man. Was Phil's ankle severely injured? Had this man taken him to the hospital? Bobby wanted to lean in for a closer look, but just as his fingers were about to reach out, the man subtly shifted his grip, evading Bobby's touch along with the bandaged ankle. Bobby hesitated, thinking it was merely an unintentional adjustment of posture. He remained silent, moving to the other side, hoping for a clearer view. This time, as he approached, he realized that the man, undoubtedly seasoned and likely experienced in various emotional entanglements, was an older individual who specialized in deceiving the young, men and women alike. To Bobby's astonishment, the man merely turned halfway, shielding his brother from view once more. Had he not just witnessed this very man swiftly kicking another man across the room, he would scarcely believe that someone so intimidating could be so obedient to his brother. He could not discern the man's face, only catching a glimpse of his tense jawline. At that moment, the man's gaze was fixed straight ahead, not casting a single glance toward Bobby, as if all previous barriers were merely a series of unintentional coincidences. Bobby felt a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. He clenched his jaw, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Phil, who is he? What does he want?" Meanwhile, Felix sat comfortably in the man's strong arms, his line of sight level with the man's head, relishing the aftermath of their confrontation. The scoundrel's once white jacket was now a mess, stained with reddish-brown dirt. He pressed his hands firmly against his abdomen, stifling pained groans that mingled with the breeze and floated into his ears, causing Felix's lips to curl into a broad, joyful smile. Suddenly, a voice laced with suppressed anger interrupted his immersive observation. Felix snapped back to reality, instinctively lowering his gaze to meet his brother, who stood at a height of 6 feet, looking up at him with a bewildered tilt of his head. "What?" Bobby inhaled deeply, compelling himself to maintain his composure. It was not the moment to inquire about this individual's connection to his brother. "Phil, let us head to the hospital first." Felix raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he knowingly remarked, "Oh, aren't you joining your companions for the cross-country race in Canada?" Hearing the emphasis the child placed on the word companions, Bobby could not help but smile wryly, teasing, "If I were to turn and walk away, I doubt that little one would ever call me brother again." As he extended his arm, hoping to embrace Felix, the latter let out a playful huff, raising his chin with an expression of undeniable certainty, nodding without hesitation. To him, it was his brother who truly cared, if the other did not show concern, mingling instead with those who had caused his injury. How absurd! Bobby, undeterred by the child's adorable huff, gazed at his arm, which had been evaded yet again, and finally lost his patience. "Phil, did this kind gentleman happen to assist you on his way by?" He stepped forward, wearing a polite smile as he extended his hand, his intentions unmistakable. "Come, let me take you to the hospital. We shall express our gratitude to him later." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, as if sparks of anxiety ignited the air, silently igniting the nerves of everyone present. Jewel, Elisa, and others watched in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment. The man, who had previously instilled fear even at a distance, Bobby dared to confront with such assertiveness. Particularly, Mickey, who often worked alongside Bobby to tune vehicles, shook his head in disbelief, exaggeratedly forming an "oh wow" shape with his mouth. Felix was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at the rusty nail, only to meet the man's gaze. The man's lips were pressed tight, his face etched with grievance, and his dim eyes concealed a flicker of fragile hope, akin to a flame swaying in the wind, perilously close to extinguishing. Felix stammered, this is my..." Frustratingly, he had intended to say friend. Yet under the man's gaze, the words would not escape his lips. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the youth's face, lending him an unnatural blush, leaving one uncertain whether it was the sunset's affection or the flush of embarrassment. Bobby felt a jolt in his brow, as if an alarm had sounded in his mind. A foreboding sensation gripped his heart. Raising his voice, he exclaimed, "Phil." Felix responded with an even louder shout, his ears subtly reddening. "What?" Bobby sighed. "This is undoubtedly a younger brother." He exhaled in resignation, realizing he was at a loss with Phil, and quickly pulled out his phone, urgently seeking help. "Dad, Phil has injured his ankle. Please hurry." In the fleeting moment before the incessant ringing of the phone erupted, he resolutely chose to switch it off, executing the action with seamless precision. Every day he could delay the inevitable scolding was a day gained. His father had a way with words that, devoid of vulgarity, could leave one utterly humiliated. Fortunately, his father never resorted to corporal punishment, a blessing attributed to California's stringent laws. Sadly, his father could still cut off his allowance and might even send him away to another state. How infuriating. As for that ill-intentioned individual who harbored wicked designs against his younger brother, his father had his own methods to deal with him. However, at this moment, he felt compelled to ensure that his father experienced the full force of the turmoil and upheaval he was enduring. Far away in California, a man was frantically instructing his assistant to arrange an emergency flight and to have a medical team on standby aboard the aircraft. "Just wait for me." Felix, unable to prevent his brother's swift actions, felt a tightening of the arm encircling his neck as he leaned closer to the man, whispering in a breathless tone, "This is bad. Daddy will definitely come for me. I must return home." Upon hearing this, the man's grip around Felix's waist instinctively tightened, pulling him deeper into his embrace. Felix gave a firm pat on the man's shoulder, softly complaining, "Daddy, you're hurting me," seemingly catching a familiar word. Bobby glanced over with a look of suspicion. "Felix? Huh." Felix tilted his head innocently, responding, "What?" Bobby hesitated and shook his head. "It's nothing." "Did he miss here?" Felix blinked, effortlessly redirecting the conversation. "You should go say goodbye to them. I'll wait for you in the truck." Bobby glanced back at his former companions, realizing that his father would be arriving soon and that he would return to San Francisco, and nodded. "All right, I'll be right back." With that, he turned and walked towards the Chevrolet parked by the roadside. He approached Mickey, who was leaning against the car door with a toothpick in his mouth, and stated straightforwardly, "Hey, Mickey, I'm quitting the crew. Do you want to come along with me?" "You?" Mickey clapped Bobby on the shoulder, chuckling. "What? Do you aspire to be the big boss now? Triple the pay, same position, still the maintenance team leader." No sooner had he finished speaking than Mickey stood up straight, mimicking the tone of a gangster film, bowing dramatically. "Hello, boss. At your service, boss." Mickey expressed that even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to their shared feelings. Bobby, His former good companion and future excellent boss had touched him deeply. Bobby smiled and waved his hand, nodding towards Jordan, Jewel, and the others. Help me say goodbye to them. I want to be going over. His gaze casually swept over Austin, a fleeting shadow of darkness crossing his brow. It was the first time he had noticed the traces of bandages on Phil. Bobby's eyes brimmed with concern. He feared that if he approached now, he might be unable to refrain from delivering a few kicks. However, it was hardly worthwhile to be ensnared by a scoundrel who had landed himself in prison. He was unworthy of such a response. Bobby had ample means to exact his revenge in due course. Felix lay on the bed, propped up on his elbows, cradling his chin in his palm. He idly scrolled through computer pages, observing the latest images of luxury cars posted by bloggers, each picture passing before his eyes, yet failing to ignite even a flicker of interest. Suddenly, his shoulders sagged, and he instinctively turned to see a man with a chiseled silhouette and deep-set eyes materialize beside him on the bed, reclining effortlessly. Before Felix could respond, the man wrapped an arm around him, pulling him close. "Baby, did you miss me?" "Sorry, Daddy, but I find it quite difficult to think of you," Felix replied, accustomed to the exchange as he averted his gaze, rolling his eyes subtly. It was baffling to him why he should have any longing for a man he encountered nightly. He had assumed that even with the tenacity of rusted iron, the other would not vanish entirely from his life. Yet, they would have to endure a prolonged separation. To his surprise, on the very night he returned home, Felix was snugly wrapped in his blanket watching a horror film when a ghastly face suddenly appeared on the screen. At that moment, the mattress beneath him sank without warning as a familiar man silently lay beside him, encircling him in his embrace. Felix. He had no desire to recall the chaotic events of that night. The notebook he had thrown to the floor in fright, the terrifying imagery vanishing from the film, replaced by explicit content. Hearing his screams, Daddy and Bobby rushed in, accompanied by a medical team summoned by Daddy, all staring at the screen in bewilderment. Merely reminiscing about it made Felix's toes curl in embarrassment, wishing he could obliterate the culprit responsible for his distress along with him. Now, whenever he watched horror films, a chill coursed through him. The blanket, he had utterly shattered his childhood faith in the inviolable sanctuary of his blanket. Rusty Iron chuckled softly. "Baby, I think of you incessantly." His hoarse, magnetic voice lingered in Felix's ear, warm breath wafting against his neck, causing Felix's body to involuntarily shudder. "Fine," he said, forcefully shoving the man aside, turning to sit up, casually leaning against the headboard and responding dismissively. "I miss you too, okay?" "Yeah, baby," Rusty Iron said, a satisfied smile curling his lips as he vanished to the foot of the bed. His broad palm gently encircled the slender, pale ankle, slowly placing it upon his thigh. In the next moment, visible azure luminescence surged forth, enveloping the ankle that had long since lost all sensation of pain. A wave of warmth, a soothing current, permeated his bloodstream, cascading through every limb and sinew. Felix felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, every cell in his body surrendering to relaxation. His consciousness gradually blurring, unknowingly slipping into a deep, dark slumber. At that moment, a brief yet crystalline chime resonated in the air, shattering the silence of the room. Felix's eyes flickered slightly, his brows instinctively knitting together, as if on the cusp of awakening. However, in the next instant, the azure glow tenderly swirled around the child, an overwhelming warmth instantly engulfing him. Felix's furrowed brow unfurled completely, his awareness weighted and descending into a deeper realm of dreams. Listening to the child's tranquil and prolonged breaths, Rusty gradually regained his form, the soft mattress sinking beneath him. He had intended to shut down Felix's computer to prevent any further disturbances from disrupting the child's rest. To his surprise, he discovered that the commotion had been a notification from the official website of the Canadian Rally Championship, which Felix had been keenly following. Disciplinary announcement from the organizing committee. It stated that Austin, a member of the Wells team, had engaged in reckless driving en route to the event, causing significant negative repercussions for the championship's image. The committee had thus resolved, 1. To revoke the championship title earned by his team on September 26th, 2. To retrieve all monetary awards, trophies, and medals obtained by the team from the event, 3. To impose a lifetime ban on Navigator Austin. This decision would take effect immediately upon announcement. Upon seeing the familiar name on the announcement, a surge of murderous intent flooded Rusty's expression. His anger, far from dissipating with the passage of time, swelled like a dormant volcano, boiling over. Leaning tenderly down, he placed a gentle kiss on the child's forehead, then meticulously tucked the covers around him. In the next moment, his figure vanished into thin air within the room. Chapter 31. A Deadly Joke, Kansas, Route 17, Bluebird Motel, Room 21. The light was dim, and the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant and pungent alcohol. Damn it, I was merely joking with the driver. Austin's face flushed crimson. I never intended for anyone to get hurt. How can they impose a lifetime ban on me? Just because that kid's ankle suffered a minor injury? He slammed his glass down heavily on the table, erupting in fury towards Jordan, who sat across from him. I refuse to accept this. I must appeal. I will certainly appeal. He leaned forward, his hands pressing against the table, swallowing hard as his tone shifted from rage to desperation, his expression pleading. Jordan, you have to help me. If we can just succeed in the appeal, perhaps they might even return our medals. Jordan gazed intently at Austin, silent, a profound sense of regret mingling with an uncontrollable anger swirling within him. Was it truly necessary? After all, it was merely a minor ankle injury, not life-threatening, and Austin had even offered a sincere apology. They had also sent a message to Bobby, pledging to visit the hospital immediately after the competition and to cover all medical expenses. What more could be expected? Must they involve the authorities? The memory of their previous moment, exuberantly standing on the podium, their excitement still fresh on their faces, clashed with the sight of several stern-faced police officers engaged in serious discussions with the event organizers. The chilling notification from the organizers echoed in his mind. Investigations might lead to annulment of their results. They felt as though they were plunging into an icy abyss. Moments ago, he had also received a message from Jewel, announcing that an official statement had been released on the website, sealing the fate of the entire incident. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks reverberated through the door. Jordan instinctively inquired, "Who is it?" Outside, there was no response, merely the insistent pounding, relentless and unyielding. Austin, increasingly agitated, picked up his glass and staggered toward the door, yanking it open with fervor. To his bewilderment, the corridor lay empty, the night's coldness surging into the room like an unwelcome tide. He scanned the area, puzzled, but saw no one. Abruptly, a chilling gaze fell upon him, sending a shiver racing down his spine. Austin was instantly gripped by terror, the effects of alcohol dissipating in an instant. He instinctively glanced back toward the outer corridor facing the parking lot, yet it remained deserted, shrouded in silence. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? As he exhaled in relief and prepared to retreat into the room, he noticed Jordan rising, his eyes wide with fear, fixated on something behind Austin. A sudden chill coursed through him, and before he could react, darkness enveloped him, sending him crashing to the ground. Route 17, the old warehouse. The thunderous roar of machinery was deafening as Austin regained consciousness amid excruciating pain. In that fleeting moment, his face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming rapidly, his body trembling uncontrollably. He instinctively wished to curl up, only to discover, in horror, that he felt as though he were pinned to the ground, unable to move. The intense agony coursing through his limbs engulfed him like a tsunami. His chest heaved violently, each breath a painful struggle, reminiscent of tearing at his wounds. Desperate to regulate his breathing, he attempted to shift his focus elsewhere. It was then that he became acutely aware of the cold, hard ground beneath him, icy tendrils penetrating his body. The air was thick with dust and the pungent scent of machine oil, intermingled with a faint hint of mildew. Was he in a warehouse? Austin struggled to open his eyes, his gaze filled with terror and despair. As his blurred vision gradually sharpened, he was met with the sight of a dizzyingly high ceiling. A few solitary chandeliers hung from the interwoven beams, casting a dim, yellowish light. Instinctively, Austin turned his gaze towards the source of a sound. A dark behemoth of a truck, its front adorned with chrome fangs, loomed ominously in the nearby clearing. It was him. Panic surged through Austin like icy seawater, constricting his breath. He yearned to kneel and plead for mercy, to apologize profusely, but the excruciating pain coursing through his limbs rendered him only capable of weak groans. The cab of the truck was shrouded in darkness. Austin's dazed eyes lingered there for what felt like an eternity, yet they discerned no movement. He found himself torn between elation and sorrow. The sorrow stemmed from the evident decay of the warehouse, which had clearly been abandoned for a long time. He might very well perish here from thirst and hunger, his body left to rot, undiscovered. Yet, the flicker of hope lay in the possibility that the man might not be here. What if, by some twist of fate, someone happened to pass by and ventured in out of curiosity? But as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden wave of dread pierced his heart like an icicle. Had the man gone through such effort to bring him here merely to await a slow death? With great effort, he shifted his eyes, scanning the surroundings in search of the man's silhouette. However, the dim light only allowed him to make out scattered rusted metal sheets and broken wooden planks on the ground. Further away, barrels and stacks of wooden crates lay haphazardly in the shadows, behind which loomed an infinite darkness, seemingly capable of devouring everything. At that moment, heavy, oppressive footsteps echoed through the vast warehouse, each step resonating with a hollow echo. The sound advanced like an invisible tolling bell in Austin's mind. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he anxiously watched the towering man approach, who, without so much as a glance, passed by him, treating him as if he were nothing more than a pile of inconsequential refuse. Then, Austin watched in horror as the man abruptly lifted the truck's hood, and with a thunderous clang, the roar of the cooling fan surged, filling the entire warehouse. Amidst the cacophony, the man turned and approached him step by step. "Well, Austin," he drawled, "you appear to be in quite a predicament." He tugged at his rusty nails, crouching beside Austin and stroking his chin, his expression contemplative. "But it's nothing to worry about, really. Just a couple of legs injured, a couple of arms hurt." He paused, a light chuckle escaping his lips. His demeanor disturbingly calm, as if discussing the weather with an old friend, exuding an eerie tranquility. "It is of no great consequence, is it?" Chapter 32, A Deadly Jest. Dear ones, a warning. Timid souls should best read this during the day. Upon hearing this, Austin's pupils dilated in sudden realization. He recalled, with a surge of dread, that he had spoken of that mischievous child, whose ankle bore but a minor injury, in a tone of disdain while in the hotel. That man had been standing just outside the door. Wait, Austin's mind raced. Where was Jordan? Yet, now was not the time for inquiries. What if Jordan had successfully escaped? He strained to force a few words from his throat, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. "Please let me go. I was wrong. I should not have joked." Noticing Austin's expression, Rusty Nail let out a cold, mocking snort. "Are you thinking of Jordan? Do you wonder if he will call for help?" Austin's eyes widened in terror, rendered speechless. Surely by now, he must be dead, along with his flashy Subaru, never to part ways. Rusty Nail's tone was almost poetic, each word piercing Austin's mind with cruel precision. Inseparable, intertwined. You exist within me, and I within you. What did it mean? A chill coursed down Austin's spine. Rusty Nail showed no intention of elucidating. He abruptly seized Austin by the collar, dragging him towards the roaring, cooling fan. Austin's broken limbs hung limply at his sides. He could scarcely struggle, his expression one of sheer horror as he gazed at the whirling blades. Overwhelmed by dread, his mind went blank, thoughts nearly ceasing to function. The whirring of the blades threatened to rupture his eardrums, yet Rusty Nail's voice rang clear. "Austin, are you a devout person?" "No, I mean yes." The utmost terror rendered Austin incoherent. "I can be devout. I would do anything for you, I beg you. Please don't. Unfortunately, I am not religious. I only worship my child." Rusty Nail's voice was calm, yet laced with a peculiar gentleness. "You still fail to recognize your errors, my dear child." Felix's slightly reddened eyes haunted Rusty Nail's mind, gnawing at his nerves. He closed his eyes momentarily, silencing himself for several seconds, and when he spoke again, only cold mockery remained. What was it that was said? "Idleness is the root of all evil." No sooner had he finished than he suddenly yanked one of Austin's limp arms and thrust it into the wildly spinning cooling fan. Almost as soon as he released his grip, a piercing scream erupted throughout the warehouse. A sudden disturbance startled the slumbering bats clinging to the beams above, casting a flurry of shadows as Rusty Nail erupted into a raucous laughter. He then forcefully yanked Austin away from the spinning fan blades. Rusty Nail cast a satisfied glance at Austin's arm, which could no longer be aptly described as such. The raging fury within him momentarily subsided amidst Austin's agonizing wails, and his laughter rang out, rich with delight. "I prefer another saying. If one hand causes your downfall, sever it." No, I admit my fault. It's all my doing. I beg you. No. The piercing screams reverberated throughout the warehouse, intensifying Rusty Nail's amusement. When he roughly pulled Austin back once more, Austin's gaze had grown vacant, devoid of the strength to plead for mercy. Only intermittent groans escaped his lips. Rusty Nail paused, observing the flicker of hope that momentarily crossed Austin's face upon being yanked back. He uttered the words that would plunge Austin into utter despair. "I shall choose the phrase an eye for an eye." With that, he grasped Austin's collar tightly and forcefully thrust his head towards the whirling fan blades. The shrieks soared to the heavens, yet abruptly ceased the next moment. Silence reclaimed the vast warehouse, save for the relentless, thunderous growl of the engine. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound shattered the stillness. A mobile phone, carelessly discarded atop a wooden crate, lit up. A gentle swipe revealed a new message. "Hey, Austin, this is Jewel. Do you have any news about Jordan? I can't reach him, and I'm a bit worried. Can you get in touch with him? Please call me back when you see this." In the darkness, Rusty Nail let out a cold laugh, the screen's dim light reflecting off his impassive face. With a tap of his finger, a message was dispatched. Highway 17. Canyon Junction, Junkyard. He then disregarded the phone's sudden ringing, his grip tightening. The remnants of the phone shattered, mingling with the bloodied fragments on the ground. Indistinguishable from one another, the steel beast rumbled ominously, plunging into the profound night, disappearing into the distance. The junkyard? Jewel received the text and glanced at it, her brow immediately furrowing in concern. She quickly dialed back, but instead of a familiar ringing tone, a clear automated message echoed. "The number you dialed is currently unavailable." Fuck. What is Austin up to? She pulled out a map, unfurling it, her fingers gliding across its surface until finally resting at the canyon junction. Subsequently, Jewel stowed the map into her bag, ready to leave when she unexpectedly encountered Eliza. "Jewel, where are you headed at this hour?" "I'm going to find Jordan and Austin," she replied hastily, her face etched with worry. "They're at the junkyard by Highway 17, at the canyon junction." Eliza's expression turned perplexed. "What on earth are they doing in a place like that?" "I do not know." Jewel shook her head, her expression equally filled with bewilderment. Her voice tinged with palpable urgency. "I must go and see." "I will accompany you," Eliza decisively replied. "Take my car." Under the cloak of night, the vehicle sped forth. As they drew closer to their destination, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within Jewel, nearly suffocating her. The headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating a desolate automotive dismantling yard that inspired a deep sense of dread. Under the night sky, the silhouettes of distant buildings cast enormous shadows, while a few solitary streetlights emitted a feeble glow, revealing scattered remnants of discarded metal, corroded pipes, and oil drums strewn across the ground. She pushed open the rusted iron gate, which emitted a harsh creaking sound. Jewel swallowed hard and stepped inside, but suddenly halted, gripping Eliza's arm. "Wait, do you hear that?" In the distance, the crusher was still operational, and amidst the ominous roar, there seemed to be an almost imperceptible, intermittent wail. Chapter 33. A deadly joke. The two held their breath, straining to listen. The sound was faint, almost a figment of their imagination. Yet it sent a shiver through Jewel's veins. "Oh my God, Jordan." It's Jordan's voice. Her complexion drained of color, her voice quivering with fear. "Eliza, call the police. Quick." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Jewel recklessly dashed toward the source of the sound. However, as she scrambled up the ladder beside the steel crusher, her legs weakened and she collapsed onto the metallic frame. At that very moment, the last remnants of the faint sound vanished, as if everything had been a mere illusion. Silence enveloped the air, leaving only the crusher, which continued to operate quietly, emitting a low and rhythmic rumble. Crack, 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 in the oppressive stillness. The subtle yet piercing sound, akin to bones being ground inch by inch, echoed chillingly through the atmosphere. Instinctively, she glanced down to see scattered blue fragments, seemingly drenched in thick plasma, each piece stained with ominous dark red. She instantly crumpled onto the cold metal frame, uncontrollably retching, her fingers clawing desperately at the edge of the structure, tears streaming down her face as she emitted a desperate wail. Pacific Heights, Phil's manor at the low wrought iron gate. A boldly colored and audacious Dodge Viper rested on the cobblestone driveway. As the faint sound of footsteps and laughter approached, it shattered the evening's tranquility, emanating from the tree-lined path leading from the estate to the gate. The setting sun's rays enveloped 18-year-old Felix gently, outlining his tall and slender figure as he transitioned from youth to young adulthood. One finger twirled the car key, while his other arm draped casually over Bobby's shoulder. A slight smile playing on his lips, his demeanor exuberant. As he watched his younger brother settle into the car, Bobby furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with concern. "Phil, are you truly planning to embark on an interstate journey all by yourself?" "Yes," Felix replied without hesitation, his tone buoyant. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly closed the car door and ignited the engine, the low rumble of its power resonating around them. Just as Felix was about to press the accelerator, Bobby, disregarding his own reluctance, took a quick step forward, gripping the open window and leaning in to inquire, "What about that St. Louis? Is he not accompanying you this time?" Felix paused momentarily, then a grin broke out across his face, causing his shoulders to quiver with restrained laughter. He could no longer contain himself, bursting into a clear, ringing laugh that echoed along the winding mountain road in front of the estate. He recalled the first time he had heard Bobby's peculiar nickname for the imposing figure, Rusty Nail, and how it had puzzled him. Through persistent questioning, he learned that Rusty Nail referred to the towering and broad St. Louis Arch. Bobby had intended to call him simply Rusty Nail Arch, but upon sensing the chilling gaze from the man, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite not understanding why, it seemed as if the man could hear their banter from across the estate, sharply turning to scrutinize their direction. Thus, Bobby wisely chose to remain silent, yet whenever Rusty Nail was absent, he would still stubbornly refer to him as St. Louis in Felix's presence. "Ha ha ha, Bobby, next time. Call him that in front of him. Don't worry, he definitely won't hit you," Felix teased, still chuckling intermittently. After a while, he wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, taking several deep breaths to calm the rising tide in his chest, and stated with an air of certainty, "He will undoubtedly accompany me. But where is he?" Bobby frowned, glancing around in confusion. The luxurious estate, nestled against the mountainside, was scattered amidst the dense foliage. And in the layers of verdant greenery, not a soul was in sight. The only sound was the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. "I asked him to wait for me in Nevada," Felix replied, blinking with a mischievous glint in his eyes, his tone soaring as he continued, "It's better this way. Lest someone faint at the doorstep upon seeing him again. This time it's near our home, and the news would spread like wildfire." Bobby instinctively touched his nose, his expression one of resignation. Suddenly, he recalled that during their previous encounters, he had focused solely on Felix, thus failing to notice anything amiss. It was only when he visited Felix's school one day that he first laid eyes on St. Louis waiting outside, long before he spotted Felix. At that moment, a resounding buzz enveloped his mind, a sharp, piercing pain detonating within his brain, as if a frigid metal rod had plunged into his skull. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed outside the bustling campus, utterly humiliated, until a passerby summoned emergency services. His family's private medical team conducted countless examinations, yet the cause of his affliction remained elusive. This peculiar incident occurred only once, never to be replicated. Experts ultimately attributed it to a certain extreme self-protective mechanism of the human body, but the precise reasoning eluded explanation. Subsequently, when he encountered the Rusty Nail, everything seemed normal. However, for reasons unknown, whenever he shared the same space with that individual, he felt an invisible chill permeate his limbs, as though he had once been tightly bound by icy chains. Was he not at home? Bobby instinctively cast his gaze toward a distant estate, its low iron gate obscured by trees, leaving only a vague silhouette. Bewildered and astonished, he pondered, had he truly acquiesced? The clingy individual had suddenly ceased to be clingy. Was it raining red from the heavens? Over the past 2 years, he had come to understand that the heart of that St. Louis resident was firmly tethered to his brother. From the very first day he and Dad brought Phil home, the visitor had come knocking, unbothered by being left in the living room, exhibiting no trace of displeasure. Yet, the next moment, he would effortlessly appear in Phil's room, silently keeping watch by his side. During the days when the doctor advised that Phil's ankle required rest and should not be exerted, he carried Phil in his arms the entire time. With imperious demands and an overbearing demeanor, he would request one snack, then dismiss it as unsatisfactory, only to ask for another. He would shift his position, then complain of discomfort in the embrace. Bobby watched in trepidation, fearing that his brother might be unceremoniously cast aside if the individual grew impatient, ready to call for security if need be. Yet, to his astonishment, the other merely laughed. It was evident to anyone that not only did he harbor no grievances, but he also appeared to revel in the situation. However, Dad's countenance had not known a moment of tranquility since then, until he found himself gaping in disbelief as he observed the other, inspired by Phil's casual musing, diligently studying a Chinese cookbook in the kitchen. From that point onward, although Dad never explicitly voiced his consent, he also refrained from outright opposition. Even when the individual expressed a desire to purchase an estate nearby, he promptly arranged for a real estate agent to assist. Ultimately, to Dad's astonishment, the estate was registered in Phil's name, Phil Manor. Though Phil's family lacked for estates, this gesture was nonetheless commendable. Yet, Bobby remained uncertain whether it was merely his imagination, as he constantly sensed that the other was subtly conveying something. Despite Phil being addressed solely by him and Dad, the individual had now taken it upon himself to name the estate after Phil. What truly allowed his father to acquiesce was the fact that Phil was utterly indulged by the other party. In the swimming pool, he lounged atop the other's broad back like a koala, using him as a floating bed. In the private cinema, he treated the other as a human cushion, reclining upon him throughout the film. On occasion, as he passed by, he could hear Phil audaciously complaining that the other's muscles were too hard, causing him discomfort. One day, his brother, filled with enthusiasm, prepared to camp at the mountain's peak to witness the sunrise. Half an hour later, Phil gazed at the rugged mountain path ahead. His cheeks slightly puffed and let out a long sigh. In the next moment, the other had already bent down and securely lifted Phil into his arms. The motion so fluid it seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. It was as if he carried a bundle of affectionate oxygen rather than a burdensome weight. Of course, in their eyes, there was no such thing as excessive. It was all quite natural. After all, gazing at Phil, vibrant and striking like an angel emerged from a painting. And then at the towering, imposing figure of the St. Louis Gateway Arch, Bobby couldn't help but think, onward with the frolic and dance. That rascal is certainly a lecher. Felix cleared his throat, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. That rascal would undoubtedly never agree. Thus he had made arrangements with the rusty nail who happened to be going out for a vehicle inspection that day, planning to set off the following afternoon and insisting he must not be sought after that evening. As for how they came to this agreement, well, that need not be discussed. He had now resolved to sneak away. Perfection. The night enveloped like a curtain, and the streetlights along the roadside stood silently, casting a warm, yellow glow, while the trees in the surrounding greenery transformed into indistinct silhouettes against the darkness. The sports car sped through the open expanse, emitting a deep roar. At that moment, a particularly eye-catching pink neon sign, Pink Motel, abruptly entered Felix's line of sight. Wow! Felix's gaze swiftly swept beneath the massive pink sign, where a series of diamond-shaped icons indicated air conditioning, television, cafe, and swimming pool, his attention wholly captured by a red square sign reading Cadillac Jacks. Was this a combination of a bar and a motel? Felix deftly turned the steering wheel, smoothly guiding the car into the parking lot directly in front of the motel rooms. The empty parking lot housed only a cruising motorcycle and a silver sedan. Felix grabbed his backpack, secured the car door, and casually pushed open the door to the reception area, where a warm aroma of woodsy incense mingled with freshly baked butter cookies enveloped him. The indoor lighting was dim, and Felix surveyed his surroundings, discovering the space was entirely devoid of people. He gently pressed the service bell, yet after 3 seconds, there was still no response. Raising an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. "Hello, is anyone there?" The air was enveloped in silence. Just as Felix was about to press the bell again, he faintly heard the murmur of indistinct conversation. He shifted slightly, following the sound, and at the end of his line of sight, he noticed a partially ajar metal door, adorned with a circular porthole. The voices drifted from within, and he could even faintly catch a whiff of alcohol. A hint of vigilance surfaced in Felix's eyes. Although his voice had not been loud, it was certainly not inaudible. Was it possible that nefarious individuals inside were engaged in a sinister plot to silence someone? His mind conjured a myriad of cinematic scenarios that could unfold. Instead of fear, his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. He placed a hand on his racing heart. Adventure, yes. However, valuing his life, Felix retrieved his phone and pressed the one key. "Hey, Daddy." Baby, finally remembered me?" A voice laden with deep reproach suddenly resonated in Felix's ear. Wow. Felix jumped in surprise, leaping aside, his gaze wide with alarm at the man who had abruptly appeared before him. "You startled me, you jerk." A light chuckle escaped Rusty Nail's throat as he instinctively drew Felix into his embrace, whispering, "Baby, let us be reasonable, shall we? Which naughty child deceived me into thinking we were leaving tomorrow, only to sneak away?" Felix pushed Rusty Nail aside, glaring at him, his cheeks slightly puffed, indignation fueling his courage. "Humph, what do you mean sneaking away? I left openly. Is that not permissible?" Rusty Nail shook his head, observing the furious child with a hint of helplessness, surrendering in an instant. "All right, baby, I was wrong, okay? Humph, that's more like it." Felix emitted a satisfied hum before inquiring, "How did you know I was here?" "Baby, I was parking inside while you were retrieving the car from the garage." Felix's eyes widened. Had he truly been so desensitized to Rusty Nail's gaze after 2 years of being watched? He hadn't sensed anyone observing him at all. "Then why didn't you call out to me? I noticed you seemed quite eager, so I thought I would drive behind you, waiting for you to tire of driving and call me." Rusty Nail's arm gently draped over Felix's shoulder, cradling the child in his embrace. His eyes filled with indulgent amusement. As he spoke, he led the child towards the metal door, satisfying Felix's curiosity. As Felix arrived at the doorstep, a profound sense of security enveloping him, he did not hesitate for a moment and pushed the door open. Before him lay a bar space bathed in the intertwining glow of red, blue, and pink neon lights, with 3 individuals raising their glasses in a toast. Upon hearing the creaking door, the trio turned in unison to regard him. Undeterred by their curious gazes, Felix stepped forward, scrutinizing each of them in turn. Behind the elongated bar stood a relatively young man clad in a floral shirt, his face adorned with a disheveled, sparse stubble and framed by metallic glasses, radiating a bright smile. The 2 patrons before the bar presented a stark contrast. One bore a thick beard, tied with a black patterned scarf, and donned a denim vest. Appearing quite inebriated, the other, an unremarkable man in black-rimmed glasses, had a suitcase beside him. He seemed out of place in this vibrant atmosphere, wearing an expression of relief as he took a handkerchief from his pocket to meticulously wipe his fingers. Was he a bit of a germaphobe? Felix discreetly glanced around the space, which appeared largely empty. Aside from the individuals before him, there were no other patrons indulging in libations. Aside from this peculiarity, nothing seemed amiss. He felt a pang of disappointment and lightly tapped the metal door behind him, signaling to the man at the bar, who seemed less like an owner and more akin to a bartender, to confirm. "Excuse me, sir, I am looking for the registration area. Are you the owner?" "Chester." The man behind the bar brightened momentarily, but then shook his head, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, we are not taking any more guests today. It's the off-season, and the owner is cutting back on expenses." He shrugged, conveying a shared understanding, and added with a wink, "Right now, I can only accommodate 3 patrons a day." Felix nodded in comprehension, refraining from further discourse, and turned to leave, retreating into the shadow of the rusted iron door that had yet to fully enter the bar. Standing by the window, gazing at the vivid pink neon sign in the distance, the rusted iron door's expression darkened, barely concealing an undercurrent of rage and a hint of lingering trepidation. Although he felt confident, with part of his thunderous essence always safeguarding the child nearby, preventing a recurrence of past misfortunes, an undeniable sense of worry would inevitably creep in. "Daddy," he swiftly approached the child's side, the mattress yielding slightly under his weight, and gently placed a kiss upon the soft strands of hair. "Baby, did I wake you?" Felix buried his head against the broad, sturdy chest, nuzzling for comfort. His voice muffled. "I think I heard the sound of police sirens. Has something happened at the inn again?" "Not here, but at that pink motel we visited before." As the drowsiness ebbed like the tide, Felix instantly awakened, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The tone of Daddy was imbued with a playful charm. The corners of Rusty Nail's lips involuntarily curled upwards as he reclined against the headboard, half sitting, half lying. One arm naturally encircled Felix's head, drawing him snugly into his embrace. With the other hand, he retrieved the phone from the bedside, offering it to Felix, the screen displaying a person's Twitter account alongside uploaded photographs. Chester Conklin? Wasn't he a staff member at that motel? A warm sensation coursed through Felix's veins, spreading to the very tips of his limbs. Comfortably resting his head on Rusty Nail's shoulder, he gazed at the screen, where a man with curly hair and a radiant smile graced every picture, his fingers swiping multiple times without reaching the end. In the images, he enthusiastically embraced various individuals, clinking glasses with a kind-hearted couple, along with many other faces radiating evident friendliness, resembling a lively, cheerful big boy. What's the matter? Felix felt nothing amiss, merely noting that the man seemed excessively extroverted. He leaned back slightly and quipped, "He can't possibly be a serial killer, can he? Are all these people his targets?" "Baby, you're so clever," Rusty Nail replied, his chin lightly brushing against the child's soft hair, "but we need to add a word." "Huh? Are you serious?" Felix observed the man on the screen closely, his expression filled with disbelief. This genuine gaze and beaming smile, appearing like the most ordinary neighborly brother, was indeed a serial killer? While it is true that one must not judge by appearances, this was simply too surreal. The man behind him, with two faces, one, a warm smile directed at Felix. The other, a detached demeanor with piercing eyes, was far more akin to a murderer. "Oh, I misspoke. He doesn't just resemble one. He is one." 2 years ago, the official announcement of penalties from the Canadian Road Rally was released, and that very night, Jordan and Austin encountered trouble. Although technically, only Jordan was involved. The police issued a missing person report for Austin, and to this day, no trace of him has been found. Upon learning of this, his daddy had a serious conversation with him. Though he never explicitly stated his thoughts, enough suspicion permeated his words. Felix, fine. He understood that Rusty Nail would not easily let those individuals off the hook. But, Felix truly did not anticipate the swiftness and decisiveness of the other party's actions. He certainly did not tarnish his identity as a being of lightning. This rogue still believed he was oblivious to the announcement of the Wells team's obituary, feigning innocence in front of him. Even when he seemingly mentioned it casually, he shook his head in complete ignorance. Thankfully, Felix sighed, his expression tinged with a hint of resignation. At least the other party had learned not to involve the innocent. Jewel and another girl, Elisa, were both unharmed. Given that Rusty Nail was no longer human, it was unreasonable to impose human moral standards upon him. However, what Felix was unaware of was that Elisa had endured a severe car accident during an outing a year prior. Although she survived, she spent over half a year in the hospital. Nevertheless, as they were insignificant individuals, no one would intentionally bring it up in his presence. As for why Rusty Nail decided to spare Jewel, it was because a simple apology uttered at Henry's barbecue had once saved her. "Bobby, thank you." Chapter 36. A fatal joke, of course. "Darling, you know I have always been serious, except for that mischievous little rascal who, having filled his own belly, wishes to escape. Regardless of my pitiful hunger, Rusty Nail draped his arm over Felix's shoulder, pulling the boy heavily into his embrace, his tone laden with meaning. Felix rolled his eyes, his voice cool as he traced his fingers along the man's waist, suggesting that if this individual continued his prattle, the naughty child would soon enlighten him on what true mischief entailed. Rusty Nail scratched his nose, steering the conversation back to its original course, recalling those who had once been his targets. Oh, except for the two individuals in the first photograph, should they still be alive? Hadn't the police taken care of it? That officer was no longer among the living. What? Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? That Chester. He had killed someone on the lawn in front of the hotel room. It was the drunken man we had encountered in the bar. Rusty Nail did not delay further, teasing the boy, but his eyes narrowed slightly, blue-white arcs of electricity flickering within, as if he were deciphering an invisible flow of information. Through the footage from Chester's privately installed surveillance, he recounted the series of events to Felix, his voice low and calm, with a hint of indifference. Then, the first photograph on Twitter revealed the third person we had seen in the bar alongside his sister. He feigned reluctance, claiming he would report himself to the authorities. Consequently, when the police arrived, they believed Chester's words, mistaking the two individuals for criminals, subsequently binding them. In that moment of distraction, Chester seized the opportunity and resolved the matter directly. Felix twitched his lips and continued the conversation, suddenly exclaiming with a sigh, "No wonder horror films rarely depict anyone calling the police. Reality is far more absurd than fiction. Fortunately, this is not a horror movie. Otherwise, viewers would surely be infuriated." After his moment of reflection, Felix inquired, "What about Chester and those two siblings? How are they faring?" Chester was hosting a tropical-themed Hawaiian party by the poolside. While the siblings had furrowed their brows momentarily, a flash of ferocity evident in their eyes. They had already been murdered. Felix was taken aback, doubting his own ears. "A party?" The sibling, seemingly nonchalant, remarked, "Yes, he is a psychopath. He has placed several corpses on the loungers by the pool. An elderly couple, that police officer, the siblings, and a drunkard. He was currently dancing around the pool, singing along to the music. Felix shook his head, adopting an expression that conveyed the world's endless eccentricities. Satisfied with his curiosity, sleepiness returned, and he could not help but yawn. "Daddy, I'm tired." "Let it be. Baby will continue sleeping." The sibling tucked the child snugly under the covers, carefully adjusting the edges and gently kissing his forehead. In the next moment, a cascade of azure lights filled the room, and upon witnessing this, Felix's body instinctively softened, as if he were transported back to those tumultuous days of being tossed about. "Baby, I'll step outside for a moment." A voice, tinged with amusement, resonated in the air. Felix blinked, feeling the light brush against his cheek. He murmured in acknowledgement and peacefully closed his eyes to drift into slumber. The following day, while the sibling was busy tidying up in the guest room, Felix yawned and stepped outside. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the inn, all craning their necks to gaze into the distance. Felix's eyes brightened, the remnants of sleep vanishing instantly as he hurried over, following the direction of their gaze. Not far away stood the unassuming pink motel, which by day seemed ordinary. Beneath its large sign, several police cars with red and blue lights flashing surrounded the premises. Uniformed officers were erecting bright yellow police tape to keep the curious onlookers at bay. More strikingly, individuals clad in dark jumpsuits were systematically bringing out several black body bags on stretchers. Felix counted 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, just as confusion set in. The crowd around him emerged from their shock, murmuring in disbelief. "Oh my God, 6 people. In this motel, he managed to kill 6 individuals. Who would have thought that Chester, with that ever-present smile, was a serial killer? Indeed, who could have imagined? He has previously visited the supermarket during my working hours, often engaging in light-hearted conversation that is both witty and humorous. There was a time when I struggled with heavy lifting, and with my elderly relative absent, it was he who kindly offered his assistance, helping me carry items upstairs. What a splendid young man he is. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding?" Suddenly, a cacophony of excited voices erupted. Felix, who had been intently listening to the chatter of the crowd, turned towards the commotion and caught sight of a short-haired woman in a beautiful long dress, her emotions running high as she clutched the uniform of a police officer. Her face marked by traces of tears. "Officer, this is nonsensical. This is utterly incomprehensible. I refuse to believe Chester is a serial killer. If he were truly a murderer, how could he possibly be dead? And now, simply based on a damned confession that emerged from nowhere, you intend to convict him? This is madness, a blatant frame-up, officer." The officer maintained a serious demeanor, his voice calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority. "Ma'am, I understand your concerns. However, the investigation has only just begun. We will not hastily reach a conclusion before all facts are established. Please trust that we will conduct a thorough inquiry. Furthermore, since you know him well and seem to have a close relationship, would you be willing to provide a formal statement?" At that moment, a deep, powerful engine roared nearby. Felix instinctively turned, and before him stood a familiar, imposing steel beast with a dark front, silently exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure under the sunlight. Wait a moment. Yesterday, in the night, Felix had overlooked it. Now, he noticed that the vehicle appeared to have undergone a rejuvenating treatment, as all the minute scratches that once covered its body had vanished, leaving it looking brand new. No, something was amiss. Felix scrutinized it again. The sleek lines were crisp and clean. The fresh paint gleamed like a mirror, reflecting a cold brilliance in the sunlight, while the chrome embellishments dazzled the eye. This was indeed the same model of Peterbilt 389, an American muscle long-nose heavy truck. Wow, had his father been so sentimental? Chapter 37. Deadly joke. The sky stretched out. A deep blue expanse, occasionally graced by wisps of thin clouds drifting lazily, yet none could obscure the blazing orb suspended in the heavens, unrelentingly pouring forth its searing rays. The vast, boundless desert and hills seemed to shimmer under a flowing halo of light, glistening fiercely in the relentless sun. Utility poles stood solitary by the roadside, encircled by clusters of gray-green sagebrush. In the distance, the mountain ridges were sharply defined, their brownish-gray rocks exposed to the sunlight, riddled with deep crevices and fissures, as if etched by the passage of time. Occasionally, a few tenacious low shrubs punctuated the landscape, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, adding a touch of vitality to this desolate expanse. The boiling heat rises from the wilderness, causing the world within sight to shimmer and distort. A gentle breeze carries the oppressive heat, enveloping the four weary travelers on the winding dirt path, intensifying their thirst with every labored breath, akin to swallowing scalding gravel. They feel as though they are on the brink of demise, engulfed by an innate sense of despair. Hey, Nick, are you certain we are truly heading straight to Vegas? Bobby, with his bare torso and a white shirt tied around his waist, cast a glance at the sun sinking towards the horizon, his brow furrowed. He wiped the sweat trickling down his neck and flung it to the ground, unable to suppress his need for reassurance. Yes, trust me, Nick. Clad in a black jacket and sunglasses, with two lip piercings adorning his lips, raised his fists and gave himself two thumbs up, exuding confidence. Bobby sighed. All right, let's pick up the pace. This place is hell. Kira, with deep brown hair, wore her exhaustion on her face. A glance at the unchanging, desolate landscape sparked her irritation, prompting her to kick a tumbleweed rolling at her feet. Regret surged within her for not having thoroughly checked the car's engine before departing, or at least seeking her friend's assistance. She dreaded the thought of explaining to her grandmother that she had broken the vehicle. Nick turned to comfort his girlfriend, whom he had chatted with online for 5 months. As they finally met in person today, "You're right, but at least this indicates we are not completely lost." Bobby shot a glance at Nick, casually suggesting, "You could ditch the goth look and take off that black jacket." "This is not goth. You're just mainstream," Nick retorted, tugging at his jacket and shrugging. "If you must categorize it, this is third-wave punk." Mel, draped in a brown coat with only a green tank top underneath, glanced at her sister Kira, then at Nick, whose mid-length hair bore a streak of purple, adorned with leather bracelets, metallic chains, and gold necklaces. She felt a sharp pang of discomfort in her eyes and secretly rolled them, choosing to turn her gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, a splash of red caught her attention, causing Mel to halt abruptly, breathless, and instinctively quickened her pace, letting out an incredulous gasp. "Oh my God!" Attracted by Mel's reaction, Bobby and the others hurried to follow her gaze, instantly captivated by the breathtaking sight before them. California's state flower, the California poppy, flourished wildly across the plains, creating a vibrant sea of red. The breeze caressed the blossoms, causing them to sway gently, reminiscent of flickering flames, dancing and stretching in the wind. "Wow," Nick applauded enthusiastically, plucking a flower from the flower bed and shaking it in his hand. He then cheerfully patted the warning sign that read "No picking" attached to the wire fence, saying, "Hey folks, it seems we are nearing a populated area." "God, haven't you ever been to school?" Bobby retorted incredulously, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "Can't you read the words on it?" Unfazed, Nick tossed the flower to the ground, deliberately stepping on it with a defiant glint in his eyes. "Hey Bobby, let's move on." Mel cast a disdainful glance at Nick, grabbing her boyfriend and swiftly proceeding along the direction of the wire fence. He'd better pray that the homeowner is a generous and kind-hearted individual. Kira, trailing behind, still bore traces of shock in her eyes. Surely, the owner of this floral paradise must be someone with a zest for life, gentle and full of love for existence. However, to their utter astonishment, the boundary of this vibrant flower sea was marked by a towering 4-meter wall. They could not glimpse the scene within, only faintly discern a red roof, barely visible. The wall was smooth, devoid of any crevices. After circling it entirely, they returned to their starting point, having found no sign of a door. "What the hell?" Nick kicked the wall in frustration, exclaiming, "Do these folks have wings or something? Forget it. Let's keep moving. Perhaps there are people ahead, and we can seek help." Disheartened, Bobby mustered his spirits, pulling his girlfriend Mel along as they returned, proceeding along the dirt road reputed to lead directly to Vegas. Just as they were nearly engulfed by disappointment and fatigue, Bobby spotted a white 2-story villa standing quietly not far ahead, as if awaiting the return of its owner. His eyes brightened, and his spirits lifted instantly. "Hey guys, come on." Nick pointed towards the wire gate obstructing their path and inquired, "What should we do? Break in?" Ignoring him, Bobby pushed with all his might, swinging the gate open. "Looks like we struck gold. Mainstreamer, you're not entirely useless after all." As they drew closer, disappointment once again clouded their eyes. The porch before them lay thickly coated in dust, showing no signs of recent footsteps. It appeared the homeowner was not at home. Mel picked up a letter from the mailbox at the entrance, glancing at it carelessly before sighing. "This letter is over a month old." Undeterred, Bobby knocked on the door, producing a dull thud. "Hello, is anyone home?" Nick, seated in a white lounge chair by the window, glanced at the longhorn skull hanging by the door, tapping it idly. producing a series of hollow knocks. He stood up in boredom, a glimmer of mischief suddenly flashing in his eyes. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted, he quietly rose and made his way along the porch to the side of the house. Chapter 38. A deadly prank. Bobby glanced at his phone, shaking it in the air a few times, his brow furrowed in frustration as he lamented, still no signal. Mel sighed, slumping into the lounge chair, easing her aching ankles. Kayla settled beside her sister, and the three exchanged worried glances, each feeling an unspoken concern, unaware of when Nick had vanished. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass shattered the stillness. Nick, Bobby, Mel, and Kayla exchanged alarmed looks and rushed outside along the corridor in search of him. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from within the house. Upon hearing it, Kayla's face drained of color as she exclaimed in panic, "Is that Nick's voice? Oh my God!" Without a moment to lose, Bobby dashed to the door, bracing himself as he thrust his shoulder against it, thick dust cascading down. With a forceful impact, the wooden door splintered open, the broken planks leaning precariously against the wall as the trio surged inside. However, to their astonishment, they immediately spotted Nick, leisurely spinning in a wheelchair in the entryway, a crinkling bag of chips in hand. Nick regarded the intruding trio with an innocent expression, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. Even tilting his head in confusion. What are you doing?" Noticing their grim faces, he shook the bag in his hand, shrugging nonchalantly. "Oh, sorry. Sometimes these things are hard to open." He then cast a sidelong glance at the shattered door, a hint of provocation in his voice as he asked, "Do you think they'll fix that door?" Bobby's expression darkened, his tone icy. "We just broke a door and shattered a window. What do you plan to do next? Set fire to the place?" With that, he turned and left the house, standing on the porch with his hands on his hips, impatiently brushing dust off his shoulders. He sighed heavily, feeling increasingly regretful. "Hey, Bobby, where are you going? This is an empty house. The owner isn't home. Whoever lived here hasn't returned in ages," Kayla said, giving his shoulder a firm pat, her expression incredulous. "Stop it. You really scared us to death." "Sorry, babe," Nick said, pulling his girlfriend onto his lap in the wheelchair and kissing her passionately. As Mel stepped into the house, she scanned her surroundings and her eyes brightened upon spotting the telephone on the table. She hurried over, picked up the receiver, only to be met with a wave of disappointment. The line was silent, devoid of any busy signal. With a sigh, she casually pushed aside the wheelchair blocking the corridor, where two individuals were engaged in a passionate kiss, nudging it against the wall as she squeezed past without a backward glance and entered the living room. Nick and Kayla, interrupted by the sudden commotion, exchanged amused glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Nick glanced at Mel's retreating figure and teased, "Your sister is quite hot." Kayla stood up, placing her hands on Nick's shoulders, her eyes suggesting, "Let me show you what sexy truly means later." Just as she was about to leave for the living room, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the top of the wheelchair, where a metal bar used for pushing it bore the elegantly etched letters, "Felix." "Hey, look at this," Kayla remarked. Nick casually glanced over, showing little interest as he grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into his mouth, only to spit them out onto the floor, exclaiming, "Gross. They're all soggy." He checked the expiration date, his expression turning to one of disbelief as he noted they had expired over a year ago. With a dismissive gesture, he tossed the bag aside and followed Kayla. The living room was cluttered with old junk, covered in a thick layer of dust, the air thick with the musty scent of decay. Mel shrugged her shoulders, exasperated, and remarked, "None of the phones here work." "What actually does?" Nick curled his lip in disdain when he suddenly noticed the oddly pristine wheelchair beneath him. He stood up and kicked it over, triumphantly declaring, "Ah, now, there's truly nothing usable here." Mel shot him a disapproving glance, rolling her eyes, and was about to speak when her boyfriend, Bobby, called from the doorway of the living room, "Hey, guys, we need to leave before sunset. We might still find a place to call for help." Okay. They exited the White House, preparing to continue along the winding dirt path ahead. Suddenly, Nick halted, grasping Kayla's hand and veering in another direction. "Do you want to check out the barn?" he asked. "What are you thinking?" "Just a simple curiosity about early Western agricultural architecture." Mel and Bobby exchanged glances and, seeing the two of them drift away, resignedly followed. As they pushed open the barn doors, a gentle breeze and sunlight flooded the dark space, instantly stirring the slumbering dust into a swirling dance. Inside the barn, cobwebs adorned the corners. Before them, The wall was adorned with farming tools, iron chains, and chainsaws. To the left stood several tall shelves lined with various tools and parts. To the right were piled metal carts, vintage drills, and cumbersome old machinery. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Nick pulled Kayla along, leading the way inside. Upon catching sight of an object shrouded beneath a heavy dust cover, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he called out, "Hey, guys, come take a look." Bobby, drawn by the voice, approached and felt a surge of exhilaration upon recognizing the familiar contours of the vehicle. With a swift motion, he yanked the canvas aside, casting it to the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air that left everyone coughing. Yet, they paid no heed, their gaze fixated on the gleaming silver American muscle car before them. Exclamations of awe escaping their lips. Nick placed his hands on the roof of the car, his eyes brimming with delight. Goodness, the savior. A 1971 hardtop Chevrolet Chevelle. A true American classic. Bobby swung open the barn door in front of the car, only to discover that it bore no signs of ever having been driven. He circled the vintage beauty, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Had the owner intentionally kept this car as a collectible? Wow, no way, Nick exclaimed, gazing at the radio inside. And, picking up the walkie-talkie, he pretended to speak to his girlfriend, Kayla, saying, calling, this is Captain Sex, seeking pink tortillas. Respond if you hear me." The tall man, who had been unceremoniously ejected from the break room, leaned against the doorframe, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he took deep breaths. "Do you have any objections?" he asked. "None, just Rusty," glancing down. Couldn't he suppress a sigh? "Baby, I feel like you did that on purpose." Felix, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, huffed softly, muttering, "Serves you right. Who told you to starve for so long, and then eat nonstop for 7 days?" Each time fatigue set in, ethereal blue lights would gently envelop his body, flowing slowly, dreamlike and exquisite. It felt as though he were submerged in warm spring water, every cell naturally unfurling, consciousness gradually fading, dissolving into an expanse of white nothingness. Chapter 39. A deadly joke. Nobody uses CB radios anymore. No, truck drivers still do, Nick replied, shaking his head as he casually lifted the decorative strip above him, only to be surprised when a key fell into his hands. He waved the key before the others, his excitement palpable. "God has entrusted this car to us. We cannot turn down such goodwill. Guys, let us go." Mel's brows furrowed in disbelief. "You can't be serious about driving it away. What if the owner returns?" Kayla shrugged. "We have no idea when they'll be back. They might be on vacation." Nick blinked. Just think about the dust inside that house. The owner has certainly been away for over a month. They could have even met an unfortunate fate with the threshing machine. Who knows? Mel shot him a glare, clearly uninterested in entertaining such thoughts. Nick started the car and patted the steering wheel. "Come on, listen to the roar of this engine. The tank is even full," he urged. "Let us take this old clunker for a joyride." "We can't steal a car," Bobby interjected, pausing for a moment before adding, "At most, we can just borrow it." "Exactly," Nick exclaimed, nodding fervently. "We can take it for a short spin. It will be exhilarating." "That is akin to thievery." Mel shook her head disapprovingly. Dismayed, Nick exited the vehicle, his cheerfulness fading as he retorted, "What else can we do?" Kayla grasped Nick's arm, clearly siding with him, and replied, "I refuse to spend the night in that eerie house. I would rather stay outside." "Mel, we cannot remain in the desert after dark. The temperatures will drop significantly. And besides, the night in the wilderness is perilous. There could be wolves lurking about." Bobby suggested, "How about we drive this car to the nearest town, rent another vehicle in the morning, and return this one in pristine condition, while also leaving the homeowner a repair fee?" Concluding his statement, Bobby turned to the troublemaker. "Right, Nick?" Nick nodded and gave an okay gesture. Subsequently, all three turned their hopeful gazes towards Mel. Upon witnessing the eager expressions of her sister and Nick, along with her fiancé's gentle yet pleading look, Mel sighed dramatically and rolled her eyes in resignation. "Fine." Kayla and Nick cheered in delight and hopped into the car. Bobby reassured his concerned girlfriend, whose brows were furrowed with worry. "Don't fret. We'll just grab our luggage from Kayla's car. Everything will be fine, okay?" "All right. But I need to leave a phone number in case the homeowner suddenly returns and discovers the car is missing and decides to call the police," Mel said, swiftly retrieving a piece of paper and a pen from her bag, detailing the situation and her contact information. She then secured the note firmly in the crevice of the green door frame with a nail. Before boarding, she tugged at it gently to ensure it stayed put, feeling relieved that it wouldn't be blown away by the wind, leaving the homeowner unaware and potentially calling the authorities. The Chevrolet sped away under the setting sun, stirring up a cloud of dust. The golden light cascaded gently, enveloping them like a tightly woven net, as if they were heading towards the final glow of life. The dense night enveloped them like ink. Two punk-inspired searchlights atop the steel beast emitted dazzling beams, piercing the darkness ahead like swords, completely isolating the chill of the night outside. Inside the cockpit, the windows sealed tight, warmth enveloped them, and soft light spread throughout, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort. "Daddy, you may well be the first to install a retractable guardrail on the sleeper berth of a truck." Clad in a black jersey emblazoned with the number 21, Felix languidly leans against the door of the cabin, savoring ice cream. His long, fair legs, with their graceful contours, stretch casually in the air. His slender feet sink into the plush carpet that blankets both the cockpit and the sleeper area, his toes curling slightly in unconsciousness. The arch of his foot is naturally taut, the delicate blue veins on the dorsum clearly visible. Inhaling the cool, sweet fragrance that lingers in the air, Rusty, who is diligently driving, softly admonishes, "Baby, it's chilly tonight. You shouldn't be eating ice cream." In defiance, Felix deliberately approaches the driver's seat, scooping a generous spoonful of ice cream and provocatively shoving it into his mouth. The next moment, he gasps sharply, a thin layer of physiological moisture forming in his eyes. Inhaling sharply, "Daddy, it's all your fault. Baby, let's be reasonable, shall we?" Rusty chuckles at this, lifting Felix and allowing the child to cling to him as he carries him into the sleeper compartment, setting him down on the bunk. After Rusty departs, the ever-dutiful lightning element reappears, a figure obscured and indistinct at the driver's seat, driving with utmost seriousness. Unperturbed, Felix indulges in another mouthful of ice cream. Seated, he glances out at the flowing nightscape, unable to discern anything clearly, and casually inquires, "Where are we?" A fleeting flash of red disappears, the ice cream smeared at the corner of his mouth vanishing in an instant. Rusty remains silent, a dangerous spark igniting in his eyes as his throat constricts with tension. The sound is swallowed whole, the warmth of the sheet sweeping across every inch, ice cream engulfed in a conflation of ice and fire. As if an electric current surged through Felix's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 40. A deadly prank. A beam of light pierces the night, precisely illuminating a two-story villa not far away. Sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, Felix gazes through the windshield, fixated on the door ahead, particularly vivid in the glow. The somewhat deformed wooden door is riddled with irregular cracks, as if it had been violently struck by something, now awkwardly wedged in the frame, with a dark void visible in the upper left corner. An ominous, deep black mist seems to seep endlessly from this hollow. Rusty, who simultaneously senses the villa's peculiarities, instinctively tightens his brow. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeps the surroundings. Only after confirming no other anomalies does he direct his attention back to the door, clearly marred by human violence, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Felix blinked, his expression somewhat bewildered. "Daddy, you hold a grudge too much. Was it not merely 2 years ago that I remarked this place resembled a haunted house? Did you truly go so far as to damage the door?" The pent-up fury within him surged like an inflating balloon, only to be abruptly punctured by an invisible needle, leaving him in a state of bemusement. "Am I truly that kind of person, baby?" Felix tilted his head, reminiscing briefly, then secretly rolled his eyes. The other party indeed bore no grudges. When he had a vendetta, he acted upon it directly, never harboring resentment. "All right, I misjudged you." Felix half-heartedly patted the head of the person leaning in, as if seeking comfort, but his gaze remained fixated on the door, curiosity bubbling within him. "What exactly is going on? Baby, may I go in and take a look? Would you mind waiting here for me?" The rusty nail had placed several specialized cameras within each of his residences, operating independently without external power, for he himself was a walking power station. Upon hearing this, Felix instinctively glanced around, in the thick darkness. It felt as though countless eyes were peering intently into the car. His vivid imagination caused the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. He lunged at the rusty nail, decisively refusing. "No. Daddy, I'm worried about you." A slight smile curled at the corners of the rusty nail's lips. a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He chose not to voice his thoughts, instead steadily receiving Felix, who clung to him like a koala to a eucalyptus tree, tightly adhering to his side. With a joyful smile, he said, "All right, thank you for keeping me company, baby." Felix wrapped his arms around the rusty nail's neck, a large, warm hand resting protectively on his cool back. Surrounded by a profound sense of security, he exited the vehicle, glancing around with a face devoid of fear, revealing an unmistakable excitement. However, in the next moment, the rusty nail's fingers lightly grazed the power outlet in the foyer, a soft blue light swirling around his fingertips, accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity. Instantly, the villa was illuminated, as bright as day. Felix remarked, "What a disappointment. I thought it would be more entertaining." He slumped wearily against the rusty nail's shoulder, furtively glancing around as if to ensure secrecy, before whispering into his ear, "Ghost." Yet, as Felix observed the dusty floor, littered with a chaotic array of footprints, of varying depths and sizes, it was evident they belonged to ordinary individuals. A warm breath brushed against the ear, and the rusty nail's atoms apple-bobbed slightly. Upon noticing their surroundings, he quickly regained his composure. "Baby, there are no ghosts in this world." For many years, in his conscious state, he had never witnessed Felix turning away, unresponsive, with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Although he possessed no memories pertaining to this, an inexplicable familiarity lingered in his mind. The rusted iron nail gently caressed the child's head, his gaze betraying a mix of tenderness and helplessness. However, as he crossed the threshold and entered the living room, his expression darkened abruptly, veins throbbing on his forehead, the atmosphere around him suddenly oppressive. His eyes fixed upon a wheelchair, adorned with the ornate English inscription Felix, its metal frame twisted, spokes shattered, lying pitifully on the ground, as if it had endured some cataclysm. A cold smile crept across his lips, his voice laced with a profound chill. This was the wheelchair he had secretly purchased for Felix during a trip to Utah when the child, bored at home due to an ankle injury, had complained about his clinginess. The very next day after its delivery, he had discreetly taken it and hidden it in a haunted house where Felix would never dare to enter. Felix would never allow the child to use a wheelchair anyway. During his aimless wanderings as a truck driver on the interstate, he had once overheard a conversation about a child from Huagua who insisted on playing in a wheelchair, only to suffer a leg fracture shortly thereafter. Although the rusted iron nail dismissed it as mere coincidence, he would never allow himself to be careless regarding Felix. What's wrong? Sensing something amiss, Felix, who was about to leap down, was gently caught and pressed against him. He immediately softened, obediently resting on the man's shoulder, and playfully bit into his neck. "You bad person. Ouch, I was wrong, baby." The tension around the rusted iron nail eased, yet his gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings. Upon noticing a distinct footprint near the wheelchair and a crumpled bag of chips in the corner, the chill in his eyes deepened further. "That's more like it. Hurry. Where's my Hellcat? How does baby know?" The rusted iron nail paused, swiftly retracting the camera, then scooped up the child and turned to head outside. "Fool. Your credit card, the primary card, is with me. Of course, the bill will be sent to me." Felix huffed lightly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he asked, "Where did you park my car? It's not in that barn, is it? The one anyone can enter?" "No." "That's good." Felix sighed, contemplating that even if they had been burgled, they had suffered no losses. The rusted iron nail was momentarily speechless, already sensing the emptiness within the barn, and dared not utter a word. Bobby had become enamored with collecting antique cars over the past 2 years, eagerly awaiting their appreciation in value. In 1971, the hardtop Chevrolet Chevelle, an American classic, possessed considerable collectible value. Felix had purchased it as a birthday gift for his brother Bobby. This journey to Utah was also motivated by their plan to return the car to California before Bobby's birthday. As they departed, Rusty cast a lingering glance back at the house. Upon withdrawing his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of a note pinned to the doorframe. Fearing Felix's discovery, he refrained from retrieving it immediately, opting instead to feign nonchalance while holding the child. Rusty pressed his cheek against Felix's warm face, attempting to soften the child's heart. "Baby, does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't." Felix's grip remained unwavering, even tightening slightly. His voice carried a hint of chill, and his gaze was laden with meaning. His words of denial belied his true intentions. The mention of pain had shifted the tone, suggesting that Daddy was indeed not in pain. This was something someone had explicitly stated to me. Do you think I am correct? Rusty mused. It's all fun and games until the aftermath. That child truly holds grudges. Let me down, you jerk, Felix exclaimed, emphatically patting Rusty's shoulder, signaling him to remove his hands from both his back and the prominent area he was supporting. Yet, instead of loosening his hold, Rusty playfully jostled him a bit, reminding, "Baby, you're not wearing shoes." Upon hearing this, Felix instinctively curled his toes, realizing that he was enveloped in a subtle azure glow, which shielded him from the night's chill. "It's your fault. I completely forgot." Rusty chuckled lightly, accustomed to responding, "Sorry, baby, forgive me, all right? Humph, tell me, what is the matter?" Felix, undeterred by the adult's attempt to divert the conversation, held Rusty's face, compelling him to meet his gaze, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. "Try deceiving me again, I dare you," Rusty thought. Oh no, the child has grown wise, no longer easily fooled. "Hey, sorry, sir. Our car broke down, and we had no signal on our phones, so we borrowed your vehicle without permission. Here is my number. I sincerely implore you not to involve the authorities. We will return the car in perfect condition by tomorrow morning, and we will leave some cash to cover the repairs to your property, hoping to compensate for your loss." Damn. Felix's lips curled into a cold smirk as he crumpled the note tighter, ultimately hurling it against the wall with force. Is this merely a self-soothing act of the hypocrite, or a ritual for the selfish in search of self-forgiveness? Leaving a note absolves one of the crime of breaking and entering? Calling the police? Felix would never opt for that. He would rather exact revenge. An eye for an eye. He retrieved his phone, gripping it tightly, his fingertips turning pale from the strain, and dialed the number, pressing it to his ear. "Hey, Daddy." "No, he hasn't bullied me." Half reclining against the headboard, the corner of Rusty Nail's lips curled slightly. He could only bully children in one place. And once they left that place, it was only the children who would have the chance to bully him. Yet, simultaneously, Rusty Nail observed Felix suppressing his fury. The corners of his eyes tinged with red, and his heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly by an invisible, icy hand. Unable to contain the surge of compassion, he inhaled deeply, quelling the rising tide of murderous intent. No need to rush, no need to disturb the child's plans. Was he merely to be crushed by the thresher? If so, then that would be just as they wished. "Yes, don't worry, I will. Daddy, I've sent you a few photos and messages. Take a look." "Yes, it's a birthday gift for Bobby." "Okay, love you, Daddy, bye." As soon as he finished speaking, Felix tossed his phone onto the sofa and leaped into the outstretched arms of Rusty Nail, who awaited him. The drawn-out syllables of Daddy carried an undercurrent of uncontainable grievance. Rusty Nail enveloped him in his embrace, lowering his head to kiss the soft strands of the child's hair, his warm, broad palm gently patting Felix's back in a comforting manner. "I'm here, all right?" Felix glared at Rusty Nail with intensity, abruptly distancing himself by sitting cross-legged at the foot of the bed, presenting only an unyielding back. "Humph, you being here? Your presence is just as good as having a car stolen." Rusty Nail observed the child's furious silhouette, filled with accusations directed at him. He awkwardly scratched his nose, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of suppressed amusement. Then, in a flash, he appeared at the foot of the bed, bending down to gather the child, who was bristling with anger as if he wanted to claw him into a grid, back into his arms, without allowing refusal. Felix huffed, "So what if you can teleport?" "That detestable deceiver still hasn't granted me the ability to do so," claiming the timing isn't right. "Ugh, riddle man, just get off this planet." However, Felix, at that moment, could hardly dwell on those thoughts. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, clenching his fists and begrudgingly pounding the bed a few times. Soon, he became restless, rolling around on Rusty Nail, finally burying his face into the crook of his neck, venting his frustrations by biting down fiercely. "Damn it. I'm truly going to lose my mind. That was a brand new car, one I specifically acquired, a collector's item that had never been driven. The driver, a cosplay rabbit adorned with 2 rings on his lips, audaciously declared that my classic car was a piece of junk. What utter nonsense. Does he truly lack discernment?" As I felt the searing breath against my neck and the pain that lingered like a brand, the corners of my mouth involuntarily curled upward, while the soft blanket inexplicably lifted in a peculiar manner. The lights extinguished, plunging the room into instant darkness. He endeavored to soothe the child's burgeoning anger through his actions. A night of chaos ensued. At Big Wheel's restaurant, the silver Chevrolet screeched to a halt by the roadside. Wow. As Bobby swung open the car door, his gaze was instantly captured by two robust, sharply contoured Harley motorcycles parked nearby, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Now, this is a real vehicle. Mel, catching up, circled the motorcycles and casually introduced a 1992 classic Harley, featuring a tail fin carburetor, custom seats by Corbin, and an additional passenger seat installed. Nick, walking slightly behind his girlfriend, lowered his head and, with a flick of his finger, pushed his sunglasses down to the bridge of his nose, remarking, "Wow, Mel, no offense. But at this moment, you truly embody masculinity." He turned to glance at Bobby, his eyes conveying a deeper meaning. Chapter 42. A deadly joke. Bobby paid no heed to Nick's gaze, fixated instead on his girlfriend, his lips twitching slightly upwards, though devoid of any smile, his expression darkening. "All right, let me see how well I know my fiancée. In high school, you dated a mechanical enthusiast." He paused, on the verge of naming that individual. Observing the jealousy etched on Bobby's face, Mel, finding his fiancée adorable, preemptively revealed the ex-boyfriend's name. Yes, Gary Bladdock. At that moment, Kira, holding a paper cup of coffee, smiled and recalled, "I've always thought he was incredibly handsome." Bobby maintained a stoic silence. Mel couldn't suppress his laughter, saying, "He taught us how to ride." But I only sensed he wanted to stir up a trio. Nick, embracing Kira, interjected, "In that regard, poor Gary Bladdock can't be blamed." The implication was crystal clear. Kira shot him a playful glance. Mel stepped forward to wrap his arms around his fiancée's neck, reassuring her, "Don't worry, nothing happened. I merely enjoyed riding his motorcycle. That's all." Bobby's lips pressed into a straight line as he embraced his girlfriend, about to speak, when suddenly, a truck roared past without warning. The deafening horn shattered the silence, kicking up a cloud of dust that engulfed several people. Through the rearview mirror, Felix observed the figures of the four individuals being swiftly engulfed by the swirling dust storm. Moments later, the air was filled with faint, frantic curses, which erupted into a raucous and exhilarating laughter. Rusty Nail, sensing the joyous atmosphere in the cab, silently smiled and let out a breath of relief. He unconsciously twisted his neck, only to be greeted by a sharp pang of pain in his back. Ouch! Rusty Nail's body stiffened, and he casually glanced at Felix's hand resting on the dashboard. Those hands, with distinct knuckles and neatly trimmed, rounded nails, were the same ones he held delicately, fearing any slight pressure might cause them to slip away. Yet, these seemingly delicate hands left behind winding red marks etched across his skin. He playfully flicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth, involuntarily producing a soft chuckle. Noticing this, Felix shot him a disdainful glance, rolling his eyes internally as he urged, "Daddy, stop grinning like an idiot, okay? Turn around. I want to meet them." "Yes, my master," Rusty Nail replied, his wrist subtly moving to adjust the steering wheel, his gentle laughter laced with indulgence. Felix mused, "I can't compete. Truly, I cannot. For someone over 100 years old. It's all just a game." At the Big Wheels restaurant, the truck gradually came to a halt in the parking lot. Felix was the first to push open the door, and his gaze swept across the nearly full dining area. The aroma of delectable food wafted through the air. And even though he wasn't hungry, he felt an irresistible urge to follow the crowd and order a dish to sample. Just then, familiar laughter and chatter reached his ears. Following the sound, he spotted the four car thieves from the surveillance footage, the same four by the roadside, being led to a table by a waitress clad in a pink-blue uniform, all the while engaged in lively banter. Nick, adorned with jingling metal chains around his neck and wrists, shook his sunglasses and grinned at the waitress guiding them, saying, "I'll bet you $5 her name is a double barrel, like Amy Sue or Patty Joe." Opposite him sat Bobby, a handsome and composed gentleman who appeared quite respectable but was, in fact, a slacker. He half-heartedly replied, "Okay, I'll bet $20, cleft-lipped guy." Nick, unfazed, introduced himself to the short-haired, efficient waitress, saying, "I'm Nick. I'm Joe Lynn, a single name, not a double barrel." "Looks like you lost, kid," she responded with a smile, casually slapping a menu onto Nick's lap and distributing others to Bobby and the rest. Watching the jovial exchange among them, Felix tightened his grip on the fork in his hand. He wondered if the individuals his daddy had arranged had already begun their actions. Why were they so fond of laughter? He must have rendered them incapable of laughter. "Baby, what are you watching?" Suddenly, a warm and familiar breath drew near from behind. accompanied by the reassuring weight on his shoulder. A heavy head naturally rested upon Felix's shoulder, gently prying his hand open to knead it softly. Rusty Nail observed the red marks on the child's palm, brushing his lips against it, a flicker of tenderness flashing in his eyes. It's nothing. I've ordered 2 special meals for today. They taste quite decent. Felix had regained his composure, withdrawing his hand and leisurely indulging in his food. He was in no rush. At a nearby table, Nick scanned the surroundings. Wow, look around. We are surrounded by truck drivers. Ignore them. They haven't provoked us, all right? Of course not. They know their place. Ultimately, truck drivers are merely a group of speedsters addicted to substances. Their sole hope in life is to find a sickly J girl. Nick's voice grew louder, and as his continuous mockery ensued, the gazes directed at them became increasingly sharp. At the same table, Bobby, Mel, and Kayla felt the piercing stares from all directions, instinctively lowering their heads. Eventually, Bobby could no longer contain himself. He pressed down on the table, leaning forward. His voice almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. God, could you lower your voice or just shut up? Secretly lamenting the cost of the meal for 4 and the repair expenses for the house, Nick was unwilling to fall silent. Instead, he sought to vent his frustrations further. However, just as he was about to speak again, an immense force suddenly struck him from behind. Bang! His face was forcefully pushed into the enormous pizza before him. The restaurant fell into an immediate silence. In the midst of the stillness, only the cheerful tone of a youth could be heard, laced with unabashed amusement. Oh my God. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you all right? You surely won't blame me. I know. After all, I've already apologized. The light-hearted tone carried a hint of intentional provocation. With his face smeared in cheese and sauce, Nick instinctively lifted his head, only to see the boy dive into the embrace of a tall man like a returning bird to its nest, his clear voice filled with disdain. Daddy, look. What disgusting trash. Nick felt the sticky sauce sliding down from his forehead, trickling down his cheek, the deliberately dyed purple hair clinging to his face. His rationality snapped in an instant, his fists clenched tightly, ready to charge forward. In the next moment, his movement abruptly froze. He gazed at the square tables surrounding him, where the truck drivers he had once ruthlessly mocked were now rising, each one clenching their massive fists, their faces adorned with a long-suppressed, almost gleeful smile, as if eagerly anticipating his first move to pounce upon him. Yet, in stark contrast to the fury emanating from this group of drivers, who merely wished to deliver him a beating, the imposing figure of the tall man cradling the youth in his arms cast a vastly different gaze, instilling within him a disconcerting illusion that any attempt to strike would lead to his immediate demise. An invisible pressure radiated from the man, whose features remained obscured beneath a baseball cap. Nonetheless, his piercing, cold stare seemed almost tangible, piercing through him and sending a chilling wave coursing through his body. In an instant, Nick faltered, instinctively retreating a step. He inhaled deeply, biting down hard on his molars, before ultimately pivoting sharply and dashing into the restroom. Behind him, the hall erupted into raucous laughter and a chorus of whistles. Amidst the cacophony, fearful that some would not hear, Felix deliberately elevated his voice, his clear tone laced with mirth. The trash has exited, and the air is all the fresher. Lunch is on me today, everyone. Please don't hold back. A man with exceptionally thick eyebrows raised his glass with one hand while giving a thumbs up with the other. That's the spirit, kid. Seated directly behind Bobby, a truck driver, already seething with rage, clad in a bandana and sporting a full beard, raised his beer high and boomed. Well done, mate. Here's to the fresh air. His words sparked uproarious laughter, prompting a gaunt middle-aged man to chime in, grinning broadly, wishing him a delightful lunch in the restroom. Whistles and laughter echoed, filling the restaurant with a joyful ambience. However, the trio of Bobby remained uneasy, fidgeting in their seats. They averted their gazes, silently consuming their meals, striving to diminish their presence. At that moment, Felix, having settled the restaurant's bill, passed by with a tray and quietly informed his colleague, "This table is excluded." The words, though softly spoken, rang clearly in the noisy environment, landing like an invisible slap across the faces of the trio, igniting a scorching embarrassment. They exchanged glances, instinctively hastening their actions. Suddenly, a joke they had previously encountered flashed in their minds. A grand ball was to be hosted at the school, and all students received invitations. Who do you think was left out? Ha ha. Felix perched on a high stool at the bar, his legs swinging gently, repeatedly bumping against a rusty nail. A joyous smile illuminating his face. As he noticed the trio of Bobby squirming as if wishing to vanish into the ground, he could not suppress his laughter any longer. The rusty iron nail tilted its head, resting its chin on its hand, an expression of helplessness adorning its features, yet the depths of its eyes brimmed with gentle indulgence, allowing the chaos to unfold. At that moment, a somewhat hesitant voice suddenly pierced the air. "Hey, kid, do you own a Dodge Viper?" "Yes." Felix turned at the sound, and his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man seated beside him, sporting a thick handlebar mustache and a small braid at the back of his head. He tilted his head in confusion, his voice sounding vaguely familiar. "Who are you? Do you recall Interstate 80? "Yes." Felix's eyes brightened as recognition dawned. "You are the kind soul who alerted us on the radio about the police speed trap ahead. Haha, no need to dwell on it. Perhaps next time. It will be your turn to keep an eye out for the police." Jones winked amiably, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the rusty iron nail beside Felix. And he casually remarked, "It seems you also have a big darling at home?" Felix was taken aback. "Huh?" Jones chuckled and gestured with his chin, indicating the neck of the rusty iron nail. Several prominent red scratch marks were glaringly visible. "My Maine Coon, Luca, was like that when he was young. He practically used me as his personal scratching post." While speaking, he revealed a few faint old scars on his arm to Felix, adding, "But he's much better now. Luca has matured into a composed young gentleman, although he still sheds like dandelion fluff in May." The rusty iron nail observed the child, whose ears had turned crimson, his chest slightly heaving. He lightly clenched his fist, resting it against his lips to suppress the laughter threatening to escape, and nodded in response. "Yes. My big darling has just reached adulthood and is still a bit fierce." Upon hearing this, Jones nodded repeatedly, empathizing. "It will pass. It will pass. Soon enough. He will be more composed. During this time, patience is essential." The rusty iron nail, upon hearing these words, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. His gaze falling upon Felix, eyes flowing with intoxicating tenderness and affection. "I do not mind whether my big darling's temperament becomes more steady. I only wish for him to be happy and to remain by my side." Felix, Jones, delighted, stroked his mustache and let out a hearty laugh. He picked up the hat from the table, donned it, and stood up. "I must return to Wyoming. Thank you for the lunch, goodbye, and until we meet again. I shall treat you next time." Felix waved with a smile. "Okay, goodbye, take care." The moment Felix smiled and watched Jones depart the restaurant, his expression abruptly vanished. He grasped the waist of the rusty iron nail, leaning close to his ear, playfully huffing. "Who's fierce?" "I am." The rusty iron nail replied without a moment's hesitation. "Humph, that's more like it. Let's go. I'll wait for you by the door." As he spoke, Felix feigned nonchalance, tilting his head slightly to bestow a feather-like kiss upon the cheek of rusty nail, as if it were merely an accidental brush. He then departed the restaurant with a buoyant step. Rusty Nail felt the fleeting warmth of the caress on his cheek, and an uncontrollable smile flickered in his eyes, swiftly spreading to the corners of his mouth, enveloping him in a warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunlight. It was only after Felix's figure vanished at the restaurant entrance that Rusty Nail regained his senses and hurriedly pursued him. Chapter 43. A deadly jest. Bobby and his companions waited for an extended period by the silver Chevrolet until Nick finally emerged from the restroom's back door. His face was dotted with droplets of water, strands of damp hair clung to his forehead, and his collar and shirt were soaked in patches. As he walked, he irritably shook the water off his hands, muttering a stream of curses. "Damn it, these brainless fools drained by the do-goods, societal refuse that ought to be cleared away." As the gaze of passers-by was once again drawn towards them, Bobby's expression darkened. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at Nick with clenched fists. Enough. Was he not satisfied with the trouble already stirred? Did he need to be physically reprimanded to silence his mouth? When Nick, defiantly, seemed poised to retort, Kyra grasped his arm firmly. Meanwhile, Mel wrapped her arms around Bobby's waist, gently shaking her head in a gesture to quell further discourse. After all, he was still her sister's boyfriend, and they were to join a friend's band party in Vegas. If tensions escalated now, the party atmosphere would surely sour. "Hey folks, let us first head to the car rental agency," Mel interjected, seeking to lighten the mood. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierced the air. Nick retrieved his phone, barely glancing at it, and impatiently pressed the answer button. bringing the device to his ear with a gruff, "Hello." A serious voice emanated from the other end, devoid of pleasantries, cutting directly to the chase. "Is this Mr. Nick?" "This is Robert from the Salt Lake City Police Department." Nick halted abruptly, straightening his posture. Oblivious to the curious glances from Bobby and the others, his focus wholly on the call. "Yes, that's me." His voice trembled slightly with anxiety. "Officer, what is the matter?" "We have received a report that your neighbor discovered a break-in at your residence. Your belongings have been completely cleared out. Where are you now? Are you safe?" "What?" Nick was momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. "Hello, Mr. Nick, are you still there? Hello?" Nick's mind was a blank slate, and he could only nod in a daze, instinctively responding, "Okay." According to your neighbor's account, he discovered a handwritten note affixed to your front door, which read, "Sorry, just borrowing. Thanks, sir. But I want to return it. Trash belongs in the trash bin." The officer paused momentarily before continuing, at the end of the sentence. There was a simple smiley face drawn. Smiley face. "We have reason to suspect this is a premeditated act of revenge. Now, please calmly reflect. Do you have any suspects in mind?" "No, none." Nick's mind seemed doused with cold water, suddenly alert. He swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse, and feigned nonchalance as he cleared his throat. "I'll return to Salt Lake City today, and we'll get in touch then." With that, Nick ended the call. He glanced at Bobby and the others, who wore bewildered expressions, seemingly puzzled as to why the police had come knocking. Just as he was about to speak, a jarring ringtone shattered the stillness. It was Bobby's phone. Nick looked toward Kayla and Mel, a strange premonition surging within him. Sure enough, a series of urgent rings echoed in the air, each one vying for attention. The group instinctively moved apart to answer their calls, and moments later, they reconvened, their faces equally pale as they exchanged glances of concern. The surrounding crowd continued with their chatter and laughter. Yet the space around them felt as if it had frozen in time, suffused with an unspoken sense of dread and suffocation. Bobby furrowed his brow tightly. His fists clenched so hard that his knuckles turned white. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "It's revenge. It has to be the owner of the Chevrolet retaliating for us, taking his car." Kayla, standing nearby, appeared utterly distraught, her gaze darting anxiously among the group, her expression frantic. "How could this happen? What are we going to do? Call the police?" "No." Nick immediately shot back. He pressed his palm heavily against his forehead, his demeanor fraught with agitation. "We cannot involve the police. That would be breaking and entering, a serious crime. If we report it, we'll be left with a criminal record and could even face imprisonment." Mel, overwhelmed, tugged at her hair in frustration, taking a deep breath as her chest heaved. She cast a cold glance at Nick, unable to suppress a mocking laugh laced with deep sarcasm. "So you do realize it's breaking and entering?" Her voice trembled slightly, not solely from anger or fear, but from the daunting future that loomed ahead. She should be in Las Vegas with her fiancé Bobby, reveling in a pre-wedding party, preparing for their impending nuptials, rather than standing here, hearing police notifications about their lovingly prepared home being stripped bare and their belongings plundered. Even if they actively informed the police of their leads, they would still leave behind their own criminal records. Conversely, choosing not to disclose means bidding farewell to what they once endeavored to establish. After all, amidst the vast sea of humanity, it is exceedingly difficult for law enforcement to unravel such cases. What significance does a handwritten note hold? As long as there is no prior criminal record or any trace of handwriting or fingerprints in the database, it is akin to an unsolved mystery. The individual before her is indeed the architect of all this chaos. The words of that youth in the restaurant were not unfounded. Nick is nothing but an abhorrent wretch. Nick rolled his eyes dramatically, his mouth forming a disdainful curve, disbelief etched across his face as he retorted, "That was because I never anticipated someone would foolishly leave their phone number. Are you an imbecile? I didn't want the homeowner to return and immediately call the police." Mel's brow furrowed, her tone suddenly elevated, anxiety evident as she unconsciously dug her nails into the back of her other hand, soon leaving several noticeable red marks. "Haven't you realized yet? Whether or not to leave a phone number is inconsequential to the owner of that villa. He is not an ordinary person. He could uncover our identities and know our home addresses overnight. He could effortlessly strip our homes bare without us even noticing, all in a single night. And all of this is because of your foolishness, which has entangled us with someone formidable." Nick's forehead pulsed with veins, his fists instinctively clenching as he stepped forward, poised to speak, only to be abruptly pushed aside by Bobby, who positioned himself protectively in front of Mel. Enough, stop talking. This is not the time for quarrels. I believe we should negotiate with the car owner. We merely borrowed his vehicle, and it will be returned to him, right now, immediately. His act of emptying our homes is far more severe than our mere borrowing of a vehicle due to an engine failure in the desert. A situation which necessitated urgent action. If we alert the authorities, he too will find himself in considerable trouble. He paused for a moment, surveying everyone present, striving to convey an air of nonchalance, as if this were a trivial matter that would be swiftly resolved. His demeanor remained composed, voice steady. Mind you, if he refuses to return our belongings, we will threaten to report him. Kayla, her expression tense, unconsciously nibbled on her nails, murmuring softly. But how can we ascertain whether he will agree? What if we return the car to him and attempt to exchange our possessions, and he refuses? There is no signal there. Could he possibly kill us? How could that even happen? In this world, there exists the law. If we were to go missing, Bobby's thoughts trailed off abruptly. He recalled that each year, a significant number of people vanished in America. Friends of his had mysteriously disappeared, never to be found again. With this thought, his voice dwindled, lacking conviction. However, he quickly reconsidered and proposed, "Let us leave one person here." I concurred with this suggestion, and Nick immediately nodded, raising his hand high, his tone urgent. "I want to stay here. I do not wish to go." Bobby's expression darkened as he cast a disdainful glance at Nick, akin to observing a pile of irredeemable refuse by the roadside. Yet, he had no time to engage further. Checking his phone, he noted it was 1 in the afternoon. "If we do not return by 5, you must call the police, all right?" Nick nodded rapidly, fearful they might change their minds, lowering his gaze and avoiding eye contact with anyone. "You are far cooler online, you loser," Kayla remarked scornfully as she passed by, internally questioning her choice in boyfriends. Watching the three depart in their vehicle, Nick merely smirked and muttered, "You too." Afterward, he surveyed his surroundings, seeking a place to rest. When his gaze abruptly fixed on the entrance of the restaurant, a boy with golden hair and green eyes stood there, laughing heartily. Although he did not point, the mocking glint in his eyes clearly conveyed the message. It was him. A surge of adrenaline rushed to Nick's head, and his eyes quickly reddened. This was the first time he felt so disheveled, especially in front of 2 girls he fancied. Clenching his fists, he was about to charge forward. However, in the next moment, a tall man appeared beside the boy, effortlessly pulling him into an embrace, his cold, piercing gaze striking Nick like a tangible force. Instantly, Nick's fists unclenched as if doused in ice water, a chilling sensation enveloping him. He instinctively took a step back, his gaze clearing. "Baby?" Felix laughed heartily, his translucent green eyes sparkling with delight. He leaned heavily against the rusted figure beside him, allowing himself to be led toward the truck. Did you see their expressions? Absolutely priceless. Ha! I could die from laughter. I wonder if they will dare to trespass again. Borrowing. Bah. Stealing is stealing, no matter how sweetly it's phrased. Without the owner's consent, it remains theft. I shall ensure they never utter the word borrow again. The rusted figure gently wiped the moisture of laughter from the child's face, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight, chilling smile. "Rest assured, baby, I can guarantee they will never engage in such acts again in their lifetime." With a swift motion, Felix brushed aside the hand of the rusty nail, puffing out his cheeks in discontent. He gently rubbed the corner of his reddened eyes and grumbled. "How infuriating. If you can manage to avoid growing stubble, why can't you rid yourself of those calluses? They hurt so much, you rascal." Yet, the magnetic, gravelly voice of the rusty nail resonated in his ear, laced with a hint of innocence. A fleeting glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes, each reaction adorably charming. Felix's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. "After all this time, is the only thing you've thickened your skin?" Feigning contemplation for a few seconds, the rusty nail replied earnestly, "Baby, that part has indeed grown quite a bit. Get lost." Gazing at the distant standalone villa, Boppy and his companions wore complex expressions. They genuinely had not anticipated matters escalating to this extent. Was it really necessary? They had assumed no one was home, merely borrowing the vehicle. They had even agreed to return it the following day, leaving behind a note with a phone number and a promise of cash to cover the repair costs. What more could they do? They hadn't acted with malice. The engine had failed, and without signal on their phones, they were left with no options. Standing before the Chevrolet, Mel grasped Boppy's arm as he prepared to enter the vehicle. "Boppy, I want to go with you." Boppy swallowed hard, visibly anxious, yet he embraced his distraught girlfriend, trying to reassure her. No, Mel, you and Kayla should wait in the rented car for me. Don't worry, our rental has a record, they know our whereabouts. Even if that unreliable guy with the cleft lip is a problem, it's fine. If we don't return the car by evening, the rental company will notify the authorities. I'll be fine. I just need to explain things to the homeowner, and I'll be out soon, all right? Mel glanced back at Kayla, who stood trembling with fear at a distance, hesitating before nodding. She couldn't leave her sister alone here. Okay, I'll wait for you. Boppy forced a smile, climbed into the car, and started the engine. He drove through the wire fence gate they had carelessly pushed open before. A chill enveloped him, as if the vehicle had just crossed the threshold of hell itself. Shaking his head, Boppy scolded himself for overthinking. How could it be that even if the homeowner wished to confront them, so many people were aware of their movements? The owner wouldn't dare act against them. With his spirits gradually lifting, Boppy gathered his courage and slowly parked the car in the clearing. Chapter 44. A deadly joke. He opened the car door, standing before the villa, and gently knocked on the already repaired door. Hello, is anyone home? Please come in. A clear, melodious voice unexpectedly broke the silence that enveloped the air. Bobby was momentarily taken aback. This voice bore an inexplicable familiarity. He swallowed hard and slowly pushed the door open. Before his eyes lay the entrance, still shrouded in dust. As he traversed the corridor and stepped into the living room, he was immediately struck by the sight of a strikingly elegant youth, whose presence seemed incongruous amidst the dilapidated villa. Dressed in a simple black t-shirt, he lounged comfortably on an oversized sofa, leisurely indulging in a familiar-looking bag of chips. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth, as if the expression was merely a courteous facade. This was the very individual who had, in the restaurant, pressed Nick's face into a pizza due to Nick's excessive provocations. At that moment, Bobby's previous impressions shattered entirely. What had once seemed like deliberate provocations were now revealed to be naively comical utterances that echoed in his mind. I didn't mean to. I already apologized. In hindsight, these words took on a deeper significance, representing their unabashed rationale. They were not acting with intent. They had indeed left a note. This was not an accident nor mere coincidence. It was sheer retribution, blatant and unadulterated. A sudden wave of irony washed over Bobby as he recalled the smiley face scribbled on the handwritten note affixed to their door by the police. Yet, alongside this irony, an equally inexplicable sense of reassurance began to swell within him. The actions of the youth seemed to adhere strictly to the ancient adage from the Old Testament, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If this were the case, then their vehicle would be returned intact. Logically, should the youth not also restore everything taken from their home? A clean slate, and thus, an end to this chapter. Moreover, as he had previously articulated to Mel and the others, the act of completely emptying their homes paled in comparison to their own desperate need for a vehicle in the barren wasteland. With this realization, Bobby's confidence began to solidify, dissipating much of the panic that had clouded his eyes. He stepped forward with poise, gently placing the car keys on the armrest of the sofa. Apologies. These are the keys to the Chevrolet. We sincerely regret taking your vehicle without permission. Just as Bobby prepared to utter more, he noticed Felix raising a hand in a gesture for pause, his expression marred by unmistakable disappointment. What you're saying now is already made clear on the note. Do you have anything novel to impart? He meticulously wiped his fingers with a wet wipe, his tone light, as if conversing with a friend. Yet each word dripped with scorn. Next, are you going to speak of emergency measures? After those 7 days of darkness, Felix's senses became extraordinarily acute. Even from the entrance of the restaurant, a distance of 400 to 500 meters from Nick and the others, he could distinctly perceive their expressions and overhear their conversations. Particularly, Bobby's desperate attempt to console the group with his emergency justification resonated clearly in his ears. Bobby was momentarily rendered speechless, as if the others anticipated his every word, stifling all his prepared remarks in his throat. He opened his mouth, desperately trying to articulate his thoughts, but Felix denied him the opportunity, lazily reclining against the sofa, sinking deeply into its embrace. His demeanor appeared relaxed and natural, requiring him to slightly look up when meeting Bobby's gaze. Yet, the disdainful glint in his eyes exuded an air of superiority that instilled a profound sense of pressure in Bobby. Felix raised a finger, leisurely shaking it in front of him. Do not find any more excuses for yourselves, regardless of your justifications or attempts to embellish your actions. What you have done is still considered theft under the law. You are well aware of this. His voice was soft, yet each word was crystal clear, causing Bobby to tighten his throat, rendered speechless, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Felix noted Bobby's expression, resting his forehead in a gesture of exasperation, unable to suppress a cold laugh. You must be thinking that you acted in self-defense, that it was permissible by law. I truly cannot fathom whether you genuinely do not understand, or are merely pretending to be oblivious to what constitutes self-defense. Self-defense allows individuals to engage in unlawful behavior only when faced with an imminent threat to life, with no other choice. And what about you? Felix cast a sideways glance at him, feigning recollection. The car broke down? No signal on your phone? The desert's temperature was too low at night? There were wolves in the wild? Oh, what splendid excuses. Felix raised an eyebrow, lightly applauding, but in an instant, his expression shifted, his gaze sharpened. Do you take me for a fool? He scoffed, his eyes filled with derision, sneering. You could have easily stayed indoors for the night and set off early the next morning. Instead, for convenience, comfort, and the eagerness to gamble in Vegas, you chose to steal my car. Furthermore, at this point, Felix could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his palm on the sofa, sparks of anger erupting from his eyes, his countenance radiating wrath. Your damned accomplice even dared to call my Chevrolet a junk car. What the hell? Does he not understand the value of a collection? Bobby was utterly stunned, the words striking a familiar chord. Those were the very sentiments expressed in the barn. Was there surveillance in that place? Yet, none of them had noticed. Wait, he recalled. Bobby swallowed hard, Nick's bombastic words echoing in his ears. The homeowner might have inadvertently been ground to death by the thresher. At that moment, a gaze laden with murderous intent pinned Bobby in place. A chilling dread gripping him as if a cold blade pressed against the nape of his neck, an icy shiver coursing down his spine. He stood frozen, unable to move. Beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead, all attempts to explain stifled in his throat, not a single word escaping his lips. It was only when the youth on the sofa took a deep breath, as if suppressing the fury within, and lazily reclined back, his gaze drifting nonchalantly towards Bobby, that the haunting stare behind him slowly receded. Chapter 45. A deadly joke. Finally, Bobby regained his strength and took control of his body once more. He gasped sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably, clinging desperately to his last thread of hope as he shouted recklessly. And what about you? You've emptied our houses. You are equally guilty of a crime. As soon as he spoke, the temperature of the air around them plummeted. Panic surged within Bobby, and he steadied his tone, attempting to negotiate amicably. We want to call the police. We will return your car untouched. Please return our belongings to us. Let us settle this, and pretend this never happened. Felix's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had heard the most absurd of tales. Then he laughed in disbelief. Who gave you the audacity? Is it Liang Jingru, all the way from China? Damn it, I lost the bet. He had wagered with Rusty Nail about whether this group would confront him directly about their possessions. Felix believed that their words at the restaurant were merely a momentary lapse in judgment. They had seen what they were up against, and could not possibly harbor any false hopes of negotiating terms with him. Thus, he wagered that they would return the car, then report him to the police after leaving, hoping for leniency while seeking assistance in recovering their lost items. Rusty Nail, on the other hand, bet that they would threaten him for their belongings while returning the car. If he refused, they would ultimately have no choice but to call the police. Damn it. It's up there, right up there, and I'm in prime condition now, HM. Hey, Bobby, what are you saying? Mind your words. Do you have any evidence? Just the thought of it made Felix, already exhausted from daydreaming, lazily lean back. Propping his chin on his hand, he wore an expression of sincere bewilderment. Without evidence. I could sue you for defamation, you understand? Bobby stammered. We will tell the police you are our prime suspect, that you are deliberately retaliating against us. And then what? Felix raised an eyebrow with a smirk, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. The police will ask you why. With the multitude of people in this world, why would you presume it was me? Because we stole your car, Bobby blurted out, only to be struck by his own words. Felix erupted into laughter, his mirth resonating through the desolate, dilapidated living room. Although the boy had said nothing, Bobby felt an overwhelming sense of mockery, his handsome face flushing crimson. After a considerable pause, Felix finally stifled his laughter, waving his hand dismissively, as if to brush away something trivial. You may leave now, farewell, or perhaps never to return. His voice was barely audible, laden with a hint of someone's pettiness, suggesting that this would indeed be their final encounter. But who cares? Bobby furrowed his brow, incredulity lacing his voice. Are you truly not afraid of us reporting this to the police? Felix, upon hearing this, shrugged nonchalantly and reopened a bag of chips, the crunching sound echoing with utter indifference. I am a law-abiding citizen. Why should I fear your report? My conscience is clear, and I have no dread of the police knocking on my door. I am also a benevolent soul, often engaged in charitable acts, passionate about recycling and waste segregation. Rest assured, they are of far greater value than you. Felix chuckled lightly, his tone laden with significance, observing Bobby standing there in a daze. Possibly at a loss for words, Felix grew impatient, disinterested in further discourse. He lazily called out, "Daddy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure, Rusty Nail, emerged from the shadows of the living room, stepping into view. Bobby's body went rigid. He had been entirely oblivious to the presence of a third person in the room. Rusty Nail settled onto the sofa, instinctively pulling Felix into his embrace, adjusting his position to ensure the child was more comfortable. Then, raising his gaze, his piercing eyes fixed on Bobby with an unsettling chill, he inquired calmly, "Do you need me to escort you?" "No, thank you." Bobby's lips twitched, his head pounding. This was the second worst outcome. Little did he expect that upon returning to the Big Wheels restaurant at noon, reuniting with Nick, and returning the rental car, the four of them would be embroiled in a heated debate about whether to report the incident. Yet, in the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped them. As Bobby regained consciousness amidst the suffocating sensation in his neck, he discovered himself seated at a square wooden table. Opposite him sat his fiancée Mel, flanked by Kyra and Nick. An antiquated chandelier hung above, casting a dim, amber light that barely illuminated the table stained with dark red blotches. The light was abruptly severed at the table's edge, leaving the surroundings shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, as if it could consume all that it encountered. Through the dim light, Bobby noticed Mel's head hung low, her face flushed from an overwhelming sense of suffocation. "Damn it! Mel, wake up!" He instinctively reached out to help, only to realize that his wrists were tightly bound together with coarse rope, which dug painfully into his flesh, leaving behind glaring red marks, glistening with droplets of blood. His legs were securely tethered to the legs of the chair beneath him, and a rough rope constricted his neck, inducing waves of asphyxiation. His entire body felt as though it were welded to the chair, rendering him utterly immobile. This terrifying sensation of suffocation similarly roused the three other captives. "What the hell is going on? Where are we?" Nick's eyes were filled with sheer panic as he glanced around, struggling violently against the chair. The chair wobbled, its legs screeching against the floor in a cacophony of sound. Nick, stop. If the chair falls, you'll strangle yourself." Nick's frantic movements seemed to be pressed on pause, his body suddenly freezing. He fearfully glanced down at the rope constricting his neck, as if he had just realized that this was not merely a nightmare. Cold sweat erupted on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Kayla, her face a mask of terror, scanned the surroundings, her lips trembling, rendering her speechless. Mel's expression was one of sheer fright, her complexion devoid of color. She strained to extend her arm, gripping Bobby's hands tightly on the table. The warmth of his touch infused her with immense courage, prompting her to survey the environment. Though shrouded in darkness, the vague outlines of certain objects sparked a sense of familiarity within her. Just then, a rich, sultry voice, akin to the deep tones of red wine, began to hum a captivating melody, shattering the oppressive silence. Chapter 46. A deadly joke. I knew I loved you before I met you. I have been waiting all my life. I think I found my way home. 1,000 angels dance around you. I am complete now that I've found you. The gentle, enchanting melody stood in stark contrast to the foreboding stillness of the space. Could it be? Could it be that someone is passing by? A glimmer of hope flickered in Kayla's eyes as her gaze flitted across the faces of her companions. Before anyone could respond, she could no longer contain the excitement within her and shouted towards the direction of the sound. "Help! Can you hear me? Help!" Nick, witnessing this, joined in with hoarse cries. "Hey, buddy, we're over here. We need help." Yet, even as their voices grew increasingly raspy, the gentle and melodious tune continued to hum at a leisurely pace, seemingly indifferent to their desperate pleas. Bobby's heart sank completely, the flicker of hope in his eyes extinguishing in an instant, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He struck the table forcefully with his bound wrists, halting the futile cries of his companions. "Stop shouting. They are the ones who brought us here. Before long, The melody abruptly ceased. The world fell into a deathly silence, so profound that the only sound was the thundering of their own heartbeats. The group exchanged anxious glances, with Boppy's wrist resting on the table, tightly grasping Mel's fingers, his face a mask of reassurance for his tear-filled fiancée. At that moment, a slight creak echoed as the door swung open. The four instinctively turned their gazes, the darkness enveloping them only allowing the sound of their nervous swallowing to be heard. No light seeped through the door, indicating it was still night. A collective heaviness weighed upon their hearts. They had only departed the car rental company in the evening, suggesting that only a few hours had elapsed since their abduction. No one would realize they were missing. Even Nick, who had planned to return to Salt Lake City today, had altered his message to the police while waiting for Boppy and the others, postponing it until the following day. Would they survive until then? A slow, deliberate footfall approached, accompanied by a pungent odor pervading the air. Paint. Suddenly, the lights flickered on. The blinding brightness forced them to squint, and they endured the discomfort as they instinctively turned their gazes toward the source. Before them, the wall shone brightly under the light, revealing several heavy, rusty chains hanging silently. At the base of the wall lay a haphazard collection of a pickaxe, a hoe, an axe, a machete, and a chainsaw. Dark reddish-brown, stains congealed on the metallic surfaces, glistening ominously in the light. What appeared to be mere farm tools took on a chilling significance in this context, causing them to shudder involuntarily, gasping in fear. A barn. Mel surveyed the surroundings, and as the light dispelled the darkness, revealing familiar shelving, he exclaimed, "This is the barn we visited yesterday." Upon hearing this, terror surged uncontrollably in Nick's eyes, his voice trembling violently as he shouted, "Boppy, Boppy, did you return that car or not?" Bobby's gaze remained fixated on the ominous dark red in the corner, his complexion ashen. Upon hearing Nick's inquiry, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "I returned it. I did so in front of the homeowner." "Oh my God!" Kayla trembled violently, an overwhelming sense of dread inducing a physiological wave of nausea, compelling her to instinctively bow her head and retch. Yet, in the next instant, the noose around her neck tightened abruptly. The sudden sensation of suffocation constricted her throat, prompting her to raise her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, the rusty nail, lurking in the shadows, appeared to relish the myriad expressions of regret, fear, resentment, and despair etched upon their faces. "Ha! What a splendid spectacle," he scoffed, stepping into the light. The instant his figure materialized, an oppressive wave of terror enveloped the room, causing Bobby and the others to instinctively shut their mouths, the still air punctuated only by their hurried breaths. Then, Bobby's eyes widened in shock. "It's you. Why? We returned the car to you. Why are you doing this?" The rusty nail paid no heed to his words. Standing with his back to them, he faced the wall, wielding a diminutive brush that seemed incongruous against his large hand, methodically painting the wall. "You should have come sooner. What a pity for this wall. It was my proud masterpiece. All those eager to meet their maker have passed through here, bearing witness to his presence." The rusty nail sighed, his voice imbued with genuine regret. "When you visited the barn, you likely noticed nothing amiss, for I had freshly repainted it, even deliberately aging it, fearing that children might venture in unexpectedly. This time, I had to resort to red paint. I had originally intended to use materials found here. Alas, I had just lulled my child to sleep when you all stirred, so will have to suffice. Please bear with me." His tone was gentle, yet the implication of his words sent a chill down their spines, causing their hair to stand on end. Red paint. Materials found here? What did that mean, Blood? As Bobby and the others contemplated pleading for mercy and fervently apologizing, the rusty nail seemed to recall something, emitting a resigned yet indulgent chuckle, his voice soft enough to seem almost liquid. "Don't be deceived by my child's incessant clamoring for adventure. In truth, he is terribly timid. Of course, he must not overhear this. He gets angry and is quite difficult to soothe." The rusty nail shifted awkwardly, revealing fresh red marks just beneath his collar. His voice gradually deepened, the image of Felix's reddened eyes lingering in his mind, growing ever clearer, sending sharp pangs through his nerves. "Do you know how much I love him?" The rusty iron nail abruptly turned, its gentle, watery gaze suddenly crystallizing into ice. It swept across the four terrified faces, its cold stare palpable, sharp as a blade. Finally, it fixed upon Nick, who appeared to recall something, his complexion instantly paling, his body trembling violently. A deathly silence pervaded the air, broken only by the chattering of Nick's teeth. "Ah, it seems you are beginning to understand." Mel gripped Bobby's hand tightly, taking a deep breath to suppress the tremor in her throat, striving to render her voice as normal as possible. Summoning her courage, she pleaded, "Please, sir, allow us to leave. We want to speak a word of this. It's all just a misunderstanding. Your child, he is so kind. Surely he wouldn't wish to witness such deeds." The rusty iron nail raised an eyebrow, seemingly contemplative, as if acknowledging her words. Bobby and the others exchanged glances, a sudden spark of incredulous hope igniting on their faces, their voices quivering with tears as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, sir." However, in the next moment, a seemingly light remark struck them like a deadly sniper's bullet, piercing their hopes with precision. "Rest assured, I won't let him see it." A glimmer of cold mockery flickered in the depths of the rusty iron nail's eyes. Its magnetic, mellifluous voice coiled around their throats like an invisible thread, inducing a suffocating sensation of illusion. Wait, it seemed not to be an illusion. A jarring sound of metal scraping suddenly echoed above them, causing the hemp rope to tighten abruptly. Their throats were ensnared by the coarse fibers, a wave of intense suffocation crashing over them. Their bound wrists frantically tugged at the constricting noose around their necks, but this futile struggle only deepened the rope's grip, slicing into flesh and blurring the line between skin and sinew. Their bodies convulsed uncontrollably in the chairs, eyes rolling back in desperation. Behind them, the sounds of despair intertwined with the mournful creaking of the chairs, eliciting a faint smile from the rusty iron nail. It did not turn back, continuing to leisurely smear a blinding red across the wall. "Am I to die? Bobby, is anyone there? Help! I want to go home." Suddenly, the ropes slackened. The four bodies lurched forward uncontrollably, crashing against the table, only to be yanked back by the nooses around their necks, slamming heavily against the chair backs. Then, a heart-wrenching cacophony erupted, mingled with dry, heaving coughs. Their chests heaved like dilapidated bellows, greedily gulping long-lost air, each breath accompanied by painful gasps. Tears streamed down Kayla's face as she gazed at the man seated by the wall, her voice thick with emotion as she choked out, "Sir, we understand our mistakes. Please, spare us." Nick's voice trembled with desperation. "I beg you, sir, I will comply with anything you desire. Please, spare me." The man, known as Rusty Nail, was preoccupied, admiring the tattoos on his hand, his gaze fixated on the figure of Felix, ensconced in a web of silk threads, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his eyes. He casually replied, "Oh, really?" Nick nodded fervently, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Yes, truly. I mean it. Whatever you want." Rusty Nail, without lifting his head, casually reached for a sickle resting against the wall, slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. "First, we'll sever your feet, then your hands. The foot that kicked my child's wheelchair will be the first to go. The hand that grasped my child's flower will follow suit." A cold laugh escaped Rusty Nail's lips as he finally raised his gaze, fixing a frigid stare upon Nick. "Oh, but you not only grasped, you also trampled. It appears both of your feet are doomed." "No." Nick was nearly paralyzed with fear, slamming his wrist onto the table, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Help! Is anyone there? Help! Be quiet, Nick." Silence. Bobby, whose own life was threatened by the sickle's edge, pointed it towards an empty space, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Swallowing hard, he managed to squeeze out a hoarse question. "What must we do for you to let us go?" "Let go? Very well, let us play a game you hold dear," Rusty Nail responded, raising an eyebrow as he walked over to the shelf, retrieving 2 crimson dice adorned with ivory dots. Once the man had stepped away, Bobby and the others noticed that beneath him lay a wheelchair, gleaming with polish, its metallic frame radiating a delicate sheen, clearly cherished by its owner. Yet, upon closer inspection, they discovered the wheels were twisted and deformed, several spokes shattered. Mel, Bobby, and Kayla instinctively turned their eyes to Nick, who stood frozen, his pupils dilating as he fixated on the familiar wheelchair, his lips trembling, speechlessly filled with regret. Rusty Nail tossed the 2 crimson dice onto the table. Since you were so enamored with gambling, willing to steal a vehicle to reach Vegas, his aura shifted to one of chilling intensity, a cold smile curving his lips, as if he were prepared to pay the ultimate price for such a gamble. Noting the silence among them, Rusty Nail seemed unfazed, lightly tapping the dice with his fingertips. "The rules are simple. 2 dice, a maximum roll of 12, and a minimum of 1 if they stack atop one another. There are a total of 12 options. 1 is absolutely safe, 5 are certain death, and 6 are a fate worse than death. For those who revel in gambling, let us engage in an exhilarating wager, a gamble from which there is no retreat, with the stakes being your very lives. It is utterly unjust. How can we discern which option corresponds to what? Bobby's lips trembled as he spoke, his voice quivering with a lowly plea. Moreover, Mel, Kayla, they would not gamble. And car theft is unrelated to them. In fact, Mel even left a note, begging you, please spare them. Rusty Nail pondered briefly. A game that once served to pass the time now could not ignite his interest in the slightest. Were it not for the desire to vent his inner fury and torment these individuals, he would have already struck them down. What purpose does leaving a note serve? You know in your hearts. He returned to his wheelchair, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze sweeping across the floor, longing for a swift resolution. Since you are two couples, the rules are simple. If you are safe, she is safe. If you perish, she perishes too. Upon hearing this, Bobby's brow furrowed deeply, and he involuntarily glanced at Mel, his lips turning pale, fingers resting on the table trembling slightly. Mel, with reddened eyes brimming with tears, extended her arm and tightly grasped Bobby's fingers, nodding vigorously, forcing a radiant smile. It's all right. You live, I will accompany you. You die, I shall accompany you. I disagree. I do not wish to share my fate with him. Kayla stared across at Nick, who seemed to already know his impending doom, his eyes hollow. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was resolute. Especially upon noticing the faded tattoo on his arm, she furrowed her brow, her lips curling downward in disgust. Even the tattoo may be a fabrication. Perhaps the piercing on his lips is a ruse as well. Her destiny is hers to determine, not to be entrusted to a worthless individual. Rusty Nail cast her a glance, indifferent and unconcerned. He merely desired a swift conclusion, responding casually. Then you decide for him. Nick? Suddenly, Nick's body stiffened, jolting back to reality. Just as he was about to speak, Kayla's wrist slammed onto the table. Her gaze filled with terror fixed in a direction, letting out a short, piercing scream. The others abruptly turned their heads, following her line of sight. Chapter 48. A deadly joke unbeknownst to them. The wall, which had silently merged into the darkness, was abruptly illuminated by a harsh light. On the weathered and mottled surface of the wall, 12 words were boldly inscribed in red paint. Though these words were deceptively simple, they sent a chilling wave of dread surging up their spines, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable fear. Crimson, viscous liquid trickled down the wall, leaving behind serpentine trails reminiscent of fresh bloodstains, silently heralding their impending fate. Eyes, head, forehead, chest, kneecap, neck, safety, chin, leg, heart, foot, tongue. Let us commence. The voice of the Rusty Nail bore an emotionless calmness. Horrific visions surged in Bobby's mind, nearly driving him and his companions to madness. Faced with the man's insistence, they stiffly turned their gaze toward the table, their pallid faces exchanging glances, fixated on the 2 crimson dice. They lay quietly, yet seemed akin to grenades with their safety pins removed, poised to shatter their lives at any moment. Noticing the group's inertia, the Rusty Nail let out a cold snort, prepared to threaten that if they did not roll, he would randomly choose one to die. At that moment, his phone erupted with a clear ringing sound. He swiftly answered while closing his eyes, keenly sensing the scene not far away. Within a villa, securely encircled by high walls, Felix lay in bed, his body radiating a flushed hue from excessive exertion, a hint of complaint etched on his features, as if he were murmuring something softly. The atmosphere around the Rusty Nail softened instantly, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he whispered, "Baby." This simple word shattered the pervasive fear in the others like a thunderclap. Kayla and the others widened their eyes, a sudden spark of joy illuminating their faces, their fierce will to survive reigniting. Beside them, Mel clutched Bobby's fingers tightly. The cool touch of the ring between their hands imbued her with immense courage. Her expression brimming with excitement, she was about to cry out, when suddenly, the sharp end of a pickaxe penetrated her forehead, embedding itself in her skull. The cry for help lodged in her throat, never to escape in full. The look of surprise on her face froze abruptly, tinged with confusion. Moments later, the light in Mel's eyes dimmed like a snuffed candle, her consciousness extinguished. Bobby's mind went blank, his pupils contracting sharply, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He slumped onto the table, oblivious to the choking sensation in his neck. His feeble fingers could not grasp his fiancée's hand. Helplessly watching as Mel's body was violently thrust backward against the chair, emitting a dull thud, tears spilling uncontrollably from his eyes. On the other end of the line, Felix's cheeks puffed slightly, his eyes half open and his expression still dazed. As he was about to respond, a piercing and despairing wail erupted in his ear, a sound that resonated with sheer terror. Yet, in the next instant, the noise was abruptly silenced, as if severed, plunging the surroundings into an oppressive silence. Felix jolted awake, instinctively sitting up, his eyes wide and heart racing. The blanket slipped from his shoulders, leaving his bare torso exposed to the cool air, evoking a shiver across his skin. "Daddy!" He gazed at the ethereal blue glimmers drifting through the room, which suddenly coalesced into a figure. Without a moment's thought, he lunged forward, his face betraying a mixture of fear and the indignation of being abruptly roused, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The rusty iron figure enveloped the child in a tight embrace, swiftly retreating under the blanket, his voice imbued with tenderness, soothing him. "Baby, do not fear, I am here." Felix nestled against the robust arm of the iron figure, burying his face into the solid chest. The comforting warmth emanating from him gradually penetrated Felix's cold limbs, dispelling all chill, while the frantic beating of his heart began to steady. "You scared me to death. Where have you been, you rascal?" He pouted, pinching the man's taut side, finding satisfaction only after feeling the slight tremor of surprise in response to his sudden assault. His fingers then leisurely traversed the ridges of defined abs, finally resting on the firm, well-defined chest. The sensation was pleasant, and he instinctively squeezed a little. "Would you like to go to the amusement park, baby?" "What?" Felix tilted his head, perplexed. In the fleeting moment before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he sincerely resolved that he would never again set foot in an amusement park or ride a roller coaster. "Help! Is anyone there? I need assistance." Nick's face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror, his expression marred by an overwhelming sense of despair. He dared not glance around, keeping his head lowered, emitting a hoarse, nearly inaudible plea for help. After prolonged cries for aid, Nick's lips had cracked and turned pale, his throat ached unbearably. The silence enveloping him was suffocating. The only sound he could discern was the chattering of his own teeth. Creak. The door swung open. Nick's body trembled violently, his neck moving like a rusted gear. Instinctively lifting his head, the first thing that met his gaze was Kyra, her neck marred by a glaring wound, her eyes wide and fixed upon him. He stiffly turned his head, only to see Bobby, his body and chair toppled on the ground, his neck ensnared by a rope, suspended in midair. Those lifeless eyes staring directly at him, as if to convey, "You are next." As he contemplated shifting to another direction, his movement abruptly stilled. On the opposite side stood Mel, her expression one of contentment as she gazed at the carnage strewn across the barn floor. With a raised eyebrow, she chose to remain silent, her demeanor uncharacteristically amiable. He had no intention of targeting them further. However, there was little he could do. For the individual across from him, Nick, had roused animosity to an unbearable level, making it impossible for him to overlook the situation. If you choose to remain silent in the face of such braggadocio, do not be surprised when you find yourself ensnared in the consequences. "Please, I realize my mistakes. I shall not dare again. I beg you, spare me." His mind descended into a chaotic fog, leaving only the instinctual pleas for mercy. As he felt the restraints on his body loosen, a flicker of faint hope began to glimmer in Nick's eyes. Was this mercy granted to him? Chapter 49. A lethal jest. At that moment, a piercing, droning sound shattered the oppressive silence, sending a wave of anxiety coursing through Nick. A chill crept down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise across his skin. He struggled to rise and flee, but found himself devoid of strength, rigidly seated in place, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a sickening crack, both of his forearms were severed at the elbows. Blood gushed forth like a dam bursting, instantly staining the tabletop and the remnants of a tattoo that had long been worn and faded. Nick's eyes widened in horror, nearly popping from their sockets as searing pain surged over him like a tidal wave, drowning him in agony. Almost immediately after, two dull snapping sounds echoed as both of his legs were severed at the knees, sending his body crashing to the ground like a piece of decayed wood, convulsing uncontrollably. His piercing screams erupted, rising to an inhuman pitch. In the next moment, The rusty nail seized the back of Nick's collar with ease and flung him into the nearby thresher. Blue and white arcs of electricity flickered ominously as the ancient machine roared to life. Within 2 seconds, all sound ceased, plunging the world back into an eerie silence. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth. Brilliant sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows across the room. The window stood ajar, and a playful breeze swept in, carrying with it the warmth of sunlight and the scent of nature, disrupting the room's intimate atmosphere. As it slipped away, it gently stirred the curtains, causing the light to dance, as if intentionally rousing a slumbering child. Felix furrowed his brow slightly, burying his head deeper into the soft embrace of his blanket. Instinctively, he reached out to the space beside him, still imbued with a trace of warmth. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the remnants of sleep clouding his vision, and he unconsciously called out, "Daddy?" "Yes, baby, are you hungry?" came the deep, magnetic voice of the rusty nail from outside the door. Felix turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, and to his surprise, he beheld a man entering the room in the early morning, clad only in an apron, his upper body exposed, and faint red marks visible across his chest and abdomen. "Daddy, you look so flamboyant," Felix exclaimed, covering his face with his hand, his fingers splayed apart as he peered through the gaps at the man, who resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, an inexplicable urge to scream silently bubbling within him. The man, with deep gray eyes filled with mirth, leisurely dressed the child, and then gently ushered him toward the restroom. Felix casually grasped a toothbrush that had already been adorned with toothpaste, gazing into the mirror at the man whose features were relaxed and contented. Leaning against the doorframe, the man's focused gaze rested upon him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his expression imbued with a hint of languor and satisfaction. As their eyes met, the man raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes sparkling with affectionate amusement. He gestured subtly to the red marks on his neck, silently conveying, "Baby, it hurts." Felix felt a warm flush creep up his ears, a light blush tinging his cheeks. He shot a glare at the man, forming a silent reprimand with his lips. The sound of running water filled the air as Felix splashed a handful of cool water onto his face, attempting to quell the heat rising in his cheeks. Deep within his eyes lingered a rebellious spark. If only he were older, he would surely outplay the man. "Humph. Daddy, you truly are so clingy," he protested, perched atop the broad back of the man, tilting his head with a hint of dissatisfaction. He had merely wished to venture out alone to test his newly acquired Hellcat. Yet the moment he stepped outside, he found himself effortlessly tossed onto the man's back, as if no time had passed since 2 years ago. The warmth of the man's breath brushed against Felix's ear, and as the man adjusted him, his large hand tightened around Felix's thigh like an iron band. "Ouch!" Felix exclaimed, delivering a firm slap to the man's shoulder. "Daddy, you hurt me." The man chuckled softly, lifting the child slightly, his gaze filled with tender indulgence. "Sorry, baby, forgive me." "All right, can we wait until the afternoon?" Felix, however, was utterly oblivious to the man's words. His entire focus was ensnared by the seemingly boundless expanse of red before him. The California poppy, in wild abandon, bloomed across the Utah plains. Clusters of fiery blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, transforming the monotonous yellow desert into a vibrant sea of passionate crimson. A soft breeze carried the delicate, sweet fragrance of the flowers, subtle yet invigorating, wafting through the air. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a golden halo over the fiery landscape. "Wow, Daddy, did you plant all these poppies?" Felix asked, returning to Utah for the first time in 2 years. When he arrived the previous night, he had not seen the blooms. The following day, due to the soothing presence of an annoying individual, he had completely succumbed to slumber, missing the sight altogether. This was his inaugural encounter with such a phenomenon. "Well, do you like it?" Rusty Nail gently set Felix down, observing the child as he delicately caressed the flower of the California poppy, his eyes brimming with wonder and adoration, his heart swelling with contentment. The sharp contours of his brows and eyes danced with mirth, a captivating affection flowing within his gaze, rich with emotion. The remnants of his previous cold demeanor seemed to dissipate like melting ice, transforming into a tender warmth that enveloped the two of them. He adored it. After all, it was the state flower of California. How could he not? Yet, Felix cast a furtive glance, tilting his head to regard Rusty Nail, his eyes inexplicably evasive. "Daddy, do you know the language of the California poppy?" Rusty Nail raised an eyebrow slightly, taking the child's pale, slender hand, a hand marked with distinct knuckles, into his own, pressing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Hope. Subsequently, he tenderly cradled Felix's face, his touch soft, his cool lips brushing against the child's forehead. Rebirth. Then, his lips lightly grazed the child's eyelids. Wildness. The tip of his nose gently brushed against Felix's. Joy. Lastly, Rusty Nail pressed his forehead against Felix's, warmth radiating between them. He gazed deeply into the child's startled eyes. Freedom. As the words lingered unspoken on his lips, silence enveloped them. The only sound was the faint, lingering whisper of water, barely perceptible in the air. A playful breeze frolicked around them, weaving through the sea of red flowers, creating ripples upon the surface. Petals brushed against each other softly, producing delicate sounds that mingled with the tender, lingering water sounds, crafting a symphony that quickened their hearts and flushed their cheeks. In a state of half-slumber, he seemed to hear a gentle whisper in his ear. Baby, I shall never be your constraint. I wish to grant you freedom, to indulge without thought of departure. Goodbye? Even if a vehicle travels down the road, it must adhere to traffic rules, principles that never proactively harm others. Yet, those without principles are disregarded. Indifferent to the innocence of others. A description of Rusty Nail. Chapter 1. The Terrifying Wax Museum. Warning, the timeline is altered, changing from 1974 to 1984. The protagonist is a twin brother of the Wax Museum and his older brother, Nick. There are both older and younger characters. Louisiana rest stop restaurant Peggy. With her golden waves, munched on fries, her eyes lighting up as she discovered a rental listing in New York within the newspaper. Eagerly, she pointed it out to her best friend, Carly. In the Tribeca district, an apartment was available for $3,000. That's still too expensive. The beautiful girl with chestnut hair, Carly, shook her head in hesitation. The money I've saved isn't even enough for 2 months' rent. If I choose this place, I'll have to work every spare moment after classes before graduation. Carly, don't even think about backing down. I'm not. You know, I take pride in you. Carly responded with a hint of exasperation. I'm merely interning. But that's an internship at Style magazine. Peggy emphasized, raising an eyebrow and countering. Or do you intend to spend your life as a waitress at a Waffle House? Carly, cradling her soda, quickly shook her head. No, I'd prefer to avoid that. Amidst their laughter, a tall man, standing at 6 feet 4 inches with striking features, a scruffy beard, and gentle eyes, approached. Carly's boyfriend, Wade. He settled beside her, apologizing. Sorry for being late. 2 drunken country bumpkins were fighting in the restroom. Carly tilted her head, smiling softly. Really? Peggy shot him a glance, implying, there are no country bumpkins in New York. Wade paused, cleared his throat, and awkwardly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, there are none. He sensed Peggy's discontent due to his lack of a definitive commitment to move to New York with Carly after graduation. He simply wasn't ready to leave his hometown of Gainesville, Florida, for a place so unfamiliar. He needed more time to ponder. Peggy and Carly exchanged glances, choosing silence and granting the couple some space. I'll check on Blake. It seems he is more enamored with his car than with me at the moment. With that, she turned to leave. However, to Peggy's surprise, upon reaching the parking lot, she did not find her boyfriend Blake perched on his newly acquired blue Cadillac. Instead, she discovered Carly's brother Nick, recently bailed out after being apprehended for car theft, and Nick's friend Dalton, huddled around a black SUV, whispering to one another, their conversation shrouded in mystery. Blake? Peggy called out. Blake, with his deep brown complexion and full lips, wrapped his arm around Peggy, pointing excitedly at the vehicle ahead. Look, a Mercedes G55 SUV. In terms of both price and performance, it is undeniably one of the finest off-road vehicles released in recent years. I have coveted it for ages. Peggy nodded appreciatively, about to voice her thoughts, when suddenly, with a loud bang, a car door swung open. A pair of long legs, clad in black combat boots, emerged with decisive elegance before the onlookers. The man lowered his head slightly, his tousled hair falling over his forehead. As he yawned, he appeared to leisurely fasten the buttons of his black shirt, exuding an air of weary sophistication. Upon securing the final button, Xia Yi'an lifted his gaze, the shadows under his eyes hinting at fatigue, while the slight upward tilt at the corners of his deep gray eyes conveyed a chill. He scanned the surroundings nonchalantly, his gaze passing over the assembled group without a trace of emotion. Subsequently, he nonchalantly stretched, exuding an air of carefree abandon with every gesture. Then, with a decisive motion, he slammed the car door shut and strode into the restaurant without a backward glance. However, his pace appeared somewhat brisk. "Wow, cool, Nick," Dalton exclaimed, clutching a portable camera in his hands, instinctively raising the unpowered device to follow the figure until it vanished from view. He then nudged Nick with his elbow. "Look, that guy has a wolf's tail behind him." Wow. Yet Nick seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed vacantly on the man's retreating form, lost in thought. "Hey, Nick, Nick," Dalton called out several times. "Huh." Nick snapped back to reality, hastily bringing the beer in his hand to his lips, attempting to quell the inexplicable warmth rising within him. His ears flushed slightly as he feigned nonchalance, replying, "What's up?" Unperturbed by the oddity. Dalton was about to pull Nick along to find Carly and Wade when Blake interjected, while scanning the GPS. "I discovered a shortcut that could save us an hour of travel time. Let Wade know to follow my car." "All right," Dalton nodded, leading Nick to the outdoor dining area where they found the two. "Hey, Carly." Wade pressed his lips together, nearly forming a straight line. He took a deep breath, casting a glance at Nick and Wade, who were ignoring him, and greeted, "What do you think of our team? I believe Florida will win this time." Seated across from Carly and Wade, Nick wore a black hoodie, his deep-set eyes and chiseled jawline creating an aura of rugged handsomeness. Upon hearing Wade's voice, a subtle smirk graced his lips, brimming with a rebellious charm, yet his gaze wandered restlessly, instinctively searching for a familiar figure. In the next moment, his eyes unexpectedly locked onto another pair. Coughing violently, Nick's heart raced as the beer he had just swallowed lodged in his throat, prompting a fit of intense coughing. Noticing the disdain flickering in the other's eyes and a slight shift away, Nick felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He abruptly turned away, taking several deep breaths to stifle his cough and steady his rapid breathing. Carly's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the source of Nick's reaction, revealing a tall, striking young man, his notable wolf's tail cascading behind him. "Nick, are you all right?" Carly couldn't help but steal a few more glances before averting her gaze, a hint of confusion gracing her features. "Is he someone you know?" Nick's face flushed crimson from coughing, caught off guard by the inquiry. He instinctively nodded before abruptly shaking his head, indicating he did not recognize them. "What a coincidence," Dalton remarked, following the gaze of several others. Upon noticing the strikingly eye-catching wolf tail, he swiftly grasped the situation and explained to Carly, who was casting him a questioning look. "It's the person we just encountered in the parking lot. Their Mercedes SUV is incredibly cool." With that, Dalton stood up, intent on approaching the individual, only to be halted by Nick's firm grip on his arm. "Though I never intended to write a tale of love at first sight, it seems to have unfolded into one as I penned it. The overall tone of this piece is, and then, no way, really? I was just joking. And you all actually believe it. The trio, what the heck? Not as an insult, but as a verb. You know what I mean." Chapter 2. The terrifying wax museum. Nick instinctively furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "Hey, what can I do?" Dalton replied, momentarily amused by Nick's question. He found his brother's demeanor tonight rather perplexing. However, he dismissed the thought and casually responded, "I just wanted to ask if they're passing by here on their way to the Baton Rouge Stadium. After all, it's the grandest college football event of the year, and the audience is likely to set a record. They might be attending the game. If it's on the way, could they give us a ride? We can pay. I'm truly fed up with Wade's little toy car. My legs are painfully cramped." Upon hearing this, Wade merely cast a fleeting glance at Dalton without uttering a word. He subtly shook his head when Carly, his girlfriend, shot him a concerned look. Gently squeezing her hand, he planted a kiss on her lips, striving to suppress the anger surging within him. He genuinely could not comprehend why Blake felt the need to intervene, especially when Nick's parents had already decided to abandon him, casting him out of their home. They had explicitly declared they would not bail him out this time. Why then? Was Blake meddling in affairs that did not concern him? If Nick remained in detention, he would miss out on the delightful weekend getaway he had planned with Carly, and would instead be accompanied by Dalton, who appeared to still harbor feelings for his girlfriend. As Nick heard this, he rose and, in a swift motion, gave Dalton a push, urging him, "Aren't you going to ask? Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Dalton. Xia Yi'an finished the last bite of his pasta, discreetly patting his stomach, which had been slightly distended from the meal, feeling genuinely revived. Heaven knows how he had endured these past few days. On a whim, he had embarked on a camping trip in the deep mountains, driving all afternoon, and arrived at his destination just as dusk settled. After hastily setting up camp, Xia Yi'an felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and promptly collapsed into slumber. Awakening from a deep slumber to the midday sun, hunger gnawed at him, only to discover that he had neglected to bring any food. His backpack contained but a solitary bottle of water. Xia Yi'an pondered, very well, and resolved to retrace his steps. However, during his return journey, he inadvertently veered off course and lost his way. After considerable effort, he finally discerned the correct direction and found himself on the interstate highway, only to encounter an inexplicable traffic jam that threatened to render him faint from hunger. Just as he neared the brink of unconsciousness, he fortuitously located a service area where he could halt, dine, and procure sustenance. Yet, upon descending from his vehicle, Xia Yi'an noticed a group of young individuals outside, gesturing towards his car with animated gestures, their conversation a mystery to him. It was evident, however, that their intentions were not malicious. Their expressions conveyed admiration, awe, and a hint of envy. Almost instinctively, honed by years of ingrained habit, Xia Yi'an adjusted his stylish hair and donned a crisp shirt, presenting himself with an air of calm confidence before them. To his surprise, he soon encountered them again inside the restaurant. As he overheard their hushed whispers, a bemused smile crept upon Xia Yi'an's face. One among them, sporting a buzz cut so short that his scalp was faintly visible, exuded an air of rugged charm and defiance, yet unexpectedly displayed impeccable manners. When their eyes met momentarily, the young man quickly averted his gaze, turning away as if to avoid intruding, and coughed discreetly. With a hint of disdain for beer, Xia Yi'an savored his icy cola, contemplating the reason behind the traffic congestion. Ah, football, he mused thoughtfully, realizing that it was no wonder such a jam had occurred. Football undeniably reigns as America's premier sport, holding an absolute dominion in terms of fan base, commercial value, and cultural influence. Though he had never developed an interest in it, having only heard from American friends that, provided one did not favor a particular team and remain neutral, watching football could be quite a stress reliever. Perhaps he might give it a try. Now that he was here, lost in his reverie, he was suddenly jolted by a familiar voice, one of the individuals who had been whispering behind him. Startled back to reality, he looked up to find a man seated across from him. "Hey, friend, pardon the interruption. My name is Dalton. May I inquire about your itinerary? We are heading to the Baton Rouge Stadium to watch a football game. I wonder if it's along your route. Would you be willing to give us a ride?" Xia Yi'an raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had anticipated that they would actually approach him, and a wry smile graced his lips. Hitching a ride with strangers? That certainly wasn't a prudent habit. Dalton touched his nose, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. With 4 men on their side, a sense of security enveloped them, rendering any fears of the opposing party inconsequential. But let us not forget Wade. Despite his towering height of 6 feet 4 inches, he was merely a decorative presence, serving as an external deterrent at best. Observing Dalton's subtle discomfort in the face of the other party's unspoken rejection, Nick cast a pleading glance, only to find himself covering his face and instinctively turning to leave. Yet, at that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of Xia Yi'an gliding over, curiosity illuminating his gaze. That look was akin to an invisible hook, gently tugging at his collar. In the next instant, his feet moved of their own accord, and before he realized it, he found himself standing beside the two, awkwardly sitting next to Dalton. It was not a commendable habit to accept rides from strangers. Dalton blinked, tilting his head to scrutinize Nick, disbelief evident in his eyes. "Brother, are you unwell?" Nick, upon hearing this, noticed the corners of Xia Yi'an's peach blossom eyes curving slightly, a playful glint appearing as he observed Dalton's glare directed at him. The smile in his deep gray eyes blossomed, dissipating any trace of coldness, while the corners of his lips curled into a gentle smile. Thus I must disagree. Do you have any objections?" "No." Nick shook his head. Although he felt an inexplicable urge to engage more with the other man, he held no regrets about his words. He was confident that their intentions were pure. But in this world, malice lurked in abundance, necessitating a degree of caution. "Oh." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Xia Yi'an's eyes as he teasingly replied, "Then I consent." His left hand hung naturally by his side, fingertips lightly brushing against the fabric, clearly feeling the rigid outline of a firearm beneath. A sense of security washed over him. Chapter 3. The terrifying wax museum. Xia Yi'an had just checked his phone. The finals were scheduled for tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and it was already 11 in the evening. If he sought a hotel to rest now, Departing in the morning would likely lead to encountering heavy traffic, a prospect he wished to avoid after a night of travel. Nick nodded, only to suddenly realize something amiss, his head snapping up. What? Dalton paused, then swiftly comprehended the situation, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Thank you so much, my friend. You've been a tremendous help." Ugh, Xia Yi'an stifled a yawn, a hint of moisture glimmering in his eyes as a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Felix. No need for formality. Can you drive? Yes. Dalton nodded vigorously, his face flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, that super cool Mercedes SUV? Cool. Nick's brow furrowed slightly, his expression tinged with seriousness as he curled the corners of his lips in a subtle smirk, his eyes betraying a hint of disapproval. Do you habitually place such blind trust in strangers? What if we are merely scheming to steal your vehicle? Xia Yi'an cast a sidelong glance at him, opting for silence as he unconsciously sipped his cola, his demeanor appearing somewhat indifferent. It was not that he was easily swayed by others. Rather, throughout the entirety of his recollection, whether in Huagua or during his occasional visits to the United States to see his parents, he had never encountered any ill-intentioned individuals. The handgun he carried had been by his side for several years, yet it had never been discharged. Dalton, nearby, rolled his eyes in frustration. Were it not for his apprehension, he would have relished the opportunity to knock his brother out with the camera in his grasp. If you have nothing constructive to say, then kindly keep quiet. You're only hindering our progress, he thought, puzzled by the notion that Nick genuinely enjoyed riding in Wade's toy car. At that moment, Carly and Wade, having received a call from Peggy notifying them to prepare for departure, approached together and inadvertently overheard Nick's remark. They exchanged a glance, their thoughts diverging. Carly's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning her own hearing. She scrutinized Nick, sensing something profoundly amiss. Ever since middle school, Nick had been a source of trouble, leading their parents to frequently compare her behavior to his, wondering why he could not be as well-behaved as she was. Over the years, they had drifted apart, and Nick had become increasingly critical of everyone around him. This was the first time in a long while that she detected no hostility in his words, but rather a semblance of long-forgotten kindness. In contrast, Wade stifled a smirk, discreetly rolling his eyes at the irony of Nick's situation. Wasn't he the very one recently apprehended for car theft and just released from detention? How hypocritical. Noticing Felix, who was sipping his cola without any inclination to refuse, Dalton visibly relaxed. He quickly stood up, guiding Carly toward Felix, introducing her with enthusiasm. "This is Carly, Nick's twin sister," he said, gesturing toward the quiet figure beside him, teasingly adding, "And this kind-hearted soul is Nick." Lastly, he pointed at the tall individual beside them with a dismissive air. "This is Wade, Carly's boyfriend." Carly, with a smile illuminating her face and curiosity sparkling in her eyes, greeted Felix warmly. "Hi there. I'm delighted to share this journey with you." Wade, standing beside Carly, affectionately draped an arm around her shoulders, nodding in friendly acknowledgement, silently conveying a sense of welcome. He genuinely welcomed the other's presence, relishing the prospect of sharing a world with his girlfriend, Carly, without the need to share a vehicle with Nick. It was a scenario he could not have wished for more. "Hello, are we departing now?" responded Xia Yi'an, as he prepared to place his unfinished cola onto the tray. However, a bony hand swiftly intercepted the drink. Xia Yi'an was momentarily taken aback and instinctively followed the direction of that hand to its owner, Nick. The latter appeared utterly composed, raising an eyebrow in curiosity when he noticed Xia Yi'an's gaze, and retorted, "What is the matter? Did you not say you weren't drinking?" As he spoke, he shook the cup containing the remaining cola and remarked casually, "There's still half left. It seems rather wasteful." With that, Nick effortlessly put the exposed straw, previously used by Xia Yi'an, into his mouth. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding air thickened. The world quieted to the point where one could only hear the sound of Nick swallowing the cola, the sound echoing in the stillness. Carly and Wade stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Dalton's eyes widened in shock. He was truly taken aback, his expression akin to that of a person encountering a ghost in broad daylight. He had become acutely aware that something was amiss. His friend, the notoriously aloof and rebellious Nick, had actually chosen to drink someone else's leftover cola, even lamenting the waste. This was the same person who, upon tasting something unpleasant, would readily discard an entire bottle of beer. Did he not honor the very beer he frequently indulged in? Furthermore, Dalton had known Nick since childhood and was well aware that he never shared food or drinks with anyone, not even with those as close as family. He remembered that even in a fast food restaurant, Nick would insist on 2 packets of ketchup, maintaining a clear boundary and never sharing. And now he was doing this. Dalton seriously doubted whether Nick had truly lost his mind or if he himself was still dreaming. Wait, could it be that he was indeed caught in a dream? With this thought, Dalton suddenly slapped himself across the face, the sharp sound shattering the silence. Are you insane? Nick's disdainful gaze was unmistakable as he looked at Dalton, whose face was flushed and who was gasping for breath. He casually placed the empty cola cup onto the tray, visibly exasperated. Xia Yi'an tilted his head, equally perplexed, and asked, "Are you okay?" Dalton, holding his face, glanced at Felix and Nick, who appeared unfazed as if nothing had transpired. And he inexplicably began to question whether he was indeed overreacting. Xia Yi'an genuinely felt that there was nothing of great significance. He studies in China, and among good friends and close companions, sharing a bottle of water and playfully calling each other dad, while teasing one another, is a perfectly natural occurrence, one he has long since become accustomed to. Although Xia Yi'an has never been one to initiate such drinking, if someone inadvertently sips from his water, he would not harbor any anger. He would simply cast it aside and refrain from touching it again. Even now, he merely perceives Nick as somewhat overly familiar. Considering this is their first encounter, isn't it? Could it be that, in addition to his excessive politeness, he also disdains others' wastefulness?